In the early dawn, Jiang Yu awoke to find 9 slightly yellowed marriage certificates laid out before him. A frail old man sat on the bamboo floor of the hut, the 9 marriage certificates neatly arranged beside him. Jiang Yu rubbed the sleep from his eyes, skepticism evident in his voice. "Old man, what nonsense are you up to so early in the morning? My time is running short." "That's splendid news." Instantly invigorated, Jiang Yu swiftly packed his scanty clothing into his bag. This was truly a momentous occasion. The old man was nearing his end, which meant that Jiang Yu would finally be unshackled, free to soar as high as the birds. "You ungrateful disciple." The old man flushed with anger. "Rest assured, old man, once you ascend to the heavens, I shall construct a magnificent tomb for you and faithfully burn offerings every Qingming festival, ensuring your eternal bliss in the afterlife. You shall live a solitary life and, once in the underworld, revel without concern for mundane morals, seeking out 3 or 5 beautiful women at once." "You rascal, are you mocking me? Clearly you started it." Jiang Yu tossed his bag aside. "Look at your rosy complexion. You truly appear to be on the brink of death. We are both esteemed physicians. Do you think you can fool a ghost?" The old man was a renowned healer of Boqi Mountain, and Jiang Yu was his heir, having inherited his profound knowledge at the tender age of 18, yet remaining largely unknown. Though young, Jiang Yu possessed extraordinary talent, having surpassed his master at a remarkably early age. Cough, cough. The old physician awkwardly cleared his throat. "One cannot speak so lightly. I am indeed aging, and even with longevity, my time is limited. You seem a bit off today, old man. That I merely wish to convey that you have ample youth ahead of you. How could I confine you to this modest Boqi Mountain? Are you truly sending me down the mountain? Are you sure you haven't taken the wrong medicine today? Rascal, let me finish." The old man glared at Jiang Yu, then spoke earnestly. "Boqi Mountain is the burial site of the ancient medical sage, Boqi, from the era of the Yellow Emperor. Our lineage is the rightful inheritor of the purest Qihuang art. However, after thousands of years, Boqi Mountain has declined, and now only you and I remain, on the verge of losing our heritage. Now, old man, while your words may be true, let's not speak of curses. I am still young. Precisely because you are young, when I traveled the world to heal the sick, I secured several marriage certificates for you. The revival of Boqi Mountain rests upon your shoulders. Rely on me. Here are 9 marriage certificates. Take them down the mountain to seek out these women and let our lineage flourish." "But old man, let alone the legality of marrying 9 wives. Just the thought of it makes me uneasy. With our medical skills, do you fear your body cannot withstand it?" "That's not the point, old man. You know, I have someone in my heart. Ultimately, 2 paths lie before you. Either take the marriage certificates down the mountain to expand our lineage, or remain here at Boqi Mountain, living a solitary life like me." "You are ruthless, old man. Have you not always wished to uncover your origins? If you promise to expand our lineage, I shall divulge the truth. My origins." Jiang Yu murmured, his expression turning grave. He had entered Boqi Mountain at the age of 5 and had inquired about his origins numerous times over the years, but the old man had always remained silent. "I agree. Each marriage certificate has a duplicate, one for me and one for the bride. Your origins are embedded within those 9 marriage certificates. When I established these engagements, we agreed that as long as you present the certificates, regardless of whether you marry or annul, the women will hand over their copies to you." Jiang Yu gritted his teeth, raising his thumb in admiration. Truly, the old are indeed more cunning. The old man's strategy was akin to pulling the rug out from under him. Jiang Yu now had no choice but to visit each woman in turn. Otherwise, he would surely tear up the 9 marriage certificates and toss them into the river the moment he descended. He shot the old man a glare, swiftly sweeping his hand across the floor, moving so quickly that a blur was left in his wake, and in an instant the 9 marriage certificates were tucked into his pocket. "I shall return to visit you every Qingming festival." Like a gust of wind, he dashed down the mountain path. Behind him, the old physician shouted angrily, "Rascal, I am not dead yet." Jiang Yu descended the mountain. Marking the first time in 18 years he ventured down alone, unrestrained. Live a solitary life. Such a fate was utterly unacceptable. Jiang Yu refused to lead a life as dull as the old man's. Thus he raced down the mountain with unprecedented speed, fearing the old man might change his mind. If anyone had witnessed his descent, they would have marveled at his swiftness. leaving even the champions of long-distance and short-distance races in awe. Over the years, he had studied not only medicine, but also ancient martial arts to AS for the marriage certificates. Once he reached the foot of the mountain, whether to marry or annul would be entirely his decision. He had never met any of the 9 fiancées who knew what kind of mismatched individuals awaited him. Compared to them, he found himself favoring his junior sister Dodo more. But alas, she had been taken away by her family 3 years ago, severing all contact, and the old man never revealed any news about her. In any case, Jiang Yu resolved that upon descending, he would first annul the 9 engagements and retrieve the other 9 marriage certificates before seeking his true love. Marrying his junior sister would certainly allow him to expand the lineage, but he glanced briefly at the 9 marriage certificates, each indicating the region of origin of his fiancées. Goodness, the old man truly cast a wide net. The 9 fiancées were spread across the entire country. 2 of them resided relatively close to Boqi Mountain in Tianyuan City, so Jiang Yu decided to head there first. He selected the simplest outfit from his bag, which, aside from his appearance and demeanor, exuded an air of simplicity. With nothing else to occupy his time, he often read novels, and according to the typical plot lines, a person like him, presenting marriage certificates, would likely be met with disdain, making annulment a certainty. Having trained in martial arts since childhood, Jiang Yu was swift of foot, but the journey to Tianyuan City was still 100 kilometers long. Thus, he arrived at the national highway, hoping to catch a ride. Unfortunately, after waiting for 2 hours, no one paid him any mind. Why now? It was noon, the sun blazing overhead, and his empty stomach protested. He spotted a small-town restaurant not far ahead, a common resting place for travelers on the national highway, where they could eat and use the restroom. The restaurant was modest, yet its business was thriving, albeit lacking air conditioning, with only 2 feeble electric fans lazily circulating the air. He ordered a bowl of beef noodles and devoured it in haste, calling for the owner to settle the bill within 3 minutes. "Your total comes to 10 yuan, the owner said with a smile. Jiang Yu nodded, returning the smile. But as he reached for his money, his expression gradually froze. He realized a dire issue. Damn it, he had forgotten to bring money. In his haste to leave, he neglected to ask the old man for any funds. Boqi Mountain was under the old man's complete control, and he had always managed the finances. What to do? Surely, he couldn't allow himself to be arrested for skipping out on the bill right after descending the mountain. That would be utterly humiliating. Jiang Yu scanned his surroundings, muttering to himself, on such a hot day, how come no one has fainted from heat stroke? If someone did collapse, this little physician might just come in handy, and earning a meal would be no trouble at all. The restaurant buzzed with patrons, yet the oppressive heat compelled everyone to hastily consume their meals and leave. Out of money? The landlady's expression grew increasingly grim, as dining without payment had become a rarity in these times. A striking woman who had just entered cast her gaze upon Jiang Yu, their eyes locking momentarily. Jiang Yu, stiffly smiling, replied, "I do have money, but I would like to savor a few more bites before settling the bill." With a scowl, the landlady turned away, yet remained vigilant, keeping a watchful eye on him amidst her bustling duties. Jiang Yu rummaged through his pockets, 4 of them devoid of any funds, causing him to feel increasingly uneasy. As he finished his noodles and began to sip his soup, 20 minutes passed. The beautiful woman and her companion were ready to settle their bill while he remained engrossed in his soup. The landlady paced nearby, anxious that he might abscond without paying. It was evident to those observing that he was broke. Several tables slowed their eating, anticipating a spectacle. Embarrassed, Jiang Yu glanced towards the kitchen and contemplated that his only recourse was to offer his services in washing dishes to settle his debt. At last, the landlady could no longer contain her frustration. "You, young man, stop pretending. If you're trying to dine and dash, think again. I will call the police." "Please, dear landlady." Jiang Yu's face flushed with embarrassment. "I simply forgot my wallet in my haste to leave. I truly didn't intend to dine without paying. How about this? I will wash dishes for a day to cover my meal that I have enough dishwashers. Those who attempt to dine without payment must face the law." Her words left Jiang Yu speechless, his face turning ashen. At that moment, the beautiful woman at the adjacent table called out, "I'll take care of the bill." The landlady swiftly calculated, "Thank you for your patronage. That will be 87 yuan. The girl beside the beauty produced a 100 yuan note and handed it over, stating, No need for change. Include his bowl of beef noodles in the total. With that, they departed. Jiang Yu exhaled in relief, inwardly reflecting, it seems that being handsome indeed has its advantages. Lost in his self-admiration, he suddenly noticed out of the corner of his eye that the kind woman appeared to be followed. In accordance with the adage of repaying kindness with greater kindness, Jiang Yu swiftly dashed out and hopped into the car of the woman who had just paid for him. The beauty in the back seat and the girl in the driver's seat were taken aback. "Rube, what are you doing? Get out of here at once," the girl scolded sharply, her eyes wide with indignation. Yet Jiang Yu smiled warmly. "I merely came to express my gratitude." Not yet fully convinced of the stalking situation, he refrained from mentioning it. The beauty shifted slightly towards the window, her tense demeanor softening. "Su Exen, it's all right." The beauty signaled to the girl, understanding the importance of maintaining civility. She then turned to Jiang Yu, saying coolly, "Everyone faces difficulties at times. A bowl of beef noodles hardly warrants thanks." Jiang Yu gazed at her earnestly, declaring, "You're a good person, a truly beautiful good person," Su Exen urged. "Enough with the pleasantries. Get out of the car. If we miss our appointment, you'll be in trouble." Jiang Yu inquired, "Are you in such a hurry to get to Tianyun City?" "Of course, this road leads only to Tianyun City." "What a coincidence. I too am headed to Tianyun City. Why not assist someone in need and give me a ride?" Su Exen frowned. "Rube, if you continue to be unreasonable, I won't hesitate to be rude." Though she appeared delicate, her demeanor was formidable. Jiang Yu looked at the beauty with innocent eyes. "I know you're a good person, you." "Shut the door." "Huh. You want a ride, right?" Bang. Jiang Yu promptly closed the door. Su Exen drive. "Rube, you better behave," Su Exen threatened, starting the car and speeding away. The beauty leaned against the window, resting her chin on her hand. Eyes closed in silence, Su Exen occasionally glanced at Jiang Yu in the rearview mirror, wary of any inappropriate actions towards the beauty. 20 minutes later, a black SUV approached, suddenly swerving, and then bang. Despite Su Exen's urgent braking, they collided with a black vehicle. "Are you blind? How do you drive?" Su Exen shouted angrily, ready to confront the other driver. Jiang Yu swiftly warned, "Stay in the car. They mean trouble." 4 young men emerged from the SUV, all clad in matching black suits. The beauty furrowed her brow, whispering, "They're from Qihuang." Su Exen's anger intensified. "Qihuang is clearly trying to obstruct our contract. I'm going to confront them." "Be careful." Su Exen exited the vehicle, gripping her phone tightly, prepare to call for help should they attempt harm. The leading young man crossed his arms, his gaze wandering over Su Exen. Though she appeared to be in her 20s, her slightly shorter stature was countered by her well-proportioned figure, which could even be described as striking. The young man spoke coldly. "Ladies, why not take a moment to rest here? It would be best not to resist, or else." The other 3 suddenly assumed martial arts stances. One mimicked the white crane spreads its wings, another the Wing Chun starting position, and the last the Tai Chi initial stance, their movements indicating they had practiced for several years. Su Exen retorted, "If you don't move, they'll call the police." The young man shrugged indifferently. "Go ahead, and while you're at it, summon the traffic police to handle the accident. We have all the time in the world." Su Exen fell silent, caught in a dilemma. Calling the police would waste precious time, and, as a single young woman, she was no match for 4 trained fighters. The beauty in the car appeared increasingly anxious, murmuring, "What now? If we can't make it back in time to finalize the contract, the company will be finished. What should we do?" Her eyes darted around in panic, only to realize Jiang Yu had vanished. In the next moment. "Ouch! Ouch!" 4 cries of anguish rang out as Jiang Yu stood before the car, clutching a pebble, looking disdainfully at the 4 sprawled on the ground, scoffing, "What a show! So flashy." Su Exen was astounded. While it was true that a normal person would be incapacitated by a pebble of that size, Jiang Yu's speed was astonishing. She hadn't even noticed when he had appeared. The beauty in the car was the first to recover, urgently calling out, "Su Exen, what are you waiting for? Get in the car! Get in!" Su Exen yelled to Jiang Yu, then quickly jumped into the driver's seat. Upon glancing up, she saw Jiang Yu sitting upright in the back seat. Reversing, shifting gears, and pressing the accelerator, Su Exen executed the actions in one fluid motion. By the time the 4 young men regained their senses, they had already vanished from sight. "Thank you," the beauty said, gazing at Jiang Yu with clear, untainted eyes. "You helped me." So naturally, I must assist you in return. This is what they call good deeds begetting good deeds. You're heading to Tianyan City from the mountains to work, right? I noticed your skills. Su Xin has been considering hiring a bodyguard. If you don't mind. No need. I'm not going there for work. Then what is your purpose in Tianyan City? To break off an engagement. Su Xin rolled her eyes, thinking to herself that although he possessed some skills, there was no need for such arrogance. Here was a country bumpkin who should consider himself fortunate to have a city girl as a fiancée. Yet he spoke of breaking off the engagement. With a hint of sarcasm, Su Xin remarked, "They say people from the mountains are simple-hearted, yet with your words, one would think cattle fly in the heavens. I truly intend to break off the engagement. I have two fiancées in Tianyan City, one named Wen Fuyao and the other Haning. Do you know them?" The beautiful woman's brow furrowed slightly, her expression becoming peculiar as she inquired, "What is your name?" "Jiang Yu, and you?" "Ah?" A flicker of surprise crossed the woman's eyes as she stammered, I am Wen Qihuang. You share the same surname as one. Does that mean you are acquainted with my fiancé? How? How could that be possible? Wen Qihuang felt a twinge of discomfort and immediately turned her head away. Su Xin could not restrain herself, taunting, "Do you genuinely believe you are someone of importance? Are you even aware of who Haning is in Tianyan City? A fiancé. And you think you are worthy?" As she spoke, she cast a glance at the rearview mirror. Jiang Yu shrugged. He spoke the truth, but Su Xin's disbelief left him disinclined to elaborate. Half an hour later, they arrived in Tianyan City, where Su Xin halted at a junction that we must hurry to sign the contract. "So this is where I shall leave you." "Thank you." Jiang Yu exited the vehicle, and after exchanging a few words with Su Xin, when Qihuang handed him 500 yuan along with a business card that bore the title of secretary to the chairman of Yuyin Company. It was evident that when Qihuang was the chairwoman of Yuyin Company, in a gentle tone, when Qihuang said, "This money is a token of my gratitude. Should you encounter any difficulties in Tianyan City, you may call Su Xin." Jiang Yu was not at all hesitant. He understood well the adage that without money, one could hardly progress. The marriage contract only indicated that his two fiancées resided in Tianyan City, without providing specific addresses, making the search a time-consuming endeavor. He needed that money. "Consider this money alone. I shall return it once my matters are resolved." Having accepted the money and business card, Jiang Yu swiftly blended into the crowd. Su Xin turned to look at Wen Qihuang in the back seat, smiling as she said, "Sister Huan, did you not mention earlier that you also have a fiancé? Might you reveal his name?" Wen Qihuang gazed out of the car window, falling into silence. Chapter 3. The canine perspective of humanity. Tianyan City is vast, adorned with towering skyscrapers and bustling traffic. In this metropolis with a population exceeding 10 million, locating an individual aimlessly proves to be a formidable challenge. Fortunately, the Han family enjoys considerable renown within Tianyan City. The Han Group ranks among the top 10 enterprises in the city, and as the cherished daughter of the Han family, Haning is a household name. Before long, I discovered that the Han family resides at Guanhu Residence, the most opulent villa district in Tianyan City, developed from a mountain within the city, with villas constructed by the lakeside. The villas at Guanhu Residence are valued at over 100 million, housing only the affluent and the elite, thus necessitating stringent security measures. However, Jiang Yu found himself thwarted at the entrance, his pleas falling on deaf ears as the security guard remained unmoved. "Young man, I have encountered many who claim to be friends of Miss Han, at least 3 or 5 each day. Yet, you are the first to present such an absurd claim," remarked the middle-aged guard, appearing to be in his 40s, his tone relatively polite. "Sir, I assure you, I speak the truth. Haning is indeed my fiancée." Jiang Yu insisted, exasperation evident in his voice. The guard cast a sidelong glance at him, responding, "Enough of the fabrications. If one must lie, at least make it believable. Who in Tianyan City is unaware of the relationship between young Master Zhao of the Dingxing Group and Miss Han? If you are truly her fiancé, then what of young Master Zhao?" "Which young Master Zhao? The one who foots the bill for the entire venue?" Jiang Yu questioned, bewildered. "What? You are unfamiliar with young Master Zhao?" The guard, observing Jiang Yu's humble appearance, took the time to enlighten him. Zhao Shua of the Dingxing Group is renowned as a wealthy second-generation heir in Tianyan City, known for his extravagant spending and extensive social connections. Recently, rumors have circulated that the Han family and the Zhao family are preparing for a marriage alliance, a union of strength. Zhao Shua and Haning may not be a match made in heaven, but they are certainly compatible in terms of status. Looking at Jiang Yu, clad in plain attire, with a total worth not exceeding 100 yuan, the guard scoffed at the notion of him aspiring to the Han family. Yet, Jiang Yu felt an unexpected sense of relief. If the Han family was indeed preparing for a marital alliance, then the dissolution of his engagement should proceed smoothly. The question remained, however, how could he gain entry? Sir, I implore you to allow me in. I am not a nefarious individual. If necessary, you may accompany me. He pleaded. That is out of the question. I cannot abandon my post. If my superiors discover this, I would face a fine. A thought struck Jiang Yu, and he promptly produced 100 yuan from his pocket, offering it with a sheepish grin. Please, do me a favor. Though a mere 100 yuan, it constituted 1/5 of his current assets. 100 yuan to appease a beggar? Suddenly, a young man emerged from the guard booth, casting a disdainful glance at Jiang Yu and barking, "Country bumpkin, get lost. Do you not recognize this place? It is not meant for the likes of you." Jiang Yu retorted, "What is wrong with me? Am I to be deemed inferior? How can one's status be so blatantly asserted at the entrance?" Such disdainful judgment is a reflection of a myopic perspective. The principle of mutual respect suggests that if one treats another with kindness, one should receive the same in return. The middle-aged man had been somewhat courteous, and Jiang Yu maintained a pleasant demeanor. However, the moment the young security guard appeared, Jiang Yu's expression darkened. The young guard, emboldened, taunted, "What's with that face? Trying to intimidate someone? I warn you, if you don't leave now, I won't hold back." Jiang Yu responded with a cold smile. "I'm curious to see how you plan to be uncivil." Unfazed by Jiang Yu's indifference, the young guard rolled up his sleeves and pushed forward, shouting, "Get lost, you broke fool." Jiang Yu deftly stepped back, revealing a strange smile. "So, you think wealth makes you superior?" In an instant, he staggered and fell to the ground with a loud thud. "Damn it, you came here to pull a fast one. Didn't you? You should know who I am." Wang Yu, filled with rage, showed no signs of remorse as he prepared to kick Jiang Yu. Fortunately, the middle-aged man intervened just in time. "Wang Yu, you mustn't strike him again." Wang Yu spat in frustration. "Get out of here now. You think you can swindle me? I can make a call that would ensure you spend the rest of your life in bed." Jiang Yu ignored him, subtly pressing several acupoints on his body before starting to convulse and froth at the mouth. The middle-aged man was taken aback. "Wang Yu, this can't end in tragedy, can it?" Wang Yu was also alarmed. "No way. I just gave him a light push. I didn't expect this country bumpkin to be so fragile. Let us call an ambulance." "Absolutely not. If we take him to the hospital, who knows how he might exploit the situation," the middle-aged man argued. "Your brother is a tyrant in T-Tray Street. Who would dare swindle you? We must prioritize saving him. If he dies, this is beyond monetary resolution." At that moment, a black business vehicle approached and halted at the entrance, its window slowly descending. Inside sat a middle-aged gentleman impeccably dressed in a suit. Wang Yu, while dragging Jiang Yu aside, explained, "It's nothing, Mr. Han, just a rogue claiming to be your daughter's fiancé. We refused him entry, and now he is lying here trying to extort me. I can handle it." Seated in the car was Han Tianming, the chairman of the Han Group and father of Han Ing. "My daughter's fiancé?" Han Tianming murmured, furrowing his brow as he turned his gaze toward Jiang Yu. Suddenly, Jiang Yu broke free from Wang Yu's grasp, sprang up like a carp, and approached Han Tianming directly. Wang Yu was initially stunned, then filled with fury. "You think you can toy with me? Mr. Han, I have something important to discuss with you." Jiang Yu handed over the marriage certificate to Han Tianming. As Wang Yu rushed forward, he seized Jiang Yu by the collar. "You country bumpkin dare to play games with me. Mr. Han, let me handle this. I'll make sure he pays." Han Tianming, with a hint of suspicion, inquired, "Are you the disciple of the renowned Dr. Zhong?" Jiang Yu nodded. "Let us discuss this in the car." Han Tianming's singular remark left Wang Yu momentarily stunned. Could it be that this unsophisticated fellow was indeed Han Ying's fiancé? Cold sweat poured down his back. He realized he had inadvertently stepped on a landmine. Offending the Han family would surely invite retribution that even his ruffian brother could not shield him from. "Are you still not planning to relent? Is even Mr. Han's word ineffective?" Wang Yu's lips twitched as he hastily released his grip. Once Jiang Yu entered the vehicle, he bent deeply, bowing and offering a loud apology. Inside the car, Jiang Yu conveyed his intentions to Han Tianming, yet Han Tianming remained noncommittal. Upon returning home, Han Tianming stated he needed to go upstairs to change clothes, asking Jiang Yu to wait in the living room. An hour passed in this manner, and Jiang Yu's patience reached its limit. He rose and addressed the housekeeper, saying, "Auntie, Please inform Mr. Han that since Miss Han is already engaged, I would not want to disrupt her impending union. Therefore, my engagement with the Han family is hereby nullified. Suddenly, a woman's voice echoed from upstairs, who said my niece Han Ying is already engaged. Chapter 4. I merely wished to withdraw from the engagement. Descending the staircase with an alluring grace was a woman brimming with mature charm. Her captivating peach blossom eyes were fixated on Jiang Yu. Who are you? Jiang Yu appraised her, noticing a resemblance to Han Tianming. My name is Han Qihuang. Han Ying's aunt. Han Qihuang languidly settled onto the sofa, her gaze retracting as she adjusted her hair. At 33, she possessed a youthful appearance, and every gesture exuded charisma. Not only was she strikingly beautiful, but she was also a formidable businesswoman. The success of the Han Group owed at least a third of its credit to her efforts. Beautiful women invariably draw the attention of men, and Jiang Yu is no exception. He mused that if Han Ying's aunt was so attractive, then Han Ying herself must also be quite remarkable. Are you Han Ying's fiancé? Han Qihuang inquired, glancing at the marriage certificate on the coffee table. Time flies. It seems only yesterday that the old master brought his apprentice here, and now look at you, all grown up. You know me? 15 years ago, the old master traveled here with you, rescuing my father from the brink of death. I was present when the engagement was arranged. You must not remember me? Jiang Yu found himself at a loss for words. Who could possibly recall her? I have traveled extensively with the old man, treating ailments, and I must have encountered thousands along the way. Besides, I was merely 3 years old at the time. How could I possibly remember you? 15 years ago, Han Qihuang was in her prime, one of the most beautiful women in Tianyan City, with countless suitors. Had Jiang Yu been 13 back then, he would undoubtedly have remembered such a stunning beauty. He politely replied, I seem to have a vague impression. Since you are Han Ying's aunt? Han Qihuang's expression darkened instantly, interrupting Jiang Yu. Do I appear old to you? Quite the opposite. You look remarkably youthful. Then why do you still address me as aunt? Is there anything amiss? Jiang Yu shrugged. If he were a stranger, he would undoubtedly politely address her as sister. However, you are Aunt Han Ying. And even if you appear youthful, it would not be inappropriate for me to call you aunt. Remember, you have yet to cross the threshold of the Han residence. Henceforth, you shall address me as sister. Once you are inside the Han household, you may amend your address at your leisure. It matters not. After all, Jiang Yu had no intention of stepping into the Han home, so the manner of address was of little consequence. I have expressed my thoughts, and I have left behind the marriage certificate. I kindly ask that you return the one in your possession. I have matters to attend to and shall not impose further. You are to be the future son-in-law of the Han family. How could you claim to be an imposition? Jiang Yu was momentarily bewildered. What did Han Qihuang mean by that? Do not regard me with such incredulous eyes. The relationship between Han Ying and Zhao Shua is entirely fictitious. You are, in truth, the legitimate son-in-law of the Han family. Aunt, are you jesting? Look at me. How could I possibly be worthy of the esteemed eldest daughter of the Han family? Address me as sister. Sister, I am preoccupied with the matter of my next engagement annulment. I shall leave my marriage certificate here as a token of sincerity. I will retrieve the one you hold during my next visit. Farewell. Jiang Yu hastily fled the Han villa, for with Han Qihuang's demeanor, remaining any longer could likely result in the finalization of his marriage with Han Ying. Just as he departed, Han Tianming descended the stairs. Han Qihuang, you would do well to refrain from meddling in Inger's affairs. Han Tianming's tone was somewhat frigid, and the sibling bond between them was far from harmonious. Brother, our son-in-law has come to visit. You bring him here and then disappear. Is that not a bit excessive? I have my own plans. There's no need for you to concern yourself. I understand your intentions. You fear he might proclaim his presence at the door, which is why you brought him home. However, our father is still alive, so you dare not directly annul the engagement. You wish to delay for a few days, waiting for our father to pass. Then you can entirely disregard the marriage contract he established, allowing Han Ying to marry into the Zhao family. And what of it? Can I not make decisions regarding my daughter's life? Humph, ungrateful. The old physician indeed rendered our family a service. Father, in a moment of impulse, established the contract without considering Inger's feelings. I, Han Tianming, am not ungrateful. I can offer him whatever sum he desires. But I shall never allow Inger to marry him. Huh, your words are more melodious than a song. I almost believed you to be the world's most devoted father. You might deceive outsiders with such rhetoric, but have you taken Inger's feelings into account? Have you consulted her regarding marrying into the Zhao family? Zhao Shua and Inger are well matched. What objections could she possibly have? If she had none, Would she have insisted on moving out a week ago? Han Qiong tucked away the marriage certificate, and Han Tianming stepped forward hastily, seizing Han Qiong's wrist. Give me the marriage certificate. What? Do you intend to burn it and pretend this marriage never existed? Brother, I will not allow you to execute your schemes. She wrenched her arm free from Han Tianming's grasp, proceeded to the garage, and drove away in a red Ferrari. Han Tianming made a phone call, instructing someone to follow Han Qiong. Jiang Yu had not anticipated the annulment of the engagement would unfold so tumultuously, and he fled in dismay. Wang Yu at the security desk watched Jiang Yu depart, bowing and nodding. Take care, my brother. Do visit often. He wiped the sweat from his brow, anxious that Jiang Yu might seek retribution later. Brother Yu, why are you being so polite to him? A patrolling guard remarked disdainfully, casting a glance at Jiang Yu. Get lost, he asked the son-in-law of the Han family. I can't afford to provoke him. You're overthinking it. I just saw him scurry away from the Han family like a frightened mouse. How could a family of such prominence in Tianjin City possibly marry their daughter to a country bumpkin? Are you certain? Absolutely. Upon hearing this, Wang Yu straightened his posture, his expression darkening. That makes things easier. This country bumpkin dared to toy with me before. Just wait until I get my revenge. Hey, brother Yu. If we can deal with that brat, it would also help the Han family with a troublesome matter. If we could attach ourselves to their branch, we'll surely reap great wealth in the future. That makes sense. Keep an eye on things here. I'm off to find my brother. No sooner had Wang Yu left than Han Qiong drove off in her Ferrari. Jiang Yu raced down the mountain, but he could not match the speed of her car, and soon she caught up to him. Beep. Han Qiong honked and rolled down her window. Get in. Jiang Yu was momentarily taken aback. What are you dawdling for? It's no trouble at all. You are the future son-in-law of the Han family. I must extend my hospitality considering you've come all this way. Sister, I'm here to annul the engagement. You needn't be so cordial. Let us not speak too soon. Our is a true beauty in Tianjin City. I've already left the marriage certificate behind, so here. Han Qiong tossed the certificate at Jiang Yu without a hint of gratitude. Jiang Yu managed a smile that resembled a grimace. I truly thank you. I'm grateful to everyone in the neighborhood. Is it really so difficult to just annul an engagement? Chapter 5. Farewell. It became evident that entangling with Han Qiong was not a prudent choice. Jiang Yu insisted on walking down the mountain, while Han Qiong leisurely followed in her car. She had a wide network, and as they passed several vehicles she recognized. When asked what she was doing, she replied without hesitation that she was escorting Han Ying's fiancée down the mountain. Ultimately, Jiang Yu relented and climbed into Han Qiong's car. Is it really necessary for everyone to know about this? Han Qiong pressed the gas pedal, speaking with a tone of pride. It was only a matter of time. I've stated that I'm here to annul the engagement. You want to think, so once you meeting her, the issue lies in our differences in status. I cannot aspire to such heights. Do not belittle yourself. You are the sole disciple of the esteemed Dr. Zhong. I am quite poor. That's all right. Our Han family has wealth. You can simply be a kept man. Are you joking? I will not live off someone else. I can fund you to open a clinic. I believe your medical skills will surely allow you to be self-sufficient. Enough of this chatter. Jiang Yu crossed his arms, leaning back in his seat to rest his eyes. He truly cannot fathom Han Qiong's thought process. Logically, a penniless young man like himself, arriving with a marriage contract, should be met with disdain. Yet Han Qiong's enthusiasm seems excessively fervent. After all, you are Han Ying's aunt. There is no need to push your niece into the fire, is there? Approximately 10 minutes later, the vehicle's speed suddenly decreased. Jiang Yu opened his eyes and noticed that Han Qiong's cheeks were glistening with cold sweat, her complexion pale. One hand gently rubbing her lower abdomen. Given your condition, we might as well forego dinner. You should find a place to rest, he suggested. As a skilled physician, Jiang Yu immediately discerned the cause of Han Qiong's discomfort, common dysmenorrhea. It's all right. Just fetch me some ibuprofen, she replied, leaning against the seat. Her expression, one of considerable distress. Merely taking painkillers won't suffice. You should visit a hospital, he insisted. I've been to numerous hospitals, and none could alleviate it. This happens every month. Please hurry and get me the medicine, she urged. Jiang Yu fell silent, exited the car, and entered the pharmacy. 5 minutes later, he returned and opened the driver's side door. Get out. Where's the medicine? Don't forget, I am also a doctor. I can assist you, he reminded her. With Jiang Yu's support, they made their way to a hotel adjacent to the pharmacy. Han Qiong's pallor deepened. What would it look like for an aunt to enter a hotel with her niece's fiancé? Yet, her agony was unbearable, and she longed for a bed where she could lie down. Jiang Yu helped her into the room, where she collapsed onto the bed, clutching her abdomen. Her body curled up, beads of cold sweat dotting her forehead. Jiang Yu, could you please get me some pain relief? She pleaded. I've already stated that I am a doctor, and your dysmenorrhea seems to have persisted for several years. Surely, you do not wish to endure this pain every month? His implication was clear. He could cure Han Qihuang's ailment. Didn't you say you trusted in my medical skills? He continued, casually sterilizing the silver needles he had purchased. You cannot wear your outer garment. Cannot wear it? Han Qihuang was visibly troubled. Do not overthink. I intend to perform acupuncture. Have you ever seen acupuncture done through clothing? In truth, Han Qihuang was not entirely convinced of Jiang Yu's abilities. He was simply too youthful. Had it been the venerable Dr. Zhong, she would have complied without hesitation. Do you genuinely wish to suffer like this indefinitely? Han Qihuang could no longer endure it. Even the slightest movement of her abdomen felt like a knife twisting within her. Fine, she acquiesced, her voice faint and lacking vigor. With her consent, Jiang Yu, as a healer, focused solely on the task at hand and commenced the acupuncture. As the first needle was inserted, Han Qihuang bit her lip. The initial prick was painful, but it quickly gave way to a sense of comfort and relief that was somewhat intoxicating. Jiang Yu softly remarked, traditional Chinese medicine often states that where there is pain, there is stagnation. Where there is flow, there is no pain. Dysmenorrhea typically stems from qi stagnation and blood stasis, leading to obstructed menstruation. Your initial negligence has allowed it to become chronic, necessitating gradual unblocking. As he spoke, several needles were inserted, and Han Qihuang's pain was noticeably alleviated. Can you completely cure my dysmenorrhea? Certainly. With our exclusive acupuncture and massage techniques at BQSHN, I assure you that after 7 sessions, you will be healed. What are you doing? Han Qihuang suddenly exclaimed, as she felt a tangible touch on her lower abdomen. It is said that the treatment requires cooperation with the massage. Rest assured, considering your age, I hold you in the highest regard and harbor no improper intentions. What do you mean? Am I not worthy of your attention, dear sister? Jiang Yu's words displeased Han Qihuang. Although she was slightly older, she remained one of the most sought-after women in Tianjin City. Of course not. Jiang Yu quickly changed the subject. Sister, if I cure your ailment, would you do me a favor in return? Is it about the engagement with Haning? Precisely. You need not worry. Even if you do not speak, I will assist you with this matter. It is a promise. Jiang Yu felt elated, and his unique techniques provided Han Qihuang with an unprecedented sense of comfort. The acupuncture and massage lasted for 15 minutes, and Han Qihuang's pain completely dissipated. Her face glowing with vitality, even her eyes reflecting a hint of lingering satisfaction. Sister, I must say, you ought to find a boyfriend. Jiang Yu tossed the silver needles into the trash bin, and as Han Qihuang dressed, she retorted, What do you mean by that? Jiang Yu replied, Sometimes. The balance of yin and yang is crucial. There is a theory of yin and yang in traditional Chinese medicine. Enough of the lecture. Take care of your own matters first. She shot Jiang Yu a glare, to which he quickly agreed. All right, I will first handle my own affairs. I will call Inger. The two of you should meet today to get acquainted. Sister, I think that is unnecessary. Do not feel pressured. Haning is not someone who values wealth over character. With my guidance, I guarantee she will come to like you. What? Jiang Yu was instantly displeased. Sister, it is rather ungracious to go back on your word. Wasn't it you who asked me for assistance? I asked you to help me cancel the engagement, not to play matchmaker. Cancel the engagement? Absolutely not. Han Qihuang's resolute stance left Jiang Yu flabbergasted. There is no common ground here. Whether it is cancelled or not, it must be terminated. Farewell. If you dare to leave this door, I will ensure you spend the rest of your life in prison. You threaten me? I'm afraid I'm not easily intimidated. Is that so? The hotel has surveillance. If I report that you drugged me with ulterior motives, do you think you will escape unscathed? How can you be so despicable? Jiang Yu felt frustrated. Han Qihuang was brought in by him, and if they reviewed the surveillance, he would indeed be at a disadvantage. Chapter 6. The decision-maker Jiang Yu never anticipated that Han Qihuang would resort to such threats against him. The beautiful visions he had while descending the mountain seemed to evaporate into thin air. Sister, what exactly do you find appealing about me? I can change. His tone carried a note of pleading, which genuinely surprised Han Qihuang. Our dear Inger possesses both beauty and grace, as well as wealth, captivating numerous young gentlemen in Tianjin City. Why, then, do you insist on breaking off the engagement? I have my reasons. I have no desire to hear your reasons. The engagement is formalized in 2 copies. It is utterly impossible for you to unilaterally annul it. If word of this were to spread, Where would the Han family's dignity reside? This is precisely the source of Jiang Yu's vexation. The engagement exists in duplicate. He could easily disregard the 9 engagements and seek out Dodo directly, but what if, among those 9 fiancées, one were to present the engagement letter and create a scene? Given Dodo's temperament, it is likely he would never see her again. Are you not concerned that I am already married? Impossible. I am well aware of the character of the esteemed Dr. Zhong. As long as the engagement remains, marriage is out of the question for you. What a bother. Jiang Yu inwardly cursed the old man countless times. It was as if he had set a trap for him. To marry any one of his 9 fiancées, he would have to traverse the country to annul the other engagements. Jiang Yu's expression darkened, while Han Qiong appeared quite pleased. Suddenly, her phone rang, and upon answering, her demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. All right, I will be there shortly. After hanging up, she turned to Jiang Yu and said, I must attend to something immediately. Please stay at this hotel for the time being and give me your phone number. I don't have a phone. Shall I call the police then? Jiang Yu gritted his teeth, reluctantly handing over his brick-like, unbranded phone. Han Qiong saved his number and waved her phone, saying, let us keep in touch. You need not worry about accommodations, just relax. As she departed, Jiang Yu muttered, at least you have some conscience. Her arrangements managed to elevate Jiang Yu's impression of her slightly. The matter of the engagement with the Han family must be temporarily set aside. Faced with difficulties here, Jiang Yu decided to shift his focus and first approach the Wen family to annul the engagement. Alas, it seems I must find a temporary job. With the engagement annulment proving challenging, he was destined to linger in Tianyun City for an extended period. The 500 yuan lent to him by Wen Qihuang would not last long. After resting at the hotel for one night, he set out early the next morning to inquire about the Wen family's residence while also seeking employment. The Wen family's reputation in Tianyun City did not match that of the Han family. After questioning over a dozen passers-by, he still found no leads. Unbeknownst to him, he wandered to the base of a tall building and, just as he was about to ask someone for directions, he looked up to discover he was standing beneath the Yuyan company. Suddenly recalling Wen Yihuan's earlier words, he promptly took out his phone to contact Su Xian. Hello. Who is this? It is I, Jiang Yu, the one you met yesterday. President Wen asked me to be his bodyguard, and after considering it overnight, I believe I should not disappoint his kind intention. Where are you? Su Xian's tone reflected urgency. I am right outside your company. Wait for me. I will be down immediately. Within 5 minutes, Su Xian hurriedly descended, carrying a suitcase and appearing both flustered and anxious. Get in. Su Xian, without uttering a word, swiftly pulled him into a black sedan. What was happening? Jiang Yu was utterly bewildered. Didn't you wish to become President Wen's bodyguard? We are in urgent need of your assistance. The driver turned his head, frowning, and remarked, Secretary Su, is this person trustworthy? He is affiliated with the Black Tiger Hall. Su Xian replied, taking him along is merely a formality. What on earth was going on? President Wen had been cornered by the Black Tiger Hall. Along the way, Jiang Yu learned that Su Xian's company had a competitive rivalry with a man named Qing Yuan, whose tactics were unscrupulous. Initially, he had thwarted their contract by enlisting individuals from the Black Tiger Hall to confront President Wen, demanding 3 million. This is tantamount to kidnapping. We should report it to the police. Jiang Yu exclaimed. It's not that simple. Su Xian explained. The Black Tiger Hall has managed to survive in Tianyun City, and they won't easily leave any incriminating evidence. I will only learn the full details once we arrive. 10 minutes later, they reached a private club and ascended directly to the top floor. Do not speak when we enter. I will find a way to negotiate with Jiang Hu. Su Xian cautioned. Jiang Hu was the authoritative figure of the Black Tiger Hall, known for his ruthless nature and notorious reputation. Su Xian felt uneasy. For while Jiang Hu demanded 3 million, she had only brought 1 million. As the elevator doors opened, 8 tattooed youths lined the corridor, glaring at them menacingly. Su Xian gulped nervously, her anxiety palpable. What an imposing setup, Jiang Yu remarked playfully, striding toward the room ahead. Su Xian wiped the cold sweat from her brow and hurried after him, reiterating, remember, do not speak out of turn. If you provoke Jiang Hu, 1 million will not suffice. Inside the room were approximately 12 individuals, with the foremost being a robust figure reminiscent of a fierce tiger, a cigar clenched between his teeth. Flanked by his subordinates, he was Jiang Hu, the leader of the Black Tiger Hall. Wen Qihuang sat beside him, unscathed and seemingly composed. A red cloth spread across the coffee table before her, adorned with a pile of shattered porcelain. when Qihuang appeared quite surprised upon seeing Jiang Yu, clearly not expecting him to accompany Su Xian. Did you bring the money? Jiang, whose voice was deep and commanding. I did, Su Xian replied, patting her suitcase. Jiang, who smiled, casting a glance at the visibly irate President One. Do not be upset, President One. What you shattered was a piece of Yuan dynasty blue and white porcelain that I procured at a high price from a friend, asking for 3 million ISNT in excessive demand. Jiang Hu, do not presume I am unaware of your tricks. Can this pile of junk truly be worth 3 million? When Qihuang retorted, indeed it is, Jiang Yu interjected, stepping forward with an air of nonchalance. It appears to be a Yuan dynasty piece with red underglaze. Jiang, whose asking price of 3 million is quite reasonable. Su Xian was left dumbfounded, nearly bursting out in outrage. Which side are you on, exactly? Chapter 7. Never touch money that does not belong to you. Jiang Yu successfully captured Jiang Hu's attention. Though he appeared to defend Jiang Hu showed no gratitude. Get lost. Do you think you have the right to speak here? Jiang Hu bellowed, his eyes glinting with malice. Yet, Jiang Yu seemed oblivious. Picking up a shard of ceramic from the red cloth, remarking to himself, this is the first time I've seen blue and white porcelain with red glaze. Oh, it even has an inscription. He held up a fragment and read aloud, made in the 13th year of the Republic. Brother Hu, you've clearly been duped by your friend. Did you not notice such a conspicuous inscription when you purchased it? Alas, I was under the impression it was authentic Yuan dynasty blue and white porcelain. Jiang Yu shook his head with a sigh, while Su Xian kept casting him furtive glances, whispering, Come here, stop talking. They were all too aware of Jiang Hu's tricks, but the members of the Black Tiger Hall were not to be trifled with. They could only hope to mitigate their losses. Su Xian was nearly in tears, exclaiming, I told you not to speak. And you not only spoke, but also exposed Jiang Hu right to his face. Do you have a death wish? She hastily added, Brother Hu, please don't be angry. He has just come from the mountains, and doesn't he know better? Don't hold it against him, we'll compensate you. Indeed, compensation was warranted. Having broken someone else's property, it was only right. He placed the 500 yuan that Qihuang had previously lent him on the table. Brother Hu, this is enough to purchase 3 of your ceramic pieces. Damn it, even if it's from the Republic era, it's worth far more than this. One of the underlings could no longer contain himself. Jiang Yu replied nonchalantly. The inscription may read 13th year of the Republic, but that doesn't necessarily mean it was crafted during that period. You must have some idea that you paid only a few dozen yuan for this ceramic. Big brother. Su Xian rushed over and pulled Jiang Yu aside, pleading, You're my brother, right? I beg you, please stop talking. Just look at Brother Hu. He looks ready to eat someone. Jiang Hu's expression darkened. If you dare utter another word, I will ensure you can never speak again. As he finished speaking, one of the underlings brandished a dagger playfully. Jiang Yu remained unfazed. Threatening me? That's the least of my worries. I've placed the compensation money right here. Take it or leave it. He then signaled to General One, saying, Let us leave. Leave? How can we? Su Xian thought she might strangle Jiang Yu. There were 18 people in the room, including the hallway. How could they possibly leave? She immediately placed her suitcase on the table and, in a subdued tone, said, Brother Hu, here is 1 million. Please accept it. My friend is clueless and doesn't he understand the situation. No one would turn down money. Yet Jiang Hu responded, 1 million? Is it that I haven't made myself clear, or has General One misunderstood? We're currently facing severe financial constraints and truly cannot offer more. 1 million is acceptable, but you all could negotiate and leave 2 hands behind, which would be worth 2 million. Hearing this, the driver instinctively took 2 steps back, drenched in cold sweat. Brother Hu, please allow me to think of another solution. I'll give you 1 more hour. Jiang Hu flicked the ash from his cigarette, signaling a young subordinate to retrieve the briefcase. Suddenly, a faint sound of slicing air pierced the silence, followed by a chilling scream. Just as the young man reached for the briefcase, a branch from a potted plant pierced through him, blood gushing forth. This shocking scene rendered everyone speechless, and Su Xian's legs turned to jelly. The perpetrator was Jiang Yu, effectively declaring war on Jiang Hu. Su Xian felt overwhelming regret, wishing she could slap herself for allowing this troublesome individual to accompany her. Now they had injured Jiang Hu's subordinate. Surely he would demand a heavy price. Moreover, they could forget about leaving unscathed today. Jiang Hu's expression darkened, radiating menace. However, Jiang Yu's demeanor was even more frigid. Keep your hands to yourself. Do not touch what does not belong to you. He spoke with a tone so grim it sent shivers down one's spine. You are Jiang Yu of the Black Tiger Gang, correct? Be clear. The 500 on the table is yours. Jiang Yu let out a chilling laugh, extinguished his cigarette, and slowly rose to his feet. It has been quite some time since anyone dared to speak to me in such a manner in Tianyan City. He approached the bed, reigniting a cigar, and calmly declared, break both his arms. Damn it, I've tolerated you long enough. The man toying with the dagger was the first to charge forward, launching a fierce kick. However, Jiang Yu executed a simple knee strike, and the young man crumpled to the ground, his face contorted in agony. President Wen, clutching the briefcase, dashed forward and urged Jiang Yu, run. Yet, by that moment, those who had heard the commotion in the corridor had already blocked the doorway. Su Xian cursed angrily. We're going to be killed because of your foolishness. Nevertheless, Jiang Yu charged like a wild beast, forcibly knocking the two men at the entrance aside, creating an escape route. Su Xian was momentarily stunned, lacking the time to marvel at Jiang Yu's brute strength, and sprinted out with the speed of a sprinter. Upon reaching the staircase, Jiang Yu halted. You go ahead, I will handle the aftermath. He exuded an aura of formidable resolve. However, President Wen grasped his hand tightly, insisting, don't play the hero, there are at least a dozen of them. Run. He dragged Jiang Yu down the stairs. Come on, just a dozen? What is there to fear? Jiang Yu retorted. A dozen? Su Xian was utterly speechless. Has this country bumpkin never faced the harsh realities of society? As the group of young men reached the staircase, Jiang Yu's voice echoed, do not pursue them. Boss, why not pursue them? If we let them escape, won't the Black Tiger Gang be a laughingstock? Jiang Yu took a deep drag from his cigarette. Haven't you realized? That kid is a skilled fighter. You are no match for him. Are we just going to let this go? Go find Iron Fist Wang Qi. Boss, do we really need Qi to deal with that kid? Are you instructing me on how to handle things? Jiang Yu's expression darkened. No, I shall not hesitate. I will seek out Qi. What shall we do about that woman surnamed One? Do not rush. Once Wang Qi has dealt with that fellow, we shall have our turn with her. Jiang Yu and his companions rushed to the basement, hastily departing in their vehicle. Once settled inside, General Wen exhaled a long breath of relief. Su Xian, however, was filled with apprehension. It is over. We have thoroughly offended the Black Tiger Hall, and there are no good days ahead. Jiang Yu replied nonchalantly, is it merely a ruffian? What is there to fear? Su Xian retorted angrily, what do you understand? This situation is all due to your blundering. General Wen shot Su Xian a glare. Su Xian, he saved me today, mind your tone. General Wen, you know well what sort of person Jiang Yu is. Will he let this matter rest? No, I must immediately hire 2 bodyguards to provide you with round-the-clock protection. Just hiring me is enough. Jiang Yu interjected, his eyes lighting up. As for remuneration, I can offer you a friendly rate. Chapter 8. Answering the call, Jiang Yu's current funds were provided by Han Qihuang, yet he still believed spending his own earnings brought greater freedom. Su Xian nearly kicked him out of the car. A friendly rate? Had it not been for you, would we be in this predicament? Bodyguards, indeed. Su Xian scoffed. You should worry about your own safety. Do you think Jiang Yu will let you off easily? At that moment, the driver spoke up, Secretary Su. I noticed this young man seems quite capable. That knife-wielding fellow was also a formidable subordinate of Jiang Yu. Yet he was bested by our young friend in a single move. It dawned on them then, recalling the details, a swift throw that pierced a hand, a single strike that felled a man, and a collision that sent 2 burly men, weighing a combined 300 Jin, sprawling. Moreover, Wen Yihuan and Su Xian had already recognized Jiang Yu's abilities the previous day. Wen Yihuan nodded and said, then for the next few days, I shall trouble you. How does a remuneration of 500 yuan sound? 500 a month? Jiang Yu hesitated, though he was willing to offer a friendly rate. 500 seemed far too meager. General Wen chuckled, am I really that stingy? I meant 500 a day. Deal. Jiang Yu agreed immediately, without a moment's thought. General Wen, you might want to reconsider, Su Xian advised. Not just anyone can serve as a personal bodyguard. There is a distinction. Su Xian, do you not recall the day we were intercepted by He Qingyuan's men upon our return to Tianyan City? I believe he is capable of protecting me. Su Xian was not questioning Jiang Yu's abilities. Rather, the thought of him being her personal bodyguard left her feeling uneasy. Yet General Wen had made her decision, rendering Su Xian's objections somewhat feeble. The driver returned them to General Wen's residence, which, though not as grand as Guanhujing, was still a prestigious community. General Wen, for the next few days, refrain from returning to the office. I will find someone to investigate the movements of the Black Tiger Hall and see if we can negotiate. Su Xian escorted them to the doorway of General Wen's home, and then leaned closer to Jiang Yu, whispering, "If you dare to harbor any improper intentions towards General One, I shall not spare you. Wen's residence consists of a cozy 2-bedroom apartment. For the next few days, you may rest in the guest room. Do not hesitate to ask me for anything you may need." Jiang Yu settled onto the sofa, taking a bite of an apple. "Wen, we have only recently acquainted. Are you truly at ease with me residing in the same space as you? You have assisted me on 2 occasions, and I have faith in your character." Wen smiled sweetly. "I possess a keen eye for discerning people's true nature." She retrieved a change of clothes from her bedroom, stating, "I shall take a shower first. Make yourself comfortable." The sound of running water soon echoed from the bathroom, yet the door remained slightly ajar. Jiang Yu approached the door with a leisurely pace, discovering Wen standing quietly behind it, her garments untouched. Upon hearing Jiang Yu's footsteps, she felt a wave of nervousness. Though she professed her trust in Jiang Yu, one can never fully know another's heart. How carefree she must be, leaving the door ajar while bathing. Jiang Yu gently closed the bathroom door, muttering to himself before returning to the sofa to turn on the television. Behind the door, Wen wore a satisfied smile, appreciating the gesture before finally locking the door to commence her shower. Suddenly, Wen's phone rang, having been placed on the coffee table prior to her bath. The caller ID displayed, "Dad." "Wen, your phone." "No need to answer. I will tend to it shortly." Jiang Yu chose to ignore it, but the incessant ringing became unbearable, prompting him to answer. "Qihuang, what is going on? Why are you only now picking up?" When Qihuang's father sounded noticeably irritated on the other end, Jiang Yu explained, "Uncle, please do not be upset. Your daughter is currently in the shower." "In the shower?" A long silence followed from the other end. "Uncle, are you listening? I mentioned that your daughter is in the shower." "I heard you. There is no need to repeat." A roar erupted from the phone. "Kid, who are you? What is your relationship with Qihuang? How far have you two progressed?" This barrage of inquiries left Jiang Yu bewildered. Was it truly necessary to leap to such conclusions over a simple shower? Just as he attempted to clarify, when Qihuang's father thundered, "I warn you. Keep your distance from my daughter. She is already promised to someone." With that, the call ended abruptly, leaving no chance for Jiang Yu to explain. What a temper he has. Jiang Yu set down the phone, murmuring to himself, not overly concerned with Qihuang's father's words. Shortly thereafter, when Qihuang emerged from the bathroom, clad in a delicate lavender nightgown, her alluring curves subtly visible. Her hair was damp, and her complexion radiant, akin to a pristine lotus flower. As she toweled off her hair, she inquired, "Who called just now?" "Your father. I answered for you and informed him you were in the shower." "What?" When Qihuang's eyes widened in alarm, "What did my dad say?" A sudden barrage of furious shouts assailed me, demanding to know the extent of my relationship with you. "Why didn't you clarify the situation?" "I intended to, but your father abruptly ended the call. I was taken aback to discover that you are already betrothed. That engagement was arranged by my grandfather long ago and bears no relevance to me. I will never acknowledge it." Her stance on her engagement was both clear and resolute. "However, my father is exceedingly traditional and has always been quite strict regarding the engagement, and he is undoubtedly en route now. It would be wise for you to conceal yourself." A loud, insistent knocking echoed through the air, accompanied by your father's furious voice. "Qihuang, open the door. Let me in this instant." "Oh no, how could he arrive so quickly? What should I do?" Panic surged through her as she paced back and forth. "We are innocent, right? Can't you just explain it to him?" "How could I explain? Should I tell him you are my bodyguard? If he discovers anything about the Black Tiger Hall, he will only worry more." Her father continued to pound on the door. "Open up. If you don't let me in within a minute, don't expect me to recognize you as my daughter." "Qihuang, did you hear that? Open the door immediately. You, quickly, hide in my wardrobe." Qihuang urged Jiang Yu in a flurry of anxiety. "Qihuang, have you grown wings? You dare to keep me at bay?" "Dad, I'm changing clothes. I'll be right there." Just as she had nudged Jiang Yu a couple of steps away, the door swung open unexpectedly. 6 eyes met in a moment of profound silence. Chapter 9. When Fuyo dressed only in her pajamas, when Qihuang's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. "You all." Her father's teeth ground together, his eyes ablaze with fury. Jiang Yu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him and managed to muster a strained smile towards Wen's father. "Dad, please calm down. It's not as you imagine." "How can I remain calm?" Wen's father bellowed. "Qihuang, have you forgotten your engagement? Your actions are bringing shame upon this family. Please, don't mention the engagement again." When Qihuang suddenly found her voice. "Marriage is a lifelong commitment. Why should I wed someone I have never met and know nothing about?" "You don't understand. Marriage is a matter of parental authority and matchmaking. Once an engagement is established, it cannot be broken without cause. Father, this is a new era. Why are you so antiquated? Hearing the exchange between the father and daughter, Jiang Yu stroked his chin, pondering how there still existed people as inflexible as this old man. Uncle, I believe that a person's lifelong happiness should not be shackled by a mere engagement. A relationship devoid of emotional foundation is akin to a house without a foundation. Be silent. Matters of the Wen family are not for an outsider like you to critique. Before Jiang Yu could finish his words, he was abruptly interrupted by Mr. Wen, whose demeanor was stern and gaze unkind. Jiang Yu felt stifled and could only lower his head in silent resignation, becoming a mere observer. However, when Qihuang picked up on Jiang Yu's thoughts and interjected, "Dad, I believe Jiang Yu is correct. I cannot spend my life with someone devoid of emotion. Qihuang, emotions can be cultivated. Moreover, what is his name?" Mr. Wen inquired, appearing somewhat surprised. When Qihuang, with a quick flick of her eyes, approached him and insisted, "Dad, let us discuss this inside." She led Mr. Wen into her private chamber, leaving Jiang Yu to wait in the living room, cautioning him against eavesdropping. Inside the chamber, Mr. Wen once again asked, "You say his name is Jiang Yu?" When Qihuang nodded in affirmation, "Is he the disciple of the esteemed Dr. Zhong?" Mr. Wen continued, "I did not inquire, but when I first met him, he mentioned he was here to annul an engagement." "Whose engagement?" Mr. Wen pressed. "Mine and Han Ying's." "That must be him," Mr. Wen exclaimed, showing signs of agitation. "Why did you not inform me sooner? I almost caused a misunderstanding just now. But why would you two want to annul the engagement if you were living together?" "Dad, we are not living together. He is merely my bodyguard at present, and he is still unaware that I am Wen Fuyao," she clarified. Wen Qihuang, born Wen Fuyao, had chosen a stage name when she intended to enter the entertainment industry at 18. However, her career did not flourish, and with her father's encouragement and support, she transitioned into business. During her acting days, she had built some connections, and the name Wen Qihuang had gained some recognition, hence she continued to use it. The name Wen Fuyao, however, was known only to her family. Mr. Wen furrowed his brow. "Why did you not tell him sooner?" Wen Qihuang hurriedly replied, "Dad, please do not mention this to him." "What do you mean? What are you truly up to?" "Dad, we have only just met. You want me to engage with him under my current identity? I need to understand what kind of person he is first. I can agree to that. But as you heard, there are others involved in this engagement, not just our Wen family. You are currently in close proximity. Do not let the Han family seize the opportunity first." When Qihuang pouted, somewhat disgruntled, "What is so special about him? Is it really necessary for you to be this way, Dad? I can only say that an excellent teacher produces outstanding students. Dr. Zhong's prowess extends beyond mere medical skill." Mr. Wen remarked, his words laden with significance. After reaching an understanding, the father and daughter exited the room, and Mr. Wen's earlier hostility had dissipated, replaced by a serene countenance. He scrutinized Jiang Yu once more, nodding in satisfaction and praising, "A remarkable young man." When Qihuang, fearing her father would inadvertently reveal too much, hurriedly ushered him towards the door. "Dad, you should head back now." Mr. Wen waved goodbye to Jiang Yu, advising, "Young Jiang, please treat our Qihuang well. Though she can be a bit headstrong at times, she has a good heart." "Dad." When Qihuang constantly cast glances at her father, urging him toward the door, and only sighed in relief once he had departed. She dared not let him linger. Jiang Yu, bewildered, inquired, "President Wen, what has happened to your father? He seems like a different person." "Oh, it's nothing. That's just how my dad is. Once misunderstandings are resolved, everything will be fine." Nevertheless, she felt an unsettling gaze from her father. No, you must be mistaken," she stammered, her heart racing like a startled deer, fearing Jiang Yu might discern something amiss. "Let me change my clothes, and I shall take you to buy some toiletries." With that, she hurried back to her room, taking deep breaths until she regained her composure. Afterward, she led Jiang Yu to a nearby supermarket, where they purchased toothbrushes and towels. When Qihuang refrained from eating outside and ordered takeout instead. Soon after, Su Xian arrived, visibly flustered, exclaiming, "This is bad. President Wen, we are in serious trouble. I heard that Jean Hu is sending Wang Qi to deal with us." She was anxious. But Jiang Yu remained unfazed, asking, "Is Wang Qi really that formidable?" Su Xian shot him an incredulous glare. "Of course, you wouldn't know Wang Qi. He is notorious in Tianyan City, Jean Hu's ace enforcer, known as Iron Fist. It is said that years ago, during a turf war, Wang Qi single-handedly defeated 10 opponents, leaving them severely injured. When Yihuan's expression turned grave, Su Xian unleashed her frustration on Jiang Yu. This is all your fault. If it weren't for you, Jean, who would never have sent Wang Qi. Jiang Yu shrugged. Why don't you acknowledge that I helped you retain $1 million? You still have the audacity to complain? What could have been settled for a mere $1 million has now escalated into a situation where we might lose our lives due to your blunders. Jiang Yu, dismissive, remarked. Wang Qi is just Jean Hu's henchman. He is not as fearsome as you think. You naive fool. Do you truly underestimate the danger? Su Xian retorted angrily. You are now President Wen's bodyguard, constantly in her presence. Can you guarantee that Wang Qi won't inadvertently harm her while targeting you? Su Xian harbored considerable resentment towards Jiang Yu, believing their predicament stemmed from his actions. Secretary Su, please have a little faith in me. Since I volunteered to be President Wen's bodyguard, I can assure her safety. Spare me your bravado. Just don't end up begging for mercy when you confront Wang Qi. Su Xian scoffed, her ability to belittle others surpassing all expectations. Naive fool, what do you mean by that? Say another word, I dare you. Su Xian shouted, jabbing her finger at Jiang Yu, her frustration palpable. Suddenly, the doorbell rang, and a voice called from outside. Hello, your takeout. When Yihuan rose and said, please stop arguing. Let us eat something before devising a plan. Don't go. Jiang Yu abruptly stood up, startling Wen Yihuan. What's wrong? Chapter 10. The Golden Enforcer. When Yihuan gazed at the doorway with the apprehension of a startled bird. What was happening? There was an aura of menace. Such a presence may seem elusive to ordinary individuals, yet it undeniably exists. Could a mere delivery person exude such a threatening atmosphere? Su Xian shot Jiang Yu a disdainful glance and muttered as she went to open the door. She accepted the delivery, turning back to mock. Where's the menace? However, at the very moment she casually shut the door, it was suddenly yanked open with a forceful pull, causing Su Xian to stumble and fall to the ground. Tears nearly spilling from her eyes due to the pain. The takeout was scattered everywhere. At that moment, a towering figure, standing nearly 2 meters tall, entered. His appearance was rather unremarkable, but his hands were fearsome to behold. They were calloused and thick, easily double the size of an average person's. The menace emanated from him. Su Xian initially thought it was the delivery person's clumsiness that caused her fall and was about to scold him, but upon seeing the giant, she trembled and found her words failing her. Wang Qi. She disregarded the spilled soup and scrambled to Jiang Yu's side, shaking uncontrollably. When Yihuan's heart raced, and she helped Su Xian to her feet, her gaze fixed on Wang Qi without a moment's deviation. The fear of both women was palpable, while Jiang Yu remained composed, stating calmly, you've come knocking at my door quite swiftly. Your efficiency is commendable. Wang Qi scrutinized Jiang Yu, his voice low and menacing. Do you know the consequences of offending Brotherhood? Jiang Yu gently nudged Wen Yihuan back, signaling for them to retreat, and replied coolly, I cannot say that I do. Wang Qi closed the door, cracking his knuckles, the sound echoing ominously. Choose your method of demise. Drowned, buried, cleaved by a blade, or struck dead by my fist. Do you know what crime it is to come here to commit violence? He sneered. Do you have any idea how many lives I carry on my shoulders? Do you think the law will intimidate me? Jiang Yu stretched his neck, a delighted smile appearing on his face. So, if I were to kill you, would that be considered a public service? Then it remains to be seen whether you possess the capability. Wang Qi's eyes flared with murderous intent as he stepped forward, his massive hand poised to strike, like a heavy hammer descending toward Wen Yihuan's heart. Wait! Wen Yihuan shouted, a cold sweat cascading down her back. By all appearances, Jiang Yu, a head shorter, seemed no match for Wang Qi. She could not allow Jiang Yu to perish here. After all, he was her fiancé. Summoning her courage, Wen Yihuan stepped forward and implored, please spare him. We are willing to compensate for all losses incurred by the Black Tiger Hall. Su Xian concurred, no, that's correct. You only desire money, don't you? Wang Qi replied with a cold smile. Initially, yes, but from the moment brother who called me, the nature of the matter transformed. 5 million. When Yihuan proposed, if I compensate the Black Tiger Hall 5 million, shall we conclude this matter? As for the monetary aspects, you may discuss them with Brother Hu. My purpose here is singular. Wang Qi's murderous intent remained undiminished, unaffected by the allure of wealth. When it became apparent that money could not resolve the situation, Wen Yihuan found herself at a loss. She incessantly gestured to Jiang Yu, urging him to flee. Yet, Jiang Yu appeared oblivious, inexplicably picking up a toothpick from the coffee table and muttering, I heard you are known as Iron Fist. I wonder if you are as hard as iron. As the words left his mouth, 3 toothpicks soared through the air, their swift passage producing a trio of faint whooshing sounds that resonated clearly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The speed of the toothpicks was astonishing, nearly imperceptible to the eye. In an instant, silence enveloped the room, as if nothing had transpired. After 3 seconds of stillness, Su Xian suddenly pointed at Wang Qi in shock. Blood. 3 thin streams of blood flowed down Wang Qi's palm, and only then did he feel the pain emanating from his hand. When Qihuang gasped, her hand covering her mouth, staring incredulously at the stainless steel door. 3 toothpicks were embedded in it. Wang Qi's expression shifted dramatically. Those slender toothpicks had pierced through his calloused hand and were now affixed to the door. As a seasoned figure in the underworld, Wang Qi instantly comprehended that he had struck an iron wall today. No, it was beyond an iron wall. It was akin to a 24 titanium alloy shield. Jiang Yu retrieved another toothpick from the box, casually picking his teeth while disdainfully remarking, "Is this all? I expected your iron fist to be formidable." Sensing the precarious situation, Wang Qi turned to flee. Jiang Yu dashed forward, launching a kick. "Since you've come, leaving 1T be so simple." Boom. His kick sent Wang Qi sprawling to the ground, cracking the floor beneath him. Naturally, Wang Qi was not one to be easily subdued. He quickly rolled over and struck at Jiang Yu's face with his palm. Jiang Yu countered with a punch, an incredible force smashing Wang Qi's hand against the floor. Boom. A previously intact section of the floor shattered into fragments, and Wang Qi let out a wail of agony. His thick palm had been deformed by Jiang Yu's strike. Without pausing, Jiang Yu delivered another blow. "Iron fist, is it? Iron fist, is it?" Within moments, Wang Qi's right hand was left bloodied and mangled, on the verge of being rendered useless. Jiang Yu then targeted Wang Qi's other hand, reiterating, "Iron fist, is it? Iron fist, is it?" With a series of precise punches, Jiang Yu rendered the renowned Iron Fist Wang Qi incapable of further combat. Su Xian stood there, utterly stunned. This was astonishingly fierce. After all, this was Wang Qi, the Black Tiger Hall's gold medal enforcer, capable of taking on 10 opponents single-handedly. Incredulously, she found herself unable to believe her eyes. Jiang Yu, this rustic fool, had rendered a pair of hands utterly useless in a matter of moments. Recalling her previous disdain and mockery towards him, Su Xian felt her legs weaken, collapsing onto the ground. At that moment, when Qihuang was equally astonished. Was this young man truly her betrothed? It was only after Jiang Yu had knocked out a tooth from Wang Qi that when Qihuang regained her senses and rushed to grasp Jiang Yu's arm, exclaiming, "Stop. If you continue, someone may end up dead." Jiang Yu straightened his attire and addressed Wang Qi, saying, "Go back and inform Jin Hu that he shall not receive a single cent, should he dare to trouble General Wen again. His fate will not be much better than yours." Wang Qi slowly rose, his eyes brimming with rage and frustration, yet he felt utterly powerless. He had chosen this path, fully aware of the consequences that awaited him. With his hands rendered useless and his iron fists a thing of the past, even if Jiang Yu spared him, his former enemies would inevitably seek him out. As he reached the door, Jiang Yu added, "Of course, if Jin Hu remains unconvinced, he ought to refrain from sending lowly creatures like you next time. He should at least summon a master of transformation." Wang Qi trembled, filled with bitterness, understanding all too well what a master of transformation signified to a warrior. Chapter 11. Indignant, yet impoverished, Jiang Yu had anticipated that the lesson he imparted to Wang Qi would instill a profound sense of respect in Jin Hu. Little did he know that Wang Qi, having lost the use of his hands, had hastily departed Tianyun City under the cover of night, failing even to inform Jin Hu. Consequently, Jiang Yu's message intended for Jin Hu remained uncommunicated. After 3 days of silence and an inability to contact Wang Qi, Jin Hu's fury erupted atop the highest floor of Qingyuan Club. Bang! He overturned a chair in a fit of rage, berating his underlings before him. "What? You still cannot reach Wang Qi? What good are you useless fools to me? Boss, Qi Gu has always looked down on us. If he refuses to answer our calls, there's nothing we can do. And that brat, I heard he has been inseparable from Qihuang these past few days. What on earth is Wang Qi up to? Damn it, he won't even take my calls. Boss, I may be overstepping, but I feel that Qi Gu sometimes does not regard you highly." Enraged, Jin Hu smashed a cup to pieces, then lit a cigar, commanding, "Give Wang Qi 3 more days. If there is still no resolution, he shall face my wrath." "And what of that one woman?" He Qingyuan has voiced his discontent, claiming our Black Tiger Hall has taken the money without delivering results. Send a few people to have some fun with her. She runs a cosmetics company, so I trust you know how to handle that? Yes, I will see to it at once. For 3 days, Jiang Yu safeguarded Wen Yihuan, accompanying her to and from work. While she was at the office, he had little to occupy his time and spent his days idly wandering downstairs, inquiring about Wen Fuyo. However, after 3 days, he found himself without a single clue, as if the city of Tianyun had never known a person named Wen Fuyo. This predicament caused him considerable distress. During these 3 days, the Black Tiger Hall had also remained unusually quiet, allowing Wen Yihuan to gradually lower her guard. At last, on this particular day, Han Qiong reached out to him once again. Come quickly to Tianyun University. Tianyun University is a prestigious institution located on the outskirts of the city. Jiang Yu felt a flicker of doubt. What business could there be at a university? What else with all the questions? Just come. Hey, if you insist I go. Wouldn't that be quite embarrassing for me? Let me tell you, if you do not comply with my request, that marriage certificate you cherish will be forever out of your reach. Jiang Yu was taken aback, gritting his teeth in frustration. This woman dared to use the marriage certificate as leverage against him. Had she already discerned its significance to him? Han Qiong had seized his lifeline, leaving him no choice but to reluctantly acquiesce. He arrived at Wen Yihuan's office, still acting in his capacity as her bodyguard, needing to report his outings. Wen Yihuan was meticulously reviewing a document, with Su Xin standing beside her. President Wen, I need to step out for a moment, so I wanted to inform you. Upon hearing this, Su Xin immediately expressed her discontent. What do you mean? You are President Wen's personal bodyguard. It's one thing to loiter around downstairs, but now you wish to go elsewhere? Although she feared Jiang Yu, she mustered the courage to confront him. However, ever since the Wang Qi incident, Su Xin no longer dared to call Jiang Yu a rustic simpleton. Wen Yihuan, displaying a degree of understanding, nodded and said, You may go. I believe the Black Tiger Hall will not dare to act against me now. Jiang Yu replied, I will be here to pick you up when you finish work. He still held on to some professional ethics. Su Xin wanted to say more, but upon locking eyes with Jiang Yu, her heart sank, and she swallowed her words. Half an hour later, Jiang Yu arrived at the entrance of Tianyun University. The students exuded youthful exuberance, vibrant and full of vitality. At times, Jiang Yu envied them, having spent his childhood in solitary study under the guidance of the elders. Had it not been for his junior sister's later entrance into the Boqi Mountain sect, he likely would have had no friends at all. Hey, feeling envious? Han Qiong playfully patted him on the shoulder from behind. If you were willing to marry into the Han family, I could arrange for you to become a member of Tianyun University. Jiang Yu turned around, resolutely stating, not interested. Han Qiong smiled slightly, her eyes gleaming with mischief. Let me share a secret with you. Our Han Ing is the belle of Tianyun University. Is that the reason you brought me here? I've already reserved a spot for you at the CAF nearby. You should engage in a meaningful conversation with her. I think that might be unnecessary. Jiang Yu understood Han Qiong's intentions. She merely wished to foster a connection between him and Han Ing. But I have come to annul the engagement, to sever ties. What kind of feelings can be cultivated here? Do you have a choice? Han Qiong smiled, as if everything was well within her grasp. I detest being threatened the most. Do you no longer wish to keep the marriage certificate from our family? Do you believe that a mere certificate holds significant value for me? If it matters not to you, why then, do you feel compelled to come and annul the engagement? Had you not appeared in Tianyun City, we might never have found you. Yet here you are? Jiang Yu wore a look of helplessness. I am a person of considerable capability, yet I find myself utterly at a loss with you, a woman. Very well, I shall attempt to cultivate a relationship with her. But on one condition, you must refrain from mentioning the engagement. If this path proves unfruitful, Jiang Yu shall seek alternative means. It seems rather challenging to procure the marriage certificate from Han Qiong and Han Tianming. However, since Han Ing is still a university student, she may be more amenable. Perhaps I could obtain the certificate through her. Once the certificate is secured, it would signify that the initiative rests with me, freeing me from Han Qiong's threats. I shall agree to your terms. You wait for me at the CAF. Jiang Yu turned and left, arriving at the CAF, where he closed his eyes to contemplate his strategy. After approximately 15 minutes, two beautiful girls approached. One of them sported a high ponytail, clad in a light blue knitted top and distressed high-waisted wide-leg jeans, revealing a perfectly sculpted waist. The other girl wore bangs, dressed in a light-colored blouse paired with a black mini-skirt. They made their way directly to Jiang Yu, and the ponytailed girl assessed him before speaking coolly. Jiang Yu? Jiang Yu nodded politely, rising to greet them, inquiring, "And you are?" The ponytailed girl replied, "I am Han Ing, and this is my classmate and close friend, Wang Ruoqi." Wang Ruoqi, however, was far less courteous, her gaze brazenly roving over Jiang Yu, filled with disdain. "You are the one set up for a blind date with Han Ing? Aunt Han has sung your praises, but in my opinion, you are merely a country bumpkin." Wang Ruoqi's words left no room for grace, drawing the attention of many onlookers. A blind date. Jiang Yu understood that this was undoubtedly Han Qiong's rationale for their meeting, and a sudden plan struck him. He would approach Han Ing under the guise of a stranger, win her affection, and then casually broach the subject of her engagement, thereby smoothly persuading Han Ing to procure her family's marriage certificate. Wang Ruoqi plopped down, continuing her mockery. "Do you have any idea how wealthy Han Ying's family is? You, a country bumpkin, think you can pursue her? Do you believe you are worthy?" Jiang Yu smiled calmly. "When I pursue a girl, I never consider her wealth, for surely she possesses more than I." He spoke with a tone of confidence and composure, leaving Han Ing and Wang Ruoqi momentarily bewildered. They had never encountered someone so unabashedly poor. Chapter 12. "Sir, the funds are insufficient." Jiang Yu's words resonated with them, reminiscent of a famous second-generation heir who once declared that he never judged friends by their wealth, for they were all undoubtedly richer than he. "What is this?" "It is the confidence of the affluent." "What do your words amount to?" Wang Ruoqi rolled her eyes in disdain and said, "Have you lost your mind, Han Ing? Let's go. Someone like this is utterly unworthy of you." However, Han Ing casually tossed her backpack onto the sofa and sat down, remarking, "Your words are rather amusing." After taking a seat, she ordered 2 cups of coffee and curiously observed Jiang Yu, quietly commenting, "Although it's not as impressive as my aunt described, your appearance is still passable." Jiang Yu felt a surge of indignation. What does passable even mean? He is the most handsome man of Boqi Mountain, after all. Yet, from Han Ying's demeanor, Jiang Yu inferred that she had never seen the marriage certificate and might even be unaware of her engagement. "Since you were introduced by my aunt, I won't deny you a chance. Can you drink?" Han Ing took a sip of her coffee, white cream smudging her lips, which she delicately licked with her tongue, leaving Jiang Yu momentarily spellbound. Han Qiong did not exaggerate. Her niece was indeed a stunning beauty. Naturally, Jiang Yu maintained a composed expression, aiming to leave a good impression on their first encounter. He nodded and said, "I can drink a little. I have a gathering with friends tonight. You should join us." He added. Upon hearing this, Wang Ruoqi immediately protested, "No way, Han Ing. The people at tonight's gathering are all either rich or noble. This uncouth bumpkin will only embarrass you." Yet Han Ing merely cast her a meaningful glance, and Wang Ruoqi instantly understood, subsequently flashing a cunning smile. "Such an opportunity is rare. You should cherish this bumpkin." Han Ing inquired, "Are you free tonight?" Jiang Yu could tell they were not genuinely inviting him to the gathering and likely had some ulterior motives. However, Wang Ruoqi was right. Such an opportunity must be seized. When Miss Han extends an invitation, one must make time. He smiled, while Wang Ruoqi internally scoffed, thinking, after tonight, let's see if this bumpkin can still smile. Han Ing stood up, bag in hand, declaring, 9 o'clock tonight at Nice Bar. Wang Ruoqi then placed 500 yuan on the table and called out, "Waiter, the bill, please." On their first meeting, Jiang Yu felt compelled to display his gentlemanly demeanor, stating, "Allow me to pay." Wang Ruoqi sneered, "Our coffees are over 200 each. Can you afford that, bumpkin?" Jiang Yu's lips twitched. Must she look down on him so much? True, he was not wealthy, but he could surely manage a few hundred for coffee. With a daily wage from Yuan, Jiang Yu currently possessed over 1,000 yuan. When the waiter approached, he generously handed over 500 yuan and strode away. Sir, the money." The waiter called out anxiously. Jiang Yu waved dismissively, "No need for change." He walked away with an air of nonchalance, exuding as much elegance as he could muster. "Sir, the money is insufficient." Jiang Yu stumbled, nearly toppling to the ground. "What? 500 yuan is insufficient?" The mocking gazes of those around him converged, nearly suffocating him with embarrassment. The waiter approached, stating, "Sir, your 3 cups of coffee total 537 yuan. You still owe 37. Laughter erupted among the onlookers, restrained yet audible, while Wang Ruoqi unabashedly laughed aloud, teasing, "Did you really think you were impressive?" He shot her a resentful glare. Were it not for her offering 500 yuan to settle the bill, he would not have suffered such humiliation. Wang Ruoqi seemed to perceive his thoughts, bluntly saying, "Simpleton, it's already generous of us to join you for coffee. Did you naively believe I would cover your bill as well?" The 500 yuan sufficed for her and Han Ying's drinks. Jiang Yu felt an overwhelming urge to strike her with the sole of his size 42 shoe, cursing inwardly. Why didn't Tiu say so earlier? He fished out 100 and handed it to the waiter, requesting change. Having already failed in his pretense, he deemed it unnecessary to part with any more money. After receiving the change, Jiang Yu swiftly disappeared from sight. Wang Ruoqi laughed uncontrollably, exclaiming, I suddenly find tonight's gathering quite amusing. Han Ying, how shall we deal with him? Han Ying grinned mischievously and whispered a few words to Wang Ruoqi, who laughed even more joyfully. Jiang Yu practically fled back to Yu Yan Company, fortuitously encountering Wen Yihuan and Su Xian. Noticing his unusual demeanor, Wen Yihuan inquired, Is something wrong? No, nothing at all, he replied. Such a humiliating incident was not something he could divulge. Su Xian immediately grew anxious, exclaiming, Could it be that the Black Tiger Hall is up to something again? Jiang Yu straightened his posture, declaring, With me around, do they dare? Although he instilled fear in Wen Yihuan and Su Xian, he also provided a sense of security. Su Xian sighed in relief, while Wen Yihuan remarked, I have to stay late today to discuss recent sales with the sales department. You can wait for me in the office, and if you're hungry, order some takeout. Jiang Yu waited in the office until 8:30, when Wen Yihuan finally finished work. He safely escorted her back to her neighborhood, and at the entrance, he said, I won't go in. I have a gathering with friends tonight. Su Xian teased. Do you actually have friends in Tianyan City? For the past few days, Su Xian had been diligently escorting Wen Yihuan home before returning alone, fulfilling her duties as a secretary, albeit with occasionally unflattering remarks. Jiang Yu retorted, Is it a crime to have a good rapport with others? Su Xian continued, If you leave tonight, what will happen to General Manager Wen? Wen Yihuan waved her hand dismissively, saying, It's all right. I shouldn't be in any danger at home. After saying this, she took out 10,000 yuan from her bag and handed it to Jiang Yu. General Manager Wen, what is this for? Take it. You can't go out without some cash, can you? This gesture warmed his heart, and he did not refuse. He understood that bar expenses could be high, and having extra money would spare him from enduring another embarrassing situation like today's. General Manager, consider this money a loan from you to me. You have saved me millions. Such a sum is trivial. Wen Yihuan smiled softly, like a gentle spring breeze. Gazing upon her countenance, Jiang Yu felt his heart race wildly. Wen Yihuan, with her beauty, kindness, and understanding nature, was undeniably captivating. Yet, a sudden flash of a fearsome figure crossed his mind, the familiar visage striking him like a wake-up call, prompting him to avert his gaze immediately. If you need anything, feel free to call me, President Wen. And remember, if someone knocks, do not open the door. I understand. With that, Jiang Yu descended the stairs, followed closely by Su Xian as they exited the community. The entrance was eerily deserted, the silence almost unsettling. Abruptly, Jiang Yu halted, furrowing his brow. Su Xian, lost in thought, collided with his back, the impact yielding a soft and bouncy sensation. Who's there? Show yourself. Su Xian was about to unleash her fury when Jiang Yu's unexpected remark frightened her, causing her complexion to pale. Chapter 13. You still lack the finesse to scheme against me just moments ago. Su Xian had been ready to confront Jiang Yu, yet now transformed into a startled creature, swiftly seeking refuge behind him, her heart racing at the slightest sound. The area remained quiet, devoid of any presence. After what felt like an eternity, Su Xian cautiously straightened up, hands on her hips, and exclaimed, Don't play such tricks on me. Where is this person? If it's not a person, could it be a ghost? What? A ghost? Please don't scare me. Su Xian once again hid behind Jiang Yu, trembling slightly. Although she had received a higher education, she was not a staunch atheist. Just as Su Xian contemplated whether Jiang Yu was toying with her, 3 young men leaped from behind the wall. All in their 20s, they lacked the vitality typical of youth. The leader was Wang Yu, a security guard from Guanhujing, who had spent several days tracking Jiang Yu's movements. Aware of Jiang Yu's recent closeness to Wen Yihuan, he had been lurking with his companions behind the low trees after dark. The trio was now filled with wrath, having endured discomfort while lying in wait, beset by mosquitoes in the sweltering heat. Finally, we've caught up with you, you country bumpkin. Wang Yu cursed, incessantly scratching at his face. Who are you? Su Xian initially suspected they were sent by Jin Hu, but upon observing Wang Yu and his companions, it was evident they were of a lesser caliber than the Black Tiger Hall. You want me to leave? Who do you think you are? Su Xian retorted defiantly. While she might have feared the Black Tiger Hall, She was not intimidated by mere street thugs, especially with a capable ally beside her. Jiang Yu provided her with ample confidence. "Brother Yu, I'm itching all over. Let us get this over with so I can go back and apply some lotion." One of Wang Yu's companions looked as if his face might be scratched to shreds. Wang Yu pulled out his phone and took a step back. Deliver a proper lesson to this bumpkin. Wang Yu's intention was quite straightforward, to teach Jiang Yu a lesson and then drive him out of Tianjin City. This served a dual purpose, to relieve his own frustrations and to seize the opportunity to establish a connection with the Han family. He activated his phone's video recording to preserve evidence for the Han family, hoping to earn their favor. While adjusting the clarity of the recording, he heard 2 loud thuds but paid little attention. Once he refined the clarity, he discovered that Jiang Yu had already hailed a taxi. "Hurry up and act. That bumpkin is trying to escape," Wang Yu urged, yet received no response. Suddenly, he turned around, his mouth forming a silent gasp. He beheld the 2 individuals he had borrowed from his brother sprawled on the ground, blood oozing from their nostrils. Blood! Wang Yu's face turned pale, and he fainted. Jiang Yu had no time to waste on Wang Yu. He had an appointment to keep. After escorting Su Xian home, he hurried to Nice Bar. This establishment was renowned as the most bustling and lively venue in Tianjin City, housing over 20 bars of varying sizes. While it remained relatively quiet during the day, it transformed dramatically at night. Inside the bar, deafening music blared, while a sea of men and women danced exuberantly in the pulsating atmosphere. It was Jiang Yu's first visit to a bar, and he felt out of place. Had it not been for his desire to obtain the marriage certificate through Han Ning, he would not have lingered for a moment longer. Nice Bar, the largest in Tianjin City, boasted a reputation for high expenses yet remained perpetually packed every night. Amidst the dim lighting and throngs of patrons, Jiang Yu struggled to locate Han Ning. He squeezed to the edge of the dance floor, momentarily pausing to observe the frenzied movements of the women. Just then, someone tapped his shoulder. "Hey, bumpkin, I thought you wouldn't show up." It was Wang Ruoqi, Han Ying's friend, her eyes gleaming with mockery. "Surprised, are you? Not used to seeing so many beauties in the mountains? Tell me your first thought. Perhaps I can assist you." With a playful wink, she continued, "Don't hold back. There's nothing that money can't solve." Jiang Yu shot her a sidelong glance and coolly replied, "Utterly useless." The music was so loud that Wang Ruoqi barely caught his words, merely responding with a derisive smile. "Follow me." She led Jiang Yu to a private room on the 2nd floor, where the atmosphere instantly became serene. The room was filled with 12 individuals, an equal mix of men and women. Han Ning, dressed casually, had one foot propped on the table and held a bottle of liquor, laughing heartily at another peer adorned in designer brands. "Haha, you lost. Drink up." Jiang Yu felt a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. It seemed Han Ning was far more uninhibited than he had anticipated. This could work to his advantage. However, upon his arrival, Han Ning displayed indifference, merely stating, "You're late," before resuming her game of rock, paper, scissors. The others paid him no mind, leaving Jiang Yu feeling rather awkward on the sidelines. After a considerable period, someone finally acknowledged him. It was a rather hefty young woman, who leaned against Jiang Yu and sweetly exclaimed, "You must be Jiang Yu. You are truly handsome. Allow me to toast you." The contrast between the woman's weight and her high-pitched voice sent shivers down Jiang Yu's spine. Feeling embarrassed to refuse, he raised his glass and took a symbolic sip. The young woman, visibly displeased, retorted, "Handsome guy, aren't you a bit disrespectful? I down mine, and you merely took a sip. Are you saving it for fish?" At that moment, Wang Ruoqi approached, her tone laced with sarcasm. "Looking down on people, are we?" Jiang Yu replied, "I don't have a strong tolerance for alcohol. I can only drink a little." Upon hearing this, Han Ning immediately exchanged glances with her friends, prompting everyone in the private room to lift their glasses. Wang Ruoqi declared loudly, "Shouldn't we toast Han Ying's new friend? As the saying goes, one cannot refuse sincere hospitality." Jiang Yu stood up and said, "I am Jiang Yu. It's a pleasure to meet everyone. I'll drink to that." He downed his drink in one go, yet the others remained motionless, wearing amused smiles as they observed him. Shortly after, a relatively handsome young man approached and said coolly, "Brother, you must be from the countryside. The liquor in Tianjin City is not consumed that way." He then produced 2 bottles of foreign liquor, stating, "We'll each finish a bottle." Jiang Yu was momentarily taken aback. Just as he overheard Wang Ruoqi whispering to the hefty woman, "Li Cheng will surely overpower him. Enjoy yourself tonight, and remember to collect evidence. This rustic fellow thinks he can marry Han Ning." Wang Ruoqi's voice was soft, but unfortunately, Jiang Yu had exceptional hearing. He cast a sidelong glance at Wang Ruoqi, secretly scoffing. You think you can play me? You're not quite up to the task. Chapter 14. Just a little bit of drinking. Jiang Yu understood that tonight's gathering was a trap, yet he resolutely attended. For in the face of absolute strength, all schemes are futile. He remained composed, playing along with their game. Displaying a pained expression, he said, Finish a bottle? My tolerance is poor. I can only manage a little. Li Cheng's expression immediately turned sour. What? Is this a lack of respect? Han Ning looked at Jiang Yu, displeased, and said, If you don't want to drink, then just leave. Wang Ruoqi chimed in. We invited you because we hold you in regard, and yet you are here hesitating. Jiang Yu feigned reluctance, then seized the bottle of liquor, adopting a resolute demeanor. Today, I shall risk my life to accompany a gentleman. He gulped down the entire bottle. While Li Cheng remained unfazed, his alcohol tolerance evidently extraordinary. Of course, Jiang Yu appeared unaffected as well. Meanwhile, Wang Ruoqi whispered again, Once this bottle goes down, he will surely be down in 10 minutes. I've already booked a room. Here is the key card for you. However, they were not about to let Jiang Yu off so easily. As soon as he set down the bottle, Wang Ruoqi approached him with a glass of red wine. How about sharing a glass of red wine with me? No problem, Jiang Yu replied, not refusing. He shared a glass with Wang Ruoqi. But as soon as he placed the glass down, she filled it again. What does this mean? Hey, don't you understand this little rule? As a girl, I drink 1 glass, and you must drink 3. Nonsense. Jiang Yu recognized that this was merely an excuse to intoxicate him. Yet he remained silent and downed the drink in one go. What impressive tolerance. Accompanied by Wang Ruoqi's slightly mocking tone, the 3rd glass was filled once more. Just as Jiang Yu lifted his cup, 12 bottles of beer were placed before him. Go ahead, brother, said a man, barely 5 foot tall, with a flat nose and protruding jaw. As he opened a bottle, Jiang Yu found the man's appearance rather unflattering. Even though he was with Han Ning and Wang Ruoqi, he could clearly sense the disdain directed towards this individual. Perhaps he was merely a pawn summoned to help intoxicate Jiang Yu. After finishing 3 glasses of red wine, Jiang Yu let out a satisfied burp, noting that all 12 bottles of beer had been opened. They offered him no respite. He surveyed the room. A war of attrition, is it? Very well. If I don't bring you all down today, I shall not bear the surname Jiang. Excuse me, gentlemen. May I use the restroom first? Li Cheng pointed to the restroom in the private room. Of course, Jiang Yu dashed into the restroom, prompting a disdainful laugh from Li Cheng. Already throwing up? Wang Ruoqi patted the shoulder of the overweight girl. Get ready to collect the corpses. The girl was nearly drooling. After all, Jiang Yu was quite the handsome fellow. Inside the restroom, Jiang Yu removed his shirt and used his index and middle fingers to tap several points on his body. As a skilled healer, he was well versed in acupuncture points. This technique, known as the 100 relief finger, is an ancient martial art that stimulates the points to accelerate blood circulation, thereby enhancing metabolism and effectively alleviating intoxication. Should anyone witness him perform this technique, they would certainly be astonished, for a faint white halo would appear at the tips of his fingers upon contact with his skin. 5 minutes later, Wang Ruoqi nudged the overweight girl. Go check if he has collapsed in there. The girl, barely able to contain her excitement, took a step just as Jiang Yu emerged from the restroom. Wang Ruoqi remarked sarcastically, I thought you had fallen asleep in there. The flat-nosed man said, Brother, can we start now? Without waiting for Jiang Yu to respond, he downed a bottle in one go. Yes, already finished one. You need to pick up the pace. Wang Ruoqi crossed her arms, appearing to enjoy the show. Jiang Yu ignored her, seized a bottle, and began to drink, consuming all 12 bottles of beer without pause. Burp. He let out a hearty belch. Although the beer at the bar was limited in quantity, consuming 12 bottles at once was still quite filling. The flat-nosed man had yet to finish, finally granting Jiang Yu a moment to breathe. By this time, nearly 15 minutes had passed since Jiang Yu had downed the first bottle of spirits, yet he remained invigorated, showing no signs of faltering. The overweight girl whispered to Wang Ruoqi, Didn't they say he would collapse in no more than 10 minutes? Wang Ruoqi's expression darkened as she exchanged glances with the others. The battle of endurance continued. Inside the private room, 6 men had already taken rounds of drinks with Jiang Yu, a mix of various liquors, and under normal circumstances, anyone else would have long since lost consciousness. Yet, in stark contrast, Jiang Yu appeared increasingly invigorated. There was no choice. Han Ning and the other women had to join the fray themselves. They adhered to the absurd rule of 1 to 3. For every glass a woman drank, Jiang Yu was obliged to down 3. for every bottle a woman consumed. He had to consume 3 bottles. Wang Ruoqi, determined to ensnare Jiang Yu, downed an entire bottle of red wine, immediately feeling a bit lightheaded, slumping on the sofa. Far from her earlier state, Han Ying had also imbibed significantly, yet Jiang Yu remained upright, prompting her to signal Li Cheng and the others. Li Cheng, feeling a bit timid, recoiled slightly. Despite having only finished 1 bottle of foreign liquor, he had witnessed Jiang Yu's consumption firsthand. Previously, Han Ying, Wang Ruoqi, and even Jiang Yu himself had claimed that they could only drink a little. Perhaps it was more accurate to say they could only manage a minuscule amount. Han Ying's expression darkened, and Li Cheng steeled himself to confront the challenge. "Brother, you can handle your liquor well. Let me drink with you." Li Cheng was acutely aware of his own limits. After 2 bottles of foreign liquor, he would essentially be rendered powerless. Nevertheless, in an effort to assist Han Ying, he downed another bottle. The second round of the endurance battle resumed. An hour later, all 6 men, except for the one known as the heavy drinker, had succumbed to unconsciousness. Jiang Yu, however, remained alert, albeit with frequent trips to the restroom. The heavy drinker indeed had a commendable tolerance, though only beer was consumed. He managed to hold on until the end, being the last man standing after 46 bottles. As the 4th round commenced, only 2 bottles remained, and the heavy drinker found the liquor in his hand akin to poison, unable to swallow another drop. Jiang Yu then took the initiative. "Come on, drink up. Are you refusing to show me some respect?" "Bro, I simply can't drink anymore." "What a useless fellow." Wang Ruoqi, feeling tipsy, scolded, prompting the heavy drinker to grit his teeth and force down another bottle, only to rush to the restroom shortly after, retching violently. The heavy drinker met his demise in the restroom. In their quest to intoxicate Jiang Yu, everyone had committed fully, including the 6 women. At this moment, the only sober individual remaining in the private room was Jiang Yu. He cast a glance at Wang Ruoqi and coldly remarked, "Are you trying to set me up?" He then dragged the heavy drinker out of the restroom and unceremoniously tossed Wang Ruoqi onto him, leaving the 2 unconscious figures closely entwined. After taking several photographs, Jiang Yu's gaze turned to Han Ying. He pondered a question. If he were to create an irreversible situation, would it catalyze a significant advancement in his relationship with Han Ying? Chapter 15. A web of schemes. Jiang Yu did not genuinely intend to take advantage of anyone's vulnerability. He merely wished for Han Ying to mistakenly believe that an irreversible situation had arisen. Wang Ruoqi had already paved the way for him. He retrieved the room key from the bag of the plus-sized girl and, cradling the inebriated Han Ying, departed from the bar. The hotel lay merely 800 meters away. Although Jiang Yu held on to the drunken Han Ying, he drew little attention, as such occurrences were commonplace in the vicinity of the bar. Upon reaching the room, Jiang Yu gently placed Han Ying onto the bed. The room was adorned with the hotel's prepared amenities, which he hastily dismantled and discarded upon the floor. Subsequently, he gazed at Han Ying's flushed face, stroking his chin in contemplation, feeling that something was amiss. No, it was rather that something was overly present. If he refrained from removing her clothing, it would be far too easy for Han Ying to discern the ruse. You see, had you not been intent on scheming against me, this situation would not have arisen, would it? Alas, you cannot hold me accountable for this. To ensure the performance was meticulously complete, Jiang Yu awaited the dawn of 7 o'clock. Traversing several streets to locate a stationery shop where he procured a bottle of red ink. He deliberately dripped the ink onto the bed linen, creating the illusion of a sanguine stain. After executing his elaborate plan, he finally reclined on the sofa for a brief respite. At 10 in the morning, Han Ying's phone rang, a call from Wang Ruoqi. They had been asleep in the private booth of the bar until now, only to discover that Han Ying and Jiang Yu were missing, prompting Wang Ruoqi's immediate concern and call to Han Ying. Jiang Yu jolted awake, swiftly diving into the covers. Han Ying, still groggy, fumbled for her phone, inadvertently brushing against Jiang Yu's warm body, which startled her into full consciousness. When her gaze fell upon his face, her mind went blank. Jiang Yu seized the moment, calling out before Han Ying could fully comprehend her surroundings. He yanked the blanket around himself, his eyes wide with alarm as he confronted Han Ying. What on earth happened? What did you do to me last night? Feeling a chill, Han Ying finally regained her composure, hastily grabbing her clothes to shield her body. In a situation like this, she should have been furious and screaming. But Jiang Yu's outburst left her feeling somewhat insecure. I don't know, she stammered, confusion swirling within her. What is going on? Han Ying strained to recollect the events of the previous night, but could only remember their relentless efforts to intoxicate Jiang Yu. She had no recollection of when she had succumbed to sleep. According to her original plan, Jiang Yu should have been lying in bed with the plus-sized girl by now, and she would already have received photographs from the girl. With those images in hand, she could present them to her aunt, effectively dismissing Jiang Yu as a potential suitor. Her cousin, Han Qihuang, had extolled Jiang Yu's virtues, but Han knew that despite her refusals, her aunt would still attempt to orchestrate their union. Thus, she devised this clandestine strategy against Jiang Yu, believing that at that juncture, Han Qihuang would be unable to assist him. However, events had not unfolded as she had envisioned. The blanket wrapped around Jiang Yu revealed the vivid red stain imprinted on the sheets, and Han finally erupted in fury. "You scoundrel! If it were merely a case of them having had too much to drink, perhaps they would just be lying on the same bed with nothing transpired." However, the evidence on the sheets unequivocally reflected the events of the previous night. Although Han possessed a rather uninhibited personality, she was, at least in this regard, quite conservative. She intended to reserve her first experience for the one she truly loved, and certainly not for this rustic fellow she had only met less than a day ago. While he was indeed somewhat handsome, that alone was utterly insufficient. "I will kill you," Han bellowed, her voice filled with rage. If a knife had been within reach. In her irrational state, she might have truly sent Jiang Yu to his demise with a single thrust. She screamed alone for about 10 minutes, her voice hoarse. Jiang Yu remained silent, allowing her to vent her frustrations. Had it not been for the soundproofing of the hotel room, the security would likely have burst in by now. Eventually, Han ceased her shouting, merely fixing Jiang Yu with a resentful and venomous glare, which signified a slight return to calm. With a sigh, Jiang Yu lamented, "Alcohol can be quite troublesome. Had it not been for your friends incessantly pouring drinks for me last night, this situation could have been avoided. Nevertheless, it has transpired. And as a man, I will certainly take responsibility." His words deftly absolved him of any blame, leaving Han with no room for rebuttal, as her aim last night was indeed to intoxicate Jiang Yu. Yet, in her attempt to deceive, she ended up ensnaring herself. She stared at Jiang Yu for a considerable time before finally squeezing out a retort through clenched teeth. "Did you not say we could only have a little?" If Jiang Yu's tolerance for alcohol had not been so robust, she would not have needed to intervene personally, and she would not have ended up in such a state of inebriation. Jiang Yu looked innocent. "It was just a little. At Boqi Mountain. I am the least capable of holding my liquor." True, the old man could drink more than him, but it was crucial to note that only the two of them were present at Boqi Mountain. Han glared at him with lingering resentment as her phone continued to ring. After a prolonged silence, Jiang Yu said, "Rest assured, though I may be somewhat impoverished, I will surely treat you well." His tone was filled with sincerity, yet Han was unmoved. She donned her clothing, allowing her previous resentment to morph into indifference and disdain. "We are both adults now. Last night, we both drank too much and engaged in actions that should not have occurred. I accept that, and I do not require you to take responsibility. However, remember this, from now on, never appear before me again. And if anyone learns of what transpired last night, I will ensure you disappear from this world forever." The threat from Miss Han of Tianyuan City carried considerable weight, yet it felt utterly ineffectual to Jiang Yu. Nonetheless, Han Ying's demeanor left him somewhat disheartened. He had indeed successfully led Han Ying to misunderstand, yet the situation had not unfolded as he had anticipated. Never appear again. That was quite impossible. He had yet to secure the marriage certificate. However, Jiang Yu did not leave empty-handed. At the very least, he had grasped Han Ying's vulnerability. If necessary, he could leverage this incident to compel Han Ying to produce the marriage certificate. At this moment, Su Xian called him, scolding him sharply. "Did you have a wild night last night? Not coming home. And if anything happens to President Wen, can you bear the responsibility?" "I'm sorry. I drank too much last night. I don't want to hear your excuses. Come back immediately. There's an issue at the company, and President Wen has to handle it personally." Chapter 16. A bucket of water as Wen Yihuan's personal bodyguard, Su Xian adopted a more stringent attitude towards him, while the true boss, Wen Yihuan, imposed fewer restrictions. After hanging up the phone, Su Xian angrily remarked, "President Wen, are you being too lenient with him? He didn't return last night, and you didn't mind at all. Even giving him money yesterday." Wen Yihuan smiled gracefully. "He has helped me immensely. In a sense, he is my benefactor. That's one thing. But he is now your employee and should fulfill his duties." No sooner had she spoken than Su Xian's phone rang again, and with a face full of helplessness. She said, The company is pressing us again. When Qihuang picked up his handbag, let us head over. But what if we encounter members of the Black Tiger Hall on the way? There has been peace these past few days. I believe they will not target me again. Enough. Let us resolve the company issue first. Just have Jiang Yu go directly to the company. The two women drove to the company, where a crowd had gathered at the front desk, and three middle-aged women were causing a commotion. This is a heartless company. I advise you all not to buy their beauty products. Look at me. I became like this after using their masks. Who is the boss? Come out right now. Everyone. Come and see. This unscrupulous company sells inferior products that have ruined my face. The faces of the three women were covered in red spots, resembling an allergic reaction at first glance. Despite the employees' efforts to calm them, they were utterly helpless and could only notify when Qihuang to handle the situation. Allergies are quite common, and every beauty product company encounters such issues, typically resolving them privately with compensation. However, these three women were different. Upon their arrival, they created a scene and refused to discuss compensation. Jiang Yu arrived at the company sooner than Qihuang, standing aside and inquiring about the situation. Having been Qihuang's bodyguard for a few days, many people in the company recognized him. It's just an allergy. It's not a terminal illness. Is it necessary to make such a fuss? Xiao Jiang, can't you see? These three women are intent on tarnishing our company's reputation. If they keep this up, our company's name will be ruined. Jiang Yu frowned slightly and took a few steps forward to observe the three women from a distance. Traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes observation, and as a budding physician, visual diagnosis is one of his essential skills. At that moment, when Qihuang hurriedly arrived, squeezing into the crowd, and with a face full of apologies, said, "Ladies, I apologize for being late due to an urgent matter. May we discuss this in the conference room? Who are you?" The three instigators evidently did not recognize Qihuang. "This is the owner of our company," an employee remarked. "Ah, so you are the unscrupulous boss?" One of the women stepped forward and seized Qihuang by the collar, leaving her utterly mortified. "I tell you, this matter will not end today. My face, which I have maintained for decades, has been ruined by you. You have destroyed our faces, and today we shall ruin your company." The threat was unmistakable in her words. Su Xian hastily intervened. "Ladies, let us discuss this civilly. There is no need for violence. What if we do resort to violence? What of it?" The three middle-aged women, clearly lacking education, could only stir chaos without any eloquence. "Come and see, recognize the unscrupulous owner of this company, and do not fall victim as we did." One lamented, "My exquisite face has been utterly ruined by them." Even with Qihuang present, they refused to discuss compensation or treatment, persistently shouting and causing a scene, as if to summon the entire building. The security guards had long since arrived, but faced with such a disturbance, they could only stand by and watch. After much effort, when Qihuang finally broke free and politely addressed them, "Ladies, please calm down. If you truly experienced an allergic reaction due to our products, we will cover all treatment costs. If it is indeed your company's products that caused this," they retorted vehemently, "you are a heartless company, preying on innocent citizens like us." Su Xian muttered, "Our company would never deceive anyone." "Then explain why my face has turned out like this after using your products. One's physical constitution cannot be generalized. It is possible that you are allergic to certain ingredients in the product." "What do you mean? Are you implying it is our fault? Let everyone judge." "What kind of nonsense is that?" Su Xian, visibly frustrated, responded, "Please do not distort my words. I did not say it was your fault." When Qihuang again implored, "Ladies, please follow me. I assure you I will provide a satisfactory resolution to this matter." "Resolution? With a heartless company like yours, it would be better to shut down." The three middle-aged women remained resolute, showing no intention of reconciliation, much to Qihuang's exasperation. At this moment, Jiang Yu revealed a knowing smile before turning to leave. Su Xian caught sight of him and called out, "Hey!" But Jiang Yu seemed not to hear. Su Xian gritted her teeth in displeasure, thinking how could he leave in such a situation? What if Wenzhong were harmed by those three mad women? The women had no intention of resolving the issue and continued to create a ruckus. When Qihuang, feeling utterly powerless, realized that many onlookers were loyal customers of her company, and such a disturbance would undoubtedly cast doubt on their products. "We should call the police," she finally conceded, left with no other choice. Since the three individuals are unwilling to reconcile, it is best to involve the authorities to ascertain whether their allergic reactions are indeed a consequence of our company's products. Should that be the case, we shall accept full responsibility. Conversely, if they are not, I regret to inform you that their actions today have inflicted considerable harm on our company's reputation, and I shall pursue this matter to its conclusion. Her tone grew assertive, and the three women visibly displayed signs of panic. What is your attitude? You've ruined our image and now wish to accuse us? You will regret this. This matter is far from over. As when Qihuang suggested contacting the authorities, the three women contemplated fleeing. Make way, make way. At that moment, Jiang Yu's voice resonated, prompting the crowd to part, revealing her hastily approaching with a bucket of water, heading straight for the three middle-aged women. Jiang Yu, what are you doing? Do not act recklessly. When Qihuang's heart raced with anxiety, in the full view of the onlookers, Jiang Yu dashed forward and splashed the entire bucket of water upon the three women. The scene fell into an astonished silence, mouths agape in disbelief. Chapter 17. The flying leaves cause harm, Accompanied by three piercing shrieks, the three middle-aged women were thoroughly drenched by Jiang Yu. Undoubtedly, the one most affected was when Qihuang. Just as she had managed to seize a modicum of control, Jiang Yu's intervention had unraveled her rationale. Su Xian, incensed, exclaimed, "What are you doing, Jiang? Do you truly wish to ruin our company?" "Ah!" The three women screamed, hastily wiping the water from their faces, charging towards Jiang Yu with a menacing demeanor. Jiang Yu stood unfazed, delivering a remark that left the three women momentarily speechless. "You still have the audacity to confront me after ruining your makeup?" With the water splashed in their frantic attempts to dry their faces, all semblance of makeup vanished. Even the red spots on their faces were obliterated. All eyes were fixated upon them as Jiang Yu spoke again. "The situation is quite clear. They have not experienced any allergic reactions. The red spots on their faces were merely painted on. It is evident to all what their intentions were. So they were attempting to deceive us through makeup. In this day and age, have they resorted to such novel tricks for extortion? How utterly shameless." Accusations and insults erupted, and the three women exchanged glances, realizing their deception had been exposed, and they fled in unison. Su Xian immediately shouted, "Security, stop them!" When Qihuang sighed in relief, gratitude spilling forth. Had it not been for Jiang Yu, today's incident would have undoubtedly cast a shadow over the company's reputation. Her fiancé's image in her mind had risen considerably. She approached him and inquired, "How did you discern the truth?" "I will explain further upon our return. This matter is not yet resolved. They are certainly being manipulated by someone, and I will assist you in uncovering the true instigator." He pursued them outside, and three women climbed into a van, swiftly departing while the security guard failed to halt their escape. Witnessing their assistance, Jiang Yu felt increasingly convinced of his suspicions and hailed a taxi to follow. Moments later, the van arrived at the entrance of the Qihuang Club. Wasn't this the territory of the Black Tiger Hall? Did Jiang Yu dare to oppose me? With such questions in mind, Jiang Yu entered the elevator, ascending directly to the top floor. As he stepped out, he overheard Jiang Yu's furious tirade. "Useless fools, you can't even handle this trivial matter. Yet you dare ask me for money? Get lost at once. Brother Hu, we never anticipated someone would drench us with a bucket of water." The corridor was deserted, allowing Jiang Yu to stride forward. "Jiang Hu, have you forgotten the fate of Wang Qi so soon?" His voice suddenly interrupted, startling Jiang Hu. Upon seeing Jiang Yu, the three women erupted with indignation. "Brother Hu, it's this little brat who splashed us." Jiang Yu frowned. "At least you're from the city. Mind your manners. How dare you follow us here, little brat? Let's see how Brother Hu deals with you." "Oh, Brother Hu, how do you intend to handle me?" Jiang Yu casually sat down, regarding Jiang Hu with a playful glint in his eyes. Jiang Hu, aware of Jiang Yu's formidable skills, quickly regained his composure as the leader of the Black Tiger Hall and coldly declared, "You chose the path to hell. Now close the door and grab your weapons." 17 or 18 underlings brandished various weapons, encircling Jiang Yu. Calm and collected, he merely plucked leaves from nearby potted plants, holding them in his hand. Jiang Yu lit a cigar, exhaling a ring of smoke, and spoke with an air of superiority. "Now, tell me, would you prefer your hands or your legs?" Jiang Yu disdainfully shook his head. "How do you compare to Wang Qi?" "What?" The abruptness of the question left Jiang Yu bewildered. "Have you seen Wang Qi?" "Not only have I seen him, but I also rendered his hand useless." A wave of mocking laughter erupted. One of the underlings swinging his bat in derision. "Are the country bumpkins so egotistical now? Do you know what we call our brother Qi in the underworld? Iron Fist Wang Qi. How could you possibly have crippled his hand?" Jiang Yu shook his head, realizing that Wang Qi had not relayed his message to Jiang Hu, which explained Jiang Hu's audacity in confronting him. Nonetheless, it mattered little. He was there to assist when Qihuang in dealing with the aftermath. And since Jiang Yu was the true instigator, it was irrelevant whether Wang Qi had warned him. Today, it was essential for Jiang Yu to grasp the lesson that there are always greater mountains beyond the hills and more exquisite brothels beyond the buildings. Jiang Yu seemed disinterested in further conversation, gesturing for his underlings to act while he slowly retrieved his phone, preparing to call Wang Qi for a double assurance. Certainly, he was well aware that Wang Qi would most likely not answer his call, as Wang Qi's phone had been switched off for the past few days. The younger subordinates could no longer contain their impatience and surged forward. In that fleeting moment, the leaves in Jiang Yu's hand shot out in all directions, resembling a celestial maiden scattering flowers, leaving onlookers astounded. Though merely ordinary leaves, they transformed into lethal weapons in his grasp. The sound of slicing air was followed by a series of metallic clangs, as the weapons held by the dozen or so subordinates clattered to the ground, each suffering a cut on their wrists. The final leaf in Jiang Yu's hand soared towards Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu, already stunned by Jiang Yu's remarkable display, found the last leaf aimed at his face, severing the cigar he held between his lips with a clean cut. Jiang Yu's legs trembled involuntarily. Despite being the leader of the Black Tiger Hall, he had never witnessed such an extraordinary feat, which defied all comprehension. An elongated silence enveloped the room. The subordinates of the Black Tiger Hall stood frozen, their wrists aching, yet none dared to utter a sound. They felt as if they had encountered a ghost. A scene only seen on television had unfolded before them. Who would dare approach such a master? They finally grasped that Jiang Yu had not been boasting. The legendary enforcer they had been unable to contact might truly have been incapacitated by this young prodigy. The three women watching from the sidelines were equally terrified, secretly relieved that Jiang Yu had not employed such methods against them. The very thought was chilling. Jiang Yu deliberately plucked another leaf and addressed Jiang Yu. Speak. Would you prefer to lose a hand or a leg? Jiang Yu, jolted back to reality from his terror, felt cold sweat drenching his back. Young brother, I failed to recognize your strength. I apologize and beseech your mercy. Please do not hold this against me. Unlike Wang Qi, Jiang Yu lacked such fortitude and immediately begged for mercy. Jiang Yu scoffed. So this is the bravado of a leader? Pathetic. Chapter 18. Severed fingers. The entire Black Tiger Hall was enveloped in an eerie silence, each individual shrouded in profound fear. They had engaged in violence countless times, yet never had they felt such trepidation. The leaves in Jiang Yu's hand, reminiscent of a celestial maiden scattering flowers, had swiftly lacerated their wrists, inciting horror at the thought of what might occur had the angle been slightly askew. How gruesome it would have been had those leaves sliced their throats. Clearly, Jiang Yu possessed the capability to do so. Thus, everyone present remained frozen, paralyzed by uncertainty, for they could not foresee when the leaves would be unleashed again, nor whether Jiang Yu would choose to show mercy. Even Jiang Yu, the leader, was trembling with dread, humbling himself in his pleas for mercy. Unlike Wang Qi, Jiang Yu's situation was precarious. With so many witnesses present, should Jiang Yu incapacitate him, the news would undoubtedly spread throughout Tianyuan City in no time. At that moment, even if Jiang Yu chose not to slay him, he would inevitably fall prey to his enemies, ultimately meeting his demise in the streets. Jiang Yu, unwilling to face such a fate, promptly cast aside his pride and dignity, beseeching Jiang Yu for mercy. He was on the verge of kneeling and bowing his head before Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu had no intention of taking a life. Instead, he plucked another leaf from a nearby tree. Jiang Yu trembled violently, terrified that this leaf might touch certain parts of his body. I could spare you, but after your repeated provocations, do you truly believe that an apology will suffice? Jiang Yu's countenance darkened, his gaze sharp as a blade, resembling a deity of death. Jiang Yu glanced at his subordinates and then inquired, "May I let them leave first?" Of course, Jiang Yu shrugged, regarding them merely as pawns following orders. Everyone out. Wait for me outside, and under no circumstances are you to enter, regardless of what sounds you may hear. The subordinates had longed to escape, feeling immense pressure from Jiang Yu, and within 10 seconds, they had vanished without a trace. Jiang Yu picked up a dagger from the ground, seemingly steeling himself for a momentous decision. My little brother, I am a man of the streets, and I understand the rules. I acknowledge that I have provoked you. Upon uttering these words, Jiang Yu placed his left hand on the coffee table and, with a swift and decisive motion of his right hand, severed his own pinky finger, blood splattering forth. He clenched his teeth, veins bulging, striving to suppress any cries of pain. While he may not possess the same fortitude as Wang Qi, he was still a man of resolve, sacrificing a finger without uttering a sound. This act served as his concession to Jiang Yu. I understand that even the entirety of the Black Tiger Hall would not suffice to challenge you, but we do have some connections in Tianyan City. Should you encounter difficulties that require discretion, I, Jiang Yu, guarantee that with just a word from you, the Black Tiger Hall will brave any peril. Concerned that Jiang Yu might be dissatisfied, Jiang Yu made this additional promise. Jiang Yu shook his head. I do not require your assistance. But remember this. If you dare to provoke the people of Yuyan Company again, I will show no mercy. Jiang Yu nodded vigorously. I swear, it will never happen. He was merely acting on behalf of others, and having witnessed Jiang Yu's prowess, he dared not seek trouble with Qihuang. He would rather avoid confrontation entirely. Jiang Yu ceased further conversation. His objectives had been achieved, and he turned to depart. Brother, allow me to caution you about Qihuang. He is insidious and ruthless. Even if we face defeat, he will not rest easily. The name Qihuang resonated with Jiang Yu, prompting him to pause and turn back. What enmity exists between Qihuang and Qihuang? Jiang Yu replied, it cannot be deemed enmity, merely a competitive rivalry. To my knowledge, Qihuang previously failed in a bidding war against Qihuang, leading him to covertly target Yuyan Company. He is nothing more than a petty man who operates from the shadows, not worth worrying about. Jiang Yu did not regard Qihuang with any significance. Jiang Yu remarked, Qihuang is not as simple as he appears. He has connections in Kyoto and a vast network, likely even familiar with someone of your stature. I understand. Jiang Yu replied calmly, then pushed the door open and left. The underlings of the Black Tiger Hall stood in 2 rows along the corridor outside. Upon seeing Jiang Yu emerge, they averted their gazes, unable to meet his eyes directly. After watching Jiang Yu disappear at the corridor's end, they collectively exhaled in relief and rushed inside, only to find themselves dumbfounded by the sight of Jiang Yu's bloodied fingers on the coffee table. 20 minutes later, Jiang Yu returned to Yuyan Company, where the employees were diligently carrying on with their tasks, as if nothing had transpired. Jiang Yu entered the office, where Qihuang was engrossed in paperwork, with Su Xian assisting nearby. You're back. Qihuang immediately stood up, her eyes filled with inquiry. Su Xian directly asked, so, what happened? Did you find the mastermind? Jiang Yu nodded. Yes, it was orchestrated by the Black Tiger Hall. Qihuang furrowed her brow. Them again? As the saying goes, it's not the thief you fear, but the thief who is persistent. If such incidents occur frequently, it will undoubtedly tarnish the company's reputation. It's all your fault. Su Xian expressed her frustration, believing that everything stemmed from Jiang Yu's blunder. Had the first mediation been successful, the subsequent troubles could have been avoided. In business, one fears such rogues employing underhanded tactics. Even involving the police merely addresses the symptoms rather than the root cause, as the Black Tiger Hall could find a scapegoat and continue their harassment. However, when Qihuang bore no trace of reproach, she softly said, You've worked hard. It's good to know who the mastermind is. I will find a way to handle it. Jiang Yu smiled brightly, further inciting Su Xian's ire. She gritted her teeth. How can you still smile at a time like this? Everything is resolved, so why shouldn't I smile? He replied, What do you mean? From now on, you can rest assured, the people from the Black Tiger Hall will not dare to trouble you again. Really? Qihuang's face lit up with surprise, while Su Xian remained skeptical, pursing her lips. Jiang Yu nodded, but his smile gradually faded. What is wrong now? Qihuang inquired. Jiang Yu replied, The matter is settled, but it seems I might be out of a job. Qihuang chuckled lightly. Then I shall formally hire you as my bodyguard, on a long-term contract. Su Xian quickly added, As a bodyguard, not a personal bodyguard. With the current situation being much safer for Qihuang, she naturally did not require Jiang Yu's close protection. I'll think about it. Jiang Yu certainly would not sign a long-term contract. After resolving the 2 engagements in Tianyan City, he intended to move on to the next destination. Su Xian scoffed. You're still considering? How shameless. I mentioned from our first encounter that I came to Tianyan City to break off an engagement, not to seek employment. After explaining, Jiang Yu suddenly focused his attention on Qihuang. Qihuang was evidently flustered, her heart racing like a startled deer, as she secretly pondered whether he had sensed something amiss. Chapter 19, A Touch of Beauty. Qihuang had yet to reveal her true identity to her fiancé, remaining in a phase of assessment. From her observations thus far, Jiang Yu's character appeared impeccable. Nevertheless, she had no intention of laying her cards on the table. Marriage was no trifling matter. Jiang Yu fixed his gaze upon her and, after a prolonged silence, inquired, President Wen, I presume you possess a considerable network in Tianjin City. Are you acquainted with someone named Wen Fuyo? Not at all. Wen Qihuang replied with unwavering conviction. President Wen, now that you are no longer in danger, may I freely manage my time? Of course. Wen Qihuang recognized that Jiang Yu was seeking her assistance, and she found the prospect intriguing. President Wen, could you utilize your connections to help me locate Wen Fuyo? Certainly. Witnessing Jiang Yu's grateful expression, Wen Qihuang's heart blossomed with delight. Yet, she was reluctant to pursue this topic further, wary of revealing any inconsistencies. By the way, how did you discern that those three individuals were merely masquerading to cause a disruption? Because I am a doctor. Jiang Yu spoke with confidence about his profession. Traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes observation, listening, inquiry, and palpation. My medical skills are quite advanced, and visual diagnosis comes effortlessly to me. The internal classic states that where evil gathers, its energy must be deficient. True allergic reactions. Jiang Yu rambled on with a plethora of terminology that left Wen Qihuang in a contemplative state. In truth, she was well aware that her fiancé was a disciple of an extraordinary physician. She simply had not recalled it at that moment. Su Xian grew somewhat impatient, interjecting. Who wants to hear your nonsensical ramblings? Hurry and leave. President Wen has documents to attend to. She pushed Jiang Yu out, to which he solemnly retorted. Traditional Chinese medicine is a national treasure, and you dismiss it as nonsense? I must discuss this with you. Do you know how many lives traditional Chinese medicine has saved over the millennia? Bang! Su Xian shoved him outside and closed the door with a thud, muttering. How did I not notice he was so chatty before? With his newfound freedom, Jiang Yu was determined not to linger in the office. He needed to find Wen Fuyo. Regardless of whether the engagement could be smoothly dissolved, he first needed to locate her. Over the weekend, Jiang Yu posted online seeking information and inquired around. Yet he still had no leads on Wen Fuyo. On Monday, he figured it was time to reconnect with Han Ning, so he took a taxi to Tianjin University. During the journey, Han Xiong called him, reproaching, What's the matter with you? Han Ning has been home all weekend, and you didn't think to take her out for a stroll? Jiang Yu wished he could have. But he knew that Han Ning must have been feeling down after losing her first time inexplicably, and it would take her a few days to recover. I have my own plans. He didn't elaborate to Han Xiong. By the way, I was just about to ask you. Could you help me obtain Han Ying's class schedule? How is it that you wish to attend class with her? Auditing a course seems rather trivial. Instead, allow me to assist you in enrolling, enabling you to genuinely experience the essence of university life. I assure you, university life is truly splendid. Not necessary. Jiang Yu promptly declined, as he had no desire to accept Han Xiong's favor. As for the class schedule, I shall send it to you shortly. By the way, I must share some unfortunate news. It has come to my attention that Zhao Shuo is pursuing Xiaoing with great fervor. Do be wary of being outpaced. Are we speaking of the young Master Zhao, who intends to forge a marriage alliance with your family? That notion of a marriage alliance is merely a unilateral desire harbored by my elder brother and the Zhao family. Xiaoing has no intention of becoming a pawn in their business dealings. However, she shifted her tone, but should Xiaoing succumb to Zhao Shuo's advances, your chances will undoubtedly vanish. Is that truly the case? Why do I sense a hint of delight in your demeanor? Came Han Xiong's displeased voice from the other end of the line. Jiang Yu, indeed, felt a sense of satisfaction. If the union between the Han and Zhao families were to be finalized, the Han family would certainly retract the engagement, which was precisely what he hoped for. With this development, Jiang Yu had gained another avenue to procure the marriage certificate. He might even secretly assist Zhao Shuo in his pursuit of Han Ning. I shan't keep you any longer. I've arrived at the school. Please send me the schedule promptly. Jiang Yu hastily ended the call. 3 minutes later, Han Ying's schedule image arrived on his phone. As a freshman, she had quite a number of classes, with Monday being particularly full. Tianjin University boasts stunning scenery, with lush greenery and flower petals carpeting the tree-lined paths. Following the markings on the schedule, Jiang Yu arrived at the classroom where Han Ning was attending. It seemed that few freshmen skipped class, as the room was filled to capacity. Han Ning sat in the back row, appearing rather lackluster. Wang Ruoqi was seated beside her, whispering softly, Han Ning, what troubles you? You've been declining my invitations to go out these past few days. Have you encountered some misfortune? The mere thought of Friday night's events made Han Ning feel miserable. It was not merely a matter of discontent. It was genuinely distressing. Wang Ruoqi continued, Is it because of that rustic Jiang Yu? Fear not. I shall ensure he is driven away. Standing at the classroom door, Jiang Yu overheard this exchange and felt an overwhelming irritation towards Wang Ruoqi, thinking to himself, "Isn't she meddling too much? Do not mention him in my presence." Upon hearing Jiang Yu's name, Haning felt a wave of discomfort wash over her, although she could not recall the details of that night. Her imagination easily conjured vivid images. Suddenly, from the corner of her eye, Haning caught sight of him standing at the entrance, beaming and waving. A shiver ran down her spine, and her heart tightened. Could this be the onset of a psychological shadow? "Ruoqi, please. Take a glance at the door. Could it be that fellow?" Wang Ruoqi turned around, her expression immediately darkening. "Is this rustic fellow a persistent pest? He has actually come to school." "What?" Haning exclaimed in shock. "Ruoqi, help me get rid of him." Uncertain of Jiang Yu's intentions, she worried that he might divulge the events of that night. "Leave it to me." Wang Ruoqi disregarded the furious gaze of the instructor and hastily exited the classroom, pulling Jiang Yu along to the foot of the teaching building. She shoved him slightly and scoffed, "You country bumpkin. You dare to chase after me all the way to school? Do you really think Haning would be interested in you?" Jiang Yu replied calmly. "Whether she is interested or not is not for you to decide." Wang Ruoqi sneered repeatedly. "Have you looked in the mirror? What makes you think you deserve Haning? Let me tell you, even young Master Zhao from Huaying Group failed to win her affection. And you?" Jiang Yu tossed his head defiantly. "Yes, precisely because of me. Don't assume that just because you have a modicum of charm, you can pursue Haning." This statement left Jiang Yu momentarily bewildered. A modicum of charm? Why did that sound so awkward? At that moment, several tall and muscular athletes approached. Seeing Wang Ruoqi's furious expression, they shouted from a distance, "You seeking death? How dare you upset our Ruoqi?" A modicum of charm might indeed describe Wang Ruoqi, as she had several admirers, one of whom was Li Zhao, a sophomore from the sports academy. Chapter 20. The boxing match. Li Zhao stood at an impressive height of 185 meters, towering over Jiang Yu, clutching a basketball. He was known for his intimidating demeanor and few words. Without hesitation, he threw the basketball directly at Jiang Yu with considerable force. Had it struck someone of lesser stature, it could have easily knocked them to the ground. However, Jiang Yu merely sidestepped, and the basketball thudded away into the distance. Li Zhao stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Wang Ruoqi. Her expression remained indifferent, clearly unimpressed by this suitor. Yet, with a free enforcer at her disposal, Wang Ruoqi decided to make use of the opportunity. "Li Zhao, you arrived just in time. Help me get rid of this kid." "Happy to oblige." Li Zhao was eager to seize the chance to impress. He turned to Jiang Yu with a scowl. "Kid, if you don't want a punch in the face, you better scram. The school is yours. You think I'll just leave because you say so?" "What?" Li Zhao was taken aback, clearly not anticipating such a retort from Jiang Yu. He glanced at his classmates and sneered, "You're asking for it, huh? Fine by me." Boom. Before he could finish his sentence, Jiang Yu's fist struck his nose, causing crimson blood to flow from his nostrils. Thud. Li Zhao collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Jiang Yu scoffed, "With such limited skills, you dare to act tough?" Yet, although Li Zhao had fallen, his companions remained. "How dare you hit my brother?" 5 or 6 athletes charged at Jiang Yu. Most would have wisely fled, but Jiang Yu stood his ground. Under Wang Ruoqi's astonished gaze, Jiang Yu swiftly took down all of them with remarkable efficiency. Wang Ruoqi quickly regained her composure, not fleeing in fear of Jiang Yu's prowess. She smiled. "I didn't expect you to be quite the fighter." Jiang Yu shrugged nonchalantly. "It's just average. I've trained for a few years." Wang Ruoqi raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Do you truly wish to pursue Haning? What concern is that of yours? Of course, if you are genuinely earnest, I can assist you. Just await my call tonight. However, for now, you must leave, as Haning does not wish to see you." Jiang Yu only believed the latter part of Wang Ruoqi's words. It was indeed true that Haning did not want to see him, but the notion that Wang Ruoqi would help him was as improbable as a pig climbing a tree. What trickery was this little girl concocting? He replied impassively, "Why should I trust you?" Wang Ruoqi shot back, "Do you have any other options? Without my assistance, do you truly think you can win Han Ying's heart? Stop dreaming." Jiang Yu simply gazed at her in silence. "Keep boasting. Let us see how far your words can take you." Wang Ruoqi's disdain for his thoughts was apparent upon her face. How could Jiang Yu possibly believe her? Yet, as the saying goes, in the face of overwhelming strength, all schemes are futile. He was eager to see what underhanded tactics Wang Ruoqi would devise next. "Fine, I will trust you once more." With that, he turned to leave. And at that moment, Wang Ruoqi donned a look of contempt, silently vowing, "Country bumpkin, just wait and see how I will deal with you tonight." She then ascended the stairs to continue her class, scarcely glancing at Li Zhao and the others sprawled on the ground. At 9 o'clock, Wang Ruoqi sent Jiang Yu an address, instructing him to meet her in half an hour. Jiang Yu, feeling quite leisurely, arrived punctually at the designated location at 9:30. The name Starry Boxing Club was prominently displayed, and Wang Ruoqi stood at the entrance. Is it just you? Jiang Yu noted the absence of Han Ying. Wang Ruoqi replied, Han Ying is already inside. Let us go in. Jiang Yu frowned. You summoned me to a boxing club at this late hour? Wang Ruoqi retorted, what do you know? You uncultured fool. The Starry Boxing Club operates legitimately during the day, but at night, it transforms into an underground boxing arena. Only those with connections can gain entry. Are you still hesitant? I am not fond of boxing, but Han Ying is. As she led Jiang Yu inside, she continued, do not say I am not helping you. Han Ying has a penchant for formidable fighters. I have already registered you for a match. You will likely be up in about half an hour. Registered me? Are you being too presumptuous? He questioned. Do you truly wish to pursue Han Ying? Wang Ruoqi shot him a sidelong glance. This is your only opportunity. Han Ying has agreed. She said that as long as you can win the boxing match, she will be your girlfriend. If you fail to win or are too cowardly to step into the ring, then you may as well never see her again. Did she truly say that? Do you not believe me? Not at all. Wang Ruoqi was momentarily taken aback by Jiang Yu's blunt response. Take me to her. He concluded that it was best to confirm such matters directly with the person involved. Wang Ruoqi ceased her chatter and guided him down to the underground level 2, where the vast boxing arena was packed with spectators, all fervently cheering for their chosen fighters. They arrived at a private box where Han Ying sat quietly within. Why did you bring him here? Upon encountering Jiang Yu, Han Ying immediately displayed a look of disdain. Jiang Yu inwardly scoffed, questioning her earlier boast that if she won, she would become his girlfriend, yet she wouldn't even feign interest. Wang Ruoqi interjected, he doesn't believe me. He wants you to confirm personally. Jiang Yu queried, did she say that if I win the boxing match, you would agree to be my girlfriend? Han Ying cast a troubled glance at Wang Ruoqi, who was subtly signaling her, seemingly conveying that this rustic fool was destined to lose. Han Ying finally replied, exactly. Jiang Yu chuckled, let us not force matters. How about this? If I win, you assist me with a task. In truth, whether Han Ying became his girlfriend was of little consequence. Jiang Yu's true aim lay in securing a marriage contract. I stand by my word. If you win, I shall be your girlfriend, but let us not discuss other conditions. Han Ying glared at him, thinking to herself, am I foolish enough to assist you with a task? The uncertainty in that scenario is far too great. Jiang Yu did not anticipate her resoluteness. He cast a glance at Wang Ruoqi. It seemed she was quite certain he would not win. Given her expression, she likely had already bribed his opponent, ensuring not only his defeat, but a humiliating one at that. He had expected her to possess some clever scheme. Was this truly all she had? Through the window of the private room, he observed the boxers in the arena. They may be formidable professional fighters, yet they were no match for Jiang Yu. He decisively stated, very well, it is settled. Wang Ruoqi, elated, promptly urged, hurry and prepare. It's almost your turn to enter the ring. Someone is waiting to escort you outside. Once Jiang Yu departed, Han Ying anxiously inquired, Ruoqi, have you arranged everything? Do not let him win. Rest assured, I have assigned him an opponent who is a disciple of Iron Fist Wang Qi. He thinks he is invincible after defeating a few athletes. Just wait and see how he meets his downfall tonight. Wang Ruoqi's lips curled into a cold smile, as if everything was under her control. Chapter 21. He actually still smiles, although this underground boxing match lacked formality. Wang Ruoqi's ability to effortlessly enroll Jiang Yu in the competition indicated her considerable prowess. While Jiang Yu prepared by changing his attire, the host began to energize the atmosphere. Ladies and gentlemen, the next contender to enter the ring is formidable, having achieved 13 consecutive victories. He is Zheng Feng. Instantaneously, the audience erupted into cheers, revealing a substantial fan base for Zheng Feng. He strutted into the spotlight, his imposing frame and well-defined musculature captivating all eyes, his gaze sharp and penetrating. He circled the ring, reveling in the attention. The audience buzzed with speculation. Who is Zheng Feng's opponent this time? Whoever it is, just bet on Zheng Feng to win. Not necessarily. With 13 consecutive victories, the boxing arena must have arranged some strong challengers for him. Let us wait and see. Once Zheng Feng entered, the host's expression shifted to one of awkwardness as he announced, Zheng Feng's challenger for this match is Jiang Yu. In introducing Jiang Yu, only his name was mentioned. devoid of any titles or accolades. This is an unfamiliar name, yet the audience is filled with anticipation. However, when Jiang Yu takes the stage, a wave of disappointment sweeps through the crowd. What a joke! How could someone of such caliber dare to challenge Feng? The outcome is evident at first glance. Hurry and place your bets. It's a no-brainer to back Feng. Just as the spectators are eager to wager, the host receives a message and promptly announces, "Ladies and gentlemen, please hold off on your bets. This match is merely an exhibition." The implication is clear: betting is prohibited. The boxing arena's personnel are not foolish. They recognize that Jiang Yu is destined for a beating, and allowing bets would lead to a significant loss. Enough of this ridiculous exhibition. Disappear. We have no interest in watching a show. The audience jeers, deeming this contest devoid of suspense and utterly unremarkable. In a private box, Han Ning and Wang Ruoqi stand by the window. Wang Ruoqi boasts, "Han Ning, do you still believe that provincial fool has a chance?" Han Ning exhales, choosing not to respond. Wang Ruoqi continues, "It took considerable effort to arrange this boxing match. Once we've sent that country bumpkin packing, how will you thank me?" Han Ning replies, "Is there really a need for thanks between us?" Wang Ruoqi smirks, "You'll cover all the lunches for this semester." Han Ning readily agrees, "No problem." Unfazed by the audience's disdain, Jiang Yu glances at the box where Han Ning is seated, a peculiar smile gracing his face. Han Ning feels a chill, anxious at his unexpected mirth. Wang Ruoqi scoffs, "He won't be smiling for long. I've specifically instructed Feng." The host, feeling powerless in the face of this spectacle, mutters something about starting the match before discreetly exiting. Only Feng and Jiang Yu remain in the ring, stepping forward to meet each other's gaze. Feng's eyes are piercing as he mockingly states, "I never imagined you'd actually dare to step onto the stage." When Wang Ruoqi had urged him to take this fight, he could scarcely believe what he had heard. A country bumpkin daring to challenge him. Jiang Yu replies nonchalantly, "What is there to fear? This isn't exactly a den of knives and fire." With a cold laugh, Feng retorts, "Do you know who I am?" Jiang Yu counters, "I haven't inquired. I am the disciple of Iron Fist Wang Qi. Not only you, but even those professional boxers cannot withstand my iron fists." Jiang Yu bursts into laughter. "I thought you were something special, but it turns out you're just Iron Fist Wang Qi's disciple. How amusing, indeed, to see the student of a tiger get beaten like a drum." Jiang Yu's unabashed laughter strikes a nerve with Feng, who perceives it as a provocation. At that moment, the audience, filled with impatience, shouts, "Stop wasting time, get on with it. It's utterly dull." Feng could send that kid to the hospital with a single punch. Responding to the crowd's urging, Feng ceases to waste words and directly throws a punch towards Jiang Yu's face. Feng's prowess is not merely a boast. With a punch brimming with force, he conjured a fierce gust of wind. Moreover, his strike was executed with such swiftness that an ordinary person would scarcely have time to react. The spectators exhibited a lack of enthusiasm, convinced that Feng could conclude this exhibition match with a single blow. However, Jiang Yu's response was utterly unexpected. With a mere sidestep, he effortlessly evaded Feng's fist. Feng furrowed his brow, realizing that Jiang Yu's reaction speed exceeded his expectations. Following his missed punch, he swiftly altered his technique, launching an elbow strike towards Jiang Yu's chest. Jiang Yu retreated repeatedly as Feng relentlessly pursued him. As they neared the edge of the ring, Feng sneered coldly, "Where will you hide?" He leaped into the air, delivering a downward strike with a single palm. His momentum akin to a roaring torrent. Veins bulged on his arms, and the overwhelming force sent shivers through the audience in the stands. In a private box, Han Ning suddenly felt a pang of sympathy, voicing her concern, "Ruoqi, do you think Feng will actually kill him?" Wang Ruoqi reassured her, "Don't worry. Feng knows his limits. Although this boxing match lacks formality, it is unlikely to result in fatalities." Indeed, Feng was mindful of his strength. When Jiang Yu had nowhere left to retreat, he could have struck the crown of Jiang Yu's head, yet he adjusted his aim slightly, targeting Jiang Yu's left shoulder instead. With a dull thud, silence enveloped the arena. Jiang Yu did not collapse under Feng's powerful strike. Instead, he stood firm, gripping Feng's wrist tightly. Feng's face flushed with frustration as he realized that his blow could not land. Subsequently, with a gentle push, Jiang Yu sent Feng staggering backward, nearly losing his balance. Could it be? This fellow was able to rival Feng's strength? Were it not for the prohibition on betting in the boxing arena, the audience might have suspected that Feng was throwing the match. The clash ignited a fervor among the spectators. Cheers erupted, urging, "Keep fighting." In the box, Wang Ruoqi frowned, her face contorted with displeasure. What sort of nonsense is Zheng Feng up to? Is it necessary to go easy on that country bumpkin? In her view, it was not that Jiang Yu was particularly formidable, but rather that Zheng Feng was deliberately holding back. Yet only Zheng Feng understood the caliber of the opponent he faced, his heart secretly alarmed. How could this young man possess such strength? Jiang Yu did not merely deflect Zheng Feng's strike with finesse. He had genuinely repelled Zheng Feng with sheer power. Jiang Yu raised an eyebrow towards Han Ying's box. Suddenly, Zheng Feng sprang forward, exclaiming, "Don't get too complacent, kid." He clenched his fist, channeling all his strength into a fierce assault, his iron fist being his unrivaled asset. He held nothing back, nor dared to. Chapter 22. You have your schemes, I have my ladders at first. Zheng Feng had merely intended to teach Jiang Yu a lesson at Wang Ruoqi's behest, thus not exerting his full strength. However, when he realized the formidable prowess of Jiang Yu, the significance of the ensuing duel transformed. He was compelled to fight for his dignity. Losing was not an option. This time, Jiang Yu did not evade. He boldly advanced, his fists clenched in defiance, ready to clash. Bang! The collision was one of sheer force. Zheng Feng's iron fists had secured him 13 consecutive victories, instilling dread in many opponents at the sight of his calloused hands. In stark contrast, Jiang Yu's delicate, tender hands appeared no match for Zheng Feng. Oomph! A muffled grunt escaped Zheng Feng's lips as he staggered backward, ultimately crashing against the cage of the arena with a resounding thud. His hands trembled violently, an indescribable pain causing the corners of his mouth to twitch. Yet, Jiang Yu stood firm like an unyielding mountain, resolutely anchored in place. The disparity between their strengths was glaringly evident. After a brief silence, the audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. Splendid! What an impressive display! Cheers resounded throughout the venue, while some spectators secretly expressed their relief. Truly, one should not judge a book by its cover. Who would have imagined this young man possessed such fighting prowess? Thank goodness this match did not allow betting. Otherwise, I would surely be ruined. In the VIP box, Han Ying's expression was as dark as a stormy sea, while Wang Ruoqi was consumed by rage. Had Zheng Feng lost his mind? Why was he not giving it his all? She remained convinced that Zheng Feng was deliberately holding back. However, the next event shattered Wang Ruoqi's resolve entirely. Jiang Yu launched a swift offensive, his punches so rapid that they appeared almost as mere afterimages. Zheng Feng's reflexes paled in comparison, instinctively raising his hand to block. He was unable to defend against Jiang Yu's punch that struck his left cheek. In an instant, stars danced before Zheng Feng's eyes. His mind blank as he swayed and collapsed to the ground with a thunderous crash. The audience was taken aback, astonished by such an unexpected outcome. Was Zheng Feng's defeat truly so swift? Many shouted, "Zheng Feng, get up." They had yet to satiate their appetite for the spectacle. In the private room, Wang Ruoqi was stamping her feet in frustration, exclaiming, "Damn it, Zheng Feng, stand up." Han Ying's complexion turned ashen, slumping on the sofa. Zheng Feng wished to rise. Yet Jiang Yu denied him the opportunity, swiftly delivering another punch. Zheng Feng could only shield his face with his hands, feeling Jiang Yu's fist collide solidly against his arm, as if his bones might shatter. Before the match, he had believed this was not a contest of equals, and reality had proven him right. However, he had not anticipated that he would be the one taking the beating. With his wealth of boxing experience, Zheng Feng recognized that if this continued, his hands would be rendered useless. He had no choice but to concede. "I give up, I give up." The moment Zheng Feng uttered those 3 words, Han Ying felt as though she had plunged into an abyss of despair. What did this mean? It meant she would have to become the girlfriend of the scoundrel who had taken her first time. Wang Ruoqi gazed at Han Ying, and after a prolonged silence, finally uttered a few words. "I apologize, I did not anticipate this." Indeed, it was not only her who failed to foresee the outcome. Everyone was astonished that Jiang Yu emerged victorious. The promoter of the boxing match was filled with regret, lamenting that had he foreseen such an ending, he would have allowed more betting, which would have filled his coffers. Upon winning the match, Jiang Yu promptly arrived at the private box. The atmosphere within was nearly frigid. He beamed a radiant smile at Wang Ruoqi and expressed, "I am immensely grateful for the opportunity you have provided. Otherwise, how could I have so easily pursued Han Ying?" This remark nearly caused Wang Ruoqi to choke with indignation. Was this her intention? Certainly not. Her aim was for Zheng Feng to teach Jiang Yu a lesson, yet unexpectedly, Han Ying was plunged into a predicament. Wang Ruoqi's gaze turned venomous, her frustration palpable, but she found herself at a loss for words. Jiang Yu then turned to Han Ying, languidly stating, "Surely you do not intend to go back on your word?" Wang Ruoqi interjected, "A gentleman's word is his bond." Han Ying shot her an incredulous glare, thinking to herself, "Which side are you on?" Yet, she retorted, "But we are women. We can afford to be flexible with our words." Wang Ruoqi shifted her stance, adopting an expression that conveyed her refusal to acknowledge the situation, as if to say, "What can you do about it? I am willing to gamble and accept the consequences." Han Ying suddenly stood and uttered a statement that left Wang Ruoqi utterly speechless. "Han Ying, are you all right?" Han Ying shook her head, and Wang Ruoqi grasped her arm, leading her outside. "You, Jiang, just wait. I need to have a private conversation with Han Ying." Once the two women exited the box and closed the door, Jiang Yu stood by the entrance, straining his ears, but could hear nothing over the din outside. He was certain that the two women were concocting something. 3 minutes later, they returned to the box, their moods seemingly much improved. Wang Ruoqi announced, "Do not accuse us of being insincere. From this moment forward, Han Ying shall be your girlfriend." Jiang Yu displayed no signs of excitement, leaning in to whisper to Wang Ruoqi, "We need to talk privately. What is there to discuss with you?" Wang Ruoqi rolled her eyes, yet Jiang Yu forcibly pulled her outside. "You country bumpkin, do not touch me." Once outside, Wang Ruoqi disdainfully shook off Jiang Yu, demanding, "Speak quickly. If you have something to say, say it." Jiang Yu inquired, "Why did Han Ying agree to be my girlfriend?" Wang Ruoqi scoffed, "Because you are handsome." "I wish to hear the truth," he insisted. "That is the truth. Do not waste my time. Cherish the moments you have with your girlfriend." She clearly had ulterior motives. With no other option, Jiang Yu resorted to his ace in the hole, pulling out his phone to open his photo gallery. "If you do not reveal the truth, this photograph may very well circulate throughout Tianjin University by tomorrow. You scoundrel." The image depicted Wang Ruoqi inebriated, with Jiang Yu having thrown her onto the ground. "You despicable fiend, taking advantage of me. Delete that photo at once." Let us converse amicably. I did not take advantage of the situation. It was you who, rather inebriated, climbed onto me. I merely documented this splendid moment. Are you still unwilling to speak the truth?" This photograph of Jiang Yu is akin to a formidable weapon for the proud Wang Ruoqi, compelling her to yield. Han Ying stated that she would accept the role of your girlfriend if she lost the bet, yet the ebb and flow of relationships is commonplace. A mere 3 to 5 minutes of pretense before parting ways suffices. 3 to 5 minutes? Jiang Yu's countenance darkened. To suggest 3 to 5 days would be one thing, but to dismiss me so lightly in mere minutes is quite insulting. No wonder your spirits have lifted. You can still manage a smile. Nevertheless, while you possess your cunning schemes, I possess my own means of overcoming obstacles. Having discerned Han Ying's intentions, how could I, the most handsome of Boqi Mountain, allow myself to be so easily manipulated? A sly grin graced his face as he turned and entered the private room. Chapter 23. Is this not excessive? Scoundrel, that photograph. Wang Ruoqi pursued him into the room, yet Jiang Yu nonchalantly tucked his phone into his pocket, as if nothing had transpired. What photograph? Han Ying regarded Wang Ruoqi with suspicion. Wang Ruoqi, feeling awkward, stammered, "No, it's nothing." She wished for no one but Jiang Yu to know about the photo. "Are you truly willing to be my girlfriend?" Jiang Yu inquired once more. Han Ying resolutely replied, "I, Han Ying, am a person of principles. I stand by my word." "Very well." Jiang Yu plopped down beside Han Ying, wrapping his arm around her shoulders. Han Ying shrieked, What are you doing?" Jiang Yu chuckled. "Is it excessive for a couple to embrace?" "Not excessive at all." Han Ying, unable to endure even a few minutes, was already contemplating a breakup. "There is something I must tell you. I believe we are incompatible." Before she could finish, Jiang Yu suddenly leaned in closer, a mischievous grin on his face. "Is it too much to steal a kiss between lovers?" "You." Han Ying's face went pale with fright. Jiang Yu shook his head, refraining from action. "However, I feel a sense of guilt using such methods to make you be with me. So let us conclude our romantic relationship here." Han Ying's eyes blazed with fury. "You shameless scoundrel, you can feel guilty? Moreover, what do you mean by ending things? Those words are clearly mine." Jiang Yu, aware of Han Ying's scheme, preemptively acted, but he thought it unfair to let her toy with him without compensation. Thus he bestowed upon her a kiss, albeit an unexpected one as it was her first. After speaking, Jiang Yu strode away, leaving Han Ying and Wang Ruoqi in a state of confusion. Wang Ruoqi was filled with remorse. This time, her counsel for Han Ying had backfired, costing her dearly. Finally, Han Ying erupted, shouting hoarsely within the private room, venting her pent-up frustration. As Jiang Yu exited the club, he was intercepted by a middle-aged man clad in a suit. "Young man, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Wu Liang." The name itself suggested a lack of integrity. Jiang Yu replied coolly, "Have you finished? If so, please step aside. Don't be in such a hurry to leave. My boss wishes to meet you." "I'm not interested." "Young man, being noticed by our boss is a stroke of good fortune. Should you pass up this opportunity, you will undoubtedly regret it in the future. Though I may possess good looks, do not mistake me for a mere pretty face. I will not live off other successes," Jiang Yu declared with conviction, brushing past him. Wu Liang stood there momentarily stunned, perplexed by the abruptness of the encounter. He quickly caught up, blocking Jiang Yu's path once more. "Brother, please don't make this difficult for me. Our boss has been waiting for you for quite some time. This is your chance. With your skills, following our boss will surely lead you to greatness." "Follow your boss?" Jiang Yu scoffed coldly. "I, Jiang Yu, will never be beneath another." Wu Liang's displeasure was evident. While he appreciated the young man's spirit, he recognized the dangers of excessive pride. "In Tianyan City, few dare to refuse my boss. Think carefully about your decision. From this day forth, there will be one more." Jiang Yu began to walk away. "Stop!" Wu Liang barked, his demeanor shifting dramatically. "Young man, do not presume that your martial prowess grants you the liberty to act with disdain. If you take another step, I will not hesitate to break your legs." "Oh," Jiang Yu turned back. "Do you believe yourself to be superior to Xingfeng?" Wu Liang dismissed the notion with a scoff. In the martial arts circle of Tianyan City, Xingfeng is insignificant. Even his master, Wang Qi, is not worthy to carry my shoes. If you possess such capability, why then do you block my path?" Jiang Yu understood Wu Liang's intent. His boss coveted Jiang Yu's skills and sought him as a personal fighter. While his earlier refusal had merely been a polite dismissal, the thought of being reduced to a mere henchman for someone else was utterly unacceptable. Should the old master learn of this, he would undoubtedly rush down from Boqi Mountain in a fit of fury. "I may be nearing my 50s, and while youth tends to triumph in combat, my time is limited. However, you are young, with a bright future ahead. With my guidance, you could undoubtedly become the foremost fighter in Tianyan City. Coupled with my boss's financial backing, international recognition is not beyond your reach." As he spoke, Wu Liang's fierce expression softened slightly. He had been observing Jiang Yu's facial reactions, but disappointment washed over him as he detected no hint of eagerness. "I'm afraid my aspirations do not lie in the world of underground fighting, and you lack the standing to instruct me." Jiang Yu was acutely aware of the old master's prowess. To this day, he had seen no one who surpassed him. He had traveled the world since childhood under the old master's tutelage and had encountered numerous reclusive families. Even those venerable elders treated the master with the utmost respect. The adage "a master begets an excellent disciple" rings true. Yet Jiang Yu does not merely assert that blue surpasses indigo in the realm of martial arts. No one in Tianyan City holds the merit to be his instructor. However, to Wu Liang, Jiang Yu's candid remarks sounded like sheer arrogance, inciting his ire. "You dare say I am unqualified to teach you?" Wu Liang declared, assuming a stance before advancing a few steps, executing the wild horse parts its mane, a quintessential Taijiquan move. Wu Liang intended to demonstrate his prowess through action while imparting a lesson to the presumptuous young man. With a swift bow stance and a powerful palm strike, Wu Liang launched his attack, only to meet Jiang Yu's fierce counter, which unleashed a gust of energy. The impact reverberated as their hands collided, sending Wu Liang staggering backward, a revelation of Jiang Yu's formidable strength that left him momentarily astonished. Regaining his composure, Jiang Yu remarked coolly, "The martial arts widely practiced today are often mere routines for physical fitness. While you may be regarded as a master of Taijiquan by the masses, to me, you are nothing but a facade." Wu Liang, a respected figure in Tianyan City's martial arts community, could scarcely contain his fury at being dismissed as mere ornamentation. "You insolent youth," he bellowed, stepping forward to execute the 6 seals and 4 closures. Jiang Yu, grounding himself, slowly uttered, "True martial arts are lethal techniques." The 6 seals and 4 closures in Taijiquan refer to the manipulation of hands, feet, elbows, knees, shoulders, and hips to disrupt an opponent's judgment, rendering them indecisive and disoriented. Although Wu Liang's Taijiquan was indeed sophisticated, as Jiang Yu asserted, genuine martial arts eschew unnecessary flourishes and target the vital points of life directly. Ancient combat was not a mere exhibition. There were no allowances for restraint. The essence of traditional martial arts could be distilled into 3 words: swift, fierce, and precise. One strike to subdue the enemy, without expending an ounce more effort. Jiang Yu acted with remarkable speed, his right index and middle fingers aimed directly at Wu Liang's eyes. Wu Liang was momentarily taken aback. The velocity of Jiang Yu's strike surpassed his expectations, forcing him into a frantic defense. While he managed to guard against the upper assault, he neglected the attack below. Suddenly, Jiang Yu delivered a swift kick, transforming Wu Liang into a pitiable figure, clutching his groin with a contorted visage. His face flushed with embarrassment. Through gritted teeth, Wu Liang managed to utter, "Young man, you lack martial ethics." He could not fathom that Jiang Yu would resort to such a base maneuver. "I have stated before, true martial arts are lethal techniques," Jiang Yu declared, departing with poise. He spoke no falsehood. Had this been a life-or-death struggle, his kick would have been the most effective tactic. If not lethal, it would at least incapacitate his opponent. However, as this was not a fight to the death, he refrained from delivering a fatal blow. Wu Liang, though in pain, would not suffer irreparable harm. For now, he could only watch helplessly as Jiang Yu vanished into the night. In the hazy night, as Jiang Yu pondered his next destination, a call from Han Qihuang summoned him to a hotel. Unlike their initial encounter, Han Qihuang approached this meeting with far greater caution. Cloaked in a mask and sunglasses that nearly obscured her entire face, she sought to avoid the scrutiny of the paparazzi, given the Han family's notable reputation in Tianyin City. The first time, her lack of disguise was a reluctant necessity due to menstrual pain. Jiang Yu had been hesitant to come. Yet the wedding certificate from the Han family compelled him. Refusing Han Qihuang would only grant her the opportunity to obstruct him further, prolonging the acquisition of the certificate. Upon seeing Han Qihuang's heavily disguised appearance, Jiang Yu was taken aback. "What happened? Is someone after you?" As she opened the door, Han Qihuang, still clad in her sunglasses and mask, glanced around cautiously before pulling Jiang Yu inside and carefully shutting the door. She removed her mask and shades, revealing a soft smile. It must be said that, despite being in her 30s, Han Qihuang was remarkably well-preserved, exuding a charm that sometimes surpassed that of younger women. "I'm not being pursued. I merely wish to avoid being photographed entering a hotel with someone," she replied. "Then why invite me to a hotel?" he asked. "Where else would we go?" "My home." "Please, my brother would not welcome you." "Fair enough," Jiang Yu said, producing silver needles to begin her treatment. "By the way, how have you been getting along with Inger?" The treatment process was somewhat awkward, prompting Han Qihuang to seek a diversion. Mention of Han Ing caused Jiang Yu to sigh. "Not particularly well. She seems disinterested in handsome men." "How narcissistic of you." Han Qihuang rolled her eyes. "Our Inger is a treasure in the Han family. She has encountered countless young gentlemen, and there are many more handsome than you in Tianyin City. But don't be discouraged. This is just the beginning of your acquaintance, and I shall assist you." "Why exactly do you wish to help me?" Jiang Yu inquired, the question lingering in his mind. "Neither Inger nor her father approves of this marriage, so why are you?" "Her aunt, so insistent? Have you discovered some unique charm in me that even I am unaware of? Aside from my looks, I seem rather ordinary." Chapter 25. "It seems I've gotten into trouble." Han Qihuang gazed at Jiang Yu with eyes as clear as azure waters. "Because my brother does not wish for Inger to marry you. Is that all?" Jiang Yu replied, incredulous. "Do you find this reason insufficient?" His expression darkened as he retrieved the silver needles, employing a distinctive technique to massage Han Qihuang. The indescribable sense of comfort elicited soft gasps from her. Yet instead of becoming distracted by her sounds, Jiang Yu found himself increasingly agitated. "So you are helping me merely because your brother is unwilling? Am I just a pawn for you to use against him?" His frustration grew, and his touch became firmer. "Ouch!" Han Qihuang gasped. "Why are you being so forceful? Does it hurt?" "It should, for only through pain can one truly discern effectiveness." His grip remained steadfast. Han Qihuang, enduring the discomfort, furrowed her brow, exclaiming, "Is it truly so? The first time was not this painful. Oh dear. Are you questioning my medical expertise?" He retorted, "Of course not, but please, be gentler. I can barely withstand it. If you cannot endure, then feel free to cry out." Han Qihuang, unwilling to provide Jiang Yu with any amusement, gritted her teeth and bore the pain. After half an hour of massage, she was drenched in sweat. Jiang Yu, witnessing her plight, felt a pang of sympathy and hastily excused himself, making his exit. Han Qihuang lay on the bed for a considerable time, recovering from the ordeal, already contemplating whether to undergo a third treatment. After dressing, tidying her hair, and donning a mask and sunglasses, she made her way to the first hospital of Tianyin City. where the elder of the Han family was receiving treatment. Inside the upscale ward, Han Tianming was in a furious uproar. What do you mean he's missing? What are you doctors and nurses doing? I warn you, if anything happens to my father, you will all be held accountable. 2 doctors and 3 nurses stood before Han Tianming, rendered speechless by his fury. From a distance, one could hear his voice. After all, he was a renowned entrepreneur in Tianyin City. Was such a temper truly appropriate? Han Qihuang entered the room, launching into a tirade against Han Tianming. You are indifferent to the fact that grandfather is missing, yet you come here to blame me? How can you scold me when you don't even care that the old man is gone? Han Tianming shot back. Han Qihuang replied, if father is missing, why haven't you sent anyone to find him? What good does shouting do? At that moment, Vice President Liu Yu arrived, having heard the commotion. Mr. Han, please remain calm. The elder is not missing. He has merely been discharged. Discharged? Han Tianming's anger flared anew. Liu Yu, you are more aware of his health than I am. How could you allow him to leave the hospital? Liu Yu sighed. I did not consent to this. You know how stubborn he is. Once he makes a decision, no one can stop him. Furthermore, even if he remained in the hospital, he likely wouldn't last until the end of the month. It would be better for you to return home. He may very well be there already. As doctors, they had witnessed far too many instances of life and death. Many who knew their end was near preferred not to linger in the hospital. If anything happens to the old man, I will ensure you all pay dearly. Han Tianming chastised the vice president, then hurriedly departed. When Jiang Yu left the hotel, it was already 11 at night. He wandered the streets like a lost soul. No longer the personal bodyguard of Qihuang, he could no longer stay at her residence. He was reluctant to check into a hotel due to the exorbitant costs, especially since he did not anticipate staying in Tianyin City for long. Nor did he wish to rent an apartment. Although he had earned some money while with Qihuang, he intended to save it, as he still had matters to attend to elsewhere and wished to have some funds available for unforeseen circumstances to avoid any further embarrassment. Fortunately, it was the height of summer and the night was not cold. Jiang Yu found a bench and settled in for the night. The park is lush and verdant, adorned with numerous benches. However, the only displeasing aspect is the abundance of mosquitoes. At midnight, the park is deserted, save for individuals like him, who wander aimlessly through the night. Suddenly, he hears a sound and, upon investigation, discovers an elderly man with white hair practicing Tai Chi in the park under the moonlight. Jiang Yu observes closely, noting that the old man does not appear to be a martial arts expert. Rather, he seems to be an amateur, engaging in the practice solely for the purpose of maintaining his health. Most strikingly, the old man is panting heavily, and in the dim light, his complexion appears somewhat sallow. This frail figure, teetering on the brink of life, would surely be better off resting quietly for a while. Yet, the old man is stubborn, seemingly dissatisfied with his form and persistently repeating 2 particular movements. Jiang Yu finds this curious and watches for a moment longer, until suddenly, the old man wobbles, on the verge of collapsing. Quick as a flash, Jiang Yu rushes over to support him. Given the old man's frail constitution, a fall could very well lead to dire consequences. He helps the elderly gentleman to a nearby bench, where the old man's breathing is labored, gradually stabilizing after several minutes. Thank you, young man, he finally gasps, regaining his breath. Jiang Yu waves his hand dismissively, intrigued by the old man's presence. Sir, it's quite late. What brings you here alone to practice Tai Chi? With your condition, shouldn't you be concerned about your family's worries? The old man chuckles softly. After lying in the hospital for so long, I yearn for some activity. But surely, one ought to have someone watching over them while exercising. If I hadn't acted quickly just now, you might have. Well, it wouldn't matter to you, considering your limited time left. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu studies the old man more closely. His pallor is striking, and his pupils lack vitality, with a faint white line seemingly extending from his forehead to his ear. The old man does not appear to suffer from any grave illness, but rather, he is simply nearing the end of his lifespan. Life and death are natural occurrences, and Jiang Yu, as a skilled physician, can treat those afflicted by chronic ailments. Yet he is powerless to save someone like this old man. The inevitability of aging and mortality is something Jiang Yu has long since accepted. It is no wonder the elderly gentleman seems indifferent to his own fate. Sir, one cannot speak so lightly of such matters. While you may be indifferent, your family may not share your sentiments. Regardless of how few days you have left, they would surely wish to accompany you in your final moments. You certainly have a way with words, young man. What is your name? Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu? The old man pauses in surprise, Are you from Mount Boqi? Sir, do you know me? If you are indeed a disciple of the esteemed Dr. Zhong, might you assist me? The old man appears somewhat agitated, but Jiang Yu shakes his head, interrupting him. Sir, it is not that I do not wish to help you, but your time is limited, and I am truly powerless in this regard. I do not yearn for the number of years I have left. The elder, overwhelmed with emotion, suddenly lost his breath and fainted. Fortunately, a skilled physician was nearby. Jiang Yu pressed several acupoints on the old man, helping him regain his breath. Yet the elderly gentleman showed no signs of awakening. Jiang Yu wore a troubled expression, as if he had stumbled into a predicament. Chapter 26. Am I not supposed to be dead? Life is unpredictable. Should anything unfortunate occur to the elder while in Jiang Yu's care, especially if he were to confront unreasonable relatives, the meager funds on his person would scarcely suffice for compensation. Nevertheless, a physician's compassion compelled Jiang Yu to refrain from abandoning a comatose old man in an isolated place. He was young and robust, capable of enduring a night in the park, but the elder's frail health was concerning. If he were to spend the night here, the sound of a morning trumpet might soon follow. With no other recourse, Jiang Yu decided to carry the elder to a more suitable resting place. The Star River Hotel, a premier establishment under the Han Group, was among the most luxurious in Tianyan City. As Jiang Yu passed by, he cast a glance at the flickering neon sign, hesitating momentarily. A night's stay in such a hotel would cost no less than 500 or 600. Ultimately, however, he resolutely stepped inside. Elder, consider this a small treat. Given your limited time, enjoy a stay at a high-end hotel, he murmured to himself as he approached the reception desk. The front desk was attended by a young woman, who upon noticing Jiang Yu cradling the frail figure of the old man, immediately adopted a disapproving demeanor. Hello, I'd like to book a room, Jiang Yu stated, handing over his identification. Yet the receptionist, with a stern expression, retorted, take him to a hospital. The elder's health was indeed precarious, but I am a doctor. He will be fine. Enough with your nonsense, just leave. She snapped. What is your attitude? Jiang Yu's face darkened, irritation brewing within him. The receptionist glared at him defiantly. What of my attitude? You bring this old man to our hotel. What if he dies here? She rolled her eyes, continuing with a sarcastic tone. These days, anyone can be found. Are you out of your mind for money? She assumed Jiang Yu was intentionally bringing the elder to die here, hoping to extort the hotel. Your demeanor is unbecoming. How can someone so seemingly gentle speak so harshly? Jiang Yu replied, do I owe you politeness? I'll say it once more, get out now, or I'll call security. Do you think I want to file a complaint against you? Complaint? Oh, wonderful. Would you like me to summon our manager? She challenged. Let me tell you, don't try that with me. Our Star River Hotel is a property of the Han Group. The mention of the Han Group brought a glimmer of amusement to Jiang Yu's face. Since it belonged to such a prestigious organization, matters could be handled differently. Just then, the lobby manager approached, his face alight with anger as he questioned the receptionist. What is all this commotion in the dead of night? Is this how you treat our guests? The receptionist, Jiang Yu, subtly pursed his lips and whispered, Manager, look at that fellow bringing a nearly lifeless old man to check into the hotel. Isn't it obvious he intends to swindle us? If we allow them to stay and the old man passes away here tonight, our hotel would not only incur financial losses, but also invite bad luck. The lobby manager cast a glance at the elderly man in Jiang Yu's arms, sensing an unsettling familiarity. However, unable to recall the context and feeling a sense of foreboding, he waved dismissively, get lost. If he is going to die, let him do it far away from here. Jiang Yu chose not to engage in further debate, directly retrieving his phone to dial Han Xiong's number. What are you calling me for in the middle of the night? I'm busy. On the other end, Han Xiong was still searching for the old man, her words rapid. Sister Qihuang, don't hang up. I need your help. Addressing her as Sister Qihuang piqued her interest. What is the trouble? Have you encountered a challenge? A minor issue. I'm at your Han Group's Xinghe Hotel, but your lobby manager refuses to let me check in. I was hoping this is it. Han Xiong replied with exasperation. You're the last disciple of Boqi Shan, and you can't resolve this trivial matter? Hand the phone to the lobby manager. I'll speak with him. Jiang Yu strode directly towards the lobby manager, who, feeling uneasy, instinctively took 2 steps back and barked. What? You're still trying to stir things up? Stay right there. Jiang Yu offered the phone. Here, take the call. His confidence left the lobby manager somewhat dazed, and he unconsciously reached for the phone. Who is this? It's me, Han Xiong. I've heard you're denying him check-in. The lobby manager was momentarily stunned, glancing at the caller ID, which read Sister Qihuang. Jiang Yu coolly remarked, "So, can you arrange for my check-in now?" The lobby manager regained his composure and suddenly sneered. "Huh, do you think I'm a 3-year-old? Just because you make a call claiming to be General Manager Han?" He pressed the phone to his ear, mocking, "Stop pretending to be a big shot with me. You're Han Qiong? I'm still Han Tianming." Now it was Han Qiong's turn to be bewildered on the other end of the line. "Have you lost your mind? How dare you speak to me like that?" She seethed with fury. "You insolent fool, I have no time for you." The lobby manager tossed the phone back to Jiang Yu. "I'll give you 10 seconds to vanish, or don't blame me for being rude." Jiang Yu was taken aback, thinking the lobby manager was audacious to disregard even Han Qiong. He intended to speak further with her, but the line had already disconnected with a series of beeps. Within 10 seconds, the lobby manager's phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, his expression changed drastically, instantly turning respectful. "Hello, General Manager Han. What a surprise to receive your call at this hour." Han Qiong had directly called the lobby manager himself. With a sycophantic demeanor, he nodded and bowed, even though she wasn't physically present. Han Qiong's furious voice echoed through the phone. "General Manager? Am I not the foolish one? Mr. Han, are you jesting? Who would dare to label you as such?" The lobby manager's expression turned to one of despair as he abruptly exclaimed, "Mr. Han, was that truly you just now?" Regret gnawed at him. Who could have anticipated that the seemingly destitute young man was, in fact, a friend of Han Qiong? In a desperate bid to preserve his position, the lobby manager struck his own face with a resounding slap, the sound echoing in the air. "Mr. Han, I sincerely apologize. I had no idea it was you earlier. I was mistaken, truly. I am rather preoccupied at the moment. I shall address you later. Please arrange for my friend to check in." "Mr. Han, you may not fully grasp the situation," the lobby manager whispered, covering his mouth. "It's not that we are unwilling to accommodate your friend, but he is carrying an elderly gentleman who appears gravely ill. Should anything untoward occur, it would significantly impact the hotel." He spoke with an air of responsibility, but was swiftly taken aback by Han Qiong's retort. Even if he were truly a corpse, he deserves the utmost hospitality. Tears nearly spilled from the lobby manager's eyes. Han Qiong's assertion underscored the esteemed status of Jiang Yu, leaving the lobby manager feeling as though he had offended not just Han Qiong, but someone of even greater stature. Unbeknownst to anyone, the content of the lobby manager's conversation was met with a reminder from the front desk. "Manager, the guest has yet to leave. Should we summon security?" The manager, overwhelmed, exclaimed, "Do not even think of calling security." Chapter 27. The Reflection of Broken Threads. Ultimately, Jiang Yu was smoothly checked in and bestowed the honor of the hotel's most opulent presidential suite. The lobby manager's demeanor underwent a complete transformation, nearly bowing to Jiang Yu in servitude. He had no choice. He hoped Jiang Yu would speak favorably of him, preserving his livelihood. It was Jiang Yu's first experience in a presidential suite, an epitome of luxury, with breathtaking views of Tianyuan City's nightscape visible from the window. How splendid it is to be wealthy, Jiang Yu mused as he stood by the window, just by associating with the affluent Han Qiong. He had been granted such lavish treatment. No wonder it is commonly said that the joys of the wealthy are beyond the realm of imagination. After about an hour of slumber, the elderly man finally stirred awake, scanning his surroundings. In a feeble voice, he inquired, "Where am I?" "Ah, you are awake, old sir." Jiang Yu rushed to his side. "This is the presidential suite of Han Corporation. Quite luxurious, isn't it?" The elder nodded slowly. "However, staying here must cost a fortune for a single night. You have just embarked on your journey. How can you afford such extravagance? Fear not. Consider it an act of kindness. One must indulge in life's pleasures at least once, don't you agree?" What he omitted to mention was that, due to Han Qiong's arrangements, the lobby manager had refrained from charging them. Otherwise, he would never have spent thousands on a single night's stay. Jiang Yu helped the elder to sit up and asked, "Old sir, I presume you are hungry. Shall I arrange for some food to be brought?" "Not in haste. Let us first discuss my matters. Old man, it is not that I am unwilling to assist you with my current capabilities. I have yet to reach the point of bargaining with the king of hell for lives. You are the sole disciple of the esteemed Dr. Zhong, and I have faith in your medical skills. Your belief is futile. The crux lies in my own doubts. I do not aspire to extend my life by years or even months, but I must at least endure until the 3rd day of next month. However, given my condition, I fear I may not last until that time. Fortunately, I have encountered you. The 3rd day of next month. What significance does it hold for you, dear old man?" "It is my birthday." Jiang Yu was momentarily at a loss for words. One would assume that at such an advanced age, the old man would be indifferent to such matters. Yet, the elder seemed to see through his thoughts and continued, "Recently, my son advised me to take good care of myself, planning a grand celebration for my birthday next month, while also arranging my granddaughter's marriage. I may not witness her wedding, but I must at least hold on until her engagement day. That is my only wish. Can you assist me? I will endeavor to do so. Do you require any rare medicinal herbs? No need. At this stage, aside from an elixir of immortality, nothing else would suffice for my body. Then how shall you help me? Please wait a moment." Jiang Yu hurried downstairs, traversing 3 streets to find an operating apothecary, where he procured some silver needles. Upon presenting the silver needles to the old man, he inquired with excitement, "Will you administer the 7-star life-extending acupuncture?" "Ah, old man, you are familiar with the 7-star life-extending acupuncture. It is a closely guarded secret of our Boqi mountain. I was fortunate to witness Dr. Zhong perform it." Jiang Yu's master, who had saved countless lives, was not an unfamiliar figure to the old man, so Jiang Yu did not dwell on it further. He stated, "Extending life is a defiance of fate and should not be undertaken lightly. The technique I intend to apply is known as the broken needle reflection." What does broken needle reflection entail? This technique is applicable solely to those on the brink of death. Anyone receiving this treatment will experience a revival of vitality within half a month. And what follows after that? Certain death, without a doubt. Jiang Yu looked intently at the old man and asked, "Have you made your decision?" The elder's gaze appeared somewhat vacant as he murmured to himself, "Half a month is sufficient for me to hold on until the 9th of next month." Then, with determination, he nodded at Jiang Yu. "I appreciate your assistance. The technique of broken needle reflection is not complicated. It involves 3 needles, one at the Baihui point, one at the Fengqi point, and one at the Renying point. Each needle is inserted 3 inches deep, gently kneaded for a quarter of an hour, then withdrawn 2 inches before breaking the needle." Jiang Yu executed the technique with remarkable skill. A white halo emanated from his fingertips, and the old man felt a warmth radiating through his skin. Jiang Yu grasped the silver needle between his fingers, gave a subtle tremor, and the needle broke cleanly at the skin's surface. The old man, once dull and lifeless, suddenly appeared invigorated, akin to a dying person experiencing a resurgence of vitality. He remarked with a newfound cheerfulness, "I suddenly feel a bit hungry." And despite the knowledge that he would succumb in 15 days, he was filled with joy. Jiang Yu promptly called for the waiter to bring some food, which was quite sumptuous, befitting a stay in the presidential suite. "Xiao Yu, come here," the elderly gentleman addressed Jiang Yu with newfound warmth. Jiang Yu settled beside him, observing quietly. "I have a modest request," the elder spoke. "Please do come to my birthday celebration on the 3rd of next month." "Old sir, your family should enjoy their time together. I shouldn't intrude," Jiang Yu replied. "This opportunity is afforded to you by me, and your presence is indispensable at this banquet." The elder insisted. "Your words are overly flattering," Jiang Yu thought, bemused at his own newfound significance. However, the elder's earnest invitation was difficult to refuse, and Jiang Yu eventually acquiesced. The elder requested his phone number, promising to notify him once the hotel arrangements were finalized. The two engaged in delightful conversation until the early hours of the morning, parting ways only at 3 a.m. Jiang Yu awoke at 9 to discover the elder had already departed. Upon inquiring, he learned that the elder had left at 6, having only slept for 3 hours. With merely half a month remaining, he preferred not to squander his final moments in slumber. Jiang Yu regarded this episode as a mere interlude in life as he continued with his plans to annul his engagement. Perhaps good deeds beget good fortune. After assisting the elder the previous night, he received promising news today. Someone online had replied to his post, claiming to know a person named Wen Fuyao. Overjoyed, Jiang Yu immediately sought out the individual who had responded. This person was Yang Wei, a 20-something working at a construction site. Unable to leave, Jiang Yu went to find him in person. Fortunately, he encountered no deceitful individuals. Yang Wei, pressed for time, took a brief 10-minute break and got straight to the point. "I had a neighbor back home whose daughter was named Wen Fuyao, but they moved away over a decade ago. Do you know where they reside now?" "I do not. But you might inquire at my hometown. I believe there's still a relative of Wen Fuyao's there. Could you perhaps call to help me get in touch?" "Apologies. But after my parents passed away 7 years ago, I left my hometown and have since had no contact with relatives there." Eventually, Yang Wei provided Jiang Yu with the address of his hometown. Jiang Yu intended to offer him a few hundred yuan as a token of gratitude, but Yang Wei declined. Qingping Township, Yulong Village, was the address of Wen Fuyao's ancestral home. Eager to resolve his engagement, Jiang Yu set off on his journey. Chapter 28. The past of the Wen family. Jiang Yu could hardly anticipate the distance to Wen Fuyao's home. After a 40-minute bus ride from the city to Jufeng Mountain, he began a strenuous trek through the rugged terrain. The mountain paths were treacherous, and even Jiang Yu, accustomed to the mountains, found himself fatigued. Wen Fuyao's ancestral home lay so far in the depths of the mountains that calling it a secluded forest would not be an exaggeration. He set out in the morning and did not arrive at Yulong village until the deep hours of the night. Several years ago, Yulong village boasted a population of over 100. However, as the nation's economy flourished, an increasing number of young individuals ventured out of the deep mountains, leaving behind primarily the elderly and infirm. Scattered along the steep mountainside were more than 30 dilapidated wooden structures, each bearing the indelible marks of time. Most of these homes had been abandoned for quite a while, falling into a state of disrepair. At 2 in the morning, the deep woods echoed with the occasional low growl of wild beasts. The villagers tended to retire early at night, and Jiang Yu found himself enveloped in darkness without a single light in sight. Unable to seek out Wen Fuyao's relatives in the dead of night, he opted for a vacant house to rest temporarily, planning to search for help at dawn. The house contained plentiful wooden boards, and after a brief cleaning, he managed to rest for a few hours. As the first rays of dawn pierced the mountains, accompanied by the barks of dogs, wisps of smoke began to rise from nearby homes. The mountain dwellers, having gone to bed early, naturally awoke early as well. Breathing in the fresh mountain air, Jiang Yu stretched and stepped out of the derelict house, following the trail of smoke. He arrived at an old wooden cabin where a hunchbacked elder, his face etched with deep lines, sat before the main room smoking a pipe, his skin almost gleaming with a dark hue. In the kitchen, a white-haired old woman busied herself, while the elder occasionally inquired whether the meal was ready. Life unfolded in a placid and unremarkable manner. The villagers seemed forgotten by the world. Those with family could only reunite for a meal during the new year, while those without might go years or even decades without uttering a word to outsiders. The elder's eyes sparkled as he spotted Jiang Yu from a distance, prompting him to rise and regard the visitor, a rare occurrence in the village. "Good day, sir," Jiang Yu greeted politely. The elder, with a voice steeped in the weight of years, asked, "Young man, what brings you here?" "I'm looking for someone." "Who might that be?" "Wen Fuyao's relative." "Do you know him?" "Wen Fuyao?" The name seemed to echo from a distant past, and after a prolonged moment of contemplation, the elder replied, "You're seeking Wen Shusheng, aren't you?" Jiang Yu surmised that Wen Shusheng must indeed be related to Wen Fuyao and nodded. "Do you know where he is?" The elder fell silent, retreating into the main room, only to return shortly with a bamboo basket covered by a black cloth, the contents unknown. "Follow me," he beckoned. Despite his age, the elder navigated the mountain path with ease, calling out to the kitchen, "Wife, I'm stepping out for a bit." "Where are you off to at this hour?" she questioned. "Looking for old one." The busy old woman paused momentarily, then muttered, "What madness has possessed you so early?" Old one has been dead for several years. Unaware of Wen Shusheng's demise, Jiang Yu only grasped the truth upon arriving at a grave where a tombstone stood solemnly. The elder set down the bamboo basket and lifted the black cloth, revealing incense, candles, and paper offerings. After all these years, finally, someone had come to pay their respects. He lit 2 candles and then gestured to Jiang Yu, indicating him to burn the paper money. Jiang Yu felt somewhat bewildered after a long journey to Yulong village. This was the outcome. Nonetheless, having come this far, and with the old man having prepared the paper money for him, he could not simply turn around and leave. He resolved to perform this act of filial piety on behalf of his unseen fiancée. While burning the paper money, the old man inquired, "Young man, how are you related to the late old one?" Jiang Yu shook his head. "In truth, I have no connection to him." "No connection? Yet you traversed mountains to seek him out?" "Sir, I actually came to find Wen Fuyao. A friend informed me that she had a relative in this village, which is why I came." "I didn't expect. Wen Fuyao? Was she the little girl who used to wear her hair in 2 ponytails?" "That should be correct." "Do you know where they have moved?" "Where else could they have gone but to the city? All the young people from the village have moved there." The old man's words felt as though they were of little consequence amidst the countless cities in the world. He continued to muse aloud. "The last time I saw that girl was several years ago. Oh yes, I remember, it was the year old when passed away. She had truly transformed, grown into a striking young woman." Jiang Yu quickly asked, "Since you saw her a few years ago, do you know which city they moved to?" "They relocated to Tianyuan City. just beyond the mountains. After they left, it seemed that fortune had finally smiled upon them. You see, the Wen family was once among the poorest here. The old man appeared to be unaccustomed to conversing with outsiders, and once he began, the words flowed freely. Old Wen had a nephew named Qihuang, who was frail and sickly from a young age. At the age of 20, he finally married and had a daughter, yet his health was deteriorating. I do not know if it was due to the Wen family's ancestral virtues or some other reason, but when his daughter turned 5, a miraculous doctor came to the village, accompanied by a young boy. Jiang Yu thought to himself that the young boy was now standing right before the old man. Yet he was too young then to remember anything. The old man continued. The doctor's skills were truly remarkable. Within just a few doses of medicine, he cured Qihuang's affliction and brought him back from the brink of death. Qihuang was so grateful that he promised his daughter to the doctor's apprentice. You cannot imagine the scene. Qihuang knelt before the doctor and only rose after the marriage contract was agreed upon. Later, once Qihuang regained his health, he took his family to the city to work. For the first few years, he would often return, and each time he came back, he was transformed. I heard old Wen say he started a business in the city and was earning quite a decent income. The village's young people, seeing this, also rushed to the city. Yet few could achieve the success of Qihuang. In my opinion, it must have been that old doctor who altered the feng shui of the Wen family's ancestral grave. Otherwise, Qihuang would not have prospered so swiftly. The old man, knowledgeable in the ways of the universe and with an understanding of feng shui, continued to speak. Although Jiang Yu primarily focused on traditional medicine, he had also studied feng shui, albeit not to the old man's extent. Sir, could you take me to see the Wen family's ancestral grave? Jiang Yu, intrigued, desired to witness how the old man had once aided the Wen family. Follow me, he instructed. After traversing the mountain path for approximately 2 miles, Jiang Yu finally beheld the ancestral tomb of the Wen family. It was an imposing ancient grave, flanked by 2 stone lions that appeared remarkably lifelike. Jiang Yu observed the terrain. Behind the tomb, lush greenery formed a canopy resembling a white tiger poised to pounce. While in front, the expansive view revealed the foot of the mountain, with a broad, open hall. A river meandered around the hall below, marking this as a site of exceptional feng shui. Chapter 29. The search for Qihuang. Surprised, are you? The old man remarked, taking a puff from his pipe. In truth, the ancestors of the Wen family were once a prominent clan, but their fortunes waned over time. Otherwise, do you think they could have bestowed such a fine name as Wen Fuyao upon that girl? Jiang Yu scrutinized the ancestral tomb of the Wen family. At first glance, it appeared unremarkable, save for an unusual symbol, 3 fingers wide, inscribed upon the stele. This symbol was etched into the gravestone with a sharp tool, and Jiang Yu instantly recognized it as the old man's handiwork. The old man sighed. Do you see that symbol? Before the divine healer arrived, there was no symbol on the stele. Suddenly, he squinted in anger. Who dared to deface this ancestral gravestone? The symbol was marked with a diagonal line. Perhaps it was scratched by a beast from the mountains, Jiang Yu suggested, though his expression remained grave. The old man's drawing was a Zhensha Fu, a protective talisman. Why would he inscribe such a symbol in this auspicious location? Could there be something hidden within the Wen family tomb? The diagonal line on the talisman was likely not the work of a wild animal, but rather a sign of malevolent forces encroaching. The damage to the signified an impending calamity for the Wen family. It seemed imperative to locate Wen Fuyao swiftly to mitigate this disaster and resolve the karmic ties to obtain the marriage certificate. Sir, do you have a way to contact Wen Fuyao's family? No, I cannot reach them. When old Wen was alive, they would occasionally return, but ever since his passing, they have not returned. Are you certain they moved to Tianyan City? I never lie. So the Qihuang you mentioned is indeed Wen Fuyao's father? Exactly. Thank you, sir. I appreciate your help. Allow me to escort you home. After escorting the elder back, Jiang Yu was warmly treated to a simple breakfast of congee and pickles, which felt more gratifying than a feast of delicacies. Upon descending the mountain, Jiang Yu promptly published a new post online in search of Qihuang. He believed that since Qihuang was conducting business in Tianyan City, he would be easier to locate than Wen Fuyao. After posting, he boarded a bus back to Boqi Mountain. He had not delved deeply into the intricacies of talismans. He needed to return to consult the old man about the meaning of the added line on the, and whether the Wen family was indeed facing a dire calamity. If the Wen family were to suddenly encounter misfortune, he might never obtain that marriage certificate. Old man, I'm back to see you. From afar, Jiang Yu called out loudly, yet received no response. Upon arriving at the bamboo cottage, he found it deserted, a fine layer of dust covering the interior, suggesting it had been uninhabited for quite some time. Jiang Yu searched the mountains thoroughly, yet saw not a trace of anyone. He waited in the bamboo hut for an entire day, ultimately concluding that the old man had fled. That old rascal, claiming to have my best interests at heart by urging me to descend the mountain, was merely seeking to live freely without me. I curse you to fall into a pit of your own making. After realizing that the old man had long departed from Boqi Mountain, Jiang Yu came to an important realization. One cannot always rely on others for assistance. From now on, he would have to depend solely on himself. The most infuriating part was that the old man had cleared out all the collected treasures, leaving Jiang Yu with a sense of regret akin to wishing for more knowledge when it was too late. However, there was no time for lamentation. The pressing concern was to locate Wen Qihuang. Returning to Tianyun City from the mountain, he had received a response to his post. Someone inquired whether he was looking for Wen Qihuang from Jiang Company. Jiang Yu immediately searched for Jiang Company online and followed the address provided. Jiang Company, a prominent player in the construction materials business, was located on the 17th floor of Baishan Building. As it was not peak hours, the elevator was relatively uncrowded. Xiao Jiang, what brings you here? Upon entering the lift, Jiang Yu heard a familiar voice greeting him. Turning around, he was surprised to encounter Wen Yihuan's father. Wen Yihuan, whose birth name was Wen Fuyao, meant that the man in front of him was indeed the sought-after Wen Qihuang. Wen Qihuang, feigning ignorance, was aware that Jiang Yu had come here for him. Uncle, it's you. I'm here looking for someone. What about you? I work here. By the way, who are you looking for? Perhaps I know them. I'm searching for Wen Qihuang. Mr. Wen, what business do you have with him? Uncle, do you know him? Of course, I work on the 10th floor. We frequently cross paths during office hours. As they spoke, Wen Qihuang discreetly pressed the button for the 10th floor. When the elevator reached the 10th floor, Wen Qihuang stepped out, waving to Jiang Yu as he departed. I'm off to work now. You carry on, uncle. Once the elevator doors closed, Wen Qihuang promptly called his secretary. Xiao Zhang, go to the front desk immediately. A young man named Jiang Yu is here looking for me. Tell him I'm out of the province on business. And if he inquires about my daughter, just say she is studying abroad, nothing more. In order to protect his daughter's privacy, Wen Qihuang exerted considerable effort, not daring to return to his own company. When Jiang Yu arrived at the front desk of Jiang Company, the gentle and knowledgeable secretary, Xiao Zhang, was already waiting for him. May I ask if Mr. Wen is available? Jiang Yu cut straight to the point. The receptionist sized him up and politely inquired, do you have an appointment? No. I apologize, but our boss's schedule is fully booked. Please make an appointment before coming. The receptionist, eager to send him away, was approached immediately by Secretary Zhang, who inquired, may I ask who you are? My name is Jiang Yu. Please call your boss. He should be familiar with me. Unfortunately, General Wen has just gone out of province for business. Perhaps you could wait for him to return? The receptionist looked at Secretary Zhang in confusion, recalling that she had just heard the manager say the boss would be arriving shortly, urging them to remain alert. However, given Secretary Zhang's higher status, the receptionist dared not interject. If General Wen is unavailable, could you assist me in contacting his daughter, Wen Fuyao? Alternatively, if you could provide me with a phone number, I can reach out myself. Jiang Yu indeed inquired about Wen Fuyao, but Secretary Zhang had already prepared her response. General Wen's daughter does not involve herself in company matters. We do not have her contact information. Do you know where she resides? She has been studying abroad for the past 2 years. I fear only General Wen knows such details. Jiang Yu appeared somewhat disappointed. When will General Wen return? That is uncertain. Sometimes he is away for 3 to 5 days, and at other times for 1 to 2 months. Could you provide me with General Wen's contact information? Of course. As a businessman, Wen Qihuang's phone number was not a secret, so Secretary Zhang readily shared it. Chapter 30. Ominous signs as Jiang Yu descended the stairs. Wen Qihuang was already in the lobby. When Wen Qihuang's phone rang with an unfamiliar number, he noticed Jiang Yu was on a call and promptly hung up. Hello. The number you dialed is currently busy. Please try again later. Hung up on. Was it because it was an unknown caller? He dialed again, only to be cut off once more by Wen Qihuang. He tried again, but this time Wen Qihuang had simply switched off his phone. After turning off his phone, Wen Qihuang approached with a concerned expression, asking, so, did you manage to find him? Jiang Yu shook his head. They said General Wen went out of province for business. Wen Qihuang reassured him, business people often travel frequently. Do you have an urgent matter to discuss with him? Considering that this was a family matter, Jiang Yu felt it inappropriate to share with outsiders and simply shook his head, indicating there was nothing pressing. By the way, how are things between you and Qihuang? Observing the eager look in Wen Qiyun's eyes, Jiang Yu was taken aback. Did he truly believe I was involved with Wen Qihuang? Uncle, that incident was a misunderstanding. There is nothing between General Wen and me. I understand. Uncle is not mistaken either. Relationships are much like business. Familiarity breeds comfort. Take your time. Uncle, I assure you, my relationship with General Wen is not as you presume. I comprehend. Young people can sometimes be rather open-minded, and I can appreciate that. Jiang Yu was left in a state of confusion, pondering the absurdity of the conversation. Just then, Wen Qihuang called, and Wen Qiyun cast a sly glance at the screen, revealing a mischievous smile, still claiming nothing is amiss. Uncle, truly, there is nothing going on. Enough talk, just answer the phone, said Jiang Yu, reluctantly picking up the call. Mr. Wen, what can I do for you? There's nothing much. I've prepared a few dishes at home. It's rather dull dining alone. Why not come over and join me? What? Jiang Yu was momentarily taken aback, wondering if he had misheard. Why would Wen Qihuang suddenly invite him over for dinner? Wen Qiyun patted his shoulder with a knowing look and said, You and Qihuang should have a good chat. As long as you both are willing, I will wholeheartedly support it. With that, he stepped into the elevator and ascended. To decline someone's earnest invitation would lack a certain gentlemanly grace. Although Jiang Yu was surprised by Wen Qihuang's invitation, he readily agreed. He had hardly eaten in recent days, and his body was starting to protest. Before long, Jiang Yu arrived at Wen Qihuang's home. Please have a seat. The dishes will be ready shortly. Wen Qihuang greeted him at the door, donning a floral apron, before hastily returning to the kitchen with an air of domesticity. Jiang Yu held a deep admiration for Wen Qihuang. She was adept in both the parlor and the kitchen, possessing both beauty and kindness. Had his heart not been preoccupied with his junior disciple, Dodo, he might have already harbored affections for Wen Qihuang. Soon, 3 dishes and a soup were laid out on the table. Wen Qihuang wiped the sweat from her brow and said, Just a few simple home-cooked dishes. I hope you won't find them lacking. Mr. Wen, what are you saying? These dishes are a feast for the senses. They look so appetizing that one can tell they are far superior to anything served in a 5-star hotel. Wen Qihuang smiled brightly. It seems you've become quite the charmer in my absence. She fetched bowls and chopsticks and, after removing her apron, asked, Would you like some wine? Jiang Yu nodded. Red or white? Beer, of course. Nothing beats a chilled beer in the summer. Wen Qihuang retrieved a few bottles of cold beer from the refrigerator and poured him a glass, filling one for herself as well. Do you drink, Mr. Wen? Occasionally. Sometimes work can be overwhelming, and a little drink in the evening helps me unwind. Wen Qihuang raised her glass. Let me toast to you first. Thanking you for coming to share this meal with me. Jiang Yu downed his drink. Mr. Wen, it's my honor to savor a meal prepared by your own hands. Wen Qihuang chuckled softly, her laughter filling the room with a warm breeze that stirred the heart. She was truly beautiful when she smiled, and Jiang Yu couldn't help but steal a few more glances. However, upon closer inspection, he noticed something amiss. Wen Qihuang's complexion appeared darkened, with an ominous aura seemingly rising from her head, a sign of impending misfortune. Mr. Wen, has anything troubling occurred at the company recently? Jiang Yu's expression grew serious. Nothing at all. Ever since you helped me resolve that issue, everything has been running smoothly. The Black Tiger Hall hasn't caused me any trouble since. However, you should remain cautious of He Yuan. Jiang Yu speculated that Wen Qihuang's troubles were likely tied to He Yuan. I am aware. Let us not dwell on those dreary matters today. Come, let us indulge in some wine. An hour later, Wen Qihuang, feeling slightly tipsy, reclined on the sofa, watching television. Her graceful figure was exquisite, her legs as flawless as jade. She patted the sofa and gazed at Jiang Yu with dreamy eyes, saying, Come sit. It's not our first time at my home, so why be so reserved? Jiang Yu cautiously took a seat, careful not to sit too close to Wen Qihuang. His heart was already somewhat agitated, and with a bit of alcohol in his system, he feared losing control. He resisted the urge to look at Wen Qihuang. By the way, what are your thoughts on my previous proposal? What proposal? To be my bodyguard. Rest assured, I will ensure you are satisfied with the salary. I agree, but I have a condition. What condition? No contracts. Without the constraints of a contract, he could leave whenever he wished. The only reason he agreed to Wen Qihuang was due to her impending misfortune. Wen Qihuang was a beautiful and kind-hearted girl, and Jiang Yu wished for her to have a long life. That is fine, but I have a condition as well. What condition? You've just arrived in Tianyuan City and probably haven't found a place to stay yet. Why not live here with me? Huh, what do you mean by that? Are modern girls so straightforward? Wen Qihuang knew Jiang Yu was her fiancé and wanted to assess his character. She believed that living under the same roof would reveal much about a person. Yet, Jiang Yu did not share this sentiment. His current role was a bodyguard, not a personal attendant, and now when Qihuang expected him to live with her, which was rather suggestive. If Jiang Yu had a mirror at that moment, he would surely admire his reflection and lament his irresistible charm. Since when Qihuang showed no objections, Jiang Yu gladly accepted. Who wouldn't he wish to be in close proximity to a beauty? Moreover, he wouldn't he have to pay rent? Ms. 1. I'm stepping out to buy a few things. I'll be back shortly. Remembering the saying, a drop of water shall be repaid with a fountain. Jiang Yu felt compelled to reciprocate when Qihuang's kindness. This is the principle of reaping the rewards of good deeds. He wandered through Tianyan City, purchasing yellow paper and vermilion, and personally crafted a talisman. While his skills in talisman making did not compare to those of the old master, they still possessed some efficacy. Take this talisman with you. It may save your life in critical moments. Even as when Qihuang's bodyguard, he could not be by her side 24 hours a day. Hence he created this protective charm for her. He spoke earnestly, but when Qihuang chuckled lightly, "What age are we in? You still believe in such things?" Despite her words, she carefully tucked the talisman away, clearly valuing Jiang Yu's seemingly eccentric gift. Chapter 31. Does harboring affection for someone equate to having ulterior motives? Although when Qihuang did not truly believe that the talisman could save lives, she cherished it like a treasure, even fastening it around her neck with a red string. On this particular day, Jiang Yu took up residence at Wen Qihuang's home. The following day, he accompanied her to work, and when Su Xian saw him again, her face was a canvas of astonishment. "What are you doing here?" "I am now President Wen's bodyguard, so of course, I must be present." Su Xian looked at Wen Qihuang with a puzzled expression. "President Wen, you really hired him as your bodyguard?" Jiang Yu smirked. "I sense a hint of jealousy in your tone. Are you not a girl? Could it be that your inclinations diverge from the norm?" "Mr. Jiang, refrain from your nonsense. If I hear such words again, I shall tear your mouth apart." TSK. Look at you, brimming with rage. Have I struck a nerve?" Jiang Yu chuckled mischievously. Yet he was also somewhat perplexed. Su Xian's reaction was excessively intense. Could it be that she harbored romantic feelings for Wen Qihuang? How astonishing. "Enough. I must attend to my work. You go about your business," Wen Qihuang gently interjected, waving her hand. She understood that Jiang Yu was seeking someone. Thus, during her working hours, he was free to roam as he pleased. "By the way, President Wen, as you are in business, do you have any connections with the president of Jian Company?" Jiang Yu had been unable to reach Wen Qihuang. His calls either went unanswered or were met with disconnection, which vexed him greatly. He had no choice but to ask Wen Qihuang for assistance in bridging the gap. Wen Qihuang was momentarily taken aback, her heart racing. Had he found her father so quickly? Was he beginning to suspect her identity? "President Wen, are you all right?" Noticing the unusual expression on Wen Qihuang's face, Su Xian immediately inquired with concern. "And no, it's nothing," she stammered, avoiding Jiang Yu's gaze as she cautiously probed. "I am in the cosmetics business and have no dealings with the construction company." "Have you met him?" "No, I went once. But the secretary said he was out of the province on business." Wen Qihuang sighed in relief. It seemed she had not revealed anything. However, Su Xian remarked with a mocking tone, "Well, you must have seen your fiancée. She must have found you repugnant, right? If I were a wealthy heiress, I wouldn't look at you either." Jiang Yu's expression darkened at Su Xian's unkind words. "I did not see her. They said my fiancé has been studying abroad for the past 2 years and has yet to return." Su Xian laughed wickedly. You haven't even seen her? She probably just doesn't want to deal with you. Did you not hear that she is abroad? If your hearing is faulty, you ought to get it checked." "Humph." Su Xian scoffed, adding, "There are so many handsome men abroad. I bet your fiancé has already found a boyfriend. You are certainly out of luck. I am here to annul the engagement. Whether she has a boyfriend is of no concern to me." Jiang Yu shrugged, indicating his indifference, a demeanor that left Wen Qihuang somewhat disappointed. "Stop pretending to be unconcerned. She is a wealthy heiress. Marrying her would save you at least 20 years of struggle." Jiang Yu smirked. "Then marrying a prominent figure like President Wen would save me 50 years of effort, wouldn't it?" Upon hearing this, Su Xian's face fell, her irritation evident as she exclaimed, "The fox's tail is showing. You indeed harbor improper intentions towards President Wen." Jiang Yu replied nonchalantly, "President Wen is both talented and beautiful, adept in both the boardroom and the kitchen, naturally attracting admiration. Does liking someone equate to harboring ulterior motives?" "What did you just say?" Wen Qihuang's cheeks flushed, her heart racing. Has he truly developed feelings for me? Yet, such candor seems rather bold. Is this a confession? Should I accept it or maintain my reserve? While Qihuang was lost in her thoughts, Jiang Yu doused her with a splash of cold water. President 1, please don't misunderstand. I was merely using a metaphor to explain to Su Xian that with your excellence, how could I dare to aspire? Humph, at least you possess a modicum of self-awareness. Su Xian retorted, hands on her hips, her gaze filled with provocation. Leave, I need to work. When Qihuang pointed towards the door, her sudden seriousness catching Jiang Yu off guard. What have I done to offend her? Su Xian chimed in, if your ears are defective, go to the hospital. Didn't you hear President when telling you to leave? Fine, I'll take my leave. Jiang Yu spun around gracefully and hastily descended the stairs. He continued attempting to call Wen Qihuang, but predictably, his calls were once again terminated. Jiang Yu felt quite vexed, even if it was a stranger's number. After this many attempts, Wen Qihuang ought to answer at least once, right? He remained oblivious to the fact that Wen Qihuang had already placed him on her blacklist. Unfortunately, as the company's owner, Wen Qihuang received countless calls daily. It was impractical for her to keep her phone on for Jiang Yu alone. And each time he called was troublesome, leading her to choose a more permanent solution. The marriage certificate from the Wen family concealed a portion of Jiang Yu's lineage, a clue he was unwilling to relinquish. Since Wen Qihuang was unresponsive, he resolved to visit Jiang Company daily. However, he was once again met by Secretary Zhang, who reiterated the same dismissive message as before. Jiang Yu had made up his mind. He would wait for an hour each day at Jiang Company, convinced that Wen Qihuang could not perpetually evade him. Meanwhile, progress on the Wen family's side had stagnated. As Jiang Yu exited Jiang Company, he pondered strategies regarding the Han family, almost unconsciously finding himself at Tianyin University. Hey, are you here to see Haning? A hand clapped on his shoulder. And turning around, Jiang Yu recognized the fellow who had shared drinks with him that day. The man's appearance was unremarkable, but he seemed straightforward. Jiang Yu felt a twinge of guilt and nodded politely. Jiang Yu remained silent, leading the man to believe he had been forgotten. A few days ago, at Nice Bar, we were drinking together. I'm Wei Yong, a classmate of Han Ying and Wang Ruoqi. Do you not recall? Jiang Yu had been unaware of his name until this self-introduction prompted a moment of clarity. Oh, Wei Yong, how forgetful of me. As his mind whirred, he thought. Since Wei Yong and Han Ying were classmates, it would be a sheer waste of resources not to cultivate him as an informant. Wei Yong, do you share a close relationship with Han Ying and Wang Ruoqi? Well, it was fairly ordinary before, but for some reason, these past couple of days, Wang Ruoqi has looked at me as if I were a harbinger of doom, constantly berating me. Whenever I venture a bit closer, she reacts like a powder keg ready to explode. Wei Yong expressed his frustration. Jiang Yu stifled a laugh, knowing full well it was all due to the incident involving the photograph. It was likely that Wang Ruoqi wished Wei Yong would vanish from existence as if he had never been. He patted Wei Yong on the shoulder and said, Brother, do you understand the concept of carrot and stick? What does carrot and stick mean? Wei Yong scratched his head, appearing rather clueless. Jiang Yu rolled his eyes, thinking to himself how such ignorance had allowed him to enter university. Tell me, do you have feelings for Wang Ruoqi? Who wouldn't like a beautiful girl? Wei Yong's face flushed with embarrassment. Jiang Yu whispered, Many girls employ the tactic of carrot and stick towards those they fancy. Haven't you heard of it? Wei Yong shook his head. I've never been in a relationship. Do you desire to win Wang Ruoqi's heart? Of course. Wei Yong exclaimed without hesitation. But immediately after, his expression fell, and he murmured, How could Wang Ruoqi ever notice me? Jiang Yu reassured him, Nothing is insurmountable in this world. It is merely a matter of will. If you are determined, I shall assist you. Are you truly willing to help me pursue Wang Ruoqi? Wei Yong was nearly moved to tears. Brother, I never expected you to be so kind. I even helped Wang Ruoqi get you drunk that day. I truly feel like a terrible person. Though he and Han Ying and Wang Ruoqi were classmates, they had scarcely exchanged words throughout the semester and were little more than strangers. Wei Yong admired Wang Ruoqi, but he was acutely aware of his own unworthiness and dared not express his feelings. However, he was somewhat of a legend in class, known as the wine immortal among his peers. A few days prior, Han Ying and Wang Ruoqi sought to intoxicate Jiang Yu and approached Wei Yong for assistance. Naturally, he was more than willing to help Wang Ruoqi. Although the night had taken an unexpected turn, with everyone but Jiang Yu ending up inebriated, Wei Yong believed that their bond would strengthen as a result of that experience. Yet, to his dismay, Wang Ruoqi treated him like a pariah. Don't worry, you didn't manage to get me drunk either, Jiang Yu assured him, unperturbed. Wei Yong gave a thumbs up. Brother, you are the best drinker I have ever met. I, Wei Yong, shall call you the first. Jiang Yu rolled his eyes. You should watch less anime. Such childish phrases should not escape your lips. All right. I promise to reduce my viewing. Now, brother, how should I pursue Wang Ruoqi? Please, enlighten me. To pursue a girl, there are 3 fundamental principles: persistence, shamelessness, and a relentless commitment to shamelessness. Wang Ruoqi is no ordinary girl. Winning her affection is not a matter of mere days. Thus, keep me informed of Wang Ruoqi and Han Ying's movements within the class. Knowledge of both oneself and the adversary ensures victory in every battle. Jiang Yu lacks romantic experience and can only rely on the novels and dramas he has consumed for guidance. Wei Yong scratched his head in confusion, asking, why should I monitor Han Ying's movements while pursuing Wang Ruoqi? Jiang Yu frowned, exclaiming, isn't that obvious? Han Ying is my true objective. Of course, he could never voice this directly, so he advised earnestly, they are inseparable best friends. A little extra effort ensures greater security. Oh, I see, you're quite astute. No wonder you can compete with young Master Zhao. What do you mean? The whole school is buzzing. Young Master Zhao is also pursuing Han Ying. He just arrived with 6 sports cars, covering the area beneath Han Ying's dormitory with flowers for his confession. Oh, Jiang Yu replied nonchalantly. Wei Yong, astonished, asked, aren't you worried? What is there to worry about? He rather hoped Zhao Shua would succeed. Wei Yong couldn't help but give a thumbs up. It seems you are already quite confident. That night we were all drunk, and you and Han Ying left together. Have you two already? He winked suggestively at Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu ignored him and strode towards the school, saying, let us go see how young Master Zhao confesses. Wei Yong was even more impressed, marveling at Jiang Yu's audacity to observe his rival's confession. He hurried to take the lead, quickly arriving at the girls' dormitory. At that moment, a crowd had gathered below, predominantly girls, most of whom were filled with envy. Zhao Shua was unremarkable in appearance. The kind of person who would get lost in a crowd, yet wealth is a powerful magnet. With 6 sports cars on display, it was impossible not to attract attention. Many were enthusiastically taking selfies in front of the cars, which held immense allure for both boys and girls. Even Jiang Yu felt a thrill and stepped forward to join the spectacle. Wei Yong followed closely behind, exclaiming, this is so cool. I wish I had my own sports car. The disparity between people was stark. Some would never afford a single sports car in their lifetime, while others could employ 6 for a proposal. Wei Yong couldn't resist touching one. The sensation was akin to holding Wang Ruoqi's hand. Just then, a young man clad in designer brands approached and kicked Wei Yong aside, declaring, you can watch and take pictures, but don't you dare touch. If you scratch it, you wouldn't be able to afford the damage. His arrogance was palpable, etched clearly on his face. That's too much, Jiang Yu said darkly, his gaze sharp. He intended to utilize Wei Yong to keep tabs on Han Ying. Feeling a sense of obligation, he would not stand idly by while Wei Yong was bullied. Brother? The young man's eyebrows shot up incredulously. Who do you think you are to call me brother? Get lost. Is this school owned by your family? I stand here. What can you do to me? Huh, trying to act tough? The young man gestured to his companions, instructing them to dispose of some refuse. Upon witnessing this, Wei Yong immediately bowed in apology, saying, I beg your pardon, young Master Zhao. It is my fault. Please forgive us. Today is a momentous occasion for your confession. Do not let such trifles dampen your spirits. So you are Zhao Shua? Jiang Yu shook his head. Zhao Shua glared menacingly and replied, and so what? Jiang Yu replied coolly, I suddenly find myself wishing that Han Ying would not be with you. Previously, he had contemplated aiding young Master Zhao in his pursuit, hoping to secure a marriage certificate for himself. But now, he had changed his mind. Zhao Shua's character left much to be desired. Han Ying was, after all, his fiancée, and he could not bear to watch her fall into a pit of fire. What? Zhao Shua paused slightly, then burst into laughter, exclaiming, am I hearing this correctly? You, a penniless fool, wish to meddle in my affairs with Han Ying? Who do you think you are? Master Shua. At that moment, several young men with colorful dyed hair approached, asking, Master Shua, continue with your business. We will handle this insolent fool. No need, Zhao Shua said with a smug expression. Let him stay here. I want this pauper to witness how Han Ying agrees to be with me. Is that so? Allow me to remind you. As long as I am present, Han Ying shall never consent to your pursuit. Damn it, Zhao Shua cursed. He had been confident. Yet Jiang Yu's seemingly calm words instilled a deep sense of unease within him. Chapter 33. Why still consider? As a renowned scion in Tianyin City, Zhao Shua had everything he desired since childhood, surrounded by countless women who never turned him down. This had fostered an overwhelming arrogance in him. Even in courting someone like Han Ying, whom he deemed a match, he believed there were no obstacles. Although Jiang Yu's words unsettled him, his intense self-importance caused him to dismiss Jiang Yu entirely. Could a poor student truly affect his pursuit of Han Ying? What a ludicrous notion. Ignoring Jiang Yu, Zhao Shua continued to arrange flowers, while his friends began to create an atmosphere, loudly calling out Han Ying's name. Thousands of red roses formed a massive heart shape, with white roses spelling out Han Ying's name inside. Zhao Shua's friends even unfurled a banner proclaiming their everlasting love for Han Ying. Had it been nighttime, Zhao Shua would have filled the space with candles to enhance the romantic ambience. Beside him, Jiang Yu scoffed. Do the rich really resort to such cliches for a confession? Wei Yong replied, cliché or not, if it works, it works. Jiang Yu glanced at the sports car nearby, stating, what truly holds value is this contraption. If a typical girl were in Han Ying's position, it would likely be challenging to resist Zhao Shua's advances. However, Han Ying was different. With the Han family's substantial wealth, her background rendered Zhao Shua's tactics ineffective. Countless heads protruded from the dormitory, all enviously capturing the moment. Han Ying sat in her room watching television, clad in casual attire. Wang Ruoqi glanced down from the balcony and remarked, Han Ying, Zhao Shua has come to confess his feelings for you. Han Ying displayed a look of disdain, replying, just ignore it. I know you are not fond of Zhao Shua, but you shouldn't let him feel too embarrassed, Wang Ruoqi insisted. It's his own choice to put himself in such a position. Nevertheless, he is the heir of the Dingxing group. If you embarrass him too much, it might affect the collaboration between your families. I believe you should go down and address the situation. Indifferent, Han Ying remained unmoved, prompting Wang Ruoqi to tug at her. Come on. Reluctantly, Han Ying was pulled down, and as soon as they exited the dormitory, a cheer erupted. The campus belle has emerged, truly deserving of the title. Her makeup is perfectly balanced. I wish I were as wealthy as young Master Zhao. Han Ying, Han Ying. Amidst the crowd's attention, Zhao Shua approached Han Ying, holding a bouquet of roses, and knelt on one knee, producing a dazzling diamond ring from his pocket. Wow, what a magnificent diamond ring. It must cost a fortune. What extravagance for a mere confession. But for him, tens of thousands is just a drop in the bucket. Many female classmates watched enviously, wishing they were the ones being courted. Yet, Han Ying's face betrayed no sign of excitement, not even a hint of joy, appearing as an icy mountain, chillingly aloof. Han Ying, Zhao Shua gazed deeply into her eyes and recited the romantic lines he had copied from the internet with fervor once upon a time. I wandered aimlessly through the corridors of a bygone era, inadvertently becoming entangled in the world's myriad frustrations. In moments of solitude, I find myself inexplicably waiting for a dream-seeking maiden to return. On every night of longing, I wish the moonlight could guide you to my side, where we could confide in one another our deepest feelings. Han Ying, be with me, from this day forth, through storms and calm, in poverty and prosperity. Your gentle heart and every glance will be my entirety for the rest of my life. This heartfelt declaration elicited shrieks and cheers from the onlooking girls. While Zhao Shua's friends initiated chants of together, Jiang Yu turned to Wei Yong and remarked, why do I find these words so nauseating when they come from him? Wei Yong quickly gestured for silence. Shoo, keep it down. If young Master Zhao hears us, we're finished. In truth, Han Ying felt the same revulsion as Jiang Yu. Had Wang Ruoqi not firmly restrained her, she likely would have turned and walked away. Wang Ruoqi took the bouquet from Han Ying and attempted to ease the tension, saying, young Master Zhao is quite sincere. Han Ying, you should respond. Together. Together. The crowd continued to cheer, believing that Zhao Shua and Han Ying were indeed a perfect match. As Han Ying was about to voice her refusal, Wang Ruoqi leaned closer to her ear and whispered a caution, do not act impulsively. If you reject him face to face, Zhao Shua will be humiliated, and while you may not care for him, you should consider your family's business as well. This sentiment made Han Ying grit her teeth, yet Wang Ruoqi's words held a kernel of truth. She had interacted with Zhao Shua before and was well aware of his petty nature. Should he be publicly embarrassed, he would undoubtedly harbor resentment. Furthermore, Zhao Shua's father, having had him later in life, was fiercely protective, and any slight against his son would surely result in repercussions for the Han family. Zhao Shua gazed at Han Ying with ardent expectation, eagerly awaiting her agreement, envisioning the moment they would embrace and kiss. A prolonged silence enveloped Han Ying as she took several deep breaths before reluctantly uttering, I will consider it. Zhao Shua, clearly taken aback by this response, displayed an expression of dissatisfaction. What is there to consider? Is there anyone better than me? Wang Ruoqi swiftly interjected to smooth things over. Young Master Zhao? Your confession was rather abrupt. Han Ning may be momentarily at a loss for words. Grant her some time. The fact that she mentioned consideration indicates that you still have a chance. Perhaps I was too hasty, Zhao Shua conceded, rising with a disgruntled expression as he tucked the diamond ring away. Very well, take your time to think it over, but may I invite you to dinner tonight? Han Ning struggled to suppress her rising fury. When will you be satisfied? I offered you an opportunity to back down, yet you continue to push. Her eyes reflected unmistakable disdain. What more was there to contemplate? At that moment, a voice more detestable than before pierced the air, and without needing to glance, she recognized the arrival of the very person she despised. Indeed, Jiang Yu strode into view, with Wei Yong timidly trailing behind. Before Han Ning could express her outrage, Wang Ruoqi exploded. What are you doing here, you country bumpkin? This is none of your business. Disappear at once. Wang Ruoqi transformed into a fierce lioness, fueled by the sight of Wei Yong and Jiang Yu together. The thought of that photograph falling into Wei Yong's hands was too dreadful for her to contemplate. Jiang Yu, however, chose to disregard her completely. Han Ning, gritting her teeth, demanded, "What brings you here?" "I heard someone was confessing, so I came to see." "I didn't expect it to be you," Jiang Yu replied, his tone calm. "Han Ning, you clearly have feelings for someone. Why are you still contemplating?" A jolt of anger coursed through Zhao Shua, who bellowed, "You, poor wretch, disappear from my sight at once, or I will ensure you vanish forever." As Jiang Yu approached Zhao Shua, he paused momentarily and whispered, "I told you, as long as I am here, you will never win Han Ying's heart." Chapter 34. Challenge me like a man. Jiang Yu's expression radiated an unsettling confidence, sending chills down Zhao Shua's spine. "You dare?" Zhao Shua's eyes blazed with fury. Yet Jiang Yu persisted. "Han Ning, I recall a night when you had too much to drink, and with whom was it? Let me think." "Enough." Han Ning interjected sharply, her face clouded with resentment. Jiang Yu, with a mischievous smile, wisely chose to remain silent. Han Ning, on the other hand, seized the rose from Wang Ruoqi's hand and flung it to the ground with a sharp sound, scattering its petals everywhere. "Zhao Shua, hear me clearly. I have no interest in you, and there can never be anything between us." Although Han Ning harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Jiang Yu, his sudden appearance inexplicably provided her with a public reason to refuse Zhao Shua. Like Wang Ruoqi, she too was held captive by Jiang Yu's leverage. Wang Ruoqi wished for the photo not to circulate, while Han Ning was even more desperate to keep the events of that night with Jiang Yu at the hotel from being revealed. What was initially a highly anticipated confession had swiftly devolved into an awkward situation, the atmosphere plummeting to near freezing. Han Ning dashed back to the dormitory. Yet the onlookers remained, unwilling to disperse, for there was a new spectacle unfolding. Jiang Yu's intervention had left Zhao Shua publicly rejected and utterly humiliated, setting the stage for a likely confrontation. Without Zhao Shua needing to utter a word, his friends surged forward, encircling Jiang Yu as if fearing his escape. "Bah!" Zhao Shua spat contemptuously on the ground, his gaze fierce and predatory, as if he were ready to devour. He had not anticipated that Jiang Yu would so effortlessly disrupt his plans and bring him such disgrace. He could not simply let Jiang Yu go unpunished. Wei Yong, unwilling to offend Zhao Shua, stood aside, casting an apologetic glance toward Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu's expression remained as stoic as a tranquil lake, betraying no hint of fear. After all, Zhao Shua was a prominent figure in Tianyan City. Surely he would not resort to violence in front of such a crowd? Humph. Striking you would only soil my hands. Dealing with you is merely a matter of my word. He possessed the power to command action, and he knew that many present would eagerly rise to his defense should he call upon them. However, Zhao Shua felt aggrieved at having lost face. He was determined to teach Jiang Yu a lesson. "Kid, I am offering you a way out. Kneel and bow 3 times to acknowledge your mistake, and I shall spare you today, or else." Zhao Shua was momentarily bewildered. "You still wish to choose another path? Listen well. If you refuse to kneel and apologize, I guarantee you will spend the rest of your life confined to a wheelchair." As if fearing Jiang Yu would doubt him, he added, "I, Zhao Shua, am a man of my word." Despite Zhao Shua's ultimatum, Jiang Yu remained unmoved. "You dare call me a little bastard?" Jiang Yu's face darkened, for he had no parents and loathed being called such a name since childhood. "Little bastard, what of it? And you dare to show me disdain? Dare to glare at me again, and I'll see to it that you are silenced." Zhao Shua's friends immediately began to clear the area. as no one present dared to defy him, hastily retracting their phones and retreating from the scene. Wang Ruoqi was watching from the balcony of her dormitory. Seeing Zhao Shuo about to suffer a misfortune, she immediately called out, "Young Master Zhao, retreat at once. Do not stoop to the level of that country bumpkin." Wang Ruoqi had witnessed Jiang Yu's prowess firsthand. With Zhao Shuo and his companions, they were hardly a match for him. Han shouted, "Ruoqi, come back. Let them tear each other apart." She harbored a deep-seated animosity towards both Jiang Yu and Zhao Shuo, indifferent to who got beaten up. However, Zhao Shuo downstairs remained oblivious, determined that if he did not incapacitate Jiang Yu today, his future would be bleak. He stepped back a few paces, leaning against his sports car, ready to observe the spectacle. The rest surged forward, with one strategist still scheming. First, give him a good beating. Then drag him to a secluded spot to finish him off. Though there were no spectators around, numerous girls in the dormitory were capturing the scene on their phones. The entire female dormitory erupted in excitement. "Wow, everyone come look. That handsome guy is incredible. 1 against 7, how impressive. That flying kick was so cool. I'm in love." In front of so many onlookers, Jiang Yu eschewed any subtle tactics, opting instead for direct, forceful blows. "Is this handsome guy from our school? Which department is he in? He looks like someone who's trained, definitely from the sports academy. I've never seen him before. Is he a new student this year? I must go down and get his WeChat later." Get real, whether he wins against young Master Zhao or not, he has already made an enemy of him. Would you dare befriend him? Forget it. Being handsome doesn't put food on the table. Amidst the girls' chatter, one by one, Zhao Shua's friends fell to the ground. They had not lost their ability to move, yet none dared to rise again. Why would they be foolish enough to stand up and invite further punishment? But Zhao Shua was dumbfounded. It took Jiang Yu less than 3 minutes to decisively end the conflict. "How can we continue fighting like this? Young Master Zhao, it's your turn now." Jiang Yu advanced step by step towards Zhao Shua, resembling a harbinger of doom. Zhao Shua gulped, glancing left and right, failing to find a suitable weapon. "Are you looking for this?" Jiang Yu picked up 2 bricks from a nearby flower bed, casually tossing one to Zhao Shua. "Come on. Let us duel like men." Thud. The brick fell at Zhao Shua's feet and shattered into 2 pieces. Zhao Shua felt on the verge of tears. "Duel with you? Am I out of my mind? You took on 7 people. I certainly lack the ability." He took a few steps back, trembling, and stammered, What do you want? I'll have you know, I am Zhao Shua. If you dare to touch me, you will regret it. Do you wish to avoid a beating? Very well. I shall grant you a chance. I won't even demand a bow. Just kneel and apologize, and I shall let you go." Zhao Shua, seething with rage, thought, "You want me to kneel and apologize? In your dreams. Besides, isn't that my line?" In mere minutes, the tides of fortune shifted dramatically. "Will you kneel?" Jiang Yu inquired sharply. Zhao Shua, unaccustomed to such indignity, roared in fury, "What do you think you are? Do you dare to command me?" Before he could finish his retort, Jiang Yu struck him with a brick upon his forehead. Vivid crimson blood streamed down his face. You truly dare to strike me." Bang. "Will you kneel? Your demise is imminent. I swear, I will make you pay dearly. Will you kneel?" I was wrong. Please, do not strike me. Will you kneel?" Chapter 35. Jiang Yu's unyielding strike. Jiang Yu's relentless assault drained Zhao Shua of any semblance of pride. In Tianyan City, he had never encountered anyone bold enough to resort to such brutality against him. Born into opulence unimaginable to ordinary folk, Zhao Shua's life was a vibrant tapestry of luxury, and he relished every moment. Thus, he was unwilling to embrace death. In the face of mortality, Zhao Shua chose to temporarily relinquish his dignity. With a thud, Zhao Shua fell to his knees, cradling his head in a plea for mercy. "Please, stop. I admit my fault." His head bowed low, his eyes seethed with murderous intent. This day, undeniably, marked the most humiliating moment of his existence. On the balcony of the upstairs dormitory, Wang Ruoqi turned to Han Ying and remarked, "Zhao Shua has knelt before that country bumpkin." "What?" Han Ying, indifferent to who was being assaulted, was utterly astonished by Zhao Shua's capitulation. She rushed forward and, indeed, found him kneeling before Jiang Yu, bloodied and battered. "How dare he?" Han Ying gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief. Zhao Shua, the esteemed heir of the illustrious Ding Sheng Group and the sole scion of the business magnate Zhao Zhizhong, had never been so disgraced. While Zhao Shua often found himself embroiled in trouble, his father Zhao Zhizhong typically turned a blind eye. However, Forcing Zhao Shua to kneel was tantamount to slapping Zhao Zhizhong's face. Zhao Zhizhong was a figure of such stature that even the Han family offered him due respect. He was capable of shaking the very foundations of Tianyun City's economy with a mere stamp of his foot. Jiang Yu's actions could be succinctly described as narrowing the young man's path. Wang Ruoqi, reveling in the spectacle, quipped, "Han Ing, are you at ease now? You need not intervene. The Zhao family will ensure he is erased from Tianyun City." She bit her lip, feeling a twinge of sympathy. Though she harbored animosity towards Jiang Yu, his transgressions did not warrant death. Moreover, it was evident that Zhao Shua had initiated the conflict. Wang Ruoqi cautioned, "Han Ing, do not let your compassion compel you to plead for that country bumpkin." Han Ing shook her head. "I do not wield such influence." She turned to exit, prompting Wang Ruoqi to inquire, "Where are you going?" "Let them be. This is a school, not a battleground for thugs." However, before she could intervene, the crowd below dispersed hastily as security arrived. Jiang Yu swiftly vanished from sight. Only then did Zhao Shua's companions dare to rise, converging around him. "Brother Shua, are you all right?" "All right. You dare to test me." Zhao Shua was consumed by rage, exclaiming in frustration, "A bunch of useless fools. 7 of you couldn't even handle one." "Master Shua, please calm down. That kid is trained. We truly had no way to deal with him. Let us take you to the hospital first, and we'll sort out that boy later." A group assisted Zhao Shua into a vehicle, heading straight for the municipal hospital. Zhao Zhizhong, having received news of his son's injury and the humiliation of being forced to kneel, rushed to the hospital without delay. Zhao Shua, his head wrapped in layers of bandages, displayed a woeful expression upon seeing Zhao Zhizhong. "Dad!" Slap. Zhao Zhizhong struck Zhao Shua, leaving him dazed. "Why did you hit me?" Zhao Shua stammered in bewilderment. "How dare you ask why? You knelt in public. You have utterly tarnished my dignity." "Dad, I truly had no choice. That kid is trained. If I hadn't knelt to apologize, he would have beaten me to death." "What is his name?" I don't know." Jiang Yu had not introduced himself, and Zhao Shua had not inquired. Zhao Zhizhong seethed with anger. "You don't even know who assaulted you." "Although I don't know his name. He should be a student from Tianyun University. It should be easy to find him. Leave this matter to me. I will have the Tianqing Martial Arts School handle it." "Dad, I want him dead." Zhao Shua gritted his teeth, the words exploding from his lips. The following day, members of the Tianqing Martial Arts School were scouring Tianyun University for Jiang Yu, even seeking out Han Ing for information. Han Ing claimed she wasn't close to him, only knowing his name was Jiang Yu, and nothing more. That day, after escorting Qihuang to work, Jiang Yu went to Jian Company as usual, waiting for an hour before heading to Tianyun University to inquire about Han Ing from Wei Yong, the undercover operative. He had become something of a celebrity at the school. The video of him defeating 7 opponents and forcing Zhao Shua to kneel had spread among the students. However, the video had not made its way onto the internet, for no one dared to do so. With the might of the Ding Sheng group, locating the uploader would be a trivial matter, and everyone feared the repercussions, choosing instead to circulate it privately. As Jiang Yu walked through the campus, someone slipped a note into his hand. "Classmate, what is this?" "You've given it to the wrong person. It's not a mistake. It's for you. 1 against 7. You must be mistaken. My name is Jiang Yu." "Indeed. That's you. What does 1 against 7 mean?" "It's your nickname at school. After yesterday's incident, your reputation as 1 against 7 has spread throughout Tianyun University. Students are now calling you Jiang 1 against 7 Yu, for short, 1 against 7. He had overheard whispers of 1 against 7 earlier when people were pointing at him, but he hadn't realized it was his moniker at the school. He felt a sense of disorientation. He was not a student of Tianyun, yet had left a legend in its halls. "And this note? Someone asked me to give it to you. Regarding 1 against 7. I advise you to refrain from coming to school for a while. The Tianqing Martial Arts School has been inquiring about your whereabouts around here." Tianqing Martial Arts School? The renowned martial arts academy in Tianyun City is led by Wei Xiao, a master ranked among the top 10 martial artists in the region. I believe I have no grievances with them, do I? Each year, the prosperous group generously sponsors Qihuang Martial Arts Academy, and I trust you grasp the implications of this statement. A classmate discreetly signaled him before hastily departing. Jiang Yu couldn't help but chuckle. Qihuang Martial Arts Academy? Surely Zhao Shua does not assume that enlisting a so-called martial arts master will suffice for vengeance? He slowly unfolded a note, on which was inscribed a delicate line. "If you wish to survive, depart Tianyun City at once and never return." This was not merely a threat. It bore the semblance of concern, and judging by the handwriting, It was likely pinned by a woman. How intriguing that someone is secretly concerned for me. It must be a fan of Jiang Yu who fights 7 feathers. Jiang Yu was never one to remain passive. He would not leave Tianjin City until he secured the marriage certificate, confident that the prosperous group could locate him without difficulty. Thus, there was no need to await a visit from Tianjin Martial Arts Academy. He resolved to personally pay a visit and confront this so-called martial arts master. 10 minutes later, Wei Yong, panting heavily, rushed to Jiang Yu's side. Tell me about Han Ying and Wang Ruoqi's movements yesterday. Wei Yong caught his breath, glanced around furtively, and pulled Jiang Yu into a small grove, whispering, Brother Yu, let us stick to phone calls from now on. It's too dangerous here. Is it because of Tianjin Martial Arts Academy? Oh, you're already aware? Not only do I know, but I intend to seek them out shortly. Chapter 36. Challenging the Academy. Tianjin Martial Arts Academy is situated in the bustling heart of Tianjin City, attracting a multitude of disciples eager to learn due to its illustrious reputation. After reporting on Han Ying and Wang Ruoqi's whereabouts, Wei Yong decided to accompany Jiang Yu. His curiosity piqued about what courage Jiang Yu possessed to challenge the Academy. Additionally, he felt that Jiang Yu would likely face defeat, and his presence would enable him to call for an ambulance if necessary. The Academy was spacious, furnished with an array of training apparatus, and featured a large arena where disciples often engaged in sparring. As they entered, they were met with enthusiastic welcomes from unfamiliar faces. Are you two here to learn martial arts? You've arrived at an opportune time. Our academy is currently offering a promotion with a 20% discount on tuition this month. A staff member eagerly presented a brochure, extolling the virtues of Tianjin Martial Arts Academy. Jiang Yu promptly declined, stating, I am not here to learn martial arts. The staff member's smile vanished instantly. Then what brings you here? To challenge the academy. The calmness of those 2 words nearly caused Wei Yong to choke, and he quickly stepped back, waving his hands frantically. It's him who is challenging the academy. I have nothing to do with this. It was absurd. Just one of those muscular disciples could easily overpower him, and he had no desire to leap into the fire. The staff member's expression shifted once more, darkening ominously as if a storm were about to descend. Brothers, we have an intruder challenging the academy, he called out, and the apprentices of the martial arts school hastily set aside their tools, gathering around him. Each of them bore a fierce countenance. Wei Yong, watching from a corner, felt a wave of trepidation and dared not even breathe. One bald-headed man raised an eyebrow, surveying Jiang Yu with disdain, and scoffed, Boy, do you really think you can challenge our school with that physique? Jiang Yu replied coolly, Is it permissible for you to seek me out across the world? Yet I am not allowed to challenge your school? Who are you? I am Jiang Yu, the senior apprentice. He is Jiang Yu. Someone shouted, prompting a flurry of eager fists among the crowd. The bald-headed man chuckled coldly. You've got some guts, kid. To force young Master Zhao to kneel in public and still dare to seek us out. Have you truly chosen to enter hell when there is a path to heaven? The bald man paused, then narrowed his eyes, thinking, You dare to steal my lines? However, further words seemed pointless. Since Jiang Yu had come to their door, the martial arts school had to provide an explanation to the Dingxin group. Let us give him a beating first. I'll consult with President Zhao and see how he wishes to handle this. The bald man gestured with his finger and headed toward the storage room to get the phone. Wait, Jiang Yu called out. The bald man turned back. What? Afraid? When you struck young Master Zhao, did you ever imagine this day would come? Jiang Yu shook his head. You are no match for me. If you wish to avoid suffering, it would be wise to summon your master. Damn it. Who do you think you are to demand our master come out? The young man sneered. You overestimate yourself, kid. You are quite audacious for someone so young. I despise pretentious individuals like you. Master? To deal with a weakling like you, I alone suffice. A young apprentice leapt onto the stage, pointing at Jiang Yu's nose. Kid, aren't you quite the fighter? Come up and exchange a few moves with me. Since you wish to be beaten, I shall oblige. Jiang Yu shrugged and calmly ascended the stage. The surrounding apprentices eagerly anticipated the spectacle. Senior brother Feng Yang had been training for 3 years. Even with his slight frame, he could easily overpower a robust man. Feng Yang, show this kid what he is made of. How dare he come to our school? Indeed, teach him why the flowers bloom so brightly. The apprentices cheered, while the bald-headed senior brother cautioned, Feng Yang, don't kill him. I'll go consult President Zhao. Feng Yang waved his hand dismissively. Rest assured, senior brother. I know what I'm doing. Wei Yong had already clutched the phone tightly, ready to call for an ambulance the moment Jiang Yu fell. Feng Yang bounced in place for a moment, twisting his neck to loosen up, and without any warning of martial arts etiquette. He leapt up and executed a flying kick aimed directly at Jiang Yu's face. The move was executed flawlessly, with considerable force. Feng Yang was truly ruthless. Targeting Jiang Yu's face directly, would this kick not knock the kid out? Feng Yang harbored a deep-seated disdain for those more handsome than himself, likely intending to leave Jiang Yu with a disfigured visage. Brother Feng, is it truly necessary to be so heavy-handed upon your arrival? It seems rather unfair, does it not? With someone egging you on in a mocking manner, you ought to be cautious. Should you inadvertently knock him unconscious, it would certainly not end well. In a heartbeat, Jiang Yu, serene as a maiden yet swift as a startled hare, leapt into action. At the moment Feng Yang soared through the air, Jiang Yu executed a precise knee strike. Thud! His knee collided forcefully with Feng Yang's waist, sending the latter crashing backward 2 to 3 meters before landing heavily on the ground. In an instant, the martial arts hall fell into a stunned silence. Feng Yang lay sprawled on the floor, clutching his aching waist, his face contorted in agony, taking on a distinctly green hue. A single strike to subdue the enemy. The apprentices could scarcely believe their eyes. After a prolonged moment, some regained their composure and rushed towards the ring. Brother Feng, are you all right? By heavens! That was a ruthless blow. Goodness, Feng Yang's injury could severely affect his future marital life. Brothers, let us avenge Brother Feng. The apprentices of the martial arts hall, displaying a commendable sense of unity, rallied together. Upon a call to arms, they formed a line and charged towards Jiang Yu. What began as a one-on-one duel swiftly devolved into chaotic melee. The ring was no longer a designated battleground. Jiang Yu, agile and lithe like a monkey in the deep mountains, darted around the hall, employing punches, palm strikes, and kicks. In a cacophony of cries, the hall was filled with the sounds of anguish. Confronting Jiang Yu was not merely a matter of numbers. One by one, the apprentices found themselves battered and bruised, rolling on the ground in defeat. They exhibited a modicum of wisdom. Once downed, they refused to rise again, each reluctant to endure further punishment. The fray concluded hastily, lasting no more than 5 minutes. Amidst the wailing, what is happening? The bald-headed senior brother returned with his phone in hand, reprimanding from a distance. Upon witnessing his fellow disciples strewn across the floor, he was rendered speechless. What is going on? Rubbing his eyes in disbelief, he felt as though he were trapped in a dream. Wei Yong, already in a state of shock, was well aware of Jiang Yu's reputation for taking on 7 opponents at once, having heard the tales at school. Yet those former adversaries were merely pampered youths indulging in a life of luxury. Today, however, Jiang Yu's opponents were seasoned martial artists, both in skill and number, far superior to the likes of Zhao Shuo. Senior brother, quickly summoned the master. Chapter 37. The master of the hall Feng Yang had long since regained his composure, albeit slumped against the side, still cradling his waist. He shouted, and the bald-headed one immediately dialed the master, Wei Xiao. Not a fool. The senior brother knew he was indeed stronger than the others, yet he recognized his limitations. He was no match for Jiang Yu. Master, there's trouble. Sun Yu, what has you in such a fluster? Came a deep voice from the other end of the line. Master, Jiang Yu has come to challenge the hall. Oh, he dares to provoke us so boldly? You must first restrain him. I shall return once I have concluded my business. Master, I am no match for him. All of us, the dozen or so senior brothers, have been vanquished by him. Please, come back quickly. What? Wei Xiao exclaimed in shock and anger. Find a way to hold him off. I will return immediately. Upon hanging up the phone, the bald-headed Sun Yu found himself in a quandary. How was he to keep Jiang Yu at bay? One against more than a dozen. What could he possibly use to deter him? His life? As footsteps echoed, Sun Yu looked up and saw Jiang Yu approaching. He hastily stepped aside. He could not risk his life to hold someone back. He had not lived enough yet. Nevertheless, he mustered his courage and said, Young man, my master will be back shortly. If you possess any skill, do not flee. Flee, Jiang Yu scoffed, casually pulling over a chair to sit down. Tell your master I shall wait for him. After Jiang Yu took his seat, the apprentices gradually rose, gathering in a tight cluster, maintaining a respectful distance from him, and refraining from speaking loudly. The atmosphere was tense, almost palpable, as if the very air had solidified. Wei Yong approached Jiang Yu and whispered, Brother Yu, perhaps it's time to leave? Why should we depart when Wei Xiao has yet to arrive? Brother Yu, you truly intend to wait for Wei Xiao? He is one of the top 10 martial artists in Tianyan City. He is formidable. Do you think I cannot best him? Wei Yong was momentarily at a loss for words. He glanced at the apprentices in the martial arts school and then at Jiang Yu's confident smile, feeling a sense of disorientation. Could it be that Brother Yu was indeed more powerful than Wei Xiao? Surely not. Wei, the master of the school, had trained in martial arts for decades, while Jiang Yu was still quite young. Although it is said that youth often prevails in combat, Wei, the master, was not exactly old. With a heart full of trepidation, Wei Yong felt an urge to flee as soon as Wei Xiao made his appearance. Wei Xiao, in his 40s, was a robust figure, his muscular physique exuding strength. He looked as if he could fell a bull with a single punch. Master. Sun Yu and the apprentices finally spotted the dawn of hope, rushing to Wei Xiao's side. Seeing the injuries on his disciples, Wei Xiao's fury ignited. Were you all beaten by Jiang Yu? The apprentices awkwardly nodded, feeling a bit ashamed at the thought of this news spreading. Wei Xiao pointed at Wei Yong. You are Jiang Yu? You possess some skill. No wonder you dared to come here. Wei Yong was drenched in sweat. Master Wei, you have mistaken me for someone else. I am merely an ordinary student. How could I dare to challenge your school? Jiang Yu stood up. I am Jiang Yu. Wei Xiao frowned, his voice heavy. Young man, you are unaware of your own limitations. You dare to challenge my school after only a few years of practice. What audacity. Feng Yang whispered. Master, you must avenge us. Indeed, Master, if he does not leave here on his back today, how can our school maintain its standing in the future? With Wei Xiao's presence, the group regained their confidence. If I do not seek you out, you would not hesitate to search for me everywhere, would you? Jiang Yu calmly regarded Wei Xiao. I have come today to inform you not to seek me out. I am not currency. Wei Xiao wore a grim expression. Do you consider yourself humorous? Mediocre, I suppose. Wei Xiao gestured for his disciples to step back, gradually closing in on Jiang Yu, emanating an aura befitting a martial arts master, creating an inexplicable sense of oppression. This oppressive atmosphere made Wei Yong, who stood beside Jiang Yu, breathe rapidly, filled with trepidation. Jiang Yu cast a glance at Wei Yong. You should also step aside. No sooner had he spoken than Wei Yong swiftly concealed himself behind the weapon rack. Wei Xiao slightly bent his legs, grounding his energy, and exhaled. Today, you shall pay for your actions. His anger was genuine. This was no longer merely an obligation to the Ding Sheng group, but rather a battle for the honor of the martial arts school. With years of training and rich experience, Wei Xiao discerned Jiang Yu's exceptional skill, thus he approached with utmost caution, unwilling to underestimate his opponent. The disciples, including Sun Yu, were astonished, for it had been a long time since they had witnessed their master in such a serious demeanor. Tianqing Martial Arts School, Wei Xiao, I seek your guidance. Wei Xiao, embodying a degree of martial ethics, refrained from launching a surprise attack and instead clasped his hands to introduce himself. Jiang Yu returned the gesture with a faint smile. Jiang Yu, I seek your guidance. No sooner had he spoken than he felt a gust of wind. Wei Xiao's fist surged toward him, magnifying in his vision. Jiang Yu immediately retreated a step, now taking the encounter more seriously. This Wei Xiao was indeed formidable. Martial artists cultivate an inner strength, and the more potent the inner energy, the mightier the individual. Wei Xiao had reached a level where he could externalize this energy, truly deserving the title of martial arts master. Jiang Yu sidestepped to evade Wei Xiao's punch, and then struck toward Wei Xiao's shoulder with one palm. Wei Xiao reacted swiftly, sweeping his arm, while simultaneously launching a kick toward Jiang Yu's midsection. With his other hand pressing down, Jiang Yu utilized the momentum to leap over 3 feet, executing a backflip to create distance between them. Not bad, kid. Wei Xiao advanced with powerful strides, his martial techniques robust and relentless, pressing forward with each move. The disciples watched in awe. Among them were individuals who had trained for over a decade, yet none could match Wei Xiao's exchanges, as they would typically be defeated within 3 rounds. However, amidst Wei Xiao's fierce assault, Jiang Yu remained composed and adept. They exchanged blows for dozens of rounds, with Wei Xiao continuously attacking while Jiang Yu primarily defended. The longer the battle persisted, the more alarmed Wei Xiao became. Although his martial skills were not limited to a few basic moves, the prolonged engagement favored Jiang Yu, as Wei Xiao's strength waned with time. If the schoolmaster possessed only such abilities, his chances of victory would be negligible. Having discerned Wei Xiao's tactics, Jiang Yu began his counterattack. His strikes were fierce, the energy radiating like the wind, as he aimed a palm strike at Wei Xiao's face. Wei Xiao was taken aback, retreating repeatedly. This young man was indeed a martial arts master. The externalization of inner energy was the hallmark of such mastery. He found it utterly incredible. For without 30 years of mastery, It was exceedingly difficult to manifest internal energy outwardly. Jiang Yu was so young, appearing to be barely 20. At such a tender age, he could indeed project internal energy. Wei Xiao narrowly evaded Jiang Yu's strike, and before he could catch his breath, he was struck by Jiang Yu's eerie smile. In that moment, he felt as though his face had been sliced by a blade, a searing pain coursing through him. Chapter 38. Sending Master Jiang away. Jiang Yu's punch did not connect with Wei Xiao. Yet the internal energy surged against Wei Xiao's face as if it were a knife's edge. Internal energy injuring a person. How could that be? Wei Xiao was profoundly alarmed. If the ability to project internal energy was the hallmark of a martial arts master, then inflicting injury with internal energy was the signature of a martial arts grandmaster. In the entire Tianyan city, there were only 3 martial arts grandmasters. However, the general populace was not aware of the distinctions between masters and grandmasters. The top 10 martial artists in Tianyan city were collectively referred to as martial arts masters. Seizing the moment while Wei Xiao was distracted, Jiang Yu delivered 2 punches to his abdomen. Wei Xiao let out a muffled groan, staggering backward a few steps. Jiang Yu did not pursue him further. Instead, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, the expressions of his disciples, including Sun Yu, were grim. As their master took several hits, their cheers faded into silence. Master Wei, shall we continue? The arrogance and pride had vanished from Wei Xiao's eyes, replaced by a somber hue. He shook his head. There is no need. I concede. Concede? The disciples protested. Master, why would you concede? Indeed, he merely got lucky and landed a couple of punches on you. It should have had no effect on you at all. It was true that Wei Xiao appeared unscathed. Be silent. Wei Xiao's furious rebuke silenced the disciples immediately. Do you remember what I said earlier? From now on, the Tianqing Martial Arts School will no longer involve itself in the grievances between you and the Dingxing group. Excellent. Jiang Yu nodded in satisfaction. Conversing with an understanding individual was indeed refreshing. I shall not impose further. Sun Yu, see Master Jiang out. Master Jiang? Sun Yu was dumbfounded. The young man who looked barely 20 was, astonishingly, a martial arts master? He swallowed hard and approached Jiang Yu with trepidation. Master Jiang, please. Jiang Yu waved his hand. No need for escort. I know the way. He flicked his sleeves and departed, glancing back at the weapons rack as he reached the door. Wei Yong, do you wish to stay here for lunch? The shock Jiang Yu brought to Wei Yong was increasingly profound, as if he were still ensnared in a dream. Once he regained his senses, he hurriedly followed, the first words out of his mouth being, Brother Yu, are you truly a martial arts master? After Jiang Yu left, Wei Xiao beckoned to Sun Yu. Assist me back to the office. Sun Yu quickly helped Wei Xiao along, while the disciples exchanged glances. Back in the office, Sun Yu, filled with discontent, remarked, Master, why did you concede? If this gets out, where will the Tianqing Martial Arts School's reputation be? Even if that lad is formidable. You shouldn't. As Sun Yu's words hung in the air, Wei Xiao, seated in his chair, suddenly spewed forth a mouthful of blood, leaving Sun Yu in a state of panic. Master, what is wrong? I will call an ambulance immediately. Although Wei Xiao appeared unscathed on the surface, the blows delivered by Jiang Yu had inflicted severe internal injuries, and if the assault continued, he would likely require a hearse instead. No need, he replied. Have someone prepare the car. I will go to the hospital myself. Okay. Sun Yu promptly flung open the office door and called out urgently, Feng Yang, prepare a vehicle at once. Turning back, he grabbed a towel to wipe the blood from Wei Xiao's lips and clothing, exclaiming in horror, Master, did that Jiang Yu do this to you? Wei Xiao shook his head helplessly, lamenting, talents emerge in every generation. However, Sun Yu had no time for such reflections. He was incensed. That brat actually harmed you so severely. We cannot let this go unpunished. And what do you propose we do? Can you defeat him? Sun Yu was momentarily at a loss for words, and after a long pause, he suggested, Master, we can seek help from our Shirbois. He is the foremost martial artist in Tianyan City and can surely help us avenge this grievance. A man's word is his bond. I have declared that the Tianqing Martial Arts Academy will not meddle in the conflicts between the Dingxing group and Jiang Yu, and I shall not go back on my word. But Master, this is a matter between our academy and him. Enough. Wei Xiao's expression darkened, prompting Sun Yu to fall silent. After a long moment, he inquired, Then Master, how shall we explain this to the Dingxing group? I will handle this matter. You instruct everyone that today's events must remain confidential. This concerns the reputation of the Tianqing Martial Arts Academy and Wei Xiao's own dignity. Naturally, if Jiang Yu were to leak the information, There would be little he could do but manage his disciples. I will convey the message right away. As Sun Yu exited the office, his eyes still brimmed with indignation. Some matters were too shameful for his master to address, yet he, as a disciple, was unbothered by such constraints. Meanwhile, Wei Yong persistently questioned, "Brother Yu, are you truly a master of martial arts?" Jiang Yu chuckled, "These words are for your ears alone. Do not spread them." He tacitly acknowledged the claim, and Wei Yong's face lit up with excitement. "Brother Yu, may I take you as my teacher?" "Huh. No. I mean, may I learn martial arts from you? If I were as formidable as you, Ruoqi would surely take a liking to me." Jiang Yu shot him a glance. "You lack the aptitude for it." Setting aside the fact that Wei Yong had surpassed the prime age for martial training, Jiang Yu had no time to teach others the art of combat. Disheartened, Wei Yong, having grown up watching martial arts films, felt the pangs of a dream unfulfilled. Jiang Yu patted him on the shoulder. "A person's charm does not lie in their ability to fight. Making money is the true path. The saying goes, a penny can thwart a hero," and Jiang Yu had often gone hungry while wandering the world with his elder. After a few minutes of gloom, Wei Yong cast aside his aspirations of martial arts. "Brother Yu, what should I do next?" "What next? Did you not promise to help me pursue Wang Ruoqi?" Jiang Yu replied with a nonchalant "Oh. Earlier, you mentioned at school that Wang Ruoqi and her friends would be singing tonight?" "Yes, it's Zhou birthday in our class. And he's treating us. Prepare yourself, we'll head out together this evening." But Zhou hasn't invited me, and I'm not well acquainted with him. If I abruptly show up, Ruoqi will surely give me a cold shoulder. Have you forgotten the principle I taught you? Be unashamed in your pursuits. If you wish to pursue Wang Ruoqi, how can you expect progress without making contact? In truth, he was keen to observe Han Ying's reaction. If she had reconciled with the prior events, he could then formulate his subsequent strategies. Wei Yong appeared as if he had an epiphany. "I understand now. I shall prepare immediately." His so-called preparation merely entailed purchasing a birthday cake. Otherwise, arriving empty-handed would lead others to believe he was merely there to mooch off the drinks. After Jiang Yu safely escorted Qihuang home, he hurried to Dihao, where Wei Yong was already waiting with the cake in hand. "Brother Yu, you finally arrived. They've been inside for half an hour. Let's go?" As they ascended to the second floor, they passed by a private room where a young man with dyed hair stared at them for a moment before swiftly darting into the room. Brother Yu, I spotted that kid." In the Emerald Hall, Wang Yu was reveling with a group of rowdy friends, drinking and singing while groping a seductive woman. "Which kid are you so excited about?" "It's that guy who beat us up last time." At the mention of Jiang Yu, Wang Yu shuddered. The kid was undeniably formidable. Yet, being beaten and not seeking retribution would leave a stain on his pride. He tossed aside the microphone and immediately pulled out his phone. "Keep an eye on that kid. I'm contacting my brother to bring some muscle." In the Coral Hall's private room, 15 or 16 young men belted out songs, with tables laden with various fine wines unfamiliar to Jiang Yu. Zhou's family owned a restaurant, making him somewhat of a wealthy second generation. Otherwise, he could not afford such extravagant drinks. There were few girls present, only 3, while the rest were all males. Zhou's invitation for Han Ying to join them was still a result of Jiang Yu's interference. Many at school had heard the rumors about the impending union between the Han and Zhao families. Who would dare vie for a woman against Zhao Shuo? However, with Jiang Yu's meddling, Han Ying openly rejected Zhao Shuo, dispelling the gossip. Consequently, admirers like Zhou felt emboldened, believing they had a chance. Had it not been for Han Ying's presence, Zhou would have invited at least 7 or 8 girls, even if they did not attend. He would have brought along a few drinking companions. Besides Han Ying and Wang Ruoqi, the only other girl present was Li Shui, the girlfriend of Zhou's close friend. Shenfei. Though still a student, Li Shui wore heavy makeup that belied her age, making her appear more mature than her years, especially when juxtaposed with the more naturally adorned Han Ying and Wang Ruoqi. The unexpected arrival of Jiang Yu and Wei Yong was met with disapproving glances from those present. "Zhou, I hear today is your birthday. Happy birthday," Wei Yong announced as he pushed open the door to the private room, sporting a broad smile and presenting a cake. Frankly, Zhou barely glanced at the gift, valued at over 100 yuan. With a stern expression, he replied, "What are you doing here? I don't recall inviting you." Zhou's demeanor was marked by disdain, bordering on animosity. Though they were classmates, Zhou and Wei Yong had never shared a deep bond, and prior to the last gathering where Wang Ruoqi and Han Ying had invited him out for drinks, Zhou had not felt any particular dislike towards Wei Yong. However, since that incident, Zhou Hao had harbored resentment towards Wei Yong, thinking to himself, "What gives you the right? I may not be as affluent as the Han family, but I am not lacking either. In what way do you surpass me? Why were you invited while I was overlooked?" Ignorant of the various underlying reasons, Zhou Hao's envy festered, leading to his continued displeasure with Wei Yong. Upon seeing Wei Yong and Jiang Yu together, Wang Ruoqi's irritation flared, and she remarked sarcastically, "Uninvited guests, arriving with a measly cake, hoping to mooch off the celebration? Wei Yong, how did I not notice your audacity before?" Faced with such public derision from the woman he admired, Wei Yong's smile faltered, becoming stiff and awkward. Zhou Hao's close friend, Shen Fei, mocked, "Oh, that cake looks rather expensive. I'd wager it cost over 100, comparable to the price of half a glass of our drinks." Li Shui, Shen Fei's girlfriend, chimed in, "Not only are you here to mooch, but you've brought someone along as well. How shameless." Wei Yong found himself in a precarious position, rendered speechless as Jiang Yu remained silent, exacerbating his embarrassment. Fortunately, a few other classmates intervened to diffuse the tension. "Zhou Hao, we're classmates after all. Since he's here, why not let him join us for a bit?" In the presence of his crush, Zhou Hao was reluctant to appear overly petty. He coldly responded, "Fine, he can stay, but what's this guy's deal? Do I even know him?" At that moment, a classmate leaned in and whispered, "Zhou Hao. He's the renowned 1-against-7, a friend of Han Ying. If you wish to pursue Han Ying, you must show some respect to her friends." Indeed, were it not for him intervening and causing Han Ying to reject young Master Zhao on the spot, you might not have this opportunity, the classmate added. Zhou Hao furrowed his brow upon hearing this. "So, you are the infamous 1-against-7? Jiang Yu replied coolly, "I am Jiang Yu." Zhou Hao, maintaining his aloofness, stated, "Since you're a friend of Han Ying, you may as well sit." He had heard of Jiang Yu's formidable reputation but regarded it with indifference, believing that there were many skilled individuals in Tianyan City, and prowess alone did not guarantee success. Furthermore, given that Jiang Yu had crossed young Master Zhao, Zhou Hao surmised he would soon face dire consequences. Had it not been for his connection to Han Ying, Zhou Hao likely would have ejected him on the spot to avoid trouble. Thus, Jiang Yu should not expect any warmth from him. Nevertheless, Jiang Yu's primary purpose for attending was to observe Han Ying's reaction, rendering the opinions of others inconsequential to him. He casually settled into a corner of the sofa, ignored by everyone, and did not initiate any conversation, merely observing Han Ying in silence. Wei Yong, attempting to mask his own embarrassment, raised his glass to toast each person present. Fortunately, his tolerance for alcohol was commendable. Otherwise, such an endeavor would surely lead to his downfall. From the moment Jiang Yu entered, Han Ying regarded him with a sullen glare, her silence as frigid as an iceberg. Shen Fei leaned closer to Zhou Hao, whispering, "Brother Hao, that fellow has offended young Master Zhao. It would be prudent for us to avoid any association with him. I understand, but he is, after all, Han Ying's friend. If I were to expel him directly, Han Ying might take offense. Let's leave him for a while. If he does not take the hint and departs on his own, I shall send him away." After exchanging a few more words, they proceeded to treat Jiang Yu as if he were heir, engaging in drinking games and reveling in the lively atmosphere. The quiet Jiang Yu appeared somewhat out of place amongst them. As for Wei Yong, now that he was present, Zhou Hao would not let the opportunity slip by. Aware of Wei Yong's impressive drinking capacity, he took turns encouraging him to drink until he was thoroughly intoxicated, anticipating a spectacle of embarrassment. To Jiang Yu's surprise, it was Wang Ruoqi who first approached him to strike up a conversation. "Hey, now that everyone is here, isn't it dull just sitting there? Come have a drink with me." Her words were devoid of malice, leaving Jiang Yu somewhat taken aback. "What? Are you trying to get me drunk?" The corners of Jiang Yu's mouth curled into a charming smile. "Knowing your capacity, I wouldn't dare to make a fool of myself." She retorted, "Is this not your usual style? Do you look down upon me and refuse to drink with me?" Jiang Yu raised his glass and downed the contents in one go, while Wang Ruoqi merely took a small sip. "If you have something to say, just say it plainly. No need to beat around the bush." Wang Ruoqi glanced at Wei Yong, biting her lower lip, and after a considerable pause, she finally spoke. "You didn't show that photo to Wei Yong, did you?" Jiang Yu chuckled softly. "So that's why your attitude is so amiable today." "No, Wei Yong is still unaware of that matter." Wang Ruoqi let out a sigh of relief and then, in a subdued tone, asked, "What will it take for you to agree to delete the photo?" Jiang Yu remained silent. "Come on, say something. As long as you agree to delete the photo, I will do anything you ask." "Anything?" Jiang Yu's gaze wandered over Wang Ruoqi, revealing a mischievous smile. Chapter 40. He is my friend. Anything is indeed an intriguing proposition. While Wang Ruoqi may not be the belle of Tianyun City, falling slightly short of Han Ying, she was nonetheless a standard beauty, her figure exquisitely developed, accentuated by a strapless dress that displayed a deep cleavage. Instantly, Wang Ruoqi covered her chest with her hand, exclaiming, "You scoundrel! Where are you looking? You're not even pleased to look, yet you dare to say you'd do anything. You shameless cat." Wang Ruoqi claimed she would do anything. But that certainly did not extend to sacrificing her body. She held no fondness for Jiang Yu whatsoever. Jiang Yu shrugged. Then what is there left to discuss with a scoundrel like me? Wang Ruoqi's expression darkened, her teeth clenched. You really want to delete it? It is permissible to delete. But if you were to kiss Wei Yong, I would erase the photograph immediately. Dream on. Wang Ruoqi's desire for him to remove the photo stems from her wish to distance herself from Wei Yong. If she were to publicly kiss him, it would inevitably spread throughout the school, leaving her face in utter disgrace. Jiang Yu knew she would never consent, which is why he made such a remark. He had no intention of deleting the photo. Naturally, Jiang Yu also had no plans to disclose it, as keeping it would serve as a suitable means to restrain Wang Ruoqi and prevent her from scheming against him behind his back. If the photo were truly to be deleted, it would likely be after Jiang Yu had secured 2 marriage certificates and departed from Tianyun City. Just wait. Wang Ruoqi threatened weakly before angrily returning to Han Ying's side. Han Ying, that country bumpkin has been bullying you. Why haven't you reacted at all? You could have had Zhou Hao throw him out. Han Ying shot Wang Ruoqi a glare. There were so many people around. Wang Ruoqi was unaware of the events from that night at the hotel, but she had witnessed Jiang Yu stealing her first kiss. If she were to let that slip, Han Ying would have no face left to show at school. It was better that he remained oblivious. Having already suffered twice, Han Ying, though harboring hatred for Jiang Yu, dared not provoke him lightly. Both of them felt the weight of their secrets held by Jiang Yu, a most uncomfortable predicament. Noticing their gloomy demeanor, Zhou Hao approached with a glass in hand. Han Ying, Ruoqi, what troubles you? You seem rather displeased. Has someone been bullying you? Share it with me, and I shall stand up for you. Both women cast fierce glares at Jiang Yu in the corner before Han Ying replied nonchalantly, "It's nothing. Just join me for a drink." Zhou Hao poured each of them a glass of Remy Martin Louis XIII, a bottle costing tens of thousands. Today, treating Han Ying, he was willing to indulge, even though he was also a wealthy heir, yet he typically refrained from such extravagance. Wang Ruoqi accepted graciously, taking a symbolic sip, but Han Ying resolutely refused to touch her glass. She must not drink. The last time it had led to significant trouble, and with Jiang Yu present today, she could not bear to imagine the consequences of overindulgence. Zhou Hao, somewhat displeased, remarked, Han Ying, it's my birthday today. Is it really so disrespectful? Han Ying replied coolly, I apologize, but I'm not feeling well today, so I'll pass. Just then, the heavily made-up Li Shui approached with a peculiar tone. Weren't you just drinking? Why the sudden change? Are you unwilling to drink with Brother Hao? Han Ying shot her a sidelong glance. Is it not acceptable to suddenly not wish to drink? The circumstances have changed, haven't they? Just now, Jiang Yu wasn't present, was he? Miss Han, do not be upset. It's my fault for not understanding the whims of the wealthy. Li Shui, envious of Han Ying, could not help but speak in a sarcastic manner. Wang Ruoqi retorted, is that the way wealthy people behave? So what? Brother Hao, while Han Ying was speaking, she kept glancing at that young man. I suspect her sudden refusal to drink is related to him. Shen Fei, being astute, noticed something amiss and quickly sent him away. Zhou Hao cast a furious glare at Jiang Yu, his face filled with displeasure. How could Han Ying not drink? If she remained sober, where would he find his opportunity? Zhou Hao was self-aware enough to recognize that even Zhao, the young master of the Dingxing group, had been rejected by Han Ying, leaving him with little chance. Thus, a cunning plan formed in his mind. He intended to have Shen Fei and others intoxicate Han Ying and then take advantage of the situation to consummate their relationship. He envisioned a splendid outcome, where he could not only win the affection of the beautiful woman, but also leverage the Han family's influence to elevate his own business. Shen Fei sat beside Jiang Yu, patting him on the shoulder. Brother, shall we have a drink? Jiang Yu shook his head. Shen Fei, unfazed, had never genuinely intended to toast Jiang Yu. Look around, brother. Everyone here is either a classmate or a close friend. We all know each other well, so we can have a good time. Sitting here alone must be rather dull for you. Why not join us for a bite? With a grand gesture, Shen Fei pulled out 100 yuan and offered it to him. My treat. Jiang Yu shot him a sidelong glance, thinking that this was rather disrespectful. Did he think 100 yuan would suffice to dismiss him, as if he were a beggar? Seeing Jiang Yu's indifference, Shun Fei continued, "How about this? You and that Wei Yong book a private room, and we can invite a couple of ladies to keep you company. We'll cover the expenses." Yet, Jiang Yu merely shook his head. He had caught sight of Zhou Hao's unusual gaze. Men understand men best. How could he be oblivious to Zhou Hao's ulterior motives? That was his fiancée, and until the engagement was officially dissolved, no one could lay a hand on her. As Jiang Yu remained unmoved, Shun Fei's expression fell, and he threatened, "Brother, considering you are a friend of Han Ning, I have been kind. Don't make me resort to harsher measures." Suddenly, Jiang Yu stood up, prompting a cold smile from Shun Fei. "At least you recognize the situation." However, Jiang Yu's next action made Shun Fei's fists clench tightly. Jiang Yu walked directly to Han Ning, seized her wine glass, and downed it in one gulp. Han Ning was feeling unwell. "I shall drink her share." Before Zhou Hao could erupt, Wang Ruoqi interjected, "Oh, Jiang, your face is quite thick. What relationship do you have with Han Ning that grants you the right to drink on her behalf?" "What relationship do I have with Han Ning?" Jiang Yu winked at her. "Han Ning, do tell, am I permitted to drink for you?" How infuriating. Han Ning silently cursed Jiang Yu's ancestors. This was clearly a threat. "He is my friend. Let him drink for me," she muttered through clenched teeth, her words insincere. "Very well, since you wish to drink on Han Ying's behalf, I shall grant you that opportunity." Zhou Hao struggled to suppress his fury, casting a glance at Shun Fei and the others, who promptly shifted their focus and eagerly grabbed the bottles of wine. Burp. Wei Yong, already half inebriated, let out a hearty belch, his eyes brimming with gratitude. "You go. Your kindness is beyond words." At last, someone was helping him divert attention. Li Shui, swirling her glass of red wine, provocatively remarked, "Handsome, I've heard you're known for taking on 7 opponents at school. I wonder if your drinking capacity is as formidable as your fists?" Li Shui's remarks were always laced with sarcasm, earning her little favor, whether it was directed at Han Ning or Wang Ruoqi. Witnessing Li Shui's impending self-inflicted humiliation, Wang Ruoqi gleefully chimed in, "He has a mediocre tolerance. He can only drink a little." Chapter 41. Who is Jiang Yu? Wang Ruoqi and the others had witnessed Jiang Yu's drinking prowess. Even Wei Yong, who prided himself as a wine sage, had to concede defeat. Li Shui's bold provocation was akin to willingly jumping into a pit of flames. Upon hearing that Jiang Yu had a mere average tolerance, Zhou Hao felt a surge of delight. He had been pondering how to rid himself of this bothersome individual, and now it presented the perfect opportunity to get him thoroughly inebriated and out of the way. "Brother, the ladies are making the first move. You wouldn't dare refuse, would you?" Of course, one must show face, but Zhou Hao teased. A grown man expressing fear in front of women? Jiang Yu glanced at the array of liquor before him and replied nonchalantly, "I fear there may not be enough alcohol. Today I'm treating, and the drinks will be plentiful. My concern is whether you can keep up." Zhou Hao thought to himself, "How much can this brat actually drink? As if I cannot afford it." With Zhou Hao's assurance, Jiang Yu confidently opened several bottles of fine wine worth tens of thousands each, addressing Li Shui. "Let us not drag this out. I'll start with 3 bottles. Jiang Yu guzzled the wine as though it were mere water, leaving Zhou Hao utterly astonished. This was not just any wine. It was worth tens of thousands a bottle, not free tap water. With this display, Jiang Yu had effortlessly cost Zhou Hao nearly 100,000 yuan. Zhou Hao felt a pang of pain in his heart. Yet he could only grit his teeth and begrudgingly commend. What a capacity for alcohol! Li Shui was equally dumbfounded. She had never encountered someone who drank with such ferocity. After 3 bottles, she feared she might end up in the morgue. Her heart raced as Jiang Yu's gaze fixed intently upon her. "Beauty, it's your turn." Li Shui felt an urge to curse. The others looked on in awe, wondering if this was a drinking contest or a matter of life and death. Li Shui dared not accept the challenge, and Jiang Yu, glancing at the table, feigned surprise. "Oh, it seems we've run out of wine." He then turned his attention to Zhou Hao, his meaning unmistakable. Did Zhou Hao not claim there was plenty? Zhou Hao felt the sting in his chest, but knew that words once spoken could not be taken back, especially in front of Han Ning. "Shun Fei, call the waiter for more wine." He ground out through clenched teeth, muttering under his breath, "Let us see just how much this brat can drink." Zhou Hao added, "Don't go overboard. Just bring 10 or 8 bottles of that wine for now, and we'll see how it goes." Jiang Yu spoke in a tone that suggested concern for him, which nearly drove Zhou Hao to the brink of fury. "And you still want to drink 10 or 8 bottles? Why not just drink yourself to death? He forced a stiff smile onto his face and declared, I told you. There's plenty of alcohol. Upon hearing that Zhou Hao was about to procure more drinks, the waiter could hardly contain his excitement and swiftly brought over another 10 fine bottles of wine. Jiang Yu raised an eyebrow at Li Shui, signaling her turn. Li Shui looked at Shen Fei with a pleading expression. How could she possibly handle 3 bottles? Now it was Wang Ruoqi's turn to be sarcastic. What's the matter? Weren't you quite eager just now? Now you've gone timid? I thought you were quite formidable. Li Shui gritted her teeth in frustration. Who was it that just claimed he could only drink a little? Naturally, Zhou Hao shared the same sentiment. How could one who could only manage a sip handle 3 bottles of spirits without feeling the effects? As Li Shui's boyfriend, Shen Fei could not stand idly by. Echoing Wang Ruoqi's so-called rules. Bro, our drinking rule here is 1 girl to 3 guys. Jiang Yu did not engage in argument, simply nodding in agreement. I understand. You can manage 1 bottle, beautiful. Shen Fei shot Li Shui a knowing glance, and she comprehended his intent, trembling hands reaching for a bottle of wine. This girl was determined to let loose today. Li Shui decided to go all in. Who was afraid of whom? Gulping down the contents. She took 5 minutes to finish the bottle, pausing several times in between. After finally downing it, she felt her stomach churning violently, and without a moment's hesitation, she rushed to the restroom. The first sacrifice had been made. Let us go. Zhou Hao signaled to Shen Fei, whispering. I refuse to believe she won't drink herself to death. To be honest, everyone present was taken aback by Jiang Yu's drinking style. Yet they dared not disregard Zhou Hao's face. Shen Fei picked up a bottle and approached, with several others waiting nearby. With 9 bottles remaining, Jiang Yu placed 5 before himself and pushed the other 4 towards Shen Fei and the others. Let us not take turns. Each of you finish 1 bottle, and I'll take care of these 5. This statement landed like a bomb in the hearts of all present, stirring up a tempest of trepidation. Who would dare to drink with him now? The crowd felt hesitant, unwilling to respond. Zhou Hao retorted coldly, what are you pretending for? Another 5 bottles? I refuse to believe you can handle that much. He proactively opened a bottle. Brothers, don't let him intimidate you. Leading by example, he downed a bottle. As the liquid slid down his throat, Zhou Hao felt himself ascending, dizzy and disoriented, as if the ceiling were spinning. With no other choice, Shen Fei and the others steeled themselves and followed suit, their expressions resembling those of men consuming poison. Wang Ruoqi observed the spectacle with an amused smile, while Wei Yong sat silently nearby, still burping. After much effort, they finally finished 4 bottles, and it was now their turn to boast. We finished our drinks. Now it's your turn to perform. Come on, help Jiang Yu open another bottle. They may not excel at drinking, but they certainly excel at opening bottles. Each one eagerly uncapped 5 bottles of liquor. The wine has been opened, and if you don't finish it all today, don't blame me for my rudeness. Zhou Hao's tone was laden with menace. 5 bottles, that amounts to over 100,000. I won't waste a single drop of wine, but I may need to use the restroom first. After consuming so much in one go, Jiang Yu required another application of the Baiji finger. What? Do you wish to slip away? Let me assure you, it won't be that simple. The restroom in the private room was occupied by Li Shui, leaving Jiang Yu no choice but to venture to the public restroom outside. Zhou Hao would not grant Jiang Yu the opportunity to escape. He clung to Jiang Yu's shoulder, his gaze sharp, stating, I also urgently need to relieve myself. Why not go together? The two exited as if they were close friends. Ruoqi, let us leave, Hanning said, feeling restless with Jiang Yu present. Yet Wang Ruoqi was quite intrigued. Why the hurry? Don't you find this spectacle entertaining? Stay with me a little longer. Entertaining? Boring. Since he refused to leave, I shall return alone. Just as Hanning stood up, the door to the private room was suddenly kicked open with a loud bang, and a group of over 10 thugs rushed in, indiscriminately attacking everyone inside, except for the 3 girls. Outside, 7 or 8 more were gathered, unable to squeeze in. These were individuals brought by Wang Yu's brother. Wang Yu cowered at the back, knowing Jiang Yu was formidable, thus refraining from charging forward. The dimness of the room and the crowd meant Wang Yu did not even see Hanning. The students, one by one, were left battered and bruised, and ultimately, under the furious reprimand of a tattooed, crew-cut youth, all were forced to face the wall, crouching with their heads held. Now tell me, who is Jiang Yu? Chapter 42. If apologies were effective, why would we need the police? The tattooed, crew-cut youth was Wang Yu's brother, Wang Shou, known as the tyrant of Chapan Street. Chapan Street is located near Dihao, so upon receiving the call, Wang Shou quickly gathered a group and rushed over. His modus operandi was clear. Storm in, beat everyone up first, and then settle accounts with the main culprit. Silence fell within the room as those outside finally entered. Han Ning crouched in the corner, cradling her head. Thus Jiang Yu did not notice her. The saying goes, a wise man avoids immediate loss. Though Han Ning was the daughter of the Han family, she was quite compliant at this moment. These brash youths were the most terrifying. Young and impulsive, once provoked, they disregarded status and identity, ready to resort to violence without a second thought. With Wang Shou backing him, Jiang Yu felt emboldened. Scanning the room with a smug expression, Jiang, the country bumpkin, aren't you quite the fighter? Why not try hitting me again? Shen Fei stood up, his face a picture of despair. Brothers, Jiang Yu, bang. Wang Shou delivered a swift kick that sent Shen Fei reeling. Shen Fei was on the brink of tears. Big brother, Jiang Yu isn't here. You've got the wrong person, the wrong person. He ran away. Wang Yu stepped forward and struck Shen Fei across the face, inquiring about the whereabouts of that scoundrel. His blow was merciless, causing Shen Fei to bleed from his nose. Blood. Shen Fei's complexion turned pale, and he collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness. Wang Shou cursed, fainting from blood, yet still here to stir trouble. Someone, carry him to the sofa. He then settled onto the couch, poured himself a glass of wine, and muttered to himself, these young rascals are quite wealthy, indulging in such fine wine. Come, gentlemen, let us each have a glass and savor this 2 to 3,000 yuan wine. There were still 5 untouched bottles on the table, and the group of ruffians had never tasted such quality wine. They eagerly vied for a chance to drink, with some even hugging the bottles to guzzle. After drinking, they complained, this is truly awful. Shen Fei and his companions watched as Wang Shou and his gang pretended to enjoy themselves, their ire rising but unable to voice it. Wang Shou sipped his drink and looked at Shen Fei, saying, call that fellow Jiang Yu. If he doesn't come, none of you will leave today. No sooner had he spoken than Jiang Yu's voice rang out from outside. Is this the grand spectacle you were seeking? Jiang Yu and Zhou Hao entered, and upon witnessing the scene, Zhou Hao's anger flared. Who are you people? We are from the Black Tiger Hall, and the decision-maker there is my boss's godfather. Wang Shou's audacity stemmed from the backing of the Black Tiger Hall. Otherwise, he would not dare to create a ruckus at the Dihao. It was precisely due to this affiliation that no one had intervened since he entered and began assaulting others. Upon hearing the name of the Black Tiger Hall, Zhou Hao immediately cowered. Brothers, I bear no grudge against you. You seek Jiang Yu. We have no connection. Pathetic. Wang Ruoqi suddenly stood up, expressing her disdain. She had remained silent until now, as Jiang Yu was absent. But with his arrival, she felt emboldened, regardless of her feelings toward Jiang Yu. It was undeniable that he was formidable in combat. Yes, I am cowardly, but is he not known for taking on 7 at once? Let him resolve this himself. Han Ning also rose, reproaching, Jiang Yu, you caused this trouble and now others suffer because of it. Does that sit well with you? The others stood as well, their faces bruised and filled with resentment toward Jiang Yu. Brother Yu, you must avenge us. That scoundrel over there was the one who struck me the hardest. He pointed at a young man with yellow hair, lamenting his plight. Among those present, only Wei Yong was aware of Jiang Yu's true strength. Jiang Yu was a martial arts master, having defeated the practitioners of the Tianqing martial arts school. How could these petty thugs compare? Smash. Wang Shou hurled a wine glass at Wei Yong, shouting, shut your mouth, or I'll ruin you. He then looked down at Jiang Yu with an air of superiority. So, you are Jiang Yu? What do you intend to do about the grievances between you and my brother? Upon entering, Jiang Yu had already seen the unconscious Shen Fei and understood the situation's context. How to resolve it? You barged in and assaulted someone to this extent. What do you think should be done? As the words fell, Jiang Yu suddenly surged forth without warning, seizing a wine bottle and smashing it against Wang Shou's head with a resounding crash, leaving him bloodied and battered. Subsequently, he pressed the jagged edge of the broken bottle against Wang Shou's neck and declared, the solution is quite simple. You shall compensate each of them with 10,000 yuan for medical expenses and emotional distress, and I will let you go. Damn it, you little brat. Are you tired of living? Release our brother Shou immediately. The thug shouted, you are playing with fire. Our boss is the adopted son of brother Hu. Jiang, let him go at once. This command was issued by Zhou Hao, who was drenched in cold sweat, fearing the repercussions from the Black Tiger Hall would also ensnare him. Wang Shou, however, was no coward. He exhibited no signs of fear. Brat, if you have the guts, then stab me in the neck. Otherwise, I will ensure your demise. Do you think I lack the courage? Jiang Yu pressed harder, drawing blood from Wang Shou's neck. You dare. The younger thug shouted, yet they were hesitant to act. Just then, a woman in a striking red dress, adorned with crystal high heels, entered the scene. The thugs parted respectfully, greeting her with deference, Sister Hong. Qihuang. The boss's woman held sway in both the underworld and legitimate circles. In this area, everyone knew to address her as Sister Hong. What is happening here? We are all here to enjoy ourselves, seeking joy. Why the hostility? She approached Jiang Yu with a smile, sitting beside him, pouring 2 glasses of wine, and offering one to Jiang Yu. Little brother, I am the proprietress of this establishment. For my sake, how about we drink this toast, and let today's events conclude here? Not a chance. Jiang Yu showed her no courtesy. Where were you when they stormed in to attack? Now that I am about to deal with them. You choose to mediate? Is my friend S suffering to be in vain? How about Wang Shou apologizes to you? If apologies were effective, there would be no need for the police, Jiang Yu retorted coldly. At this moment, however, Wang Ruoqi approached and urged, let us heed Sister Hong's words. The Black Tiger Hall was notorious, and even Wang Ruoqi hesitated to confront them. Jiang Yu glanced at Wei Yong and the others. They all hung their heads, appearing resigned. Yet, Jiang Yu was acutely aware of their discontent, and he could sense their silent curses directed at him, for they had been ensnared due to his actions. Shaking his head, Jiang Yu reiterated, there is but one way to resolve this. A compensation of 10,000 yuan for each person's medical and emotional distress. Sister Hong set down her glass, her expression darkening. So, you intend to disregard Brother Hu's face? If Brother Hu were here, he would not be so accommodating. Is that so? Why don't you call Jiang Hu right now? I would like to see just how unaccommodating he can be. Chapter 43. Han steps in. Jiang Hu. The very figure from the Black Tiger Hall who had once severed a finger in a bid to appease Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu was eager to see what Jiang Hu could do upon his arrival. Yet, others stood petrified, particularly Zhou Hao. Are you out of your mind, Jiang? Do you even comprehend what you are saying? If you wish to court death, that is your prerogative, but do not drag us down with you. After unleashing a torrent of scorn upon Jiang Yu, Zhou Hao donned a facade of cheerfulness and addressed Xiao Hong, saying, Sister Hong, truth be told, this matter does not concern us at all. It is entirely Jiang Yu's doing. Why don't we take our leave and not trouble you further? Everyone was eager to vacate this place rife with conflict. A group of students dared not involve themselves in such strife. Yet before Sister Hong could respond, Wang Shou interjected. Until this issue is resolved, no one is leaving. Sister Hong, please call my godfather. Xiao Hong hesitated momentarily before inquiring again, young man. Do you truly wish to persist in this? Make the call. I shall await Jiang Hu's arrival. Jiang Yu had little to say to them. Xiao Hong retrieved her phone and dialed Jiang Hu. Brother Hu, could you come here? Your godson is being threatened with a shard of glass to his throat. With that simple statement, she hung up the phone. After placing the call, she did not depart. She needed to keep Jiang Yu calm to prevent any complications from Wang Shou. Young man, I have made the call. We cannot simply wait idly. Why not join me for a drink? I'm afraid I do not have the habit of drinking with strangers, Jiang Yu declined firmly. One of the younger brothers exclaimed in anger, damn it, don't push your luck. Xiao Hong waved her hand, signaling her subordinates to refrain from provoking Jiang Yu. She calmly remarked, young man, I understand that youth often acts impulsively, but you must recognize that some individuals cannot be dealt with solely through brute force. Your actions may not only jeopardize yourself, but also endanger your friends. She gestured towards Wei Yong and the others, continuing, they have indeed been struck. But they are not grievously harmed. In a few days, they will be as lively as ever. If Brother Hu arrives, I suspect some of you may not leave this place unscathed. This was an overt threat. Jiang Yu merely scoffed, but Zhou Hao and Wang Yu were visibly shaken. Sister Hong, please help us. We truly have no connection to this matter. Aren't you friends? Nonsense. I am not at all acquainted with that fellow. He just came to mooch off our hospitality. Is that so? When Brother Hu arrives, you can explain that to him. He is not unreasonable. Sister Hong, this. Zhou Hao was nearly in tears. He had no means to speak to Jiang Hu. However, Han Ying remained relatively composed. As the daughter of the Han family, she was not to be trifled with, yet it did not imply that Jiang Hu was easily handled. Having gained prominence in the Black Tiger Hall through years of ruthlessness, Jiang Hu would not act as impulsively as the younger brothers. The stature of the Han family would still demand respect from him. Observing her panicking classmates, Han Ying finally stepped forward. Sister Hong, may we converse for a moment? Han Ying approached and poured a drink for Xiao Hong. Xiao Hong appraised her and complimented. This young lady is quite striking. What is your name? Han Ying. Han Ying. Xiao Hong furrowed her brow. Although she did not know Han personally, she had heard of the esteemed young lady from the Han family. Tentatively, she inquired, "What is your relation to Han Tianming, the chairman of Han Group?" "My father," came the succinct reply, and Qihuang's demeanor shifted dramatically. She immediately grasped Han Ying's hand, her face radiating a serene smile. "So you are the daughter of the Han family. No wonder you possess such grace. Please, do sit down. There is no need for that, Hongjia. I believe today's incident is merely a misunderstanding. My classmate was unjustly beaten due to someone else's actions. We accept this. We are all still students and wish to steer clear of societal disputes. So can we leave now?" "I completely understand," Qihuang responded. "But I have already informed Brother Hu. If you all leave now, I will have no explanation to provide. Why not stay a little longer and wait for Brother Hu?" Han Ying's brows knitted together. "Do not fret, Miss Han. Brother Hu will certainly give you face. When he arrives, you can have a good word with him. Perhaps if you plead a little, he might even let him go as well." As Han Ying stepped forward, Qihuang's attitude transformed, offering reassurance to Zhou Hao and the others. At least for the sake of the Han family's reputation, they would not leave with injuries. Shen Fei, who had been nursing his indignation after being assaulted by Jiang Yu, shouted, "Hongjia, we have already stated that we are not acquainted with that fellow. Once Brother Hu arrives, let him decide how to handle the situation." Wang Ruoqi approached, pouring more wine for Qihuang. "Hongjia, we are merely students and not very articulate. When Brother Hu arrives, we hope you can provide some support." The young girl was quite sensible. Qihuang found her endearing, treating her as if she were her own niece. At that moment, Wei Yong interjected, "Ruoqi, do not be so subservient. Trust in Brother Yu. He can handle this." "Be quiet," Wang Ruoqi retorted angrily, turning her face away. "I do not wish to see you." Wei Yong obediently turned to face the wall in silent reflection. Han Ying, having abstained from alcohol, accompanied Qihuang in sipping the liquor, engaging in light conversation and laughter. Suddenly, Qihuang glanced at Jiang Yu, holding that shard of glass. "Are your hands not aching?" "Do not concern yourself," he replied. In truth, Jiang Yu possessed the ability to handle the situation without resorting to such measures. Yet he refused to release Wang Shou, intent on making him feel the terror of having his life in another's grasp. Though Wang Shou exuded bravado, it would be a lie to say he felt unafraid. Cold sweat had soaked through his clothing. Han Ying cast an exasperated glare at Jiang Yu, wondering why he was so stubborn, pushing himself towards a dead end. Gritting her teeth, she warned, "If you continue down this path, I may not be able to protect you." Jiang Yu chuckled, "Are you worried about me?" "I worry that no one will be left to collect your corpse." For reasons unbeknownst to her, Han Ying felt a spark of compassion, wishing for Jiang Yu's survival. She had even intended to speak a few kind words on his behalf, but upon seeing his smiling face, she felt a mix of anger and frustration. Before long, a loud voice echoed from the entrance. "Brother Hu." In an instant, all the young men in the private room turned to the entrance, their faces adorned with respect as they bowed and greeted Brother Hu. Jin, who had arrived, making quite an entrance in his martial arts attire, exuding the aura of a formidable figure. Notably, despite the sweltering heat, he wore a leather glove on his left hand. Before he even stepped inside, his voice resonated through the room. "Who dares to lay a hand on my godson?" Chapter 44. Am I obliged to apologize to him? Jin, whose visage was rugged, his eyes reflecting the accumulated ferocity of years, instilling fear in the hearts of ordinary students who dared to glance his way. The authority of the Black Tiger Hall's enforcer was indeed imposing. The young men's voices were robust, as if sharing the same space with their leader was a privilege. Zhou Hao and his companions averted their gazes from Jin Hu, bowing their heads low. "Ah, Brother Hu, you have finally arrived. It's best that you handle this mess yourself," said Qihuang. "This is your territory, and is there anything you cannot resolve?" "Brother Hu, we have a rather special guest present," she remarked, gesturing towards Jin Hu with a radiant smile, full of charm. Han Ying approached with an air of deference, saying, "Greetings, Brother Hu. I am Han Ying." "Han Ying?" Jin Hu echoed, seemingly recalling something. Qihuang interjected, "The daughter of the Han group." "Ah, so it's Miss Han. I did not expect to see you here," Jin Hu said, a flicker of a smile breaking through his fierce demeanor. However, that was the extent of his warmth. Had Han Tianming been present, Jin Hu might have softened his stance. Yet, Han Ying's standing evidently did not warrant such leniency. Han Ying spoke politely, "Brother Hu, my classmate is celebrating a birthday here, and there has been a misunderstanding with your brothers. I am here to offer my apologies and hope that you will not hold it against us young ones." Jin Hu, ever the man of honor, replied, Since Miss Han has made a request, I shall certainly consider it. However, I have heard that my godson was threatened with a glass bottle to his throat. Such a matter cannot be dismissed lightly. Upon hearing this, Zhou Hao promptly stepped forward. Bowing deeply, Brother Hu is right. That lad is ungrateful and deserves a lesson. After all, we are not acquainted with him. So you may deal with him as you see fit. Jiang Yu cast a fleeting glance at Zhou Hao, his expression indifferent, as he chose to ignore him. Where is Wang Shoren? Jiang Yu inquired, prompting a few young men to step aside, revealing Wang Shoren. Accompanying him was Jiang Yu. Godfather, this matter cannot be left unresolved. This brat has shown complete disrespect for our Black Tiger Hall. I insist on breaking 2 of his arms. With Jiang Yu's arrival, Jiang Yu kicked Wang Shoren aside. Wang Shoren fell clumsily, and the young men, filled with a mix of anger and concern, rushed to help him up. Wang Shoren touched his neck, wincing from the painful cut inflicted by the glass. Han shot him an angry glare. The leader of the Black Tiger Hall is here. And you still dare to strike someone? Zhou Hao and Wang Yu displayed a malevolent grin, relishing the thought of impending retribution. How dare you kick me? Wang Shou roared in fury, seizing a wine bottle with the intention of hurling it. Just then, Jiang Yu's voice thundered. Stop. What is the matter, Godfather? Wang Shou was utterly bewildered. At this moment, Jiang Yu's face was etched with bitterness. How is it possible to encounter this bane of existence everywhere? Jiang Yu leisurely rose to his feet and calmly remarked, Ah, brother, who has arrived? As the leader of the Black Tiger Hall, perhaps you could enlighten us on how to resolve this matter? You insolent brat. How dare you speak to our brother, who in such a manner? His subordinates clamored. With Zhou Hao echoing, he is utterly disrespectful. Brother Hu, this person deserves a lesson. Shut your mouths. Jiang Yu thundered, and instantly, silence fell over the room. His subordinates were perplexed as to why their leader consistently reprimanded them. It turned out that Brother Jiang was present. Akin to a flood overwhelming the Dragon King's temple, fellow members not recognizing each other. Jiang Yu's tone suddenly shifted to one of politeness, even bordering on reverence. Fellow members? The crowd was taken aback, surprised that Jiang Yu was acquainted with Jiang Yu. No wonder he spoke with such audacity. However, Jiang Yu's next statement left everyone astounded. Who said we are fellow members? I demand to know how this matter will be resolved. Jiang Yu spoke with an air of authority, causing the atmosphere to freeze. In an effort to de-escalate the situation, Han stepped forward to mediate. Jiang Yu, how can you address Brother Hu like that? Brother Hu, please don't be angry. Don't stoop to his level. Wang Ruoqi muttered. Han, why are you defending him? Han shot Jiang Yu a glance, whispering, You should apologize to Brother Hu. Apologize to him? Does he deserve it? Jiang Yu retorted. Han was left speechless, her anger rising. She had never encountered someone so self-destructive. She could no longer assist Jiang Yu. Turning back, she noticed Brother Hu's face frozen in a stiff smile. He politely interjected, We are all on the same side. There is no need for apologies. Enough of this nonsense. I demand to know how you intend to resolve this. Of course, it depends on Brother Jiang's wishes. Whatever you suggest shall be done, he replied. This statement rendered the entire room dumbfounded. Even the proprietress, Qihuang, wore an expression of disbelief. What was happening? The formidable Jiang Yu, reduced to such humility? Zhou Hao's expression mirrored that of someone who had just consumed a dead rat. Extremely uncomfortable. That brat had managed to compel the spokesperson of the Black Tiger Hall to bow and submit. What on earth was going on? Wei Yong, who had been standing against the wall, strode confidently to Jiang Yu's side, reveling in a sense of vindication. He proudly declared to Wang Ruoqi, I told you, brother, you could handle this. Wang Ruoqi rolled her eyes. Don't talk to me. Jiang Yu pointed at Wei Yong and others who had suffered, and slowly said, It is quite simple. Compensate each of them with 10,000 yuan for medical expenses and emotional damages, and then let him. He gestured towards Wang Shou. Apologize respectfully. Apologize to your mother. Wang Shou seemed somewhat oblivious to the situation, erupting in a torrent of curses. Slap. Jiang Yu turned and struck him across the face, exclaiming, Do you have any right to speak here? This blow rendered Wang Shou speechless, quelling any further defiance. Subsequently, Jiang Yu donned a smiling countenance and addressed Jiang Yu. Let us proceed as you suggested. I will cover the expenses. Jiang Yu responded, Only cash. And you have 10 minutes. Jiang Yu immediately turned to Qihuang for assistance. I don't have that much cash on me. Qihuang, can you lend me some? The nightly transactions amount to over 100,000. Cash is plentiful. However, Qihuang hesitated slightly, whispering, Brother Hu, are you really going to do this? Stop hesitating. Consider it a personal favor I owe you. Jiang Yu instinctively touched the empty little finger beneath his glove, knowing that should he dare voice any dissent, the price he would pay would be far more than the loss of a mere finger. Qihuang turned to leave, going to fetch the money. Jiang Yu then turned back, cheerfully stating, "Brother Jiang, please wait a moment. My subordinate has disrupted your enjoyment. Allow me to raise a glass in apology." Jiang Yu's demeanor astonished Han Ying. To compensate and offer an apology voluntarily after paying. This shrouded Jiang Yu in an aura of mystery, igniting Han Ying's curiosity about his true identity. Chapter 45. I am not acquainted with them. Jiang Yu did not overly discredit Jiang Yu's face. Since he was willing to resolve the matter according to his wishes, it was not unreasonable to share a drink with him. When Jiang Yu toasted, he held the cup low, signifying respect. His subordinates were perplexed. Their leader was, after all, a prominent figure in Tianyuan City, even respected by many influential personalities. Why then did he bow so low before Jiang Yu? They felt a sense of injustice, but dared not voice their feelings. As for Zhou Hao and the others, they were currently on edge, their expressions growing increasingly grim. Wei Yong, who had come with Jiang Yu, felt a surge of pride, standing tall and triumphant. It was a rare occasion for him to display such confidence in front of Wang Ruoqi. Wang Ruoqi murmured to herself, puzzled. How had Jiang Yu formed a connection with Jiang Yu? No, it felt more like Jiang Yu was the one aligning himself with Jiang Yu. Though a student who kept her distance from societal dealings, she was still aware of the Black Tiger Hall, as she maintained a decent rapport with Wang Qi, the hall's famed enforcer. She was baffled by Jiang Yu's standing. She knew he was formidable, having bested even professional boxer Qihuang. Yet the Black Tiger Hall had its own iron fist, Wang Qi. Why was Jiang Yu so submissive? She could not fathom it. And each time she saw Jiang Yu elevated and triumphant alongside Wei Yong, it only fueled her frustration. Qihuang swiftly brought a substantial sum of cash in a cloth bag, prompting her to reevaluate Jiang Yu with a serious expression. Brother Jiang, the money is here. Please accept it. Jiang Yu, smiling warmly, pushed the money towards Jiang Yu, who shook his head in response. I have no need for medical expenses. Why are you giving this to me? I understand, Jiang Yu said, lifting the money bag. Just as he stood, Jiang Yu pressed him down. Let him go, when compensating. Bow and apologize to the person. Jiang Yu pointed at Wang Shou, whose gaze was as venomous as a serpent, feeling a profound sense of humiliation. Godfather, enough of your nonsense. Did you not hear Brother Jiang instruct you to go? Godfather, if you utter another word, I shall sever your hand. Jiang Yu's words were laden with authority, causing Wang Shou to shrink his neck, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Wang Shou was all too aware of Jiang Yu's ruthless nature. With no other option, Wang Shou relinquished his pride, approached with the money bag, and handed 10,000 yuan to a bespectacled classmate, muttering an apology. Is this how you all apologize, Boss Jiang? Jiang Yu's expression darkened, visibly displeased. Jiang Yu immediately rose and slapped Wang Shou on the back of the head. Apologize properly. Wang Shou clenched his fists but dared not defy Jiang Yu. He bent at a 90-degree angle, gritting his teeth as he uttered, I'm sorry. Only then did Jiang Yu nod in satisfaction, allowing Jiang Yu to return to his seat. Wang Shou proceeded to apologize and compensate each student, who were internally elated. Though they had endured a couple of punches, it was immensely worthwhile. They were not like Zhou Hao, the affluent heir. 10,000 yuan was nearly equivalent to their entire semester's living expenses. As for their dignity, had Jiang Yu not restored it? Previously, when they had been beaten, they had harbored intense resentment, wishing to devour Jiang Yu whole, yet now they were filled with gratitude. When it came to Wei Yong, Jiang Yu interjected, his injuries are more severe. Compensate him with 20,000. Certainly, certainly, Jiang Yu replied while signaling Wang Shou, who obediently retrieved 20,000 from the bag for Wei Yong, bowing in apology. Observing this, the others began to regret their choices. Damn it, I lost out. If I had known, I would have resisted more vigorously. Perhaps I could have secured an additional 10,000. When Jiang Yu approached the trio of girls, Wang Ruoqi, Han Ying, and Li Shui, Jiang Yu stated, they were uninjured. An apology will suffice. Wang Shou complied, thinking 3,000 yuan was a sum worth saving. While Han Ying and Wang Ruoqi showed no interest in the 1,000, Li Shui was indignant. Why am I only receiving an apology? I was injured as well. Where were you injured? Look at my hand. These are wounds from shattered glass. Li Shui displayed a few red spots on the back of her hand, insisting she was hurt. It was evident to any discerning eye that she was merely seeking financial compensation. Jiang, who was naturally willing to part with his wealth to avert disaster, He signaled to Wang Shou to compensate Li Shui with 10,000 yuan, but Jiang Yu intervened. She need not pay, simply ignore it. Li Shui was nearly beside herself with rage, while Wang Ruoqi mocked her mercilessly. Ultimately, Wang Shou approached Xin Fei, who had also endured a fair amount of punishment, having been kicked while crouched in a corner. Wang Shou turned back, inquiring, should he give an additional 10,000? Jiang Yu shook his head. He need not pay at all. Why should he? Why on earth? Li Shui erupted like a furious tigress. Not only did you refuse to compensate me, but my boyfriend was also severely beaten because of you. Just look at his face. Jiang Yu coldly smiled. I am not familiar with you. Why should I assist you? He stood up and addressed the others. Are you all satisfied with Tiger Ji's compensation? Very satisfied, they replied, grinning despite the pain etched on their faces. Since matters had been perfectly resolved, it was time to disperse. With a smile, he jested with Han Ying. Care for another song? Mind your own business. Han Ying retorted, exasperated, and then pulled Wang Ruoqi away. Wei Yong and the others gradually departed. But Zhou Hao and Shun Fei remained, as they still had to settle the bill. Jin, who once more expressed his apologies, Brother Jiang, I truly apologize for today. Allow me to cover the expenses for this gathering. Zhou Hao was elated, having planned to intoxicate Jiang Yu and procure an additional 10 bottles of fine wine. He was certain that the evening would culminate in a consumption of no less than 200,000, just as he reveled in the thought of saving that sum. Jiang Yu doused his enthusiasm with a cold reality check. No need, Boss Jin. Today is Zhou Shao's birthday. He is treating. Jiang Yu strode towards the exit, and, passing by Wang Shou, unabashedly remarked, I know you're feeling disgruntled and need to vent. Just a friendly reminder, I am not close with them. Jin, who understood the underlying message in Jiang Yu's words. The moment Jiang Yu stepped out, Jin, whose expression darkened, and his command to close the door plunged Zhou Hao, Xin Fei, and Li Shui into a state of despair. What transpired afterward in the private room remained a mystery to Jiang Yu, as it no longer concerned him. Wei Yong and his classmates hailed taxis back to school, while Han Ying rushed back to Guanhu residence. At 9:30 that evening, Han Tianming had yet to retire, seated on the sofa reading the newspaper. Upon seeing Han Ying, he set down the paper, expressing his displeasure, finally decided to come home. Come here. I need to speak with you. Later, I need to find Aunt. She hurried upstairs, bursting into Han Xiong's room, and her first question was, what exactly is Jiang Yu's background? Chapter 46. Where did this iron-willed man come from? Han Xiong was reclining on her bed, engrossed in her phone, clad in a delicate nightgown that accentuated her graceful figure. Oh, isn't this our little darling who has already moved out? Why the rush back at this hour? What is the matter? Han Xiong set aside her phone, smiling warmly at Han Ying. Though she had a somewhat strained relationship with her elder brother, she shared a delightful bond with her young niece. Aunt, who exactly was that person you introduced to me last time? Oh, has curiosity struck so swiftly? Why not inquire directly? I can't be bothered to speak with him. Observing her exasperation, Han Xiong raised an eyebrow and teased. What is the matter? Did he bully you? Tell your aunt, and I shall stand up for you. Not at all. Han Ying's face flushed crimson at the mere thought of that evening's events at the hotel, feeling both embarrassed and angry. Despite being single, Han Xiong possessed considerable insight and experience, quickly sensing the underlying tension without directly addressing it. He is, in fact, a disciple of a renowned physician, she stated candidly. Is that all? Yes, that is all. Han Ying pouted, evidently skeptical that a mere doctor could bring such a powerful figure to his knees. At that moment, a voice called from the doorway. Is that you, Qihuang? Grandfather? Han Ying paused in surprise before dashing out, her heart brimming with joy. Grandfather, you've been discharged. The old man had disregarded the doctor's advice and left the hospital on his own, much to Han Tianming's dismay, who had searched tirelessly for him the previous night. However, the next morning, the old gentleman had returned home of his own accord, a fact that Han Tianming had kept from Han Ying. Han Ying leaped into her grandfather's embrace, who exclaimed, Child, do you wish to shatter my frail bones? He affectionately ruffled Han Ying's hair, his eyes sparkling with love. Grandfather, you look so vibrant and full of life. How could you be old? In truth, both Han Tianming and Han Xiong were perplexed by the old man's vitality. Having been told by doctors that he had little time left, yet he appeared surprisingly robust upon his return. The old gentleman chuckled. You are growing more beautiful by the day. That must be your good genes, grandfather. Only you would say such a thing. It has been far too long. Come, let us chat. Though he had intended to retire early, upon hearing Han Ying's voice, his drowsiness vanished. He took her downstairs, with Han Qihuang following suit. Han Tianming immediately set aside his newspaper, rising with concern. "Father, why are you up? It has been ages since I've seen my granddaughter. I must have a good talk with her. You ought to visit him more while he was in the hospital." Han Tianming shot an admonishing glare at Han Ning. "Grandfather, look at my dad. He is being mean to me." Han Ning whined, shaking her grandfather's arm, prompting him to scold. "Can't you refrain from speaking so much? Must you upset my granddaughter for your own amusement?" Han Ning stuck her tongue out at Han Tianming, embodying the spirit of a triumphant victor. Han Tianming, unfazed, rolled up his newspaper and declared in an irrefutable tone, "Your grandfather's birthday is on the 3rd of next month. No matter what happens, you must be there." With that, he ascended the stairs, and as he passed Han Qihuang, she quietly remarked, "Will you not inform her in advance about the engagement? That is not your concern." Han Qihuang rolled her eyes and muttered to herself, "You think I won't take charge just because you told me not to? Dream on." Han Ning, feeling perplexed, responded, "What does my father mean? Grandfather's birthday, of course, I must be there." Unbeknownst to her, she was the very centerpiece of the upcoming celebration. At 10 o'clock that night, Jiang Yu stealthily returned to Qihuang's home, careful not to disturb her slumber. As he entered the room and gently closed the door, striving to minimize any noise, the lights within the room abruptly illuminated. Clad in a white nightgown, Qihuang gazed at him and inquired, "Have you been drinking?" She could smell the faint scent of alcohol from afar. "Just a bit," Jiang Yu replied, his face filled with contrition. "I'm sorry, Wenzong, for disturbing your rest." To his surprise, Qihuang did not chastise him. Instead, she headed to the kitchen and, after rummaging through the refrigerator, said, "You should take a shower first. I'll prepare something to help with your hangover." Jiang Yu was taken aback. Is this the treatment a bodyguard is supposed to receive? Still in a daze, he snapped back to reality, retrieved a bathrobe from his room, and dashed into the bathroom. As he gazed at his handsome reflection in the mirror, he narcissistically remarked to himself, "My devilish charm." 10 minutes later, having swiftly concluded his shower, he emerged in his robe to find Qihuang bustling about in the living room. He couldn't help but marvel. What more could a man desire than a wife like this? If it weren't for the significant place his junior sister Do held in his heart, he might have almost fallen for Qihuang. Before long, Qihuang brought forth a steaming cup of ginger tea. "Drink this and get some rest," she urged. Ginger tea? Truth be told, ginger tea offers little in terms of alleviating intoxication. A cup of vinegar would be far more effective. Numerous online articles may claim ginger tea aids in sobering up, but as a doctor, Jiang Yu was well aware of its fallacy. Just as he was about to enlighten Qihuang on this matter, he noticed a sharp glare emanating from her eyes. Where did this ironclad masculinity come from? Chapter 47. Su Xian's request the following day, after dropping Qihuang at her office, Jiang Yu, as was his custom, made a visit to Jiyun Company. As expected, he did not encounter Wen Qiyun. Subsequently, he called Wei Yong to inquire about Han Ying's whereabouts. Last night, Han Ning had returned home, and Wei Yong had yet to see her, though he rambled on about Wang Ruoqi. He mentioned that Wang Ruoqi had visited the Xingyo Boxing Club to meet Zheng Feng, and afterward, they had gone to a high-end residential area together, where she appeared somewhat disappointed upon leaving. "You followed Wang Ruoqi all night. Aren't you concerned about being mistaken for a stalker?" Jiang Yu teased, though he could likely surmise Wang Ruoqi's intentions. After that incident, she would surely be curious about her own identity. Unable to directly inquire of Jin Hu, she could only seek information through Zheng Feng. Naturally, Zheng Feng was equally uninformed, thus leading Wang Ruoqi to seek out Wang Qi. However, Wang Qi, having lost his hands due to Jiang Yu's actions, had long since departed to distant lands, leaving Wang Ruoqi disappointed in her search for him. "Brother Yu, do you think she went to find Zheng Feng in the middle of the night because she has feelings for him?" Wei Yong's words dripped with jealousy. Jiang Yu reassured him, "Do not worry. Wang Ruoqi and Zheng Feng are merely friends. You still have a chance." "Really? What should I do next?" "Adhere to the principles I taught you. Persistently attach yourself to her like a stubborn adhesive. But she looks down on me. Every time she sees me, she tells me to scram. Have you forgotten the principle of shamelessness? If she tells you to leave, then leave. How can you pursue her otherwise? I'm afraid she will come to dislike me even more. You fail to grasp this. There is a saying that love can turn to hate, and vice versa. If you follow her daily, she will eventually grow accustomed to your presence. If you then disappear, she will surely feel an emptiness in her heart. Brother Yu, you are wise. I shall seek out Wang Ruoqi immediately. Jiang Yu's manipulation aimed primarily at using Wei Yong to restrain Wang Ruoqi, preventing her from stirring trouble for him in front of Han Ying. He did not attend school that day, as Han Ying's demeanor from the previous day suggested she had yet to calm down. Frequent appearances would only exacerbate the situation, though he urged Wei Yong to be shameless. He himself did not follow suit. Time passed slowly, the days drifted by like water. To Jiang Yu's surprise, the elderly gentleman he had assisted days prior called him, stating that the banquet would be held at the Royal Banquet Hall, and he must be present. Later that evening, as Jiang Yu prepared to escort Qihuang home, Su Xian hurriedly approached him. Jiang Yu, I have something I would like to ask of you. Normally, Su Xian was sarcastic towards Jiang Yu, so asking for help was somewhat difficult for her. Jiang Yu teased, what is it? Can't sleep alone at night, and want me to warm your bed? You're talking nonsense. Su Xian glared at him. Stop with your ridiculous remarks. Is this how you approach someone for assistance? Jiang Yu remarked, shaking his head. Su Xian was momentarily at a loss for words, hesitating. Meanwhile, when Qihuang smiled sweetly, all right, Jiang Yu, stop teasing Su Xian. Jiang Yu finally composed his playful demeanor and said earnestly, now, tell me, what do you need help with? Well, aren't you the so-called miracle doctor? My uncle fell ill with a strange ailment months ago, and after visiting several major hospitals and exhausting our savings, he has shown no signs of improvement. They are at their wits' end and asked me to inquire if there are any folk doctors in the city, and naturally, you came to mind. A strange ailment? Jiang Yu's interest was piqued, as he relished tackling perplexing medical issues. When Qihuang added, since it's Su Xian's relative in need, Jiang Yu, please lend your assistance. Jiang Yu replied, since you've asked, how could I refuse? Su Xian timidly inquired, your fees aren't too high, right? After all, if her uncle's family were wealthy, they wouldn't be seeking out a folk doctor, so the cost was indeed a crucial factor. If Jiang Yu's fees are excessively high, she would have no choice but to forego her services. Jiang Yu remarked nonchalantly, it's merely a favor among friends. Why charge anything? My consultations can be complimentary, but the cost of medication will be out of pocket. Truly, I am immensely grateful. Su Xian exclaimed joyfully, her gratitude sincere and heartfelt. This statement from Jiang Yu significantly elevated her image in Su Xian's eyes. In that case, Jiang Yu, you need not accompany me. Please go with Su Xian. She added with a yawn, her demanding day leaving her little time for rest. Perhaps I should escort you home instead? No need. Saving lives is paramount, and besides, I have dinner plans with a friend this evening. Very well. Take care of yourself, and do not hesitate to call if anything arises. Jiang Yu departed in Su Xian's vehicle, while when Qihuang drove alone towards Lutong Villa on the outskirts of the city, nestled in the hills. Lutong Villa is an ideal retreat for summer. At 8 in the evening, as the winding mountain road bustled with traffic, when Qihuang drove upward, her demeanor somewhat weary. Upon reaching midway up the slope, she suddenly heard a loud noise. A massive boulder came crashing down the mountainside. Though numerous vehicles surrounded her, the boulder seemed to possess a will of its own, hurtling directly toward the roof of Qihuang's car. Chapter 48. Marrying off a daughter is not selling her. Su Xian's cousin's family resides in the suburbs, and the two arrived at Inlu village after a 30-minute drive. The skyline of towering buildings had vanished, replaced by quaint rural homes, a patchwork of tiled roofs. Su-Ditsai's family comprises ordinary farmers who toiled for most of their lives to save a dowry for their daughter, only to find their savings depleted by an unexpected and peculiar illness that struck 6 months prior. It began with Su-Ditsai experiencing pain in his temples and gradually losing his vision. A visit to the ophthalmologist yielded no issues. However, his eyesight continued to deteriorate until he was diagnosed with temporal arteritis and referred to a rheumatologist. After receiving steroid treatment, his condition showed slight improvement, allowing him to return home to recuperate. Unfortunately, his health did not follow the anticipated path to recovery. Instead, it worsened, leading to kidney complications and joint pain, ultimately resulting in near-total blindness. They traversed numerous hospitals in search of answers, but their health continued to decline, depleting their savings and accruing substantial debts, compelling them to discharge him. Yet, the family refused to abandon him, seeking the help of various folk healers, albeit with little success. When Su Xian visited, her aunt Zhang Gira mentioned that she worked as a secretary for a prominent businessman in the city and likely knew many people who could assist in finding a miracle doctor for her uncle's ailment. Although Su Xian had little acquaintance with medical professionals, after witnessing the uproar caused by 3 women at her workplace, she recalled Jiang Yu's self-proclaimed title as a miracle worker and decided to reach out in desperation. The suburbs, predominantly rural, lacked the city's vibrant nightlife. And by 9 in the evening, streetlights were nearly non-existent. However, Su Ditsai's household had recently been ablaze with light. Due to Su Ditsai's near blindness, he incessantly complains about the darkness, prompting his family to keep the lights on throughout the night to provide him with some psychological comfort. Additionally, he suffers terribly from joint pain, forcing his family to vigilantly attend to him. Whenever he experiences discomfort, they apply a warm towel to alleviate his suffering. This situation has taken a toll on the family, with Jiang Yu visibly losing weight. Their daughter, Su Wan, who works at the Shangya group in the provincial city, has taken a leave of absence to care for him and appears equally haggard. In Inlu village, there is a nouveau riche named Qian Dahai, who has a son named Qian Lai. With his family's wealth, Qian Lai does not work and spends his days idly stirring up trouble. He and Su Wan were classmates in elementary school, and he has harbored feelings for her since childhood, though his numerous attempts to confess his affection have ended in failure. Su Ditsai's illness has rekindled hope for Qian Lai, who has been closely monitoring the situation, waiting for an opportune moment to reappear when Su Wan's family is in dire straits. On this particular evening, Qian Lai arrives at Su Wan's home with a childhood friend, bringing along some nutritional supplements. "Uncle, what has happened? It has been 6 months, and there's still no improvement. Perhaps we should visit a larger hospital in the province?" Qian Lai merely casts a glance at Su Ditsai in the bedroom, lacking any genuine concern for his well-being. It is well known in the village that he is infatuated with Su Wan, yet he knows to play the gracious visitor. With the gifts in hand, Jiang Yu and Su Wan feel obliged to entertain him in the living room. Jiang Yu sighs deeply. Who wouldn't want to go to a big hospital for treatment? If circumstances allowed, we might have already sent Su Ditsai to the provincial capital or even the capital city for medical care. However, we are just ordinary farmers. Although our daughter, Su Wan, has some education, she graduated not long ago and can barely save any money after paying rent in the city. The expenses for treating him in Tianyun City have left us financially drained. Auntie, money can solve any problem. It's not a big deal, Qian Lai declares. If it's merely a lack of funds, just speak to me. Given my relationship with Su Wan, I would be more than willing to help. His childhood friend, Zhu Chao, a hefty man weighing about 180 pounds, leans in with a mischievous grin, his cheeks quivering as he speaks. "This is not a small sum," Jiang Yu replies, shaking her head with a sigh. Qian Lai boasts, "A few 100,000 is nothing to me." "That is out of the question," Jiang Yu firmly rejects. "We will handle our family's matters ourselves. It is getting late. You should head home and rest." The intentions of Qian Lai are transparent to all. Could he truly lend them such a substantial amount without ulterior motives? It is likely that he envisions it as a bride price. If such an arrangement were to transpire, it would not be a matter of marriage, but rather the selling of a daughter, a deed few parents would ever consider. Jiang Yu rises to see her guests out, but Su Wan calls out to Qian Lai, "Wait a moment." She is conflicted, feeling the weight of his gaze roving over her unabashedly. Su Wan is beautiful, possessing a charm that surpasses even Su Xian, complemented by her more voluptuous figure. The buttons of that short-sleeved shirt seemed on the verge of bursting open. Despite her evident frailty, she remained strikingly beautiful, drawing the gaze of Qian Lai, who was visibly captivated. After a moment of inner turmoil, Su Wan spoke softly, "Qian Lai, are you truly willing to lend me money for my father's treatment?" "Of course, we are close enough for that." "Thank you. If you extend your hand, you will become my lifelong benefactor. I assure you, I will repay you with the highest legal interest in the shortest time possible." Su Wan, money cannot be lent without terms. We are talking about hundreds of thousands, not just a few thousand. However, that is not how we will proceed. Zhu Chao interjected. And recognizing him, Su Wan asked, "Zhu Chao, how do you propose we proceed?" Zhu Chao smirked mischievously. "Su Wan, are you genuinely oblivious or merely pretending? Surely you understand my intentions. If you agree to marry me, I would not only lend you the money but could even provide your family with tens of thousands." Qian Lai displayed a satisfied grin, clearly in agreement with Zhu Chao's proposition. This left Su Wan even more conflicted. She harbored no affection for Qian Lai, even going so far as to despise him. His idle lifestyle and penchant for trouble made the prospect of marriage feel like leaping into a pit of fire. Yet, she could not bear to watch her father suffer. Their family was already burdened with significant debt, and there was no one left to lend them such a vast sum. "Qian Lai, cease your pursuit of my daughter. Even if it costs me my life, I will not allow Su Wan to marry you." It was unclear when Su Detsai had emerged from the house. Though blind, he was not deaf. He had heard every word of the conversation in the living room. Dad. Su-won rushed to support Su Ditsai, who, though pale, spoke with authority. Goe-ru, see our guests out. Su Ditsai's declaration infuriated Qianlai. You old fool. Don't push your luck. Who in Inlu village besides me can save you? Qianlai, who are you insulting? Su-won retorted, her face flushed with anger. Bah. Qianlai spat on the ground. Don't think I don't know your family is at the end of their rope. You have two choices before you. Marry me, and I will pay for your father's treatment, or watch him suffer to death. His chilling smile suggested he felt he had Su-won cornered. Just then, an unexpected voice pierced the tension. Oh, what a lively gathering at this late hour. A white Peugeot pulled up outside Su's home, and Jiang Yu and Su Xian entered the courtyard together. Su Xian has arrived. Come inside. With family present, Wang Guru's demeanor brightened as she hurried out to greet them. Within the living room, both Qianlai and Zhu Chao eyed Su Xian with unsettling interest. Zhu Chao teased, Su Xian, you are growing more beautiful by the day. How about becoming my brother's girlfriend? Su Xian inwardly cursed the age-old adage that one's nature is hard to change, then resolutely ignored them. Leading Jiang Yu into the living room, Qianlai glanced at Jiang Yu, his displeasure evident as he remarked, Who is this lad? Zhu Chao, do you know him? Never seen him before, Zhu Chao replied. Wang Guru scrutinized Jiang Yu and then inquired, Su Xian, is this your boyfriend? He truly is quite a handsome young man. Su Xian muttered, What are you saying, auntie? He is merely a friend. Zhu Chao interjected sarcastically, bringing someone home at this hour. Who would believe that? I never expected you, Su Xian, to appear so innocent while being so audacious behind closed doors. You fat fool, mind your words. If you dare tarnish my reputation in the village, I will not let you off easily. Su Xian, having grown up in Inlu village, naturally recognized this group of peers close to her age. She was sharp-tongued and did not mince her words. Zhu Chao, taken aback, understood her wit and refrained from escalating the argument, lest he embarrass himself further. Su Xian, what brings you back so late? Su-won merely cast a casual glance at Jiang Yu. Cousin, I certainly have matters to discuss. Didn't T. Annie ask me to inquire about any miraculous doctors in the city? I have brought one for you. If I am not mistaken, the miraculous doctor you have invited is none other than him, correct? Qianlai and Zhu Chao exchanged knowing glances, stifling their laughter. Su Xian rolled her eyes at them. Is there any need to guess? Suddenly, Qianlai and Zhu Chao could no longer contain their laughter. Su Xian, you have attended university, yet you are so easily deceived. Just look at him. Is there anything about him that resembles a miraculous doctor? Qianlai's smile was laced with sarcasm. Zhu Chao chimed in, Su Xian. You haven't been swindled for money and affection, have you? If it's merely the former, that can be reclaimed, but if it's the latter, well, your standards for a husband will need to be significantly lowered. However, on the bright side, my brother Zhu Chao is magnanimous. He surely wouldn't mind being the fallback option. Their banter nearly drove Su Xian to exasperation. You should really shut your mouth, Zhu Chao. Even if I were divorced with 2 children, it wouldn't be your turn to take over. And you, Qianlai, don't think your family's wealth makes you special. You know exactly what you are like. Do you really think you could marry my cousin? Cough, cough. The two were left coughing from Su Xian's retort. Wang Guru, with a hint of skepticism, turned to Jiang Yu and tentatively asked, Young man, are you really a doctor? Indeed, I am. Then what about my husband's illness? No need to worry. I will assess him first. Dear, come and lie down in the room. Su Xian has brought a miraculous doctor for you. Wang Guru hurriedly assisted Su Ditsai back to their room. Qianlai stood at the doorway, teasing, You actually believe him? This lad looks like nothing more than a charlatan. If he can heal, then surely even a sow could climb a tree. Zhu Chao echoed, Even if he truly possesses remarkable skills, can your family afford to pay for it? Upon the mention of money, Wang Guru grew troubled. Their family was destitute, having sold off even their modest furniture and appliances. Su-won bit her lip and inquired, Are you truly a divine doctor? Jiang Yu replied nonchalantly, It is but a hollow title. Can you genuinely cure my father's illness? At present, I hold a 70% confidence. Through observation, Jiang Yu had garnered a rough understanding of Su Ditsai's condition. As for absolute certainty, that awaited further examination. For Su-won, a 70% chance represented a monumental hope. Suddenly, she knelt before Jiang Yu, exclaiming, Divine doctor, we truly have no money to offer as recompense. But if you can heal my father, I would willingly dedicate myself to you in gratitude. Qianlai was taken aback, muttering, "What do you mean? You didn't say that when I offered to help you." Enraged, he clenched his fists. Zhu Chao also rebuked, "You charlatan, be gone. Do you dare to swindle in our Silver Willow village? Do you know whose territory this is? I swear I'll break your legs." Jiang Yu regarded them with indifference. Merely asking, "Are they the patient's relatives?" Su Xian replied, "Not at all, just two ruffians." "Oh, then unrelated parties should step aside and not hinder my treatment." His nonchalant remark infuriated Qianlai. "You scoundrel, a charlatan dares to drive us away? You must be tired of living. Zhu Chao, let us go." The two rolled up their sleeves and charged into the bedroom. In an instant, with a swift motion, Jiang Yu tossed Qianlai out into the courtyard as if he were a mere chick. His actions were so rapid that Zhu Chao only realized what was happening when Jiang Yu turned his attention to him. Zhu Chao, of considerable bulk, was pushed into the living room with a single palm, followed by a swift kick. "Ouch!" Zhu Chao cried out in pain, rolling out into the courtyard. Bang! Jiang Yu promptly shut the door, finally securing some peace. Su Xian had already helped Su Wan to her feet, saying, "Cousin, what do you mean by dedicating yourself?" With the door closed, Jiang Yu raised an eyebrow. "What? Am I unworthy?" "Worthy, of course." Wang Guru hastily interjected, "Little divine doctor, you are quite the catch. If my daughter were to marry you, it would be no loss. Moreover, a healer possesses a kind heart. I believe you are a good person." Su Xian glared at Jiang Yu, hands on her hips. "Didn't we agree on free treatment?" "What? Seeing my cousin's beauty? Have you suddenly changed your mind and wish to whisk her away? Free?" Wang Guru and Su Wan exchanged glances, both feeling a twinge of disappointment. "What's wrong, Aunt? Isn't free treatment good? It's not that it's bad, but if Jiang Yu truly sought some form of compensation, that would be one thing. However, upon hearing free, Su Wan and her mother began to wonder if Jiang Yu was merely trying to win Su Xian's favor with deceit. Is there truly such a thing as a free lunch in this world? Once again, Wang Guru inquired, "Su Xian, is he really not your boyfriend?" Chapter 50, Two Scoundrels. Su Xian was on the verge of losing her composure. No. How many times must I say it, Auntie?" Jiang Yu, accustomed to the skepticism of patients' families, recognized the distrust emanating from Wang Guru and her son. Some family members, doubting the credentials of medical professionals, would not allow them to come near the patient. Others, in a fit of unreasonable anger, would chase them away with a broom. It is peculiar how the higher the fee, the more they trust you. Offer your services for free, and you are met with suspicion. Thus, he declared loudly, "How could it be free? I am a physician, not a deity. I too require sustenance." "Hey, what kind of person are you? You clearly made a promise before. Are you even a man, going back on your word?" Su Xian retorted angrily. However, Wang Guru and Su Wan exchanged smiles. Wang Guru quickly interjected, "Little divine doctor, please state your conditions, and we shall find a way to meet them." Jiang Yu, unsure of their financial capacity, asked, "What do you believe is a reasonable consultation fee?" Su Wan pondered for a moment and replied, "Within 100,000, I can manage." 100,000? Wang Guru exclaimed in shock. "Wanner, do you possess such funds?" Jiang Yu said, "Then let it be 100,000, but in consideration of Su Xian, I shall offer you a 20% discount." Su Xian was nearly fuming. 80,000 for a consultation? Why don't you just rob a bank?" Su Wan urged, "Cousin, this is what we ought to provide. Do not blame the doctor." She hesitated and, somewhat shyly, addressed Jiang Yu. "I cannot produce that much money at once. Could we arrange for installment payments? I promise to settle it within 2 years." "Not a problem." Jiang Yu readily acquiesced, for he was not genuinely interested in monetary gain. What he sought was the trust of the family. Only with their trust could he ensure their cooperation in treating the patient. He then began a thorough examination of Su Ditsai, inquiring about his physical condition before thoughtfully stating, "Insufficient liver and kidney function, deficiency of qi and blood, stagnation of qi and blood resulting in an imbalance of fluids, and obstructed spiritual pathways. The treatment should focus on enhancing vision, unblocking the channels, and regulating qi and blood. Key acupuncture points include the back of the knee and others to invigorate qi and nourish blood, while also alleviating liver stagnation." Although Su Wan and her son found his words somewhat perplexing, they perceived it as nothing short of professional. Enough with the convoluted language. "What exactly is wrong with my uncle?" Su Xian pressed, voicing their confusion. Jiang Yu explained, "In simple terms, the meridians are obstructed, and the flow of qi and blood is hindered." "Is that all? Who are you trying to fool? If it were that simple, why would so many hospitals fail to diagnose the issue?" The meridians and acupuncture points represent the accumulated wisdom of traditional Chinese medicine over millennia, yet to Western medicine, they remain elusive. You speak as if it were the truth. How will you treat it? I will prescribe a formula within 5 doses of medicine. I guarantee a complete recovery. The diagnosis rendered by Jiang Yu was astonishingly simple. Su Wan, feeling somewhat skeptical, fetched paper and pen, and with a swift stroke, Jiang Yu produced a remedy that sprang to life before their eyes. This was indeed a closely guarded secret of the legendary Boqi mountain. Even seasoned traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, despite being aware of Su Ditsai's ailment, might struggle to prescribe the correct treatment. Was that all? Su Xian harbored a lingering sense of being deceived, uncertain if the prescription held any genuine efficacy. Su Wan and her son exchanged perplexed glances, clutching the prescription in silence. Jiang Yu reassured them. What is there to worry about? I have not yet collected your payment. Once your uncle recovers, you may settle the dues. Su Xian countered. This is not merely a matter of money. What if your prescription proves faulty and my uncle suffers as a consequence? Jiang Yu scratched his head, appearing troubled. Must I then swear an oath? Qihuang, just procure the medicine as the doctor advises. Su Ditsai, lying on the bed, spoke weakly. Given their family's circumstances and his health, he had no choice but to place his trust in Jiang Yu. Even if misfortune befell him, he accepted his fate. Should he meet his end, it might even serve as a release, sparing Su Wan and her son further burden. Very well, I shall fetch the medicine at once. Su Wan exclaimed, eager and impatient. Jiang Yu waved his hand. Where do you intend to procure medicine at this late hour? Better to wait until tomorrow. Nothing untoward will occur overnight. He added, consider relocating your uncle to another room. This one is dark and damp, with stagnant air, which adversely affects the feng shui. Although this was not the primary cause of Su Ditsai's illness, it nonetheless had a significant impact. Su Xian was left bewildered, pondering the growing esotericism of the conversation. Now veering into feng shui. Are you a divine physician or a feng shui master? She queried. Is it not possible for a divine physician to study feng shui? Just as you study language, mathematics, and the sciences, we too have our traditions of medicine, fate, and divination. One must be well versed in all. Su Xian found herself at a loss for words. No problem. We shall assist in moving Uncle Su to another room. Zhang Giru promptly set to work. As changing rooms was a trivial matter, it was better to believe than to disbelieve. Well then, the illness has been addressed. It is time for us to take our leave. Jiang Yu turned to exit, and Su Wan quickly retrieved her phone. Please leave your number, little divine physician. Once my father recovers, it will be easier for me to reach you to settle the payment. Jiang Yu smiled and exchanged numbers with her, saying, feel free to call me should you need anything. He understood the family's concerns. Su Wan's worries extended beyond mere payment. Her primary fear was the potential complications during her father's treatment, though she hesitated to voice it directly. Outside the living room, Qian Lai and Zhu Chao lingered in the courtyard. As the tyrants of Yinlu village, being driven out by Jiang Yu was a significant blow to their pride. They had somehow procured iron rods and stood at the entrance, waiting for Jiang Yu to emerge, intending to strike him down. Su Wan prepared to see Jiang Yu off and opened the living room door, only to be met with the sudden swing of 2 iron rods. Qian Lai and Zhu Chao realized too late that they had misidentified their target, but it was too late to retract their strikes. Su Wan let out a blood-curdling scream. In a swift and decisive motion, Jiang Yu stepped forward, enveloping Su Wan in his embrace, and then quickly turned around. Bang! Bang! 2 iron rods struck Jiang Yu's back with considerable force. You 2 scoundrels! Su Xian exclaimed, her face filled with shock, unleashing a torrent of curses. Run! Qian Lai and Zhu Chao, having dropped their clubs, fled in haste, fully aware that they dared not engage in a direct confrontation, especially after Jiang Yu had demonstrated his formidable strength by sending them flying moments ago. Little doctor, are you all right? Su Wan, nestled in Jiang Yu's arms, looked pale and filled with remorse. I'm fine. Thank you. Are you truly unscathed? Would you like me to apply some medicinal alcohol for you? Su Wan's head hung low, her voice barely above a whisper, tinged with shyness. Jiang Yu teased. Of course, it's only fitting. But before he could finish, Su Xian interrupted him with a punch to his shoulder. Jiang Yu followed Su Xian into the car, his expression one of indignation. I came to help you. I was struck twice for no reason, and you don't even care if I'm injured? You still remember you came to help? You had the audacity to demand 80,000 for a diagnosis. Why don't you just perish? Su Xian rolled her eyes, her resentment toward Jiang Yu's exorbitant fees palpable. Do you have any idea what 80,000 means for my uncle's family? You know my cousin has to scrimp and save for years to accumulate that amount? I know. You know nothing. You just casually scribble a nonsensical prescription and easily pocket 80,000. Do you even comprehend the meaning of human suffering? Su Xian launched into a tirade, causing Jiang Yu's eyes to nearly pop out in disbelief. Do I not understand human suffering? While my grandfather and I traversed the land providing aid, you were busy playing in the mud. It was utterly absurd. He could not be bothered to argue with Su Xian any longer and simply crossed his arms, closing his eyes to rest. As Su Xian murmured to herself without receiving any response, she gradually fell silent, finding the conversation uninteresting. Amidst the awkward atmosphere, she returned Jiang Yu to an Qihuang's neighborhood. Get out, she commanded, her demeanor far from pleasant. Jiang Yu remained silent, but as he exited the vehicle, he remarked, "We are all family. Why the disparity? You should learn from your cousin. At this rate, you won't find a husband. What does it matter to you whether I marry or not?" Su Xian retorted, glaring at him. "Look at you, acting like a fierce tigress. Try saying that again, and I'll knock you dead." She grabbed a cushion from the passenger seat and hurled it at Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu caught the cushion with ease, jesting, "Is this your token of affection? Quite unique. I shall treasure it dearly." Without allowing Su Xian a chance to respond, he dashed into the community, disappearing from her sight. Su Xian clenched her teeth in frustration. That scoundrel. Upon arriving home, Jiang Yu moved quietly, mindful of the late hour, wishing not to disturb Qihuang's slumber. Today, when Qihuang did not make a sudden appearance, Jiang Yu took a shower and then rested. The following morning, upon rising, Jiang Yu found the living room eerily silent. This struck him as odd, for when Qihuang typically awoke earlier, often preparing a modest breakfast for herself. Still not up? Jiang Yu knocked on Qihuang's door, but there was no response. President 1, President 1. He called out several more times, yet the silence persisted. Growing concerned for Qihuang's well-being, he ventured into her room. The room was immaculate, yet Qihuang was nowhere to be found. Could she have assumed I did not return last night and gone to the office alone? He dismissed the thought, and, after freshening up, hurried to work. Su Xian was already in Qihuang's office, organizing documents. Upon seeing Jiang Yu, her expression remained stern, evidently displeased about last night's events. "Where's the president?" Jiang Yu casually inquired as he settled onto the office sofa. Su Xian shot him a glare. "The president did not accompany you here. I have yet to question you." "What? The president hasn't come to the office?" Realizing something was amiss, Su Xian immediately demanded, "What on earth is going on?" "I have no idea. When I woke up, I didn't see the president and thought she had already left for work." "What kind of bodyguard are you?" Su Xian exclaimed, swiftly dialing Qihuang's number. But to no avail. A sense of panic washed over her. What if something happened to the president? Why are you still standing there? Hurry and go find her. If anything has happened, I will hold you responsible. Jiang Yu felt a knot of anxiety tighten in his chest, for he had long been aware that Qihuang was destined to face calamity. He rushed downstairs, only to receive a frantic call from Su Xian. "The president was in a car accident and is in the hospital. Wait for me downstairs." In the private ward of the city hospital, Qihuang lay on the bed, with Qihuang attending to her. Having just returned from the restroom, she had missed Su Xian's call, and upon coming out, promptly returned the call. "Father, Jiang Yu will be here shortly. You should head home to avoid raising any suspicions." Qihuang, having cared for her throughout the night without rest, displayed clear signs of fatigue. Nevertheless, reassured by Qihuang's condition, he felt at ease enough to leave. 10 minutes later, Su Xian burst into the ward in a flurry. "President, what happened? How did you suddenly get into a car accident? Are you hurt anywhere?" Her urgent demeanor left Jiang Yu speechless. This level of concern seemed excessive, leading him to question Su Xian's inclinations. He glanced at Qihuang, who appeared healthy and was breathing steadily, without any visible injuries. It was evident that she was not in serious trouble, which allowed him to maintain his composure. "Su Xian, please do not panic. I am fine." After Su Xian thoroughly checked her over and finally felt reassured, she turned to Jiang Yu with an admonishing tone. "This is all your fault. You, as her bodyguard, have failed in your duties." Jiang Yu was taken aback, thinking, "I am merely the bodyguard. How is the car accident my fault?" Qihuang interjected, "Do not blame him. It is merely my misfortune. On the way to Lutong Mountain Villa, our car was struck by a falling rock. She was indeed unfortunate. Among so many cars, that boulder struck her." Su Xian remarked, As long as you are unharmed, that is what matters. When Qihuang nodded in agreement, Su Xian, I need to remain in the hospital for another day. I appreciate your assistance with the company's matters during this time. Su Xian understood that when Qihuang was urging her to return to the company, yet hesitated. But who will take care of you? Perhaps I should first arrange for a caregiver? It's all right. I am not incapacitated. Besides, there is Jiang Yu, isn't there? Him? Come on, he is a big man. How can he be trusted to care for anyone with his careless nature? Jiang Yu, overhearing, protested, You haven't lived with me. What gives you the right to assume I can't take care of someone? Just my woman's intuition. Woman's intuition? More like a tiger's instinct. Enough. This is a hospital. Su Xian, you should return to the company. When Qihuang was eager for Su Xian to leave primarily to have a private conversation with Jiang Yu. The events of last night had completely shattered her worldview. Chapter 52. A worldview shattered after Su Xian departed. Jiang Yu approached when Qihuang's bedside and gently asked, President Wen, are you hungry? Would you like me to fetch you some breakfast? When Qihuang shook her head, no need. Please sit. I have something to discuss with you. What is it? It concerns last night's accident. What about it? When Qihuang retrieved a red thread from beneath her pillow, previously, she had tied the talisman Jiang Yu gifted her with the red thread around her neck, but now the talisman was gone. She recounted the harrowing events of the previous night, her heart still racing. The massive boulder had come crashing down onto her car's roof, leaving her nearly paralyzed with fear. She thought she might die. A boulder weighing 1,000 pounds would surely reduce her to mere pulp. Alone in the vehicle, she felt disoriented, as if she had one foot in the grave. Yet, at the moment the boulder thundered against her car, she suddenly felt a searing heat at her neck, and a flash of golden light illuminated the interior. After creating a small dent in the roof, the boulder rebounded and plunged into the abyss. She had miraculously escaped with her life. When Qihuang sat in the car, trembling for a long while, only regaining her composure when the ambulance arrived. She recalled the warmth in her chest and realized that the talisman had turned to ashes. Logically, that massive boulder should have obliterated her car. However, the roof bore only a small dent, and she remained unscathed, merely shaken. The drivers who witnessed the incident expressed their astonishment at her survival, and even the attending traffic police found it hard to believe. Yet, when Qihuang alone understood that it was the talisman that had safeguarded her, this entire experience transcended her comprehension, shattering her previously held beliefs. Jiang Yu listened intently. Despite the extraordinary nature of the tale, there was no visible reaction on his face. Did you draw that talisman yourself? Yes. Was it because of the talisman that I survived? Indeed. Who exactly are you? Jiang Yu. When Qihuang is certainly aware that he is Jiang Yu, a disciple of a divine healer. However, do you not intend to offer me an explanation? 1. The world is vast and filled with wonders. I can only assert that it is not as simple as you might imagine. I understand. When Qihuang refrained from further inquiries, for she recognized that she could not unveil the mysteries of another realm. Had she not encountered Jiang Yu, she might have gone her entire life without experiencing such extraordinary events. Undoubtedly, a profound curiosity had begun to surge within her, yet she chose to temper it. Nevertheless, her heart was already in turmoil, almost eagerly anticipating her union with Jiang Yu. She believed that once they were wed, she would gain access to that bizarre and enigmatic world. With a light laugh, she deftly shifted the conversation. Given your remarkable abilities, it seems I have been underpaying you. Having saved my life, would you care for a raise or a promotion? Yet Jiang Yu did not smile, for when Qihuang's brow remained clouded, her misfortune had not yet dissipated. The talisman could safeguard her temporarily, but it could not protect her indefinitely, unless the root of the problem was addressed. When Qihuang would inevitably face calamity once more. However, Jiang Yu could not discern the source at that moment. 1. It would be prudent to refrain from venturing anywhere beyond the company and home for the time being. Jiang Yu's well-meaning admonition revealed an increasing concern for when Qihuang's safety. I am aware that I have been rather unfortunate lately. Do you still possess that protective talisman? When Qihuang felt a tinge of embarrassment. When Jiang Yu first gifted her the talisman, she had playfully remarked on the absurdity of believing in such things. Little did she know that not long after, she would find herself requesting one. Jiang Yu shook his head. The talisman can only protect you once. Providing you with another would be of little use. When Qihuang felt a flicker of disappointment, though she concealed it. After spending the day at the hospital, undergoing various examinations, the doctors finally cleared her for discharge. Su Xian had already called to warn him to vigilantly protect Wen Qihuang or face dire consequences. Even without Su Xian's warning, Jiang Yu would have acted similarly. It was inconceivable for Wen Yihuan to suffer such unwarranted misfortune. He resolved to uncover the source of her troubles without delay. A brand new Porsche awaited them outside the hospital, and when Yihuan handed the keys to Jiang Yu, "You drive." She still bore a psychological shadow, hesitant to drive herself. Jiang Yu had long since acquired his driver's license, though he rarely drove. He jested, "So soon a new car? This one must not have been inexpensive." When Yihuan replied, "This car was a gift from my father. My previous one is in for repairs." Once inside, Jiang Yu fumbled for some time before managing to start the vehicle, having never operated one of such caliber. Along the way, Wen Yihuan seemed to recall something. Retrieving a jade pendant inscribed with the word safe passage from her bag and hanging it in the car, she murmured to herself, "I didn't anticipate that the charm my friend gifted me would prove useful." As soon as Jiang Yu laid eyes on the jade pendant, an unsettling feeling washed over him, prompting him to inquire, "Who gifted you this?" When Yihuan replied, "A business acquaintance. He mentioned that he sought it at the Gaoxin temple some time ago, claiming it serves as a talisman for safety." Initially, she dismissed such notions and left the pendant forgotten in her bag. However, in light of recent events, it suddenly resurfaced in her thoughts, leading her to hang it in her car for protection. Yet, there was something amiss with the pendant. Jiang Yu sensed an overwhelming aura of malevolence emanating from it, indicative of tampering. This was no mere talisman of safety. It bore the semblance of a death warrant. The source had been identified. What was wrong with the pendant? One, your previous misfortune is likely connected to this jade pendant. What? How could Zhou Yao possibly wish me harm? Jiang Yu removed the pendant, stating, "Allow me to handle this for you." 1. Make sure to arrange a meeting with your friend to probe the matter. If Zhou Yao is genuinely unaware, we will let it be. Otherwise, I shall not let him off lightly. When Yihuan was seething with anger, she had always treated Zhou Yao generously in their business dealings, leaving her perplexed as to why he would wish her ill. Eager to uncover the truth, she arranged to meet Zhou Yao that very night. In a private room at the Zhuxi tea house, Zhou Yao appeared impeccably dressed, sporting a pair of black glasses and a slick-back hairstyle so smooth that even ants would find it difficult to traverse. 1. What a pleasure. It's rather late for you to summon me. Do you have some tasks you wish to assign? He merely cast a cursory glance at Jiang Yu beside her. When Yihuan sat upright, her expression grave. Sensing her seriousness, Zhou Yao asked, "Why the solemn demeanor, Wen? Is something amiss? I was in a car accident last night." "What? Are you all right?" "I'm fine, but I've been informed that the cause of the accident might be linked to the jade pendant." "Don't jest, Wen. Surely you don't believe such nonsense. How could I possibly wish you harm?" Zhou Yao exclaimed, visibly agitated. When Yihuan let out a cold laugh. "Did I say it was because of the pendant you gave me?" Upon hearing the mention of the pendant, Zhou Yao's demeanor shifted dramatically, revealing a guilty conscience. He quickly donned a smile, attempting to clarify. 1. You've misunderstood. The moment you mentioned the jade pendant, I recalled the one I gifted you, and thought you were suspecting me. Zhou Yao, do you not find this situation rather absurd? What do you mean? Do you truly believe that a mere pendant could instigate my accident? Is that conceivable? Indeed, 1. Such beliefs are merely superstitions. You are an educated individual. How could you entertain such ideas? And what of you? Are you not also a distinguished graduate of Tianyin University? Do you not hold any belief in such matters? Of course not. I am a staunch materialist. Yet the moment I suggested a potential connection to the pendant, you were quick to distance yourself, insisting that you could not harm me. How do you reconcile that? President 1. Zhou Yao found himself momentarily speechless, caught off guard by Wen Yihuan's unexpected trap. Indeed, if he were a staunch materialist, how could he have immediately associated the jade pendant with harm? Could it not simply be that the pendant obscured his vision, leading to the accident? Zhou Yao stammered, his hands fidgeting restlessly, his eyes betraying a sense of anxiety. When Yihuan glanced at Jiang Yu, seeking his counsel, clearing his throat, Jiang Yu interjected, President 1, there is no need for further inquiry. This matter is undoubtedly linked to him. The mention of the jade pendant rendered Zhou Yao visibly uncomfortable. Fidgeting excessively as he occasionally touched his nose or adjusted his glasses, his gaze darting away from Wen Yihuan's penetrating eyes. It was hard to believe that he was unaware of the implications surrounding the pendant. However, Zhou Yao, oblivious to Jiang Yu's stature, lashed out. Who is this little scoundrel, slandering my reputation? Speak another word, and I shall tear your mouth apart. Ah, how swiftly he reveals his agitation. Such impulsiveness hardly bodes well for his schemes. You're talking nonsense. I have always conducted myself with integrity. When have I ever harmed anyone? Zhou Yao roared, feigning indignation. If you summon me today to frame me, then I shan't entertain this charade any longer. I bid you farewell. In a fit of anger, he turned to leave. Jiang Yu, swift as lightning, blocked his path. Did I permit you to leave? Zhou Yao, enraged, attempted to kick him. Jiang Yu deftly sidestepped and, with a swift motion, pointed sharply. A muffled groan escaped Zhou Yao as he crumpled to the ground, clutching his chest in agony, his face pale and slick with cold sweat. Jiang Yu placed Zhou Yao's left hand upon the coffee table, casually seizing an ashtray. When Qihuang gasped, Jiang Yu, what are you planning to do? Jiang Yu replied coldly. President 1, without employing extraordinary measures, individuals like him will not yield easily. Zhou Yao, terrified, stammered. What do you intend to do, you scoundrel? Jiang Yu gently tapped the ashtray against the table. For every lie you tell, I shall break a finger. You have 5 chances, now confess. Is the jade pendant related to you? Let me go? This has nothing to do with me. He cried. Bang. Jiang Yu forcefully smashed the ashtray down, the sound of shattering echoing in the room. I will speak. I will speak. Zhou Yao, nearly trembling in fear, struggled to maintain composure. Jiang Yu smirked. Recognizing Zhou Yao's lack of resolve, a mere scare would suffice to extract the truth from him. President 1, please have him release me. Zhou Yao, drenched in cold sweat, trembled uncontrollably. At when Qihuang's signal, Jiang Yu released Zhou Yao, positioning himself at the door to block his escape. When Qihuang's expression darkened, now, enlighten us. What is truly going on? Why do you wish to harm me? Zhou Yao wore a sorrowful expression, lamenting, Director 1, I assure you, I never intended to harm you. I am merely acting on someone else's behalf. On whose behalf? He stammered, unable to utter the full name. Qihuang Yuan? It was when Qihuang who provided the answer. Zhou Yao nodded. Director, he approached me earlier, offering me 100,000 yuan to deliver that jade pendant to you. At the time, I thought it was merely a matter of delivering a pendant for such a sum, so I agreed. I had no idea he intended to harm you. Director 1, I swear it's not my fault. You had no idea? You know better than anyone our relationship with Qihuang Yuan. Would he be so generous as to give me a jade pendant for peace without ulterior motives? Huh, you really didn't see this coming? Director 1, I was wrong. Please grant me another chance. I promise I won't dare to do this again. Zhou Yao's apology was sincere, though he was not afraid of Qihuang. Rather, he feared Jiang Yu, who stood at the door. Starting today, our company terminates all cooperation with you. This time, I will not pursue your culpability. But I hope you will act wisely. Please, Director 1, I have contracts to fulfill. If you cease to provide me with resources, I will face ruin. Don't you have a good relationship with Qihuang Yuan? Go to him for help. Director 1, please give me another chance. I truly recognize my mistake. He clung desperately, refusing to leave. Jiang Yu opened the door and said sternly, You have only one chance. If you wish to keep your hands, disappear from my sight within 10 seconds. A fierce glimmer of menace flashed in Jiang Yu's eyes, causing Zhou Yao to shudder and flee. Once outside, Zhou Yao felt as if he had escaped from a net, declaring, You little scoundrel, just wait for me. When Qihuang suddenly felt deflated. So it was Qihuang Yuan conspiring behind the scenes. How despicable. Director 1, what grievances exist between you and Qihuang Yuan? To be honest, they hardly qualify as grievances. We are merely rivals, she replied, recounting the tale. Both Wen Qihuang and Qihuang Yuan owned cosmetics companies, but Qihuang Yuan's was larger and more renowned in Tianjin City. The Mengdai Group from the provincial capital sought to expand into Tianjin City, intending to appoint a general agent. Both companies aspired to collaborate with Mengdai Group. Yet after several negotiations, it was the relatively weaker Wen Qihuang who secured the agency. Qihuang Yuan, having faced defeat, harbored resentment. When Jiang Yu first met Wen Qihuang, it was during the time Mengdai Group approached her for a contract while she was away, rushing back in haste. Qihuang Yuan had also attempted to obstruct her, but was thwarted by Jiang Yu. After Wen Qihuang successfully signed a contract, Qihuang Yuan's ire intensified, prompting him to resort to such underhanded tactics against her. If Wen Qihuang were to perish, then Yuyan Company would inevitably collapse, compelling Mengdai Group to seek another partner, with Qihuang Yuan poised to be the most suitable candidate. Chapter 54. Those not to be provoked. Jiang Yu, lacking an understanding of business, found it astonishing. Was it truly necessary to engage in a life-and-death struggle over mere agency rights? While you may hold such thoughts, Qihuang Yuan does not share the same perspective. It is widely known within the circle that he has an insatiable greed for wealth. What does that have to do with loving money? You may not understand. But once my collaboration with the Dream Butterfly Group is fully operational, the annual profit will be no less than 8 figures. For the average individual, such a sum is akin to astronomical figures, a lifetime's earnings beyond their reach. Jiang Yu suddenly comprehended. Defeating Qihuang would effectively sever Qihuang's financial lifeline. For a man so obsessed with wealth, this would be tantamount to an assault on his very existence. He would surely retaliate against Qihuang with fervor. Qihuang employs despicable tactics that are difficult to guard against, which is precisely why Qihuang finds herself in a quandary. How should we deal with Qihuang? Jiang Yu, can you devise a strategy for me? The most satisfying approach to dismantling someone like Qihuang is to bring him to bankruptcy. Given his vast empire, how could he possibly face bankruptcy in normal circumstances? Thus, we must resort to some unconventional methods. What unconventional methods? I am not a businessman. You are far more knowledgeable in this area than I. What do you suggest is the key to his downfall? After a moment's contemplation, Qihuang replied, a rupture in the capital chain. My company, like Qihuang's, operates as an intermediary, serving as a bridge between manufacturers and lower-tier clients, signing contracts on both sides to earn profits. However, there exists a term in our industry known as placing goods, which entails paying a portion up front and settling the balance only after the products are sold. Hence, instances of capital chain ruptures are quite rare. Furthermore, Qihuang's formidable strength ensures that even if issues arise, bankruptcy is unlikely. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu also felt the matter was complicated, concluding that toppling Qihuang would require patience and the right opportunity. This situation must be approached with long-term consideration. Qihuang sighed, I am not afraid of him confronting me openly. What concerns me is his covert machinations. Very well, General Manager 1. Please provide me with Qihuang's information. I will first attempt to negotiate with him. If he is willing to relent, then that would suffice. If he refuses, we shall devise a more effective plan to deal with him later. It seems we have no other choice. Upon returning to the office, Qihuang handed over all pertinent information regarding Qihuang, including his home address, family members, and company development details. Jiang Yu was taken aback to discover that Qihuang also resided at Guanhaj. However, Qihuang explained that the villa at Guanhaj belonged to Qihuang's cousin, whose support was instrumental in the expansion of Qihuang's business. Unfortunately, his cousin had been incarcerated for the past 2 years due to certain issues and has yet to be released. Days later, Jiang Yu returned to Guanhaj as dusk approached, casting a dim light over the surroundings. From a distance, he spotted a familiar figure, Wang Yu. Wang Yu's eyes were bruised and his lips swollen, clearly a victim of violence. The gatekeeper, recognizing Jiang Yu, remarked to Wang Yu, he is back again. He has connections with the Han family, so do not trouble him this time. Upon hearing this, Wang Yu looked up, shivering visibly. He gently touched the wound on his face, seemingly reminiscing about that fateful night when he was beaten by Wang Shou. That evening, when Wang Yu awoke, Jiang Yu and the others had all departed, and Jin Hu had also left, leaving only Wang Shou and a few of his underlings drowning their sorrows in drink. As soon as he regained consciousness, he inquired whether Wang Shou had dealt with that country bumpkin on his behalf. Upon hearing this, Wang Shou's anger flared uncontrollably, and he unleashed a torrent of punches, all the while cursing, you unfortunate wretch, you nearly got me killed. That as someone even my godfather wouldn't provoke. You actually expect me to discipline him? Damn it. Initially, Wang Shou was filled with resentment, but after receiving a thorough scolding from Jin Hu, he no longer dared harbor any ill will towards Jiang Yu. Although Wang Yu did not witness Jin Hu's submissive demeanor, the beating enlightened him to the fact that Jiang Yu was an unassailable force, someone he could not provoke. After a brief moment of daze, Wang Yu quickly donned a hopeful smile and dashed towards Jiang Yu, while the gatekeeper kindly cautioned him, do not trouble him, please. Jiang Yu furrowed his brow, wondering if this fellow was about to create more trouble. Brother Yu, you've come. Wang Yu's enthusiastic calls caught Jiang Yu off guard. Brother Yu, are you going to visit your fiancée at the Han family? In truth, I had long perceived that you, with your outstanding demeanor, and Miss Han, are a perfect match, a couple destined to be together. There is no one in Tianyan City more suited for each other than you two. It must be said that Wang Yu had a talent for flattery, but unfortunately for him, he had aimed his praises at Jiang Yu's hooves. Are we that familiar? Jiang Yu observed him coldly. One encounter leads to familiarity, Brother Yu. Previously, I was rather ignorant. You are magnanimous, so please do not hold it against me. In the future, when you marry into the Han family, we shall see each other frequently. Jiang Yu's expression darkened. Marry into? Who told you I am marrying into the Han family? setting aside the fact that he was there to annul the engagement. Even if he were to marry, he would never agree to such a thing. The Han family may indeed be affluent, but as the sole heir of the Boqi mountain, he was not lacking in worth. Jiang Yu, having flattered clumsily, felt the embarrassment wash over him and awkwardly shifted the topic. Isn't brother Yu here to find Miss Han today? Jiang Yu replied indifferently. What does that have to do with you? Jiang Yu was rendered speechless. Jiang Yu continued on his path, and Jiang Yu dared not follow. Suddenly, Jiang Yu turned and asked, You are a security guard here. You must be quite familiar with the surroundings, correct? Jiang Yu beamed, quickly approaching with a cheerful demeanor. Familiar? Of course. I know it like the back of my hand. Good. Then lead me around inside. Please, after you, brother Yu. Jiang Yu bent at a 90-degree angle, his demeanor akin to that of a eunuch before the emperor, leaving the gatekeeper utterly astonished. After wandering around the community for about 10 minutes, Jiang Yu exchanged a few casual remarks with Jiang Yu before casually mentioning, I heard He Qingyuan also resides here? Are you referring to He Qingyuan, the owner of Xingyuan Company? Indeed, that's him. Yes, he lives here, but in a relative's villa. Each villa here costs over 100 million. He Qingyuan could hardly afford that. Do you know where his home is? Yes, it's just a short distance ahead. Jiang Yu led him forward for 700 or 800 meters, finally stopping in front of a European-style villa. Brother Yu, this is He Qingyuan's house. Jiang Yu surveyed the surroundings and inquired, Is there surveillance nearby? Of course, our community surveillance is the most comprehensive in the entire Tianyan city. Not a single blind spot. Jiang Yu's eyes shifted, as if he comprehended something. Brother Yu, follow me. They circled to the back of the villa, beneath a tree, where Jiang Yu whispered, Brother Yu, if you climb over here, the surveillance won't see you. Chapter 55. Warning. The backyard was filled with lush trees, making it indeed difficult to detect any intruders. Jiang Yu patted Jiang Yu's shoulder, satisfied, and said, All right, you can go about your business now. Hey, brother Yu, are you planning to deal with He Qingyuan? I've heard that he is not someone to be trifled with. What, do you think I can't handle him? No. Jiang Yu hastily shook his head, fearing to offend Jiang Yu. He timidly suggested, How about I keep watch for you? If anything goes wrong, I can cover for you, right? Suit yourself. As soon as the words left his mouth, Jiang Yu leaped, vaulting into the villa's backyard. The wall was at least 2 meters high, leaving Jiang Yu dumbfounded for a moment before he managed to exclaim, What a skill! It's a shame you aren't on the national high jump team. The villa's front door was tightly shut, but a window on the second floor was ajar. With a sprint, Jiang Yu astonishingly bounded off the wall several times before slipping through the window. His acrobatic prowess stirred a tempest within Jiang Yu's heart. So, brother Yu is a martial arts master. No wonder even brother who dares not act recklessly in his presence. He Qingyuan's home was eerily quiet, devoid of any servants. The vast house shrouded in darkness. He Qingyuan had not yet returned, and after rummaging around, Jiang Yu discovered a burlap sack in the storage room. He then quietly settled onto the sofa with the sack in hand. Approximately 40 minutes later, as night fell completely, He Qingyuan stumbled home, intoxicated. It was only 8 o'clock. Yet he was already inebriated, fumbling at the door for quite some time before locating the light switch. Finally managing to turn on the lights, a shadow suddenly darted past him. Jiang Yu swiftly enveloped He Qingyuan's head with the burlap sack, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks. Ouch! Who's hitting me? He Qingyuan's drunkenness dissipated significantly, and his howls echoed, causing Jiang Yu outside to wince, as if he were the one being struck. He Qingyuan, consider this merely a warning. If you dare to resort to such despicable means against Qihuang again, I will take your life. Who the hell are you? Let me go if you have the guts. Smack. Jiang Yu delivered a sharp slap to He Qingyuan's forehead. Who do you think you are? He Qingyuan, nearly succumbing to pain, couldn't he help but plead, Brother, I misspoke. Please stop hitting me and let me go. Remember what I just said. Don't bring trouble upon yourself. In the end, Jiang Yu delivered another kick, causing He Qingyuan to roll several times on the floor. Subsequently, Jiang Yu dashed up to the second floor, leaped out of the window, and effortlessly vaulted over the wall, sauntering towards the community entrance alongside Jiang Yu. He Qingyuan soon pursued them, seizing Jiang Yu and inquiring, Did you see someone just rush out of my house? Jiang Yu, with a look of bewilderment, replied, No. Did you perhaps drink too much and imagine it? He Qingyuan pointed at his own face, exclaiming, Look closely. I've just been assaulted in my own home. What on earth are you security guards doing? Jiang Yu muttered, Could it be that you fell yourself while drunk? Look at my face. I fell while drunk too. Jiang Yu nearly burst into laughter at the sight. Enraged, Qihuang demanded, "Enough of this nonsense. Take me to the surveillance room immediately. I must find that rascal." Jiang Yu nodded at Wang Yu, who promptly bowed and said, "Please follow me, Mr. He." Jiang Yu then strolled away, swaggering right under Qihuang's nose. In the surveillance room, Qihuang vociferously cursed. What the hell is going on? He replayed the footage several times, but there was no sign of anyone entering or exiting his home. The video showed him drunkenly returning home alone, and shortly thereafter, a bruised figure bolted out from the house, with no other presence in sight. The surveillance room attendant murmured, "Mr. He, could it be that you really fell while drunk and imagined an intruder? Get lost with your nonsense. Show me the footage from around the villa." I refused to believe he could vanish into thin air. Qihuang insisted, tirelessly scrutinizing the recordings. Meanwhile, the true culprit had long since returned home to sleep soundly. However, what Jiang Yu did not anticipate was that this incident would only intensify Qihuang's vendetta against Qihuang. But that is a tale for another time. After a restful slumber, Jiang Yu noticed that Qihuang still appeared haggard, and he sensed that this matter was not yet resolved. After escorting Qihuang to her office, he adhered to his usual routine and paid another visit to Jiang Company, but not without repeatedly reminding Qihuang to wait for his return before leaving the office. On the first floor of the building, Jiang Yu encountered Qihuang. Qihuang couldn't help but admire Jiang Yu's determination. Casually approaching Jiang Yu, he inquired, "How is Qihuang? Is she all right?" Jiang Yu nodded. "Ms. Wen has been discharged from the hospital and is fine." Qihuang asked, "Are you going to find the owner of Jiang Company again?" Jiang Yu wore a pained expression. "I've been here for several days and still haven't met anyone." "Is it really this difficult to cancel an engagement?" "It's harder than dealing with the Han family. At least I could meet someone from there." Qihuang reassured him. "Owners of companies are often quite busy, but what exactly do you need to discuss with Ms. Wen? Perhaps I could assist you." Jiang Yu considered that since he worked here, he might indeed be able to help, and thus he briefly explained his intentions. "I am betrothed to the daughter of General Manager Wen, a union orchestrated by our elders. However, considering that I have never met her and share no sentiments, I intend to annul the engagement, thereby sparing the young lady any unnecessary delays." "An annulment?" Qihuang furrowed his brow. He had previously heard from Qihuang that Jiang Yu had come to Tianyun City for the very purpose of dissolving the engagement, but he did not anticipate such steadfastness. "Have you ever encountered the daughter of General Manager Wen?" "I have already stated that I have never laid eyes on her, and she is currently studying abroad. She may very well have a boyfriend by now." "That might not be the case. I have heard that General Manager Wen's daughter is quite innocent, having never experienced romance throughout her life." "Uncle, have you met Wen Fuyo?" "Indeed, I have. She is undoubtedly the most beautiful, kind-hearted, and exceptionally talented girl I have ever encountered. Truly, one would be hard-pressed to find another like her, in the eyes of a father. Is there not a belief that one's daughter is the finest in the world?" "Jiang, heed my advice. Refrain from bringing up the annulment with General Manager Wen in the future, lest you find yourself regretting it upon meeting your fiancé, uncle. You seem to be acting rather strangely." "What do you mean?" "I recall that during our first meeting, you encouraged me to foster a good relationship with General Manager Wen. By all rights, you should be supporting my decision to annul the engagement." Jiang Yu narrowed his eyes, his gaze piercing. Something was amiss, very much so. Chapter 56. The deposit. Qihuang resembled a child caught in wrongdoing, his gaze flickering with uncertainty, betraying a hint of timidity. If any employees of Jiang Company were to pass by at that moment, they would undoubtedly be taken aback. Qihuang chuckled awkwardly. "Little Jiang, I was unaware of your engagement before. Now that I am informed, it is only fitting that your engagement takes precedence. As the saying goes, it is better to dismantle a temple than to break a marriage. If your union with Miss Wen truly does not materialize, I would support you in being with my Qihuang." Jiang Yu's mouth gradually fell open. "Uncle, are you truly so enlightened? You are effectively positioning your own daughter as a backup." Jiang Yu stroked his chin, pondering whether his own allure had indeed reached celestial heights. "Little Jiang, reflect deeply on my words. I must return to the company." Perhaps out of guilt, Qihuang hastily departed for the elevator. Jiang Yu did not dwell on it, merely muttering to himself, "She still avoids me. It seems I truly must seek General Manager Wen's assistance." He had previously mentioned this matter to Qihuang, yet she had not responded. Nevertheless, he proceeded to visit. Although Qihuang was at the company, he was dismissed by the secretary. On his way back, Wei Yong called as promised, providing updates on Han Ning and Wang Ruoqi's movements. He began with a lengthy discourse about Wang Ruoqi before casually mentioning that Han Ning had, surprisingly, inquired about Jiang Yu earlier that morning. Han Ying had developed a curiosity about Jiang Yu, yet she failed to obtain the answers she sought from her aunt. Han Qihuang, reluctant to directly call Jiang Yu, she turned to Wei Yong for information. However, Wei Yong's knowledge of Jiang Yu was limited. He merely stated that Jiang Yu was an exceptional fighter, a master of martial arts. Han Ying scoffed at this. She believed some of Jiang Yu's skills were credible, given her first-hand experience. However, the notion that he was a martial arts master seemed utterly implausible to her. The number of martial arts masters in Tianjin City was scarce, comprised of seasoned practitioners with decades of experience. How could someone as young as Jiang Yu possess such prowess? In an effort to validate his claims, Wei Yong passionately recounted how Jiang Yu had single-handedly defeated Wei Xiao at the Tianqing Martial Arts School. Yet, Han Ying departed before he could finish. She remarked that he could easily pursue a career as a screenwriter, for his storytelling was quite convincing. Despite her disbelief, this was undoubtedly a positive omen for Jiang Yu, as it indicated that Han Ying's resentment was gradually dissipating, replaced by intrigue. Human curiosity is a formidable motivator, compelling one to undertake actions they might otherwise resist. He felt certain that Han Ying would soon reach out to him, and during this interim, he planned to vanish from her world. The strategy of letting go to seize was not a game solely reserved for women. In the Yuyan company, when Qihuang was engrossed in a meeting, she had been exceedingly busy lately, with numerous meetings and a contract signed with the Mengdai Group, as she began to establish a foothold in the Tianjin city market. Jiang Yu, lacking any acumen for business, found himself idly passing time at the company. After practicing the unique breathing technique of Boqi Shan in the office for a while, he wandered through the various departments, sales, marketing, and more, observing the diligent employees who were wholly devoted to elevating the company's success. When Qihuang often had her lunch in the conference room, and during a brief interlude in her meetings, she managed to converse with Jiang Yu. Aware of his boredom, she informed him that the upcoming days would be hectic, requiring her to work late into the night, and suggested he take a couple of days off. As long as when Qihuang remained at the company, Jiang Yu felt reassured about her safety. Given her busyness, he hesitated to ask for her assistance in making connections. At 4 in the afternoon, Jiang Yu received a call from Su Wan. She requested to meet him at the Left Bank CAF in Tianjin City. 20 minutes later, he arrived punctually at the CAF. Su Wan, with her long, dark hair cascading down her shoulders, wore a black professional skirt and a white blouse that accentuated her figure beautifully. She appeared much healthier and radiated a greater elegance. Upon his entrance, she stood up politely to greet him, and as Jiang Yu approached, she waved discreetly and whispered, "Jiang Shini, over here." Jiang Yu nodded at her, casually taking a seat and saying, "No need to refer to me as a divine doctor. You are older than I am, so simply call me Jiang Yu." Su Wan, shedding the shyness from their initial encounter, smiled with her hand covering her face and replied, "Very well, what would you like to drink?" "Just like you," Jiang Yu responded, as he seldom indulged in coffee and could not recall the peculiar names associated with it. After Su Wan ordered a cup of coffee for him, she wasted no time and directly produced an envelope from her bag, sliding it across the table toward Jiang Yu. "I received my salary today, so I am repaying a portion of the medical fees I owe you." Jiang Yu remarked, "It has only been 3 days. Your father's condition should not have fully recovered yet." Su Wan replied, "Although he is not completely well, after taking a few doses of medicine, he has shown significant improvement. His vision is recovering, and he can now walk on his own." The long-standing ailment had shown marked improvement following just a few doses of medicine, and Su Wan had naturally come to believe in Jiang Yu's abilities, which is why she was repaying him as soon as she received her salary. Jiang Yu appreciated individuals who honored their commitments. However, he was aware that Su Wan's family was still facing difficulties. The agreed-upon remuneration was merely a means to alleviate the distrust that Su Wan and her mother held. Thus, he shook his head and said, "You should keep the money for now. We can discuss it when you are in a better position financially. This is what I promised you, and it is the medical fee you deserve. Your current situation is tight, with so many debts, and your father still requires nutritional supplements to regain his strength. I do not lack this small amount of money, so please accept it." Su Wan did not insist further, expressing her gratitude, her eyes brimming with appreciation. Jiang Yu took a sip of his coffee and inquired, "Su Xian mentioned that you work in the provincial capital. Since your father's illness no longer requires 2 people to care for him, when do you plan to return?" Su Wan replied, "Actually, I returned to work in the provincial capital this morning." Jiang Yu was taken aback. "You made a special trip back just to repay me?" Such a trustworthy person exists in this world. Qihuang smiled gently, like a breath of spring. In truth, I did not return solely for that purpose. With that, she retrieved another envelope from her bag, noticeably thicker than the first, and Jiang Yu estimated it contained at least 20,000 yuan. What is this? It is a deposit. Qihuang explained. The vice president of my company wishes to invite you to Linzhou for a consultation. Jiang Yu could hardly contain his joy. A deposit of 20,000 yuan. This was a profitable endeavor. Chapter 57. Judging by appearances, Qihuang worked as a secretary at the Shangya Group in Linzhou, where she handled various tasks for the vice president. Understanding her family's circumstances, the vice president kindly granted her some time off. Upon returning to work today, the vice president inquired about her father's condition. Qihuang casually mentioned Jiang Yu, referring to him as a divine doctor whose treatment had led to her father's gradual recovery, which prompted her early return to work. Upon hearing about the divine doctor and seeing tangible results, the vice president immediately instructed Qihuang to bring the deposit to Tianyuan City to invite Jiang Yu. No one would turn down money, and Jiang Yu, who had been shortchanged by his grandfather since childhood, certainly would not. Just as when Qihuang granted him a 2-day respite, he readily accepted the offer and accompanied Qihuang to Linzhou City that very afternoon. The vibrancy of Linzhou far surpassed that of Tianyuan City, for it served as the economic hub of the province. After enduring over 3 hours of a bumpy journey, they arrived in Linzhou as nightfall descended. The nocturnal landscape of Linzhou was nothing short of picturesque. The flickering neon lights painted a realm of shadows and illumination, dazzling in their brilliance. The multicolored lights adorned the uniquely shaped skyscrapers like resplendent fireworks, while the colored lights along the river mirrored the stars that dotted the night sky. Qihuang arranged for him to stay at a 5-star hotel, situated by the river and offering a breathtaking view of the vibrant night scene. Although Qihuang's superior had summoned Jiang Yu to provide treatment, he seemed in no haste to appear that evening. After a night of rest at the hotel, Qihuang took Jiang Yu to the Dream Butterfly Group early the next morning. The Dream Butterfly Group occupied a grand 27-story building at the heart of Linzhou's commercial center. At 8 in the morning, Jiang Yu awaited in the reception area, where he remained until 4 in the afternoon. The prolonged waiting period left him feeling disgruntled. Despite Qihuang's repeated efforts to soothe him, explaining that the vice president was caught up in numerous meetings and urging him to be patient. Once again, Qihuang entered the reception area with a cup of coffee, her face etched with apologies. I'm terribly sorry for the delay. President Lin's meeting is about to conclude. Could you please wait just a little longer? Wait. I've already consumed 7 cups of coffee. He retorted. He is the one who requested my expertise, not the other way around. I understand, Jiang Yu, please don't be upset. I assure you, President Lin will arrive within half an hour. Would you mind waiting just another 30 minutes? If it weren't for the money, if it weren't for your sake, I would have left long ago. We agreed on just half an hour. If she doesn't arrive soon, I truly will take my leave. Jiang Yu took a sip of coffee when he suddenly spotted a familiar figure outside, murmuring, what is he doing here? Who? Qihuang followed Jiang Yu's gaze and remarked, oh, you mean President He? He is our Group's general agent in Tianyuan City. Shangya Group, also in the cosmetics industry, boasts its own research and development department and production line, with business spread across the nation. Jiang Yu nodded, then inquired, by the way, what about the President Lin you mentioned? What is her background? Qihuang replied, President Lin is our Group's vice president. I am aware of that. Tell me something you haven't mentioned before. President Lin is the daughter of the Group's president, possessing exceptional capabilities. Currently, the Group's president has stepped back, and she essentially calls the shots. Oh, Jiang Yu mused, stroking his chin, a sly smile unwittingly appearing on his lips. Qihuang cast him a curious glance, but thought little of it, returning to her tasks. Half an hour later, Qihuang appeared punctually. President Lin's meeting has concluded. Let me take you to her office. 3 minutes later, in the vice president's office, a graceful and intellectual woman reclined in her chair, eyes closed, gently massaging her temples with her slender fingers. President Lin, your guest has arrived, Qihuang announced, knocking on the door and standing respectfully at the threshold. Oh, it seems you have no business here. Do attend to your own matters. The woman, her eyes still closed, spoke softly yet exuded an undeniable authority. Qihuang cast a glance at Jiang Yu, whispering, I shall be on my way. You may converse with President Lin at your leisure. As Jiang Yu entered the office, he surveyed his surroundings. On the desk lay a nameplate inscribed with the title Vice President, Lin Shi. It was evident that the striking woman, currently massaging her temples, was none other than Lin Shi, the vice president of the group. Jiang Yu felt a flicker of surprise. He had assumed that a formidable woman managing such a large corporation would be in her 40s, yet Lin Shi appeared no older than 27 or 28. President Lin, he addressed her politely, standing before the desk for a full minute. Yet Lin Shi did not open her eyes or acknowledge him. Frustration bubbled within him. How could she summon me for treatment, yet maintain such an air of indifference? He clenched his teeth but chose to endure it, if only for the sake of the remuneration. Naturally, he would not stand there like an obedient employee awaiting her attention. Instead, he leaned back against the sofa, thinking if she could rest, so could he. After 5 more minutes had elapsed, Lin Shi slowly opened her eyes and murmured, "Did you fall asleep?" Jiang Yu blinked and met her gaze, retorting, "Were you not the one who fell asleep first?" A flicker of displeasure passed through Lin Shi's eyes. Within the company, no one dared to speak to her in such a manner. She scrutinized Jiang Yu with a furrowed brow. "So, you are the miracle doctor Qihuang mentioned?" "Miracle doctor is perhaps an overstatement, but I can treat certain difficult ailments," Jiang Yu modestly replied. However, to Lin Shi, this seemed a display of insecurity. "You may leave now." She waved her hand dismissively, leaving Jiang Yu utterly bewildered. What does this mean? She has not even engaged in conversation, and now she orders me to depart? Is this not a tad disrespectful? You need not question me. You heard correctly. I am asking you to leave. With that, Lin Shi closed her eyes once more, resuming her massage of her temples. Jiang Yu, incensed, slammed his hand on the coffee table. What is the meaning of this? I traveled all the way from Tianjin City at your behest, and now you expect me to leave without so much as a word? Previously, Qihuang provided you with a deposit of 20,000 yuan. Consider it your compensation, she stated without even opening her eyes. Jiang Yu felt a deep sense of affront, and he tossed the 20,000 yuan onto Lin Shi's desk. Do you think I am in need of your pittance? You may question my medical skills, but you shall not disrespect me. Is this the level of decorum one expects from the vice president of such a vast corporation? Decorum? Lin Shi scoffed coldly, reopening her eyes and responding indifferently. What decorum is there to discuss with a charlatan like you? A charlatan? Jiang Yu couldn't help but laugh. Indeed, he had often been mistaken for a fraud, but that was merely due to the ignorance of those in remote areas. He sarcastically remarked, "Does the esteemed vice president of Shangya Group not know how to write the words judging by appearance?" Lin Shi finally rose to her feet, tapping her fingers on the desk as if engaging in a soliloquy. 9 years of compulsory education, plus 3 years of high school, amounts to a total of 12 years. If I factor in early admission, I graduated from university at the age of 16, followed by 5 years of studying traditional Chinese medicine, along with internships and clinical observations. By the time I am qualified to diagnose patients independently, I would be at least 24 or 25. And you? Are you even 20? At such a tender age, you dare to claim the title of a divine doctor? If you are not a charlatan, then who is? Chapter 58. Did I ever say I would treat you? Lin Shi's analysis was astute. By all reasonable standards, she found her belief that Jiang Yu was a quack entirely justified. In this era, traditional Chinese medicine had long fallen into disrepute, and those rare physicians with unparalleled skills were typically seasoned veterans with decades of experience. As for the youth, there were scarcely any prodigies in traditional Chinese medicine. Lin Shi's assertion that it takes at least 24 or 25 years to become a qualified practitioner was not mere conjecture. She had a classmate studying traditional Chinese medicine of the same age who had only just graduated. Her estimation of 24 or 25 was already quite conservative. If you deem me a quack, then why did you invite me here? Because of Qihuang. Lin Shi was straightforward, stating that Qihuang had claimed her father was saved by a divine doctor. Yet she never anticipated that the so-called divine doctor would turn out to be such a young lad as you. An ancient proverb states that learning knows no age. The accomplished are the true teachers. Accomplished? Huh. Lin Shi scoffed lightly. I shall not debate with you. First, show me your medical license. She was convinced that a charlatan would surely be unable to produce such credentials. And indeed, Jiang Yu's skills were all acquired from the old man. To put it charitably, the old man was a miraculous healer. To put it less charitably, he was merely a barefoot doctor. Jiang Yu had never taken the exam. So where would he procure a medical license? Can't produce it? Lin Shi revealed a victorious smile. The door is right there. I shan't see you out. She reclined back into her office chair, closed her eyes, and gently massaged her temples. Jiang Yu seethed with indignation. The esteemed first disciple of the legendary Biqshn hailed as a young divine doctor, was being belittled. If this news reached the old man's ears, it would be utterly humiliating. As he approached the door, he suddenly turned back. By my estimation, your migraine has persisted for at least 3 years, hasn't it? And if it has, don't think that merely stating my condition will earn you my respect. My migraine is well known among the thousands within the corporation. Lin Shi's migraine had long plagued her. She had visited numerous hospitals, where doctors advised her to rest and take care of her health, emphasizing the importance of abstaining from alcohol. Yet, Lin Shi's schedule was overwhelmingly packed, with countless social engagements where drinking was inevitable. Moderation was the best she could manage. Abstaining entirely was a daunting challenge. Although she had not held the position of vice president for long, she often found that many collaborators did not take her seriously. She had to navigate social gatherings to solidify her standing. You not only suffer from headaches, but you also experience accompanying symptoms of nausea and vomiting at night, fatigue, and insomnia filled with restless dreams. Your prolonged indulgence in alcohol has rendered the medication utterly ineffective. He enumerated Lin Shi's symptoms to demonstrate his prowess. Yet, Lin Shi remained unconvinced, her eyes still closed as she remarked, "These symptoms are known to any physician. Most notably, during the witching hour. Between 11 at night and 1 in the morning, you experience not only excruciating headaches, but also a searing pain along the inner thighs." Upon hearing this, Lin Shi abruptly opened her eyes, indignantly retorting, "What nonsense are you spouting?" Jiang Yu chuckled softly. "Your wealth and influence in Linzhou have made it difficult for you to discuss these female ailments. I suspect you have privately researched them online and purchased some medications. The alleviation of your pain has led you to dismiss the issue. You believe it to be a complication arising from migraines. But have you considered that the headaches might actually stem from your gynecological condition?" Lin Shi clenched her teeth, rendered speechless. Jiang Yu continued, "Traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes treating the root cause. If the doctors are unaware of your ailment, how can they possibly cure your headaches?" Lin Shi's earlier outburst was merely a fade, for Jiang Yu had struck a nerve. She indeed found it difficult to articulate her troubles, even when visiting reputable hospitals. She merely mentioned her headaches. The symptoms Jiang Yu had just described were ones she had never disclosed to anyone. Furthermore, he had accurately guessed that she had privately purchased medication, believing her gynecological issue to be insignificant, with pain occurring only occasionally. Suddenly deflated, Lin Shi slumped into her chair and asked in a barely audible voice, "How did you know?" Jiang Yu stood tall. Traditional Chinese medicine requires observation, inquiry, and examination. If I cannot even perform the observation, how could I claim to be a renowned physician? At this moment, he shed his modesty. Can it be cured? With her most critical ailment laid bare by Jiang Yu, Lin Shi naturally acknowledged his capabilities. "I cannot speak for others, but I assure you, 3 sessions of acupuncture and 10 doses of herbal medicine will eradicate your illness, and even if you indulge in social drinking thereafter, it shall not recur." Jiang Yu's confidence was palpable, almost etched upon his countenance. Hearing this, Lin Shi's eyes sparkled with delight as she quickly rose to her feet. "Please hold on. I will arrange for the first treatment this evening." Just then, as she was about to call her secretary, Jiang Yu halted her. "Did I ever say I would treat you?" "What?" Lin Shi was momentarily taken aback. "Did you not just guarantee my ailment would be cured and that it would not recur?" "Indeed, I said that because I possessed the ability. But I never claimed I would treat you." "Why not?" Jiang Yu replied coldly with a smile. "Isn't that something you should already know?" With those words, Jiang Yu strode away. He had merely recounted Lin Shi's symptoms to prove his own competence. Nothing more. Meanwhile, Su Wan, busy outside, had been observing the office dynamics. Upon seeing Jiang Yu storm out, she immediately approached him. "What happened, Jiang Yu? Did you have an unpleasant discussion with General Manager Lin? Do not be upset. Although President Lin has a rather poor temper, he possesses a kind heart. Please, do not rush away just yet." As Su Wan descended the stairs, she received a call from Lin Shi, who insisted on persuading her to bring Jiang Yu to the hotel. In the room, Su Wan stood before Jiang Yu, her expression filled with remorse. "Jiang Yu, please do not be angry anymore." "Not angry. I waited from 8 in the morning until 4 in the afternoon." Not only did she show no sign of regret, but she also looked down on me. "What kind of attitude is that?" "President Lin just asked me to convey her apologies to you," Su Wan continued earnestly. "Please, can you help me out? If you leave like this, I may lose my job as well." Seeing Su Wan's pitiful demeanor softened Jiang Yu's heart. Given that Su Wan's family was already burdened with debt, losing her job would only exacerbate their struggles. He replied solemnly, "If she wishes to apologize, Let her come herself. Otherwise, I will seek someone more competent. Suwon felt troubled. When had President Lin ever taken the initiative to apologize to anyone? However, with no other options left, she tentatively called Lin Shi. To her surprise, Lin Shi readily agreed to come to the hotel. Chapter 59. Conditions. As the vice president of the Mengdai Group, Lin Shi rarely humbled herself. Yet this time, she set aside her pride. She had consulted numerous doctors, both traditional and Western, but none had seen through her ailment as clearly as Jiang Yu had. If he was not a miracle worker, then who could claim that title? Lin Shi abandoned all her tasks and hurried to the hotel. Upon entering the room, Suwon discreetly excused herself. A vice president apologizing was not something her humble secretary could witness. Jiang Yu noted that Lin Shi had donned a different outfit, a blue top paired with a white pleated skirt, complemented by her slightly tousled hair. Radiating youthful vitality, one could hardly believe she was in her late 20s. Upon entering, she raised her chin slightly, maintaining an air of superiority. After surveying the room, her gaze settled on Jiang Yu, who sat silently in a chair, returning her stare. About what happened earlier, I apologize, she stammered, her eyes darting away. Is this your way of apologizing? I have already apologized. What more do you want? Forget it. You may leave. I cannot cater to someone of your wealth. Jiang Yu waved his hand dismissively, incredulous at her attitude. How unreasonable you are. Lin Shi retorted, her teeth clenched. In her view, uttering the words I am sorry was already a grand concession to Jiang Yu. President Lin, do not glare at me. I am not swayed by such tactics. 100,000. Lin Shi shifted her stance, presenting a figure. Humph. Do you truly believe that money is omnipotent? 200,000. Do you believe I would succumb to monetary temptation? 300,000. Lin Shi seemed to utter a mere cold figure, rather than an income that an ordinary family could scarcely attain in a year. Jiang Yu's lips twitched. 300,000 held considerable allure for him. Yet, he maintained a stern expression and replied gravely, if money were effective for me, I would have acquiesced in the office. Life thrives on a breath of dignity. Should Lin Shi fail to offer him a sincere apology, no sum could compel him to comply. What is it that you truly desire? Lin Shi, exasperated, appeared quite displeased. An apology, a heartfelt apology. Mr. Lin has surely witnessed the essence of an apology, even if he himself has never extended one. Do not push your luck. Infuriated, Lin Shi felt a throbbing headache. She pressed one hand to her temple while the other grasped the edge of the bed, slowly settling down. Mr. Lin, if you prolong this ailment, even the divine may find it challenging to intervene, Jiang Yu remarked lightly. Lin Shi retorted indignantly. Are you not a doctor? One who embodies compassion? Is it too much to expect a genuine apology from the one who is to save your life? After a moment's hesitation, Lin Shi slightly bowed her head, murmuring, I am sorry. Is that satisfactory? Although it fell short of Jiang Yu's expectations, it was somewhat acceptable. He nodded and said, have someone procure silver needles. Lin Shi immediately instructed Su Wan to attend to it. Upon hearing that medical instruments were to be acquired, Su Wan's anxious heart finally settled. If there is anything else, feel free to mention it, and I will have Su Wan handle it. For now, nothing else is required, but I believe we should first negotiate the compensation. Lin Shi extracted an envelope from her bag. It contained the deposit Jiang Yu had tossed onto her desk. This is the deposit. Upon your successful treatment of me, the promised 300,000 will remain intact. Lin Shi's generosity prompted Jiang Yu to regard her with newfound respect. However, he shook his head. I will not accept your money. Refusing payment? Lin Shi shot him a sidelong glance. Are you genuinely so altruistic? I am hardly that benevolent. I will not accept your money, but you must agree to one condition. Lin Shi's eyes glinted with coldness. Do not be absurd. Agree to a condition? I am not so foolish. Setting aside the possibility that Jiang Yu might demand something illegal, what if that condition were marriage? Furthermore, what if he sought shares in the corporation? Or, even more drastically, what if he were to request several hundred million? One condition is far too treacherous. Only a fool would acquiesce. Jiang Yu, understanding her apprehensions, explained, rest assured, my condition holds no ulterior motive against you or your corporation. Quit beating around the bush. State your condition plainly. I have heard that Qing Yuan is the general agent for your corporation in Tianyan City. Indeed. How much product does he procure from you monthly? As much as he can sell. Very well, my condition is. Jiang Yu whispered a few words into her ear, causing Lin Shi's expression to shift. Do you harbor animosity towards him? General Manager Lin, is it feasible? After all, he is merely the general agent of a prefecture-level city. Without him, others will surely emerge. Very well, I shall acquiesce. Lin Shi smirked slyly, if I am not mistaken. Your motives are rooted in your affection for a woman, are they not? And I dare say, she is quite beautiful. Jiang Yu smiled in silence. Lin Shi continued, when Qihuang. Am I correct? You know her? I have encountered her once. She was competing with Jiang Yu and spoke with me back then. However, if your intent is to transfer the agency rights to one Qihuang, there is no need for such convoluted machinations. Jiang Yu shook his head. My purpose is far more intricate than that. Jiang Yu harmed your parents? Jiang Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. What manner of speech is that? At that moment, Qihuang entered, respectfully placing down silver needles before withdrawing. Jiang Yu promptly began his treatment, first employing the silver needles to alleviate Lin Shi's headache. His acupuncture technique was exquisite. After 3 needles, Lin Shi's pain noticeably diminished. 15 minutes later, Jiang Yu removed the needles and employed his unique method to massage her head. A sensation of unparalleled comfort that made Lin Shi wish time could halt. Chapter 60. Speak frankly, do you have paper and pen? Jiang Yu inquired softly after the treatment concluded. In my bag. Help yourself. Lin Shi gasped for breath, momentarily incapacitated. Jiang Yu retrieved paper and pen. Drafting a prescription, prepare the herbs according to this formula. Soaking each batch in clean water for 20 minutes before boiling it down to 1 bowl with 5 bowls of water. Consume twice daily. When is the next acupuncture session? Although the treatment left her feeling embarrassed, the indescribable comfort lingered, and she found herself eagerly anticipating the next session. Once every 7 days for a total of 3 sessions. By the end of the 3 treatments, your medicine should be nearly finished. I assure you, complete recovery is within reach. This confidence stemmed from his status as the foremost disciple of Boqi. Lin Shi nodded gently, and Jiang Yu added, your treatment must not be delayed. Yet I cannot guarantee my presence in Lin City every time. I shall leave you my number, and you may come to Tianyin City to find me. Seek you out. Lin Shi's brows furrowed. As the esteemed vice president of the Mengdai Group, she found it beneath her dignity to travel to Tianyin City. Jiang Yu remarked, what? Do you feel it diminishes your status? He scoffed inwardly, thinking she was no emperor, and he need not revolve around her. Very well, Lin Shi hesitated briefly before acquiescing. She was the vice president of Mengdai Group, possessing her own temperament, yet Jiang Yu was a miraculous doctor. Who among them lacked a certain pride? Take the 20,000 yuan in your bag. It is the deposit I provided earlier and can also be considered compensation for your travel. Thank you, General Manager Lin. Jiang Yu accepted without hesitation. However, remember this, you must keep my treatment confidential. I do not wish for a second soul to know. Of course, safeguarding a patient's privacy is our duty as physicians. You may leave now. I wish to rest for a while. Lin Shi waved her hand, still feeling weak. Jiang Yu's eyes widened in surprise. Isn't this my room? Lin Shi replied, have Qihuang arrange another room for you. Jiang Yu chuckled, never mind. The treatment is over anyway. Please have someone take me back. Qihuang will make the arrangements for you. Jiang Yu turned to leave, but paused at the door, returning. Is there something else? Lin Shi frowned at him, instinctively tightening her blanket, for Jiang Yu's gaze was peculiar. He handed her a box of tissues. You might want to wipe your face. What? Lin Shi was puzzled. What should I wipe? Jiang Yu did not clarify, merely maintaining his gesture of offering the tissues. It was only then that Lin Shi took 2 tissues to dab at the sweat on her forehead. Thank you. Jiang Yu appeared somewhat bemused. Well, you could also take a shower here. What are you rambling about? If you have something to say, just say it directly. Jiang Yu pondered for a few seconds before asking, you're not married, are you? Lin Shi assumed his inquiry pertained to her illness and replied truthfully, no. Do you have a boyfriend? No. You haven't even dated? What of it? Is that so unusual? Not particularly. What are you trying to convey? Well, let us just leave it at that. I must return to Tianyin City now. You should rest well. As he turned to leave, Lin Shi interjected, stop. You can't go yet. She glared at Jiang Yu, her voice insistent. I dislike it when people beat around the bush. What were you trying to say? It's difficult to express. Quit stalling, just speak. Do you truly wish for me to say it? Yes. If I tell you, promise you won't be angry? Just say it. Lin Shi gritted her teeth, seemingly at her wit's end. After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yu said, forget it. You'll find out soon enough. I'm leaving. He hurried away, and after a while, Lin Shi seemed to realize something. She lifted the blanket to look, her face instantly flushed and warm. Chapter 61. Drawing the snake out of its hole. When Jiang Yu returned to Tianyin City, it was nearly 10 o'clock at night. Upon entering the community, he noticed two shadowy figures swiftly dart past him. They were two masked individuals, carrying a woman wrapped in a burlap sack. What on earth? Just as he was momentarily stunned, a familiar and anxious voice cried out, "Help! Help! Someone's been kidnapped." Su Xian rushed out in a flurry, having lost a shoe in her haste. What happened? Jiang Yu, you're back. Quick, President Wen has been taken. Oh no. Jiang Yu cursed inwardly. Akin to an arrow released from a bow, he dashed out of the community. By now, the two masked figures had entered a black SUV without license plates and sped away. Fortunately, a taxi had just pulled up at the community entrance. Jiang Yu jumped in. Follow that car. The driver did not engage, pressing the accelerator and slowly trailing behind. After passing two intersections, he halted at a traffic light. Jiang Yu anxiously observed the black SUV receding into the distance and urged, "Master, chase after it, don't let it get away." The driver responded, "Brother, please don't put me in a difficult position. Running a red light incurs points and fines." Jiang Yu pleaded, "Please, help me. A life is at stake." "A life at stake? Is it really that serious?" The driver scoffed. "My friend has been kidnapped and is in that SUV ahead. If we lose them, she will be in grave danger." "Is that true?" The driver immediately took out his phone and dialed the local traffic police, speaking with utmost seriousness. "Hello. I am Jiang Yu, a taxi driver in Tianjin City. A passenger has reported that his friend is being kidnapped by individuals in the black SUV ahead of me. And to avoid losing sight of the vehicle, I may need to run a red light." Traffic police responded, "What is the license plate number of the black SUV?" "The SUV has no license plate. Please provide your license plate number." Ling 98,433. "I have made a report here. I will immediately notify the police. Please keep your phone on and stay safe." After notifying the traffic police, Jiang Yuhui's demeanor transformed dramatically. He appeared serious and upright. Who would have thought I'd witness a real-life version of Fast and Furious in my lifetime? "Brother, hold on tight." With a roar of the engine, the taxi shot forward, and Jiang Yu felt a powerful thrust against her back. Jiang Yuhui's driving skills were exceptional. And with few vehicles on the road at this late hour, within a minute, the previously vanished SUV reappeared in Jiang Yu's sight. However, the real speed and excitement did not unfold. Jiang Jiuhui merely followed the black SUV, running through 7 red lights before they exited the city. After navigating through winding paths, they finally stopped in a secluded area. The black SUV halted at the entrance of a narrow lane, blocking any incoming or outgoing traffic. "Thank you, Master," Jiang Yu said, handing Jiang Jiuhui 200 yuan as she ventured down the path into the night. "Brother, those are kidnappers. The police have already been alerted. It would be better to wait," he cautioned, yet his words fell on deaf ears as Jiang Yu's figure disappeared from view. Following the path, Jiang Yu arrived at a grove where the night breeze rustled the leaves. She faintly heard the sound of sobbing and eventually found Qihuang. When Qihuang lay beneath a tree, her head covered with a sack, while the two masked men were nowhere to be seen. Jiang Yu hurried over to help remove the sack from Qihuang's head, but at the moment of contact, Qihuang trembled and cried out in panic. "Don't kill me. Don't be afraid, it's me." This voice pierced through the century-long darkness, heralding the dawn of hope. As Qihuang laid eyes on Jiang Yu's face, tears streamed down, and she collapsed into Jiang Yu's embrace. Jiang Yu gently patted her back, filled with concern. Qihuang's face bore the marks of bruises, indicating she had been beaten. "Do you know who they are?" Jiang Yu gritted his teeth, his eyes betraying an uncontainable murderous intent. Qihuang sobbed softly, shaking her head slightly. Her meeting had concluded earlier today, prompting her not to stay at the company. Su Xian had escorted her home, but unexpectedly, upon entering the community, she was abducted by someone who ensnared her with a sack. During the ordeal, she suffered a few punches, and she had not even glimpsed the faces of her captors. "This does not seem like a typical kidnapping," Jiang Yu reasoned. "If they were mere kidnappers, they would never have tossed Qihuang into such a desolate forest. This is an act of vengeance. That is the only plausible explanation. Enveloping Qihuang in a sack and beating her is a pure expression of retribution." Suddenly, a familiar technique struck him. He muttered, "Qihuang." The name escaped his lips between clenched teeth. He had originally infiltrated Qihuang's home, using a sack to subdue him and deliver a beating. Qihuang, unable to identify the true culprit, nonetheless recognized that the incident must be linked to Qihuang. Consequently, he vented his anger upon her, employing the same method as a means of revenge. However, one aspect puzzled Jiang Yu. If it was merely a case of revenge, Why would Qihuang go to the trouble of bringing Huan to this location? Wouldn't it have been simpler to assault her right in the community? As he pondered these thoughts, he suddenly heard Su Xian's alarmed cry. Be careful. Su Xian had followed, bravely navigating the path to the woods alone. Upon her arrival, she witnessed two masked figures clashing with blades. Jiang Yu, startled, immediately rolled on the ground with Huan for cover. The sharp clang of their long knives struck the earth. After rolling twice, he scooped up Huan and swiftly darted behind a tree, while she trembled with fear. Stay here, do not be afraid. I will deal with them, he instructed, stepping out from behind the tree, his gaze fixed on the two masked assailants. Though their faces remained obscured, he could sense the chilling malice in their eyes. It dawned on him. This was a ploy to lure him out. Qihuang's true target was him. Chapter 62. The assassin. How could Qihuang swallow the humiliation of being assaulted at home without provocation? However, after reviewing the surveillance footage, coupled with the misdirection from security guard Jiang Yu, he found himself unable to identify the assailant. Thus, he devised this scheme. If the perpetrator aimed to protect Huan, he would use her as bait and, in the process, employ Jiang Yu's method to inflict pain upon her, as a means of collecting interest in advance. The two masked men were no ordinary thugs. They were seasoned killers, their hands stained with the blood of many. Qihuang was a man of despicable means, capable of any atrocity. In the pitch-black woods, beams of moonlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting a starry pattern upon the dry leaves below. Though Su Xian was pale with fear, she still mustered some courage and stealthily approached Huan's side. Huan gasped for breath, her intense fear gradually dissipating in the presence of Jiang Yu. She gently covered her mouth, striving to suppress any sound. Who are you? Those who seek your life. Who sent you? Although Jiang Yu had his suspicions, they remain mere conjectures. For money, one may take on the troubles of another. You might as well ask the king of hell. Suddenly, the long knives quivered, emitting a chilling gleam as two masked assailants flanked Jiang Yu, attacking from both sides. They moved with agility and grace, akin to bats in the night. From their footwork, Jiang Yu discerned their prowess. They had certainly trained for at least 2 decades in martial arts, if not more, and were nearly masters in their own right. To assassinate an ordinary person would be as effortless as squashing an ant. In the blink of an eye, the two long knives closed in, slicing through the air with a sound that, while not shrill, resonated ominously to Su Xian's ears like a death knell. Had Huan not been present, she might have already fled. At that moment, she discreetly gestured to Huan, signaling her to leave the woods at once. This was a perilous place. Huan, being perceptive, understood Jiang Yu's formidable strength. A life-and-death struggle demanded unwavering focus, and her presence would only serve as a hindrance. Thus, she quietly retreated with Su Xian. They believed their movements were subtle enough to go unnoticed, yet in the eyes of the two masked men, their actions were painfully clear. However, the assassins were primarily focused on Jiang Yu and did not attempt to obstruct them. Once Jiang Yu, the most troublesome adversary, was dealt with, Huan and Su Xian would be like meat on a chopping block, ready for slaughter. Jiang Yu proved to be a formidable challenge, and the masked men recognized this from their first encounter. They wielded their knives in a coordinated assault. An opponent of slightly lesser skill would find himself trapped, unable to evade. Yet Jiang Yu leapt into the air, astonishingly rotating 90 degrees mid-flight, evading the blades that narrowly missed him. While dodging, he did not forget to counterattack, delivering a kick to one assailant's shoulder. The man grunted, staggering back a few steps as his knife clattered to the ground. His shoulder felt as if it had been shattered, rendering him momentarily powerless. Failing to incapacitate Jiang Yu, the other assailant swiftly changed tactics, aiming a thrust at Jiang Yu's midsection. As Jiang Yu retreated 2 steps, just as the masked man was about to strike, a sharp sound rang out. The long knife shattered unexpectedly. The assailant was taken aback. You possess internal energy. You are a martial arts master. Who could have anticipated that the young man they sought to kill possessed such abilities? No, that was incorrect. The man suddenly realized that merely having internal energy would not suffice to shatter a long knife. This was evidently the work of a true master capable of inflicting harm with their internal force. Despite their impressive skills, even against a martial arts master, the two could still contend with him together. However, when confronted by a master, they proved utterly inadequate. By the time he realized something was amiss, it was already too late. A heavy sensation weighed upon his chest, and a tumultuous wave surged within his stomach, causing him to expel a mouthful of scalding blood, mingled with the remnants of shattered innards. Witnessing this, another individual was struck with horror and immediately rolled behind a tree for cover. Jiang Yu casually picked up 2 dry branches from the ground and hurled them, producing 2 muffled thuds. A faint metallic scent of blood began to permeate the forest. When he turned back, the man whose insides he had obliterated had vanished as well. He sensed an air of impending danger. Suddenly, a flash of fire darted through the woods, and the deafening crack of gunfire shattered the tranquil silence, startling countless birds into flight. A bullet whizzed past Jiang Yu's left arm, leaving a crimson streak in its wake. Damn it, Jiang Yu cursed, swiftly maneuvering through the trees and retreating. Within mere moments, he caught up with Su Xian and Wen Yihuan. What was that sound just now? Wen Yihuan exclaimed in astonishment. Jiang Yu seized her hand and urged her to flee. After running for about 100 meters, Su Xian, breathless, remarked, "Aren't you supposed to be formidable? Why are you running?" "I'm not quite at the level of deflecting bullets," he retorted, never having anticipated that the 2 assassins would be armed. "They have guns." Su Xian, fueled by an unexpected surge of energy, shot forward like a rocket. The assassins pursued, firing 3 more shots in quick succession. Wen Yihuan stumbled and fell, becoming an easy target. A gunshot echoed, and a bullet hurtled through the air. There was no escaping it. Wen Yihuan's face turned pale, trembling as she seemed to await the arrival of death. In that critical moment, Jiang Yu lunged onto her. A searing pain coursing through his body as the bullet pierced his left shoulder, blood trickling down onto Wen Yihuan's face. She did not scream, seemingly forgetting the world around her, as tears cascaded down her cheeks. At that moment, the wail of sirens pierced the air, heralding hope. "Police!" Su Xian dashed forward, finally spotting their saviors. "Officer, the kidnappers have guns. Someone's hurt. Call an ambulance." Her tears flowed uncontrollably, and as she collapsed into the arms of a police officer, she had no strength left. 2 officers immediately called for an ambulance to transport the injured to the hospital, while others scoured the woods. However, besides a few bloodstains, there was no trace of the assailants. They had already fled. Nevertheless, the search continued, with police sealing off numerous intersections along the route. Wen Yihuan had only sustained superficial injuries, and after a brief treatment, she waited anxiously outside the operating room. Her mind replayed the scene of Jiang Yu shielding her from the bullet over and over, tears streaming down her face. Su Xian sat beside her, but at that moment, she too was at a loss for words of comfort. She is Jiang Yu's fiancé, continually assessing him. Unbeknownst to Jiang Yu, he would still risk life and limb for her. Such a person is worthy of lifelong devotion. "Jiang Yu, you must not come to harm. You are my betrothed. If you were to perish, who would marry me?" She prayed fervently, resolutely deciding that as long as Jiang Yu lived, she would marry no one else. Chapter 63. No one else. The operation lasted an hour, during which Wen Yihuan endured a torment that felt like an eternity. Su Xian listened closely to Wen Yihuan's murmurs and noted her references to a fiancé, feeling a pang of confusion. How could she think of her own betrothed when Jiang Yu's life hung in the balance? When the doctor emerged to announce the success of the surgery, Wen Yihuan collapsed, her taut nerves finally relaxing. She gasped for breath, tears streaming down her face, yet she smiled, repeating, "It's all right, it's all right." She kept vigil by Jiang Yu's bedside throughout the night, and shortly after he awoke in the morning, the police arrived to take a statement. The 2 assailants from the previous night had evaded capture. When Qihuang received the news and hurried over early in the morning, seeing Jiang Yu giving his statement, he pulled Wen Yihuan aside to the stairwell. "Yihuan, does it still hurt?" he asked gently, stroking her face, his heart aching at the sight of her injuries. Wen Yihuan shook her head. "I'm fine, it's just superficial wounds." When Qihuang's demeanor suddenly turned grave. "I heard Jiang Yu was shot. What exactly happened last night?" Wen Yihuan recounted the details of her abduction. "Do we have any idea who they are?" When Qihuang frowned, while a visible threat could be avoided, an unseen one posed a grave danger. If they remained unaware of their adversary, Wen Yihuan would be perpetually at risk. In truth, Wen Yihuan had overheard Jiang Yu's suspicion that it might be He Qingyuan. However, they lacked any evidence and could not make such claims recklessly. "My dear, there is something I must share with you. Recently, Jiang Yu visited my company daily. Do you know why?" "I know. He wishes to annul the engagement." A mere piece of paper could not serve as the fulcrum of their relationship. Had they never met, perhaps she would have acquiesced to his desire to withdraw. However, Jiang Yu and Wen Yihuan had not only met, but had also lived under the same roof. "Daughter, you mentioned wanting to evaluate him. I have concealed your identity from him, But now that he has risked his life to protect you, do you intend to persist in this manner? Recalling the events of the previous night, tears flowed uncontrollably from Qihuang's eyes. Father, I have made up my mind. Once Jiang Yu recovers, I will immediately reveal my identity to him. When Qihuang nodded, years ago, his master saved my life, and now he has saved yours. Such profound grace is hard to repay. I acknowledge that it was unfair of me to impose an engagement upon you. If you do not wish to marry him, I shall not compel you. Father, when Qihuang wiped her tears and gazed steadfastly at Qihuang, I will marry no one else. When Qihuang revealed a smile of contentment reminiscent of an elderly father, at last, I need no longer hide away. As for the affairs of the company, when Qihuang entrusted them temporarily to Su Xian, while she vigilantly remained by Jiang Yu's side. After 3 days of confinement in the hospital, Jiang Yu, feeling quite stifled, requested to be discharged. When Qihuang, with a stern expression, admonished him, it takes 100 days to heal from such injuries. Although you have not sustained any critical damage, recovery is not something that can be achieved in just a day or two. You must remain in the hospital. Despite her harsh tone, her eyes radiated tenderness. President 1, you are the owner of the company, and having just received a significant order, you cannot constantly remain by my side. Or perhaps you would prefer to, Jiang Yu retorted, only to elicit a quiet smile from him. He was well aware of Qihuang's sentiments. Over the past few days, her meticulous care for him had been imbued with a profound affection. Yet, he was there to call off their engagement. It would be inappropriate to develop a romantic relationship before formally ending their betrothal. He found himself torn, reluctant to hurt such a wonderful woman. However, their constant proximity weighed heavily on him. Thus, he took up a pen and wrote a prescription to hand to Qihuang. Please go to the herbal medicine shop and procure some ingredients for me. Grind them into powder and mix them together. The doctor has already prescribed medication, has he not? She inquired. I forgot. I am also a physician, and I possess a unique remedy that can expedite your healing process. Hesitant yet intrigued, Qihuang took the medicine and carefully applied it to Jiang Yu's wounds. As expected, within a single day, his injuries healed and formed scabs. The doctor, upon examining him, was astonished by his remarkable recuperative abilities. Only after the doctor's approval did he finally leave the hospital, although he had nearly recovered. The tenacious Qihuang insisted on keeping him indoors, tending to him with meticulous care for an additional 2 days. During this time, she prepared meals, brewed medicine, and inquired about his well-being, exemplifying the virtues of a devoted wife. Yet, her nurturing demeanor only deepened Jiang Yu's unease. If the day came when she confessed her feelings, how would he refuse her? Surely, a rejection would wound her heart. One morning, while Qihuang was preparing porridge for Jiang Yu, Su Xian arrived at the door with a document in hand. Since Qihuang had not been to the company in recent days, Su Xian had taken it upon herself to discuss matters requiring her attention. Your health has improved somewhat, I see, Su Xian remarked, her demeanor noticeably softened. She had ceased to make jibes at Jiang Yu during their meetings. Jiang Yu, seated on the sofa and munching on an apple, replied with a muffled voice, much better. President Wen is nearly turning me into a pig. Su Xian chuckled softly. Qihuang emerged from the kitchen, wiping her hands on her apron, and asked, Su Xian, what brings you here so early? Holding out the document, Su Xian replied, President Wen, the company plans to launch the new product in Tianyuan City starting September 4th. I would like you to review it and see if there are any areas that require improvement. As Qihuang perused the document, nodding in agreement, she said, There do not appear to be any issues at any stage. We will proceed with the promotion as scheduled tomorrow. Tomorrow? September 4th? Jiang Yu abruptly stood up, startling Qihuang. Are you so agitated that you fear your wound might reopen? Qihuang shot him a reproachful glance. Tomorrow is September 4th, which means today is September 3rd. What is so special about September 3rd? Well, it's not particularly special, a friend's birthday. I promised to attend his birthday celebration. What kind of friend? How should I put it? Just a rather special friend. It wouldn't happen to be a girlfriend, would it? Su Xian's sudden remark caused Qihuang's expression to change dramatically. She had already resolved to marry only Jiang Yu, so jealousy was inevitable. Her gaze lingered on Jiang Yu, awaiting a definitive answer. Jiang Yu shook his head helplessly. Not at all. He is an elderly man whom I once assisted. Qihuang's serious demeanor instantly transformed into a radiant smile. She promptly retrieved a card from her bag and handed it to Jiang Yu. There is 100,000 yuan in here. You mustn't appear too stingy when congratulating your elder by some fine gifts. Su Xian exclaimed in surprise. Isn't 10,000 enough for a gift? Don't you think you're being overly generous? I must treat him well because he is my. Her voice trailed off, and Su Xian curiously pressed, What is he to you? Chapter 64, Delivering the Cake. Yes, he is my savior. She ultimately refrained from uttering the words fiancé. During this time, when Qihuang had been contemplating how to confront Jiang Yu about their situation. Yet, the more she pondered, the more chaotic her thoughts became. She was aware that Jiang Yu intended to annul their engagement, and if she laid her cards on the table, what if he insisted on proceeding with the annulment? How would she cope? It's merely a family gathering. I still have some money for gifts. He had earned several thousand as a bodyguard during this time and felt uneasy about using Qihuang's money without cause. Jiang Yu's polite refusal, however, left Qihuang somewhat displeased as her mind began to spiral with thoughts. His refusal of my money, could it be that he doesn't harbor feelings for me and wishes to avoid being indebted to me? But prolonging this uncertainty was not a solution. She still believed she should confront him sooner rather than later. Wait. As Jiang Yu approached the door, she called out to him. What is it? I need to talk to you. Jiang Yu looked at her, but she faltered, hesitating before finally saying, Forget it. Let us discuss it when you return. After perusing them all, Jiang Yu contemplated what gifts to buy for the elderly gentleman. Given the man's limited time, supplements would be a waste. The essence lay in the sentiment. Just then, the elderly gentleman called to remind him to attend today's gathering, insisting that his presence was the greatest gift of all and advising him not to bring any presents. Nonetheless, Jiang Yu could not arrive empty-handed. After much deliberation, he settled on making a cake. It wasn't extravagant, but it conveyed his heartfelt intentions. Unfamiliar with the location of the restaurant, he hailed a cab. During the ride, the driver chatted incessantly. Brother, are you heading to the feast at the Royal Banquet Hall? Jiang Yu casually replied, Indeed. How fortunate you are to have such relatives and friends. What kind of relatives and friends? Noble and affluent ones. Who in Tianyuan City is unaware that the banquets at the Imperial Cuisine Pavilion are not easily booked, even with wealth. Moreover, the exorbitant prices there mean that a single table of dishes could easily cost tens of thousands, and if a couple of fine wines are added, it could soar to nearly 100,000. The Imperial Cuisine Pavilion is renowned throughout Tianyuan City, favored by the city's elite for hosting feasts, as it symbolizes status. Jiang Yu found himself pondering, thinking that the old gentleman appeared quite ordinary, yet he possessed such stature. Before long, he arrived at the Imperial Cuisine Pavilion, a grand and elegantly ancient structure. At the entrance, 16 stunning women in kipeos stood in 2 neat rows. The parking lot was filled with luxurious cars, and passers-by adorned in gold and silver sparkled like jewels. In such stark contrast, Jiang Yu felt somewhat out of place. The pavilion boasted 9 stories, each floor housing a hall capable of accommodating 1,000 guests, along with dozens of private rooms. Despite the high prices, it remained perpetually bustling with patrons. The entrance displayed several promotional banners announcing weddings, birthday celebrations, and month-old parties, complete with designated floors. Unfamiliar with the old gentleman's name, Jiang Yu speculated that the family gathering might not involve many guests, likely taking place in a private room on one of the floors. However, with several hundred private rooms across 9 stories, it was impractical for him to search each one. Reluctantly, he decided to call the old gentleman. The elder informed him he was on the 7th floor, instructing Jiang Yu to head up first while he caught up with a few old friends. Jiang Yu inquired about the specific room, to which the elder replied it was in the main hall. Cake in hand, Jiang Yu took the elevator to the 7th floor, where the other passengers regarded him with condescending gazes. A young man inquired, Here to deliver a cake? Jiang Yu replied, Attending a banquet. Laughter erupted in the elevator. You're coming to a banquet dressed like that? Jiang Yu chose not to engage, thinking, what's wrong with wearing casual clothes and sneakers? While they might be clad in luxury brands, at least he was tidy and clean. They jeered, Your entire outfit can't be worth more than 200. Which poor relative are you? What if he were poor? Did he owe them a grain of rice? As the elevator doors opened, Jiang Yu walked out confidently. To his surprise, the other passengers were also heading to the 7th floor for the banquet, leaving him feeling somewhat awkward as he stood at the entrance. The hall was bustling, filled with guests mingling while holding high-stemmed glasses. A long table covered in red cloth stood at the entrance, with gifts piled high behind it. Someone was recording the names of guests and their gifts, calling them out loudly as if reading a lottery. Chairman Tan Ming of Yicheng Company presents a statue of the Jade Guanyin. Chairman Liu of Liyuan Hall gifts a box of 1,000-year-old ginseng. Lu Ziwen offers a cash gift of 88,000. Lutong Mountain Villa presents 2 valuable paintings. The offerings were increasingly extravagant, leaving Jiang Yu in a quandary with the cake in hand, unsure whether to enter or retreat. Had he arrived at the wrong place? Indeed, it is the 7th floor. The Grand Hall. How vastly different it is from my imagination. This is not merely a family banquet, but a lavish feast for 1,000 guests. Moments ago, a young man in the elevator pushed through to deliver his gift, and a voice resonated. The Jinlin Club presents a pure gold Methria Buddha statue from Yuhai. The young man, named Yu Jingyao, is the son of Yuhai, who was unable to return due to other commitments and sent him to convey the gift. After presenting the gift, however, Yu Jingyao did not venture into the hall, but instead returned, raising an eyebrow at Jiang Yu. Could it be that you are a poor relative of the Han family? The Han family? Which Han family? Oh dear. You don't even know whose birthday it is, yet you bring a shabby cake to mooch off the feast? Young man, do you think anyone can just waltz into the Imperial Cuisine Pavilion? After a round of mockery, Yu Jingyao suddenly raised his voice, calling out, "The relatives of the Han family have arrived. Is there no one to welcome them?" Upon hearing that it was a relative of the Han family, curious gazes converged instantly, and a waiter hurried over, politely saying, "Sir, this way please." The waiter was not inviting him inside, but rather requesting him to register his name and the gift. Jiang Yu, now the center of attention, found himself in a precarious situation, grimly resolving to proceed, hoping he was not in the wrong place, for that would be quite embarrassing. Yu Jingyao appeared eager to assist him in placing the cake on the red cloth, causing the registrar to momentarily pause. Yu Jingyao urged, "Stop dawdling, write it down." The registrar inquired, "May I have your name?" "Jiang Yu," he replied. The registrar noted, "Jiang Yu, presenting 1 cake." Yu Jingyao struggled to contain his laughter and prompted again, "Read it out loud." The announcer hesitated for a moment, then proclaimed, "Jiang Yu, presenting 1 cake." "Ha ha." Yu Jingyao was the first to erupt in laughter, and the others exchanged peculiar glances, stifling their amusement. "For the venerable Elder Han's birthday, you bring a cake. How utterly ridiculous." Yu Jingyao clapped Jiang Yu on the shoulder, laughing uncontrollably. Jiang Yu ignored him and walked straight into the hall, only to be seized by Yu Jingyao. The mirth on Yu Jingyao's face turned icy. "Where is your invitation?" Jiang Yu asked. "What invitation? You country bumpkin. Do you truly believe that carrying a mere cake entitles you to partake in the festivities? Without an invitation, it's best you leave at once." Chapter 65. Wasn't it just a cake? Such a banquet is not open to all. One must possess an invitation issued by the Han family. With countless friends and relatives in attendance, the host cannot possibly know everyone. Hence entry is strictly by invitation. The attendant politely inquired, "Do you have an invitation?" Jiang Yu shook his head, thinking that the elder had merely called him and had not mentioned the necessity of an invitation for entry. He again questioned if he had indeed arrived at the correct location. In truth, being denied entry was not a significant issue. He could simply call the elder again for clarification. However, Yu Jingyao's actions incited a surge of fury within him. Yu Jingyao directly smashed his cake onto the ground, reducing it to a ruin, expressing utmost disdain. "Where did this country bumpkin come from? If I hadn't been wary today, you would have truly blended in. Do you not even take a moment to reflect on your own appearance? How dare you squeeze into such a place?" Jiang Yu clenched his fists. Although the cake had only cost a little over 100 yuan, it represented his heartfelt intention towards the elderly gentleman, and he could not allow it to be trampled upon. "I shall not hold you accountable for the cake. However, I give you 10 seconds to pick up what you've scattered on the floor and respectfully apologize." "Apologize?" With a sharp kick, Yu Jingyao stomped on the cake and barked, "Scram, or next time my foot will be on your face." He waved his hand dismissively, sneering, "Where are the security guards? Why have they not expelled this bumpkin?" No sooner had he finished speaking than 3 security guards approached, one of whom coldly stated, "Please escort this gentleman out." Jiang Yu met his gaze and replied, "I was invited by the elderly gentleman." "Elder Han." Yu Jingyao scoffed, "You truly consider yourself significant. Did Elder Han personally invite you? Who do you think you are? How many individuals in Tianyan City are worthy of such an invitation? Bumpkin, I warn you once more, it's best." Before Yu Jingyao could finish, Jiang Yu, filled with righteous fury, raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap across his face. "I told you, you have only 10 seconds. Jiang Yu's voice was as cold as steel, his gaze akin to that of a predatory beast, instilling dread in those who beheld it. Instantly, 5 crimson fingerprints appeared on Yu Jingyao's face, the searing pain leaving him momentarily dazed. Upon regaining his senses, he resembled a furious rooster, exclaiming, "How dare you strike me? I will end you." He stammered, kicking at Jiang Yu. With effortless grace, Jiang Yu sidestepped, causing Jiang to miss completely, losing his balance and stumbling forward, resulting in the tearing of his pants, which drew laughter from the surrounding crowd. Feeling utterly humiliated, Jiang scrambled to his feet, rolling up his sleeves in a fit of rage. "Stop!" At that moment, a clear voice rang out, clad in a golden evening gown that highlighted her alluring collarbone. With voluminous curls cascading down her shoulders, she exuded an air of nobility and elegance. She approached from the elevator, locking eyes with Jiang Yu. Both were momentarily stunned, then simultaneously inquired, "What are you doing here?" "Indeed, a bumpkin here to mooch," Jiang spat, gritting his teeth. "Today is Elder Han's grand birthday, and he dares to question why the elder's own granddaughter is present. Security, throw him out. I will deal with him properly. Have you caused enough trouble?" Han Ying's voice was laced with anger. "Who are you to disrupt my grandfather's birthday celebration?" Jiang was instantly embarrassed, hastily adopting a humble demeanor. "Miss Han, I am Jiang, here on behalf of my father to wish the elderly gentleman a happy birthday." Han Ying merely nodded, then strode directly towards Jiang Yu, whispering through clenched teeth, "What are you doing here? You must leave at once." The arrival of Jiang Yu filled her with considerable distress. Wherever she went, the old gentleman had invited me. My grandfather? It should be, perhaps. Jiang Yu, with a bitter smile, realized only now the true identity of the old gentleman. "What do you mean by should be?" Han Ying's expression darkened, her brows furrowing into a single line. Jiang Yu explained, "The old gentleman called for me, yet did not send an invitation. They said entry was prohibited without one. Now that you are here, perhaps you could resolve this issue, and we need not trouble the old gentleman further." Han Ying shot him a sidelong glance, retorting, "You speak with such conviction, as if it were the truth." She certainly did not believe her grandfather would invite Jiang Yu, as they had no prior connection whatsoever. She suspected that Jiang Yu had come solely to vex her. However, with guests bustling in front of the hall, their obstruction was of little consequence, and Han Ying had no choice but to temporarily acquiesce. At that moment, Jiang approached with a tone of sycophancy. "Miss Han, you attend to your matters. I shall handle this country bumpkin for you, ensuring it is done splendidly." As he spoke, he shot Jiang Yu a dagger-like glare. He intended to assist Han Ying, yet she was ungrateful. "What? You wish to chase away my classmate who has come to wish my grandfather a happy birthday? What? Your classmate?" Jiang's eyes widened in disbelief. Han Ying, lacking alternative options, temporarily bestowed upon Jiang Yu the title of classmate. She led him inside, and naturally, none dared to obstruct them. Jiang turned pale, exclaiming in despair. If he inadvertently offended Han Ying, he would find no solace. Han Ying pulled Jiang Yu aside, exasperated. "Today is my grandfather's birthday. Do not cause me any trouble. If you have something to say, just say it." Jiang Yu chuckled. "Don't be so narcissistic. I did not come to seek you out." "You." Han Ying gritted her teeth in anger, but surrounded by guests, she could not unleash her wrath. Suppressing her irritation, she inquired, "Then what are you here for?" Jiang Yu replied, "Did I not mention? Your grandfather invited me to his birthday banquet." Han Ying scoffed, "You came empty-handed?" Jiang Yu countered, "Did I not bring a cake? It is fortunate you could present something." Han Ying retorted with sarcasm, then warned, "My grandfather will be arriving shortly. If you are not his guest, I shall promptly have you removed." "Remove me?" Jiang Yu, brimming with confidence, replied, "You might find that disappointing, though I am not entirely certain of the reasons. Your grandfather has assured me that this banquet cannot proceed without my presence." "Oh, how presumptuous! As if we could not commence without you, the esteemed carrot." Jiang Yu shrugged, choosing not to further engage in this discourse. Instead, he inquired, "How has your grandfather been these days?" "Radiant and full of vigor, he requires no concern from you." Suddenly, they heard a loud announcement from outside. Chairman Zhao Zhizhong of the Dingxing Group presents a blue and white floral-patterned vase. A considerable commotion ensued at the entrance as people hurried to gawk. When Zhao Zhizhong makes a move, it is undoubtedly a genuine antique of considerable worth. In the hall, numerous individuals made their way toward the entrance to greet Zhao Zhizhong. Han Ying's expression shifted slightly. "Zhao Shua is coming. You must leave at once." The enmity between them was palpable, and as soon as Han Ying's words fell, Jiang Yu caught sight of Zhao Shua's almost predatory gaze amidst the crowd. Chapter 66. The limits of human endurance. As the adage goes, enemies meet, their eyes ablaze with animosity. Zhao Shua's rage seemed ready to erupt from his very eyes. "I will kill you." Impulsiveness triumphed over reason, and Zhao Shua, disregarding the setting, charged at Jiang Yu like a wild beast. Fortunately, two men in suits intercepted him. It was at Zhao Zhizhong's behest. Otherwise, no one present would dare to provoke him. Such impatience, how can one achieve great things? Zhao Zhizhong's reprimand fell upon Zhao Shua like a bucket of cold water, restoring his composure. Jiang Yu's dossier had long been laid out on Zhao Zhizhong's desk. Previously, Zhao Zhizhong had instructed the Tianqing martial arts school to address this matter, but unexpectedly, they had inexplicably chosen to turn a blind eye, offering no explanation. Zhao Zhizhong, with his meticulous mind, speculated that Jiang Yu might possess some influential background that made Wei Xiao wary. Thus, he had been contemplating alternative methods to avenge his son. Though Zhao Shua had not inquired about the issue, it did not imply that he had forgotten. The humiliation of being compelled to kneel and apologize publicly was a stain he would carry for life. Today marks the celebration of Old Master Han's birthday. A significant occasion for you as well. Regardless of the hatred you harbor, suppress it for today. After speaking, Zhao Zhizhong merged into the crowd. Such a high-profile banquet attracted only the affluent and powerful, making it an opportune moment for entrepreneurs to engage in business discussions. Zhao Shua wielded his power and influence solely due to the backing of Zhao Zhizhong. Thus, his words resonated with the weight of a decree. He stifled his inner fury and approached Jiang Yu step by step. Han Ning, concerned that a public altercation might ensue, shielded Jiang Yu behind her. "Zhao Shua, I warn you, today is my grandfather's birthday. Do not act recklessly." Zhao Shua smirked coldly. "Of course, how could I possibly disrespect Old Master Han?" Jiang Yu, standing behind Han Ning, waved at Zhao Shua. "Zhao Gongzi, I trust you are well?" Zhao Shua clenched his teeth, each word punctuated with venom. "Once you step outside this door, I will ensure you vanish from this world forever." "Zhao Gongzi." Yu Jingyao approached with a sycophantic grin. It was evident to all that Zhao Shua harbored deep-seated hatred for Jiang Yu, and just as Yu Jingyao worried about inadvertently offending Han Ning after having crossed Jiang Yu, Zhao Shua appeared. "The enemy of my enemy is my friend." Zhao Shua cast a sideways glance at him. "Who are you?" Yu Jingyao chuckled awkwardly. "Zhao Gongzi, it's me." "Yu Jingyao, the Jinlin clubhouse is owned by my family. You often frequent it, and I even waived your fees a few times. Have you forgotten?" "Ah, it's you." Zhao Shua feigned realization, but suddenly his expression darkened as he snapped. "What nonsense are you spouting? When have I ever visited your clubhouse?" "Ah, I have never been there." "Never indeed. How forgetful of me. It seems we have crossed paths a few times at Lutong Mountain Villa during our meals." Yu Jingyao wore an expression of self-reproach, while Han Ning coldly remarked, "Stop your theatrics. Whether you, young Master Zhao, attend the club is of no concern to me. Please, feel free." With that, Han Ning turned to leave, disregarding both Jiang Yu and Zhao Shua. Jiang Yu gazed at Zhao Shua with a smile, while Zhao Shua glared at him in fury. Yet, that was the extent of their interaction. Yu Jingyao leaned in to whisper to Zhao Shua, "Young Master Zhao, has this fellow offended you? Should I assist you in avenging your grievance?" Zhao Shua replied, "How would you do that? Today is Old Master Han's grand birthday. Are you suggesting I physically confront him?" Yu Jingyao countered, "Revenge does not always necessitate violence. Merely causing him humiliation serves the purpose." He whispered a few suggestions into Zhao Shua's ear, prompting Zhao Shua to burst into laughter. "Really? Indeed. Did you not notice the server tidying up as you entered?" At that moment, a group of young gentlemen approached Zhao Shua to offer a toast. Zhao Shua raised his voice. "You may not know him, so let me introduce. This is Jiang Yu, a distinguished guest of Old Master Han." The young gentleman turned to Jiang Yu, coldly remarking, "Him? A seemingly impoverished fellow, yet a distinguished guest? Surely, he must have snuck in to feast and drink." Yu Jingyao interjected. He himself claimed he was invited by the Old Master. One of them mused, "Perhaps he is a low-key second-generation rich." Zhao Shua laughed heartily. "Perhaps. However, you would never guess the gift he brought for the Old Master." "What gift?" "A cake." "A cake? A genuine cake worth over 100. Zhao Shua spoke with a mocking tone. "Young Master Jiang, your cake was just smashed to the ground. Your gift is gone. With time yet before the banquet concludes, why not rush out and buy another?" Yu Jingyao added, "That could be over 100. It might be all he has." Zhao Shua immediately tossed 1,000 yuan at Jiang Yu's face, proclaiming, "Today, I am in high spirits. Here, take this 1,000 and buy a cake for the Old Master." Yu Jingyao remarked, "What are you waiting for? Shouldn't you express gratitude for young Master Zhao's generosity? The money landed on Jiang Yu's face and fell to the ground, prompting snickers from onlookers. While some disapproved, none dared to confront Zhao Shua. Human patience has its limits. As Jiang Yu gathered the scattered bills, he mused, I wish to show respect to old Master Han and refrain from confrontation. Yet some individuals fail to recognize their own folly and seek their own misfortune. After collecting the money, he approached Zhao Shua. You might as well keep the money for your hospital visit. Suddenly, Jiang Yu mirrored the earlier action, tossing the money back at Zhao Shua. However, the outcome was vastly different. The bill seemed to transform into blades, slicing through Zhao Shua's face and leaving several crimson marks. Zhao Shua felt a sharp pain on his face, momentarily bewildered until Yu Jingyao exclaimed, Young Master Zhao, your face, you are bleeding. As Zhao Shua touched his wound, pain surged through him, causing him to grimace. Upon seeing the blood on his hand, he lost all semblance of reason once more. I will kill you, he shouted, throwing a punch at Jiang Yu, only to be sent flying by a kick from Jiang Yu. Zhao Shua's cries of anguish attracted Zhao Zhizhong's attention, who hurriedly approached with a group of people, rebuking Zhao Shua. Have you forgotten what I just told you? Zhao Shua, covering his face, stood up and lamented, Dad. It was him. He struck first. Upon noticing the bruises on his son's face, Zhao Zhizhong's fury ignited, and his gaze turned darkly towards Jiang Yu. Young man, do you presume to insult me? Jiang Yu replied calmly, the one who insults is your son. If you wish to ascertain who struck first, you may inquire with those around us, or simply check the surveillance footage. Zhao Zhizhong let out a cold laugh and instructed those beside him, remove him, but do so quietly. This matter had transcended right and wrong. He sought to establish authority for both his son and himself. The atmosphere of the birthday celebration plummeted into an icy silence, and none dared to intervene. Zhizhong, what is happening? A deep voice resonated as Han Tianming emerged from the crowd, prompting a wave of people to part for him. Upon seeing Jiang Yu, Han Tianming's brow furrowed momentarily before he donned a cordial smile, addressing Zhao Zhizhong. Zhizhong, today is a momentous occasion. Why must we allow discord to mar it? Zhao Zhizhong remained stern, unwilling to yield even to Han Tianming's presence. Brother Tianming, someone has slapped me across the face. Do you expect me to act as if nothing transpired? Zhizhong, may I handle this matter? It is not that I wish to disregard your dignity, but I will not permit you to be placed in a difficult position. I will take him away, ensuring no blood is shed at this celebration. Upon hearing this, many shook their heads, casting sympathetic glances at Jiang Yu. Mr. Zhao, another figure approached, robust and commanding respect. He was the head of the Tianqing Martial Arts School, a martial arts master in Tianyan City. Although his financial standing did not rival that of Zhao Zhizhong or Han Tianming, his status was not to be underestimated. Mr. Zhao, since today marks the birthday of Elder Han, I believe it would be more appropriate to let Mr. Han, the host, handle this. Wei Xiao discreetly signaled to Zhao Zhizhong. Unbeknownst to Zhao Zhizhong, Wei Xiao recognized Jiang Yu's prowess, understanding that the two individuals accompanying Zhao Zhizhong were no match for him. If Jiang Yu were to be allowed to leave, it would be they who suffered the consequences. Having traversed the business world for years, Zhao Zhizhong was adept at reading situations, and he quickly adapted. Since Master Wei has suggested as much, I shall defer to Brother Tianming. Dad, Zhao Shua protested, but he was silenced by the fierce glare from Zhao Zhizhong. Han Tianming turned to Jiang Yu, coldly stating, How did you gain entry? I do not recall inviting you to this banquet. If you wish to preserve your dignity, it would be best for you to leave voluntarily. From the moment Jiang Yu first presented the marriage certificate at the Han residence, Han Tianming has held a disdainful attitude towards him, a sentiment that persists to this day. As the host, such remarks are undoubtedly humiliating for any guest. Yu Jingyao stood nearby, mocking him. Mr. Han hasn't even invited you. It turns out you aren't even a poor relative of the Han family. The phrase poor relative echoed in the ears of numerous attendees at the grand banquet, several of whom could indeed be classified as such. Yu Jingyao's words inadvertently offended them all, eliciting murderous glares that sent a shiver down his spine. Even Han Tianming found displeasure in his statement. Had it not been for the regard for his father, Yu Jingyao would have been promptly ejected. Realizing the gravity of his error, Yu Jingyao sulkily lowered his head and retreated a few steps into the crowd. Han observed this with indifference, wishing for Jiang Yu to leave to spare him further distress. At that moment, Han Xiong quietly approached her, patting her shoulder. Dear niece, weren't you just saying he was your classmate? Now your father wishes to expel him without any consideration for your dignity, and you simply stand by? Han Ning rolled her eyes. Aunt, you should know better than I who he is. After all, it was you who introduced him to me. Han Qiong smiled faintly, neither affirming nor denying. Let us make a wager, shall we? What wager? Bet whether your father can successfully send him away. Is there even a need to wager? This banquet is organized by my father. If he wants Jiang Yu gone, he surely isn't shameless enough to refuse. Han Qiong smirked mischievously. 1,000 yuan says he won't leave. Aunt, you might as well just hand over the money to me. So, will you take the bet? Of course. If you intend to give me money, I have no reason to decline. Then be prepared to pay up. Han Qiong appeared confident, leaving Han Ning perplexed. Aunt, are you rejoicing too soon? Han Qiong replied. Dearing, have you not considered why he is here? Han Ning thought to herself that he must have come to vex her, yet she asked. Why? Han Qiong explained. Today is the old gentleman's birthday. Those attending the banquet must have received an invitation. Your father did not invite him, nor did I, nor did you. So who could have invited him? Who? What kind of brain do you have? Han Qiong playfully poked her head. How many of us are there in the family? Finally, Han Ning grasped the implication. Aunt, you mean he was invited by grandfather? Han Qiong nodded. You're not entirely foolish, after all. Han Ning became even more bewildered. How could that be? Grandfather has been in the hospital. How could he possibly know him? This was a point Han Qiong also found perplexing, but since the old gentleman had invited him, she was certain he must have been aware of Jiang Yu's true identity. For the old gentleman, this was a guest of utmost significance. She suddenly glanced towards the doorway and leaned closer to Han Ning. The old master has arrived. Go assist him. The patriarch of the Han family entered the hall accompanied by several old friends. Han Ning hurried over to offer her support, mumbling, Grandfather, it's your birthday. Why have you come so late? The old master smiled indulgently. I was having a cup of tea and a chat with a few friends downstairs. He then looked towards the throng of guests and inquired, what is everyone gathered there for? Before Han Ning could respond, they heard Han Tianming's sharp voice. Since you refuse to drink to my health and choose to provoke me instead, do not blame me for being merciless. Call security and have him thrown out. Yes, Mr. Han. A man in a suit immediately dashed outside. As he passed the old master, he bowed respectfully. Good day, old master. The old master replied sternly, stand here and do not move. What? The man appeared bewildered as he witnessed the old master storming out, fuming. What? Are you going to expel even the guests I have invited? Han Tianming was taken aback. Father, what do you mean by this? The old master approached Jiang Yu, declaring, Jiang Yu is my guest, my esteemed guest. A flash of anger crossed Han Tianming's eyes, feeling as if the ground had been pulled from beneath him. Meanwhile, Yu Jingyao in the crowd was secretly astonished, realizing that Jiang Yu was indeed invited by the old master. Han Tianming, not daring to contradict his father, could only helplessly shake his head at Zhao Zhizhong. Zhao Zhizhong, with a smile, remarked, so it turns out he is the esteemed guest of the old master. We were indeed remiss earlier. Playing along is a fundamental skill for businessmen. Han Tianming signaled to Han Ning, saying, help your grandfather to his seat. It's time to begin the banquet. The guests then dispersed to take their seats. Zhao Zhizhong and Han Tianming walked towards the main table. With a hint of concern as Zhao inquired, Brother Tianming, there won't be any mishaps regarding the engagement, will there? In truth, the primary purpose of today's birthday banquet was to announce Han Ying's engagement. The chosen suitor for her was none other than Zhao Shua, the young director of the Dingxing Group. The union of the two families had already been negotiated between the chairmen of both groups. Today was merely a formality to make the announcement public. However, Zhao Zhizhong felt apprehensive, as Han Tianming had mentioned that this news had yet to be disclosed to Han Ning, who knew what chaos might ensue at the moment of the announcement. Moreover, the old master had inexplicably acquired an esteemed guest, one who had previously disrupted his son's proposal, forcing him to kneel in apology. After helping the old master to his seat at the main table, Han Ning took her place at the adjacent table beside her aunt, Han Qiong. The old master had initially intended for Jiang Yu to sit with him, but seeing Jiang Yu approaching Han Ning, he refrained from speaking up. However, prompted by Zhao Zhizhong, Zhao Shua hurriedly rushed over to pull out the chair next to Han Ning. Yet, Jiang Yu swiftly stepped forward, occupying the seat first. Zhao Shua was incensed, wondering if he understood the concept of precedence. Nonetheless, as Jiang Yu was the old master's esteemed guest, Zhao Shua tempered his tone considerably. You are absolutely right. Since I have already taken a seat, I kindly ask young Master Zhao to find another position, Jiang Yu remarked lightly, causing Zhao Shua to glare in frustration. Do not give me that look. After all, I am quite good friends with Han Ying, so it is only natural for me to sit beside her. Upon hearing this, Han Ying was tempted to retort, but she thought better of it. In comparison to Jiang Yu, she found Zhao Shua far more intolerable. Seething with pent-up anger, Zhao Shua seated himself beside Jiang Yu, casting furtive glances filled with fury. Observing this, Han Qiong could not help but shake her head. Her assessment of Zhao Shua was that his emotions were all too apparent, a trait that would hinder his potential for greatness. With Jiang Yu present, Han Ying felt increasingly uncomfortable and remarked irritably, with so many seats available, why must you choose to sit here? Are you intentionally trying to irritate me? Jiang Yu smiled in response. In a gathering of over 1,000, I only know you and Sister Qihuang. Where else would I sit? Sister Qihuang? Han Ying's brows furrowed at the implication, wondering if such familiarity was appropriate. Han Qihuang was her aunt. And if Jiang Yu called her Sister Qihuang, how was she expected to address him? Uncle Jiang? Ridiculous. Zhao Shua muttered from the side, loose lips. One may not know how they will meet their end. Jiang Yu replied, how I meet my end is of no concern to you, young Master Zhao, as you will not be the one to collect my remains. On the contrary, if you continue to oppose me, I could enlighten you on how your demise might unfold. Is that a threat? Country bumpkin, do you think I was raised in fear? I'll have you know, my father is merely showing respect to old Master Han today. But once we leave this venue, you will deeply regret your actions. And how might I regret it? By begging me to reconsider? Jiang Yu's words were like daggers, striking at Zhao Shua's pride, particularly the notion of kneeling, which served as a sore spot for him. The mere thought of having once knelt before Jiang Yu sent him into a frenzy, filled with murderous intent. He clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. Just wait. Han Ying, wishing to distance herself from the two and their verbal sparring, exchanged seats with Han Qiong, prompting Zhao Shua to mock her, saying, is this what you call a good friend? Delicious dishes began to grace the tables, and Han Tianming took to the stage with a microphone in hand. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? Han Tianming cleared his throat. Today marks my father's grand birthday celebration. First and foremost, I would like to express my gratitude to everyone for gracing us with your presence to celebrate Old Master's longevity. Let us raise our glasses together and wish him blessings as vast as the eastern sea and a life as enduring as the southern mountain. 1,000 voices rose in unison as they stood to toast. May Old Master enjoy blessings as vast as the eastern sea and a life as enduring as the southern mountain. Yet, Jiang Yu alone shook his head gently. The old man had but a few days left to live. What good were such empty platitudes? Rather than engage in these superficial gestures, it would be far more meaningful for the family to cherish the final moments together. Han Qiong nudged him with her elbow, whispering, why the long face? Have you heard about Xiao Ying's engagement? What? Engagement? Jiang Yu was taken aback, for from Han Ying's expression, it seemed she was entirely unaware of such news. She did not make much noise, her voice drowned out by the clamor around her. Han Ying remained oblivious, but Zhao Shua, who had been casting her fierce glances, heard her. After placing his cup down and taking a seat, Zhao Shua smugly declared, indeed. Today is not only the old man's birthday celebration, but also the day I become engaged to Han Ying. Our parents have already reached an agreement. What do you, a country bumpkin, have to contest against me? Even if I were to withdraw, you would still have no chance of marrying her. Do you think Han Ying harbors any affection for you? Humph, does she even have a say in this? Once Uncle Han announces our engagement, the media in Tianjin City will surely inundate the public with reports. By then, even if she refuses, it won't be easy for her to backtrack. Their engagement concerned the interests of two powerful families. Zhao Shua was not mistaken. Should Han Tianming announce the engagement unilaterally, followed by extensive media coverage, Han Ying would face severe repercussions if she attempted to retract her consent without valid grounds. Jiang Yu furrowed her brow and immediately inquired, Han Ying, are you aware that you are to be engaged today? What? Han Ying was momentarily taken aback, unable to process the news. Han Qiong sat quietly, observing the scene, not intervening in Jiang Yu's inquiry. She had revealed the engagement to Jiang Yu, hoping to convey the message to Han Ying through her. With a proud smile, she watched her elder brother on the stage. Jiang Yu continued, young Master Zhao just informed me that today is not merely your grandfather's birthday, but also the day of your engagement to him. Zhao Shua. Han Ying's expression instantly fell. Stop spouting nonsense. Engaged to you? Not a chance. Zhao Shua chose not to argue, instead casting a confident glance at Han Tianming. A sense of dread filled Han Ying's heart as she hastily asked, "Aunt, is what he said true?" No sooner had the words left her mouth than Han Tianming's voice resonated from the stage. "Ladies and gentlemen, in addition to the old man's birthday, I have another joyous announcement to make regarding my daughter Han Ying's marriage. Although she is still studying, she will soon turn 20, and I wish to finalize her marriage arrangements as soon as possible." Han Tianming's words undeniably confirmed the engagement. Zhao Shuo stood up, brimming with pride, and approached Zhao Zhizhong. As it would soon be his turn to take the stage, Han Ying, filled with rage, confronted her aunt. "Aunt, did you know about this all along? Why didn't you tell me sooner? Why are you all trying to dictate my happiness?" Tears threatened to spill from her eyes. Han Qiong replied helplessly, "What can I do? Your father has stated that as his daughter, your marriage is his decision. Little Ing, once your father announces your engagement to Zhao Shuo, it will be challenging for you to reconsider." Tears streamed down Han Ying's face. "Aunt, what should I do? What can I do?" Han Qiong whispered in her ear. "It is not entirely hopeless. Once your father announces the engagement, it will be difficult to retract. But what if you were to pursue a love of your own? Young people part and reunite all the time. But I don't have a boyfriend. Isn't there one right here?" Han Qiong's gaze slowly drifted towards Jiang Yu, her eyes seemingly conveying the message, "No need to thank me." Jiang Yu, filled with trepidation, silently shouted, "Han Qiong, please don't drag me into this." Chapter 69. The elder ginger is spicier. Although Han Ying had developed a certain curiosity towards Jiang Yu, it could hardly be described as affection. Her lack of disdain was a modest achievement. She found herself in a quandary. Han Qiong remarked languidly, "Xiao Ying, you don't have the luxury of time to deliberate." Jiang Yu abruptly rose to his feet, exclaiming, "Aren't you all going to ask for my opinion?" At her wit's end, Han Ying pleaded, "Please help me. I'm not asking you to genuinely be my boyfriend, just to assist me in navigating this challenging moment." Jiang Yu retorted with irritation, "What? Do you intend to have me as your 3-minute boyfriend only to cast me aside afterwards? Excuse me, last time you were the one who ended things." Han Qiong interjected in surprise, "It seems you two share quite a history." On stage, Han Tianming continued, "I'm sure everyone is eager to discover the identity of my daughter's fiancé. So, without further ado, I invite him to the stage." He signaled to Zhao Shuo, who turned to the audience, beaming with pride. Just as he turned back, he saw Han Ying pulling Jiang Yu towards the stage, regardless of his willingness. In an instant, 1,000 pairs of eyes fixed upon Han Ying and Jiang Yu. Before Han Tianming could react, Han Ying snatched the microphone from his grasp. She proclaimed loudly, "Indeed. Today is my engagement day. He is my fiancé, Jiang Yu. I hope everyone will extend their blessings." After this declaration, she suddenly cupped Jiang Yu's face, gazing deeply into his eyes. Jiang Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. "Miss, are you serious? How can one be convincing without being authentic? With so many witnesses, how embarrassing." Yet, recalling it was not her first such encounter, she dismissed her apprehension. With that, Han Ying leaned in and kissed him, igniting a thunderous applause from the audience. Han Tianming and the Zhao father-son duo turned ashen. The unexpected scene left them utterly unprepared. Zhao Shuo, in a frenzy, shouted, "Dad, don't hold me back. I'm going to kill him." Zhao Zhizhong, striving to maintain composure, urged, "Calm down. Let your Uncle Han handle this." Regaining his wits, Han Tianming seized the microphone from Han Ying, raising his hand as if to strike. Han Ying stood tall, meeting his gaze defiantly, and ultimately, he refrained from delivering the blow. "What nonsense!" Han Tianming scolded. "Marriage is a matter of great significance, governed by parental consent and matchmaking. Did you consult me?" Han Ying countered sharply. "Then have you sought my permission to arrange my marriage to someone else?" The heated exchange between father and daughter rendered the hall silent. Guests felt a wave of awkwardness, unsure of how to respond. Frustrated, Han Tianming, faced with the crowd's scrutiny, called out, "Someone, remove her from the stage." Han Ying clutched Jiang Yu's hand tightly, resolutely declaring, "Even if you throw me out, it's futile. Jiang Yu is my boyfriend. And he is the only one I love. How is that even possible?" Suddenly, old Master Han took the stage, walking slowly forward. "Jiang Yu is quite the gentleman. He is a perfect match for my granddaughter." Han Tianming, with a face full of helplessness, replied, "Father, could you please refrain from meddling?" The old man shot him an angry glare. "Is this meddling? If I weren't here, would you deny the engagement that was arranged over a decade ago? How am I to face Dr. Zhong? What are you talking about, father? Are you so unclear about my words? I may be old, but I am not confused." Standing at the center, the old man surveyed the room before declaring, The purpose of today's banquet is to introduce my future grandson-in-law to everyone. My granddaughter Han Ying has long been betrothed to Jiang Yu, and it is evident that they share a deep affection for one another. I trust that no one will oppose this union, correct? A hush fell over the crowd. It was clear that the old man and Han Tianming had chosen a son-in-law who would offend either side, leaving everyone in a state of silence. Only Han Xiong dared to applaud, saying, "These two truly love each other. We should be offering our blessings, not objections. Wouldn't you agree, elder brother?" Han Tianming, fuming, clenched his fists and glared at Han Xiong. After a long pause, he muttered, "As long as Xiao Ying is happy, I certainly do not oppose." No sooner had the words left his lips than Zhao Zhizhong brushed off his sleeves and announced, "We are leaving." Zhao Shuo was reluctantly dragged away, unwilling to accept the outcome. But what could he do? Old Master Han had made a definitive statement, and their genuine affection was evident, having kissed in public. Only after the members of the Dingxing group departed did the hall begin to resonate with applause and well wishes. Though Han Ying had navigated this challenge, she could not find joy in it. The banquet continued. Zhao Zhizhong could storm out, but Han Tianming had to plaster on a smile and go around toasting each table. Han Xiong willingly vacated her seat, allowing Jiang Yu and Han Ying to sit together. Now that the engagement is set, you two should get along well and spend more time together to nurture your feelings. Jiang, what are you saying? I am merely a temporary shield for Miss Han. I suspect that once we step outside, she will cast me aside. Do you truly believe that? How could that not be the case? Jiang Yu, do you think old Master's announcement holds no weight? That you can simply backtrack? This was precisely what troubled Han Ying. Initially, she had only intended to use Jiang Yu as a temporary cover to muddle through her predicament, particularly to disrupt her engagement with Zhao Shuo. However, she had not anticipated the old man's intervention. His words carried significant weight, and tomorrow, major media outlets would undoubtedly rush to report on Han Ying's engagement. No, it was likely that the newspapers were already drafting their stories. By the time the banquet concluded, the news would have spread throughout the city. Han Ying inquired, "Aunt, did you foresee this outcome?" Han Xiong replied with a hint of wisdom. "Experience speaks volumes." Jiang Yu chuckled wryly. "It seems we have both been outmaneuvered by the old master." In truth, Han Xiong was unaware that matters would escalate to this point, even in Jiang Yu's absence. She would have urged Han Ying to casually find someone to serve as a scapegoat to thwart Han Tianming's plans. This was because she was oblivious to the fact that the old man had already met Jiang Yu. With a sigh, she remarked, "No wonder the old man showed no reaction when he heard that my elder brother intended to betroth Xiao Ying. He was evidently waiting for my brother to pave the way for him." Han Ying tugged at Han Xiong's arm and, in a playful manner, asked, "Aunt, what should I do next? Could you offer me some advice?" She cast a guilty glance at Jiang Yu, her emotions swirling in complexity. She had never truly contemplated being with Jiang Yu, yet after the announcement of their engagement, she found herself with little resistance. Han Xiong inquired, "Is marrying him not a good prospect?" Both Jiang Yu and Han Ying replied in unison, "Not at all." Chapter 70. The intoxicated woman following the birthday banquet. The old man and Jiang Yu found themselves in the park where they had first crossed paths. Time indeed flies. It had been over a decade in the blink of an eye. Seated on a bench, the old man lamented the relentless passage of time. Jiang Yu asked, "Old sir, when we first met, did you already know who I was?" The old man chuckled. "The moment you introduced yourself as Jiang Yu, I was aware, otherwise. Why would I have invited you to assist me? You are a disciple of the esteemed Dr. Zhong, and only you could afford me a few more days of life. Why did you not mention it sooner? If I had revealed that, would you still have attended my birthday banquet? Han Xiong informed me of your intention to annul the engagement. Then why did you publicly declare my engagement to Han Ying? That was my promise to Dr. Zhong from years past. But do you not think this is unfair to Han Ying? I am aware. Yet I believe you can bring her happiness. You are remarkably talented and handsome. With you, Xiao Ying will never suffer. That is merely your personal opinion. Prior to today, it indeed was, but now I have altered my perspective. I believe Xiao Ying still harbors feelings for you. Dear sir, you are mistaken. Han Ying not only does not like me, but she may even harbor disdain. If she does not fancy you, then why would she use you as a shield? That was merely a dreadful suggestion from your daughter. There are many young and talented individuals at the banquet. Why did she specifically choose you? Do you truly believe it was merely Han Xiong's influence? You are still young. You perceive things too superficially. Perhaps Xiao Ying's actions and demeanor express her dissatisfaction, but that is only because she has yet to understand her own heart. Jiang Yu was left speechless. It seemed the old man and Han Xiong were of the same mind. insistent on his union with Han Ing. After a brief silence on the bench, the old man finally rose and said, "Are you free tomorrow?" "What is it?" "I wish for you to accompany me on a journey." "Where to?" "You shall discover in due time. I will provide you with what you desire." "Are you referring to the marriage certificate?" Jiang Yu exclaimed with excitement. But the old man offered no response, only leaving behind a meaningful smile. The news of his engagement with Han Ing has spread like wildfire. Upon returning home, he found Wen Yihuan seated on the sofa, her expression tinged with melancholy. "What troubles you? Are you unwell?" Jiang Yu inquired, his concern for her evident, as Wen Yihuan's misfortunes still loomed large. Taking a deep breath, she slowly shook her head. Jiang Yu took a seat beside her and asked, "Did you not have something to tell me?" Just before leaving, Wen Yihuan had intended to reveal her feelings, but found herself unable to voice them then. And now it was even more difficult. "So, you are engaged to the eldest daughter of the Han family?" she asked. "You already know?" he replied. "The media in the entire city is reporting it. It's impossible not to know." Her eyes reflected her sorrow. How did it happen so suddenly? Just during the time of a birthday banquet? How can I express my feelings now? I cannot be the third party to disrupt someone else's relationship. Moreover, some media outlets had even published photos of Han Ing kissing Jiang Yu, portraying their relationship as inseparable. Regret washed over her. She lamented not having confessed sooner. Rising from her seat, she said softly, "Since you are already engaged, remaining here will only invite gossip. I have packed your things." She gestured to a backpack on the coffee table containing several of Jiang Yu's garments. He could see her distress and understood her emotions, yet he chose not to explain. Perhaps it was for the best. A short pain was preferable to a long one. If his engagement could sever Wen Yihuan's lingering hopes, then so be it. Leaving with the backpack slung over his shoulder, Jiang Yu found himself once again without a home. Unbeknownst to him, the moment he stepped outside, Wen Yihuan's tears flowed uncontrollably. That night, she ventured alone to a bar, drinking herself into a stupor. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu wandered through Tianyan City, unable to suppress his joy at the thought of resolving a matter that had weighed heavily on his heart. It was not merely a marriage certificate, but also a clue to his concealed lineage. The night was serene, and sleep eluded him, prompting him to seek a place for a drink. Finding solitary drinking dull, he called Wei Yong to join him. In Tianyan City, he could hardly find any other friends. Wei Yong suggested a bar, and as Jiang Yu was nearby, he decided to wait outside the bar for him. At that moment, a group of inebriated young men emerged, brazenly discussing a woman while waiting for their ride. "That woman was stunning," one remarked. "What a pity she ended up with that scoundrel, Kong Tao. I wonder what kind of luck he had." Another chimed in, "By now, they must be at the hotel. Just thinking about such a beautiful woman being wasted on Kong Tao infuriates me." Yet, what was the use of anger? After all, Kong Tao was better looking than them. Looks mean nothing. That beauty was clearly drunk. Anyone could have taken her. But Kong Tao was simply lucky to have made his move first. One of them suggested, "Why don't we head to the hotel too? After all, that beauty is intoxicated. What difference does it make if it's one man or a group?" "Huh, good idea." A few individuals clung to each other as they advanced. But initially, Jiang Yu paid little heed to their antics until he caught wind of a name. The enchanting lady was not only striking in appearance, but also possessed a melodious name. How delightful it would be if she could be my girlfriend. Alas, how naive. If she weren't nursing a broken heart and inebriated, you wouldn't even have the chance to brush against her finger. Though it was merely for a night. The name Wen Yihuan would undoubtedly remain etched in my memory for a lifetime. Upon hearing the name Wen Yihuan, Jiang Yu surged forward, seizing the collar of one individual in anger. "What did you just say?" "Wen Yihuan was taken from the bar? Who the hell are you? Let go of me immediately, or my friends will deal with you. Speak. To which hotel was Wen Yihuan taken? When my words fall on deaf ears, friends, handle him." A group of intoxicated youths, emboldened by spirits, soon found themselves pleading for mercy within a minute. "Big brother, my apologies. Please, can you remove your foot from my hand?" Jiang Yu, firmly stepping on one man's hand, demanded, "Tell me, to which hotel was Wen Yihuan taken?" It's just ahead at the Tinghan Hotel." Whoosh. Jiang Yu dashed away at lightning speed, a mere wisp of smoke, leaving the youngsters trembling in fear, convinced they had encountered a ghost. He arrived at the front desk and urgently inquired, "Which room are Kong Tao and Wen Yihuan in?" The receptionist shot him a sidelong glance. "Sir, that is the privacy of our guests. Speak." Jiang Yu had no time for trivial disputes. With a forceful strike, he created a small dent in the counter. "Speak." The receptionist, startled, stammered, "Room 5503. Chapter 71. Confession after drinking in room 503 of the Qihuang Hotel, the inebriated when Qihuang lay sprawled across the bed. While a young man in his 20s eagerly loosened his belt, saliva nearly dripping from his mouth. When Qihuang was completely oblivious, had her eyes been open, the lecherous gaze of Kong Tao would haunt her for eternity. Just as Kong Tao had pulled his pants down to his knees, a resounding bang echoed through the room. The sudden noise was akin to a bomb explosion, causing Kong Tao to stumble backward, struggling to maintain balance due to his pants constraining him. And he fell to the ground with a crash. In the next instant, a fist the size of a clay pot loomed large before his eyes. Bang! Kong Tao nearly met his demise. "You dare lay a finger on a woman I cherish?" Jiang Yu's foot sent Kong Tao crashing against the wall, the alcohol in his stomach erupting forth, splattering the walls. The room was suffused with a foul stench. Covered in filth, Kong Tao was utterly terrified by Jiang Yu's arrival. Nearly crawling away in tears, Jiang Yu scooped up Qihuang and attempted to leave, only to be obstructed by several security guards. Kong Tao, having managed to pull up his pants, stood behind the guards, shouting, "What kind of hotel is this, allowing someone to burst into my room and assault me? I will lodge a complaint against you." The hotel manager hurriedly remarked, "Sir, please do not be angry. We have already contacted the police." When Jiang Yu rushed upstairs, the front desk immediately notified the manager and reported the incident. Upon hearing this, Kong Tao recoiled, exclaiming, "Who told you to call the police?" He was acutely aware of his own misdeeds, and he knew that involving the authorities would not bode well for him. The manager was perplexed, but at that moment, the sound of police sirens echoed from downstairs. Jiang Yu regarded Kong Tao with indifference and stated, "I believe it is unnecessary to involve the police over this minor misunderstanding between us, is it not?" The manager glanced at Kong Tao's panda-like eyes, internally questioning the notion of this being merely a small misunderstanding. Kong Tao, fully cognizant of his predicament, could only swallow his grievances, and thus forced a smile, conceding, "Indeed, it is a misunderstanding." Jiang Yu further explained to the manager, "My friend has had too much to drink, and I was concerned for her safety, which is why my demeanor was somewhat brusque. I shall compensate for any losses incurred by the hotel." Kong Tao eagerly concurred, "Indeed, I intended to take her back to the hotel myself, but given her state, I could not leave her unattended. Having consumed alcohol myself, I had no choice but to arrange for someone to escort her home." The manager, not easily swayed by their claims, could not help but doubt their narrative. If Jiang Yu had indeed summoned Kong Tao, how could he be unaware of the room number? However, as a hotel staff member, the manager preferred to avoid further complications. Since both parties claimed it was a misunderstanding, he was inclined to downplay the situation. Once the police arrived upstairs, the manager assisted in clarifying the matter. In the end, Jiang Yu compensated for the hotel's losses, and the police kindly offered to escort them back to Qihuang's residence. The officers were considerate enough to accompany them inside, given that Qihuang was inebriated and they had concerns about Jiang Yu's intentions. The two officers accompanied them to the doorstep, claiming they were parched and wished for a glass of water. Understanding their good intentions, Jiang Yu opened the door and invited the officers inside. He had previously stayed there, and when Qihuang had provided him with a key, today, in her drunken state, she had forgotten to request it back from him. Upon seeing Jiang Yu with the key and spotting photographs of Qihuang in the house, the officers felt reassured after having a drink and then departed. Jiang Yu gently carried Qihuang to her bedroom, where she groggily opened her eyes, her gaze unfocused. "Oh, Jiang Yu, it's you. Didn't you leave? Why are you back?" she mumbled. Jiang Yu placed her on the bed and softly said, "Just rest for now. I will go fetch you some hangover medicine." Unexpectedly, Qihuang wrapped her arms around Jiang Yu's neck, reluctant to let go. "Jiang Yu, please don't leave. Ms. Wan, you have had too much to drink." I haven't had too much," she giggled foolishly. "All right, I have had too much. And there are some things I must tell you while I'm still inebriated. Let us discuss it tomorrow." "No, I want to say it now." When intoxicated, a person's stubbornness is unyielding. Jiang Yu, exasperated, replied, Fine, speak. I am listening." Qihuang leaned closer, her nose nearly brushing against Jiang Yu's face, the scent of alcohol enveloping her breath. "I adore you," she chuckled foolishly. "Before you attended the birthday banquet today, I wanted to express this, yet the words eluded me. Upon your return, you were already engaged, and my lips sealed tighter than ever. However, I must voice it now, despite your engagement." "Why? Oh, why did you suddenly decide to get engaged?" She laughed, but tears soon welled in her eyes. Jiang Yu looked on, his heart aching. Yet he felt at a loss for words to comfort her. Suddenly, when Qihuang tilted her head and pressed her lips against Jiang Yu's, his eyes nearly bulged in shock. He swiftly pushed her away, exclaiming, "President Wen, you have had too much to drink." Had Qihuang been in her right mind, Jiang Yu would have struggled to maintain his composure. But now, as she was thoroughly intoxicated, to yield even slightly would be to take advantage of her state. "Don't you like me?" she asked. "President Wen, I am already engaged. I have a fiancée. I know, it's the young lady from the Han family, Han Ying. So what? She is your fiancée, and I am too." Before she could finish her sentence, she abruptly retched, leaving Jiang Yu utterly flustered as he dashed to the bathroom. When Qihuang's vomit splattered across him, nearly making him sick in turn. As he cleaned himself up, he muttered, "Honestly, if you can't handle your liquor, don't drink so much. You've gotten me all messy." When he returned to Qihuang's room, she was already in a deep slumber. Jiang Yu, like a diligent caretaker, cleaned her and the surrounding area of any mess, then stayed by her side throughout the night until the dawn quietly beckoned him away. When Qihuang awoke, a throbbing headache plagued her. She had no recollection of the previous night. Dragging her weary self out of bed, she knocked on the guest room door. "Jiang Yu, are you up? My head is pounding. Could you make me some ginger tea?" After speaking, she turned to return to her room, but paused at the door, overwhelmed by emotion. Tears brimmed in her eyes as the reality struck her. Jiang Yu had left. He was now publicly engaged to another, his heart pledged to someone else. Slowly, she climbed back into bed, curling into a ball as tears streamed down her cheeks. "Why? You once promised to come to Tianjin City and break off the engagement with Han Ying. Why then choose to publicly commit to her?" She sobbed alone for what felt like an eternity before finally picking up her phone and dialing Wen Qiyun's number, her voice choked with sorrow. "Dad, P.S. engaged." Chapter 72. Returning to one's roots upon learning of his daughter's heartache due to Jiang Yu's engagement, Wen Qiyun hurried over to console her. When he arrived, Qihuang was still hidden beneath her covers. The moment he stepped inside, the pungent odor of alcohol assaulted his senses. He refrained from chastising her for her drunkenness and silently headed to the kitchen to prepare a bowl of ginger tea. Lifting the covers, he found Qihuang with swollen eyes. Though her tears had ceased, the sight of her father reignited her sorrow, and she began to weep anew. Wen Qiyun gently reassured her, "It's all right. Come, drink your ginger tea." He was deeply pained, having never witnessed his daughter in such sorrow over a man. After sipping ginger tea, Wen Qiyun finally spoke. "My daughter, did you not proclaim that you would marry no one but him?" When Qihuang replied listlessly, "But he does not intend to marry me. Is it solely because he is engaged to Han Ying? What can I do? Should I become a third party and disrupt their relationship?" Wen Qiyun gently stroked Qihuang's head and remarked, "An engagement does not equate to marriage. After an engagement, they become each other's fiancées. However, my dear, you must understand that the Han family originally had a betrothal with Jiang Yu, and Han Ying is indeed Jiang Yu's fiancée. My daughter, we also have a betrothal. You are his fiancée. So how can you be regarded as a third party?" Wen Qiyun's words enlightened Qihuang, and she exclaimed with delight, "Then is there still hope for me? You must boldly declare to her that you are Wen Fuyo, his fiancée. No, you should proclaim it to everyone that you are Wen Fuyo." But he came to annul the engagement. What if I reveal my feelings and he insists on going through with the annulment? When he came to Tianjin City, did he not intend to break off his engagement with the Han family? And yet, what was the outcome? He publicly became engaged to Han Ying, did he not? My daughter, I can see he holds affection for you, but you are Wen Qihuang. Perhaps due to the engagement, he is hesitant to draw too close. If he realizes you are his fiancée, Wen Fuyo, I believe there will be a turning point. Then I shall call him right now. Is that how you wish to approach him? Can you face him like this? First, finish your ginger tea, then freshen up and adorn yourself, and arrange a formal meeting with him. Indeed, I shall heed your advice. After carefully preparing herself, however, Wen Qihuang found herself unable to reach Jiang Yu by phone. Left with no choice, she returned to the company to await his call. When he turned his phone back on, "Su Xin, please replace the nameplate." This was her first task upon returning to the office, to replace the nameplate that read Chairman Wen Qihuang. Su Xin inquired, "With what name should I replace it?" Wen Qihuang replied, "Change it to Wen Fuyo." "Huh? Why Wen Fuyo?" "Because that is my true name. Remember, from this day forth, I am no longer Wen Qihuang. I am Wen Fuyo, soaring high to great heights." "Oh, should I change the business card as well?" "Of course, it must be changed. I shall attend to it immediately." Just as Su Xian reached the door, she suddenly turned back. Chairman, did you say your name is Wenfuyo? What is it? Do you not believe me? So, the Wenfuyo that Jiang Yu has been seeking is you? Indeed. No way. This is the most astonishing revelation I've encountered in my life. Chairman, does Jiang Yu know about this? Not yet. Do you wish to keep it from him? If you change the nameplate and business card, you cannot conceal it from him. I no longer intend to keep it from him. But I read in the news that he has just become engaged to the eldest daughter of the Han family. And what of it? They are not yet married, are they? Qihuang, with a gentle smile that dispelled the shadows from her face, embodied the belief that life is fleeting and one should embrace opportunities. How could she ascertain whether Jiang Yu held feelings for her without making an attempt? Su Xian, consumed by jealousy, pondered how this fortunate individual could possess such a stunning fiancée. Surely in a past life, he must have saved the galaxy. As when Qihuang prepared to reveal her feelings, Jiang Yu had already met with the elderly gentleman in the park where they first encountered him. The old man had come alone, exuding vitality that belied his impending mortality. Despite Jiang Yu's excitement, the elder delayed presenting the marriage certificate. He instructed, Jiang Yu, please turn off your phone. Confused, Jiang Yu inquired, why must I do that? The elder replied, if my family cannot reach me, they may attempt to contact you. Jiang Yu was taken aback by the revelation, yet complied, resulting in Wenfuyo being unable to reach him. We should be on our way, the elder stated, leading Jiang Yu to the bus station. Throughout their journey, Jiang Yu yearned to discuss the marriage certificate but struggled to find the right moment. Once they boarded the bus heading out of town, the elder finally spoke, rest assured, I have brought what you seek. When will you give it to me? Jiang Yu asked impatiently, are you in such a hurry? Of course. The elder chuckled, 18 years without knowing your parents. I understand your urgency. Yet consider whether this is a matter of immediate concern. How do you know about the secrets of the marriage certificate? When I made the pact with Dr. Zhong, he informed me that the reverse side of our family's marriage certificate conceals clues to your lineage. Regardless of whether you choose to marry or withdraw, it is imperative that I present it to you. At least that old man possesses some conscience, not intending to lead me astray. How has he misled you? Think about it. He could simply tell me who my parents are. Why complicate matters with 9 certificates and require me to annul each one individually? Dr. Zhong acts in your best interest. Oh, please. If he isn't deceiving me, I'll count my blessings. Your master has his reasons for this approach. Your current capabilities are insufficient to confront future challenges. Your words are cryptic. I merely wish to know the identity of my parents. Is that such a difficult endeavor? Let us suppose, hypothetically, that you discover your parents' identities, only to learn they have met with tragedy. Would you seek vengeance? Certainly, the blood feud with one's parents cannot be overlooked. But what if your adversary is immensely powerful, capable of extinguishing your life with a mere finger? What do you truly know, old man? Elder Han shook his head. I know nothing. I am merely speculating. Enough of this. I am feeling rather fatigued. I shall rest for a while. As Jiang Yu and Elder Han settled onto the bus, 2 hours into their journey, Jiang Yu could no longer contain his curiosity. Elder, where are we headed? The elder replied calmly, to the place of my birth. And what is our purpose there? To return to one's roots. Chapter 73. The first marriage certificate received. Old Master Han's ancestral home lies in the deep mountains at the border of Tianjin City and Linzhou City. In an era when the domestic economy had yet to experience rapid development, many villagers resided in these mountains. 30 years ago, a devastating flash flood obliterated the old master's home, claiming the life of his beloved wife in the calamity. Left with no choice, he took his son and daughter far from their hometown to seek a livelihood in the city. After decades of relentless effort, he finally established the Han Group. Despite the considerable distance, Old Master Han returns to his hometown each year to commemorate his deceased wife. After a grueling 27-hour journey across rugged terrain, he arrives in the desolate mountains. The area has long been deserted, with only a few solitary graves remaining on the mountainside. Those who perished in the flood are buried here, while the survivors have since relocated to other places to make a living. The graves are mostly humble earthen mounds, except for one that stands out, constructed from stone bricks and resembling an upside-down bowl, towering at nearly 2 meters. In front of this grave stands a tombstone inscribed with the names the late Han Yongchuan and the late Qihuang. It is evident that this is a joint burial site. Qihuang was the old master's late wife, while Han Yongchuan is his own name. Several years prior, the old master had commissioned repairs for the grave, having long decided that he wished to rest beside his wife when his time came. even preparing the tombstone in advance to avoid any complications. They did not bring incense, candles, or paper offerings. Han Yongchuan wiped the dust from the tombstone with his sleeve, murmuring affectionately, "My dear wife, I have come to accompany you. It has been 30 years. I apologize for making you wait so long." Although the old master still had a few days left, he chose not to spend them with his children. Jiang Yu inquired, "Old master, do you not fear that your family will worry about your sudden departure?" The old master smiled. "I left a note stating that I went on a solo trip, so they needn't search for me." Jiang Yu replied, "I doubt they will believe that." The old master responded, "Parting through life and death is the most painful. I do not have much time left, and I do not want them to witness my demise and be saddened by it." Jiang Yu remarked, "But this is not a long-term solution." The old master nodded slowly and took out a letter from his bag, handing it to Jiang Yu. "In due time, find an opportune moment to deliver this letter to them. After a prolonged absence, the pain of death will not weigh as heavily." Afterward, the old master circled the grave and pressed down on a stone brick located at the lower left corner of the tomb. With a rumble, a passage measuring half a meter wide and 1 meter high opened in the grave. Light streamed into the dark tomb, revealing 2 coffins within, one covered and the other partially exposed. The old master bent down and stepped inside, turning to wave at Jiang Yu. "Why are you still dawdling? Come in and lend a hand." Jiang Yu, unperturbed by the circumstances, bent down and entered. With his assistance, the old master successfully laid down inside the coffin. "Please cover the lid for me. When you exit, there is a mechanism outside that, when pressed, will permanently seal the tomb." The old gentleman wishes to spend the final phase of his life here. Jiang Yu does not oppose this, yet he hesitates for a long time without taking action, for he has yet to obtain what he desires. "Old sir, have you forgotten something?" The old gentleman suddenly realizes, almost forgetting the most crucial matter. He rummages through the coffin and eventually retrieves a marriage certificate, its paper now yellowed with age. Jiang Yu is taken aback, astonished that the old gentleman had concealed the marriage certificate here. "Jiang Yu, I can grant you this marriage certificate, but you must promise me one thing, otherwise, I shall not rest in peace even in death. What is your request?" The old gentleman continues, "My greatest concern is for my granddaughter. You are already engaged to her. You must assure me that you will take good care of her and remain by her side for life." Jiang Yu finds himself in a dilemma. How can he provide such a guarantee? His engagement to Han Ying feels more like servitude than commitment. Seeing Jiang Yu's hesitation, the old gentleman adds with a hint of menace, "If you refuse my request, I shall take this marriage certificate with me to the grave." Fine, I promise you." Jiang Yu concedes, realizing that the marriage certificate is now within reach, rendering the old gentleman's threat ineffective. However, facing a dying man, Jiang Yu believes it best to comply with his wishes, allowing him to depart in peace. As for the future, he thinks, where their essay will, their essay way. The old gentleman hands the marriage certificate to Jiang Yu, its front identical to the one he possesses, save for a distinct pattern on the back. Jiang Yu gazes at it with excitement for quite some time, only for his expression to gradually fall. The old gentleman remarks, "Do not dwell on it too long. I have studied that pattern over the years. It appears to be an incomplete map. I have compared it against various maps, but have yet to find a similar location. This implies that, with just this marriage certificate, the mystery of his origins remains unsolved." Jiang Yu curses his master internally, wondering why it had to be so convoluted. Nevertheless, the first marriage certificate is finally in his possession. In the end, he assists the old gentleman in closing the coffin, sealing the grave. He bows 3 times before the tomb and then departs slowly. With these matters settled, Jiang Yu feels it is time to execute his own plan. He knows that Qihuang has descended into madness, even resorting to hiring assassins. It is prudent to eliminate future threats swiftly. He descends the mountain alone, his pace quickened, taking only half the time it took to ascend. Upon returning to the city, his phone buzzes incessantly with messages from Lin Shi. "I have arrived in Tianjin City. Why is your phone off? I am waiting for you at the Xinghe Hotel in Tianjin City. Please respond promptly upon seeing this message." "What do you mean? You summon me to Tianjin City for treatment, yet once I arrive, you turn off your phone for an entire day? Are you playing games with me, Jiang? You shall regret this." Jiang Yu nearly forgot about this situation. He hurriedly makes his way to the Xinghe Hotel, where the front desk whispers to the manager, who promptly approaches him. "Mr. Jiang, would you like to check in? This way, please." The manager's demeanor was exceedingly respectful. Jiang Yu glanced at his name tag and murmured, "A change of personnel?" The manager replied, "The previous manager offended Mr. Han and has been dismissed. I am the newly appointed lobby manager. The former manager lost his position for insulting Han Qihuang. Jiang Yu, now the prospective son-in-law of the Han family, was well aware of the necessity to curry favor with the lobby manager. Nodding, he replied, I am not checking in. I am here to find someone named Lin Shi. The manager promptly turned and instructed, check immediately which room Lin Shi is in. After a brief inquiry at the front desk, he returned to report. She checked out an hour ago. Jiang Yu's plans hinged on Lin Shi's invaluable assistance, and he was keen to avoid offending this vice president. He swiftly dialed Lin Shi's number. As soon as the call connected, Lin Shi's furious voice erupted. Jiang, have you finally decided to turn your phone on? Chapter 74, Woman. Do not overstep your bounds. Jiang Yu felt as though his ears might burst from the intensity. Once Lin Shi had vented her frustration, he apologized. Vice President Lin, I sincerely apologize. I was away on a trip and had no signal. I do not require your explanations. Lin Shi retorted. Please, do not be angry. Where are you now? I will come to you immediately. No need. I am already preparing to return to Lin City. Please, Lin Shi, your condition cannot be delayed. Humph. Haven't you already delayed it? I am aware, but it can still be remedied. How about this? I will offer you an additional hour of massage free of charge, ensuring you are left with no lingering issues. Get lost. Lin Shi's furious shout rang out as she abruptly hung up. The mere mention of a massage reminded Lin Shi of the embarrassing incident from that day, leaving her utterly mortified. However, 3 minutes later, she sent him a message. Where are you? Jiang Yu quickly replied, at the Star River Hotel where you previously stayed. I will cover the expenses. He had the lobby manager arrange a presidential suite for him and then rushed outside to purchase silver needles, preparing in advance. 20 minutes later, Lin Shi arrived. Her expression was stormy. Jiang, do you comprehend the value of my time? You have the audacity to waste an entire day. Vice President Lin, it is entirely my fault. And I apologize. Jiang Yu approached with light, tentative steps, wearing a cheerful smile. Vice President Lin, I have already prepared the bed for you. Please. His playful demeanor made it difficult for Lin Shi to remain angry. She slowly walked toward the bed, warning, it is agreed upon. An additional hour of massage. Not a minute less. Although the first treatment had left Lin Shi feeling extremely embarrassed, the indescribable comfort was something she greatly missed. She often visited for such treatments. Yet none of the female therapists could compare to Jiang Yu's skill. Once lying on the bed, recalling her prior experience, Lin Shi instructed, turn off all the lights and close the curtains. Jiang Yu complied, drawing the curtains and extinguishing the lights, plunging the room into a profound darkness reminiscent of night. It is only within such an obscured environment that one can alleviate the discomfort of awkwardness. Jiang Yu proceeded to administer acupuncture to her before commencing the massage. The room was filled with Lin Shi's soft moans, yet Jiang Yu had no inclination to indulge. He intended to finalize his plans here. President Lin, my plan is ready for implementation. Please ensure you communicate in advance on your end. Is it so urgent? Lin Shi's voice quivered slightly. Qihuang is not so easily deceived. Jiang Yu replied. Qihuang is exceedingly money-minded and is intent on competing with Yin Company. Once I release the information, he will undoubtedly devise ways to intercept, without me needing to seek him out. You are quite familiar with Qihuang. Familiarity is a stretch. However, should this plan fail, I will incur no significant loss. If necessary, I will simply devise alternative strategies. Very well, I shall give prior notice on my end. Just ensure you are gentle. The two reached an agreement amidst the massage. Lin Shi, pressed for time, hurried back to Ling City once the treatment concluded. Half an hour after Lin Shi's departure, Han Ning called Jiang Yu, her voice akin to a lioness's roar. Jiang Yu, what do you take the Han family for? Her furious exclamation nearly left Jiang Yu disoriented. What is the matter, my dear lady? How dare you ask? Although our engagement was merely a charade, we have yet to part ways. Yet you dare to bring another woman into a hotel, my family's hotel, no less. What is your intention? To deliberately humiliate the Han family? Jiang Yu was momentarily at a loss for words. He had not considered such implications when inviting Lin Shi to Xinghe Hotel. I will be more cautious next time. You expect a next time? Let me be clear. Until we formally announce our separation, you remain the prospective son-in-law of the Han family and must not engage with any other women. Hey, it was you who pulled me onto the stage without my consent before. I was merely assisting you, and now you dare to restrict my personal freedom? Do not overstep. Woman, in any case, I will not tolerate any actions that could tarnish the Han family's reputation. Miss, When do you plan to publicly announce our separation? If you never do, am I to remain cut off from all other women for eternity? Dream on. If you cannot find a partner, I still have to get married. Then please provide me with a specific timeline. There is no specific timeline. It depends on my mood. Jiang Yu suddenly felt as though he had been usurped. Please. I possess the marriage certificate now. The initiative lies with me. After a moment's reflection, considering the old gentleman's sake, he decided to endure. By the way, I heard you were renting a place outside. What are you implying? Han Ying's tone turned wary. I am currently homeless. Having assisted you significantly, shouldn't you provide me with accommodation? You wish to cohabit with me? Are you out of your mind? It is neither cohabitation nor merely borrowing a few days. What, then, distinguishes it from living together? We are already engaged, so what difference does it make? If you refuse, I shall invite different women to stay at your hotel every day. On the other end of the line, Han Ying was so infuriated that she nearly lost her breath. Finally gritting her teeth to say, I am at school. All right, I will come to find you immediately. Han Ying and Wang Ruoqi were at the milk tea shop in school, with Wei Yong gazing at them from a nearby table. Wang Ruoqi was nearly driven to madness these days, as Wei Yong clung to her like a stubborn adhesive. Wherever she went, he followed. She appeared haggard, occasionally waking in fright during the night, sometimes believing she saw Wei Yong standing by her bed. Wei Yong, however, embodied Jiang Yu's 3 principles, and after several days of persistence, his demeanor grew bolder. No matter how Wang Ruoqi scolded him, he simply smiled and refused to leave. Eventually, Wang Ruoqi grew too weary to even scold him anymore. Han Ying, do you think he is insane? Following me every day is driving me to the brink. Perhaps this is his way of pursuing you, Han Ying replied. It was evident to even the simplest observer that Wei Yong harbored affections for Wang Ruoqi. Yet, he refrained from confessing, leaving her without the chance to decisively reject him. Wang Ruoqi shot a glance at Wei Yong, who immediately waved at her in a friendly manner. Anger surged within her as she slammed the table and stood up, exclaiming, Are you a stalker? If you keep following me, I will call the police. Wei Yong displayed an unfazed demeanor. This is not a private space. How could I be stalking you? Wang Ruoqi found herself at a loss for words. In school, aside from the girls' dormitory and restrooms, Wei Yong's presence was inescapable. As Wei Yong stated, he could only accompany her in public places, rendering any police intervention futile. Just then, a group of students from the sports college entered, loudly declaring, Who is stalking my sister Ruoqi every day? Chapter 75. She took the initiative. Li Zhao, a sophomore athlete, swaggered in with a few classmates, causing Wei Yong to panic. Each of these individuals towered over him, and even a single one could easily leave Wei Yong in a state of disarray. He frantically scanned for an escape route, but Li Zhao and his companions headed directly towards him. The milk tea shop had only one entrance, and a frontal breakthrough was out of the question. Meanwhile, Han Ying teased, Ruoqi, your flower protector has arrived. Huh, protector indeed. Last time, your cheap fiancé knocked him down with a single punch. Wang Ruoqi was aware of Han Ying's engagement to Jiang Yu and found it perplexing that Han Ying would choose such a rustic fellow. Han Ying explained that she had only taken Jiang Yu as a shield in a moment of crisis. Nevertheless, she still believed Han Ying's actions were misguided and often joked about her cheap fiancé. Li Zhao approached Wei Yong, who cowered and forced a smile, saying, Senior, is there something you need? Li Zhao raised his chin, looking down at Wei Yong. Are you the one stalking my sister Ruoqi? Wei Yong, feeling somewhat aggrieved, remarked, Senior, you've misunderstood me. I did not follow her. I merely entered to enjoy a cup of milk tea and happened to encounter her. No need for explanations, the other retorted. A man understands another man best. However, you ought to take a moment to reflect on yourself. Do you truly believe you deserve my sister Ruoqi with your appearance? I warn you, should you dare to follow her again, I'll break your legs. Wei Yong gulped nervously, his face paling at the threat. Just then, Jiang Yu sauntered in, inquiring leisurely, Who is it that wishes to break my friend's legs? He approached Wei Yong with a deliberate pace, causing Li Zhao and his companions to panic. The reputation of this man, who could take on 7 at once, had already spread among them. Against him, they would surely be left searching for their teeth. We're doomed. The one who defeats 7 has arrived. Li Zhao exclaimed, What do we do? This fellow is formidable. Damn it, who am I supposed to ask for advice? The group retreated continuously until they found themselves cornered against the wall, unable to escape. Jiang Yu stepped forward, gently patting Wei Yong's shoulder, offering him a reassuring glance. Then addressed Li Zhao, He is my friend. Should you dare to harm him, I will take your life. Do you believe me? Li Xiao gulped audibly, stammering. I was just joking with him. But Jiang Yu interjected, I find that jest rather amusing. Yes, I apologize. It was my mistake. I sincerely apologize. Now leave. Do not let me see you again. Jiang Yu waved his hand, and Li Xiao and his companions scurried away in disarray. Turning to Wei Yong, Jiang Yu encouraged. Be bold and pursue Wang Ruoqi. If that fellow dares to trouble you, call me, and I shall handle him. Wei Yong felt a surge of confidence, affirming, I will heed your advice. Subsequently, Jiang Yu turned to approach Han Ying, while Wei Yong remained seated, observing them. Han Ying's expression was icy, and Wang Ruoqi wore a look of disdain. Oh, is this not the shameless fiancé of our dear Han Ying? How utterly lacking in dignity to chase after her at school. Wang Ruoqi's words dripped with sarcasm. Have you not yet recognized your own standing? You are merely a tool. Do you dare to fantasize about a deeper relationship with my Han Ying? Despite her derision, Jiang Yu remained unfazed, comfortably settling beside Han Ying, stating, Even if I am a tool, I am now recognized as the prospective son-in-law of the Han family. With that, he wrapped his arm around Han Ying's shoulders, inciting Wang Ruoqi's fury. Country bumpkin, remove your filthy hands. Wang Ruoqi exclaimed, leaping to her feet, pointing an accusatory finger at Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu replied nonchalantly, A dog meddling in affairs that do not concern it. My fiancé, he does not mind, so why do you prattle on? Is it envy born from your inability to find a boyfriend? Wang Ruoqi seethed, I cannot find a boyfriend. The line of suitors for me could stretch from here to the cafeteria. You wouldn't believe it, but with just one word from me, a man would rush over to be my boyfriend. No sooner had she spoken than Wei Yong dashed over like a gust of wind, declaring emphatically, Ruoqi, I am at your service. Wang Ruoqi was on the verge of madness, exclaiming in anger, Could you please vanish from my sight? The only way I would ever find you appealing is if I were blind. Observing her fierce demeanor, Wei Yong, who had come to offer assistance, was met with an onslaught of her ire, displaying a lack of gratitude. Jiang Yu whispered to Han Ying, who wore a grim expression, uttering two words, Let go. Jiang Yu replied, That's not feasible. The old man instructed me to spend more time with you to cultivate our relationship. Did you see my grandfather today? Han Ying inquired sternly. Earlier that morning, chaos had erupted in her household. Her grandfather had left a letter and departed, and Han Tianming had rushed to various train stations in an attempt to intercept him, but to no avail. Realizing he had inadvertently revealed too much, Jiang Yu quickly clarified. No, the old man spoke to me yesterday. What's the matter? Han Ying sighed. My grandfather has left home. No way. Jiang Yu feigned surprise. Han Ying continued. It's not exactly leaving home. He left a note stating he intended to travel alone, to explore the beautiful landscapes of our homeland during the twilight of his life. Jiang Yu remarked, What is there to worry about? He is not a child, and there are no human traffickers targeting the elderly. Han Ying shot him a glare. What do you know? My grandfather is elderly and in poor health. He has just been discharged from the hospital. If he goes out alone and something happens, who will be there to take care of him? It was evident that Han Ying genuinely worried for her grandfather, stirring an uncomfortable feeling within Jiang Yu. Considering the time, the old man was likely to depart for another realm soon to join his wife, yet the Han family remained oblivious. The old man had returned from the hospital in high spirits, leading the family to believe he would live for many more years. Jiang Yu still possessed the letter from the old man in his pocket. He reached out to touch it, but ultimately decided not to reveal the truth to Han Ying just yet. He stood up promptly and shifted the conversation, saying, Let us return home. The glaring lights are straining my eyes. Wang Ruoqi let out a cold laugh. Do you really think so highly of yourself? You're merely a tool. A bit of self-awareness wouldn't hurt. Despite her reluctance, Han Ying rose to her feet. Jiang Yu inquired, Your home is not far from the school, is it? Han Ying replied, Not far. It's a 5-minute walk. In a fit of anger, she had previously moved out and found an apartment near the school for convenience. Wang Ruoqi's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. Han Ying, are you really bringing him home? Aren't you afraid he might have ulterior motives? Jiang Yu provocatively stated, We are already engaged, and it was mutual. Have you seen our kissing photos in the media? Here's a secret. She was the one who initiated it. The word initiated nearly caused Wang Ruoqi to choke on her words. Chapter 76. A revelation. Wang Ruoqi had indeed seen the photos, but Han Ying explained that she had been compelled at that moment. However, Han Ying did not mention that it was her who took the initiative. Jiang Yu grasped Han Ying's hand and led her outside, leaving Wang Ruoqi stunned and momentarily unable to react. Wei Yong languidly remarked, Ruoqi, why not just scram? Before he could finish his sentence, Wang Ruoqi's fierce retort sent him retreating in fright. Upon exiting the milk tea shop, Hanning swiftly released Jiang Yu's hand, warning him, although we are engaged, you would do well to refrain from being overly familiar without my consent. Jiang Yu, with a playful grin, replied, Isn't it endearing for us to appear intimate? If we don't make it seem genuine, how will you convince your father? What if he insists you marry that young Master Zhao? Hanning reassured him, rest assured. You are my grandfather's chosen son-in-law. As long as he is alive, my father wouldn't dare to act against that. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu suddenly understood. No wonder the old man had quietly returned to his hometown. He was employing this strategy to keep Han Tianming in check. If he were to pass away at home, Han Tianming would likely annul the marriage between Jiang Yu and Hanning the very next day. Jiang Yu couldn't help but marvel at the old man's resourcefulness for this marriage arrangement. He speculated that the old man intended to unveil that letter only after Jiang Yu and Hanning were married. Yet, Jiang Yu still found himself puzzled. Was the old man's action truly for his sake, for Han Ying's, or merely a fulfillment of an old promise? Hanning's rented apartment, located near the school, was an upscale two-bedroom unit adorned in European decor, fully equipped with appliances and furnishings. Jiang Yu remarked, renting this apartment must cost quite a bit each month, right? Hanning replied nonchalantly, not much, just 3,000. Jiang Yu's eyes widened. 3,000 is not much? The majority of people in Tianjin City earn barely that in a month. Indeed, to the wealthy, money often seemed little more than a cold numeral devoid of value. Hanning tossed the keys to Jiang Yu and stated coldly, as long as we have not formally broken up, you may stay here temporarily. Jiang Yu inquired, which room will I occupy? Hanning replied, whichever you prefer. Whichever I prefer. Jiang Yu smirked mischievously. Why not share a room? A cold laugh escaped Hanning. Dream on. I won't return here before we part ways. Then where will you stay? At home? At school? Or perhaps I will rent another place. I know you moved out due to the engagement with the Zhao family, but now that this matter is resolved, I believe it's best for you to return home. After all, we are family, and there is no need to make things too awkward. Oh, is that how you speak now? As if you've already considered yourself a member of the Han family? Hanning shot him a sidelong glance. I warn you, do not harbor any illusions. Are you planning to dismantle the bridge after crossing it? Jiang Yu retorted, visibly displeased. Even if I am merely a tool, I have been of great assistance to you. If you continue with this attitude, do you believe I won't immediately announce our breakup to the media? You wouldn't dare? Hanning exclaimed angrily. A breakup must be timed perfectly. It is certainly not now. Since you still seek something from me, I suggest you mind your demeanor. Who are you scowling at all day? I have done my best, haven't I? No need to merely try. Show me a smile first. Are you unable to even manage a smile? Han Ying's attempt to grin was more pitiful than a frown. Although she had a dormitory at school, she was unaccustomed to sharing space with others, leaving her bed perpetually vacant. She opted to return home instead. As Jiang Yu stated, her engagement with the Zhao family had been called off, rendering any further resentment unnecessary. Jiang Yu took residence in the guest room. After purchasing some daily necessities, he made his way to Yuyan Company. Despite having distanced himself from Qihuang, he understood that the final tasks must be completed. To scheme against Qihuang, the involvement of Qihuang was indispensable. Although Jiang Yu had experienced considerable events with Qihuang, the employees at the company remained oblivious. Upon his arrival, many greeted him warmly. The announcement regarding Wen's name change had been disseminated by Su Xian yesterday, yet it bore little consequence for the employees, who merely perceived it as a nominal alteration, as none dared to address her directly. Ah, Jiang Yu, you're here. It's been several days. I thought you had resigned. A familiar face greeted him. Jiang Yu replied, I haven't resigned. I was simply granted a few days off by President Wen. So, you're returning to work today? You could say that. Why didn't you come in the morning? President Wen and Secretary Su went to the provincial capital to discuss collaboration details. As her bodyguard, you should have accompanied them. President Wen went to the provincial capital? When will she return? Perhaps the day after tomorrow. It seems I have arrived at an inopportune time. In truth, Wen Fuyo had been attempting to reach him yesterday, but his phone had been switched off. Now that he had returned and turned his phone on, Wen Fuyo was preoccupied with matters concerning a collaboration with the Mengdai Group, thus postponing their discussion. Jiang Yu would need to wait for her return to negotiate further. Seizing a moment of leisure, he decided to visit Jian Company once more. As he prepared to ascend the elevator on the first floor, he unexpectedly received a call from Jin Hu, the leader of the Black Tiger Hall. who expressed a desire to meet and discuss urgent matters. He promptly made his way to Qihuang Club, marking his third visit there. This time, Jean, who had been awaiting his arrival at the entrance, treating him as an esteemed guest. Upon reaching the top floor, Jean, who instructed his subordinates to brew a pot of fine Dahong Pao tea, dismissing them to converse privately with Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu, lacking the inclination for tea, got straight to the point. Jean, if you have something to say, please do so directly. I am not one for circumlocution. I dare to address you as Brother Jiang. Jean, who said cautiously, observing Jiang Yu's lack of response before continuing, Brother Jiang, the primary reason for my visit today is to convey some news. What news? News regarding He Qingyuan. He Qingyuan remained undeterred, constantly devising plans to deal with Yu Company and Wen Yihuan. Today, one of my subordinates received word that He Qingyuan seeks to take Wen Yihuan's life. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu furrowed his brow. This old scoundrel is still not giving up? Just days after the assassination incident, he concocts yet another scheme. Jiang Yu inquired, how does he plan to handle Wen Yihuan? Jean, who replied, a car accident. It is said that when Yihuan is heading to the provincial city to negotiate a collaboration with the Mengdai group, He Qingyuan has dispatched someone there, intending to orchestrate an accident on the highway during her return journey. Jiang Yu narrowed his eyes, perplexed. Weren't you previously working for He Qingyuan? Jean, who hastily clarified, I merely worked for him for the money. I share this information with you today solely to forge a friendship with you, Brother Jiang. He slowly lifted his teacup, anxiously awaiting Jiang Yu's response. Chapter 77. The words of the affluent are distinctive. Jean, who was attempting to curry favor with Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu was well aware of this. He raised his cup and gently clinked it against Jean, who revealed a relaxed and joyful smile, secretly sighing in relief. Establishing a friendship with Jiang Yu would be beneficial for the Black Tiger Hall. Brother Jiang, I still possess some connections in Tianyan City. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Jean, who pledged. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Yu replied, there is indeed a matter that requires your help, Boss Jean. Feel free to speak, Brother Jiang. I do not wish to confront He Qingyuan directly at this moment, so I would like to request that you send a few individuals to Linzhou City to ensure that Mr. Wen returns safely. Rest assured, this matter is in my capable hands. Jean, who responded confidently, having already devised a strategy before notifying Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu held faith in the operational capabilities of the Black Tiger Hall. Upon exiting the Qingyuan Club, he promptly called Wen Yihuan, hoping she would cooperate with the Black Tiger Hall's personnel. However, Wen Yihuan's phone was turned off again. Wen Yihuan was in a meeting with senior executives at the Mengdai Group, and incessant ringing would likely displease them. Nevertheless, Su Xian's phone was reachable. Jiang Yu alerted her of the potential danger they might face, informing her that he had sent individuals from the Black Tiger Hall to assist them. Su Xian was already aware of Jiang Yu and Wen Yihuan's relationship, but she refrained from disclosing it in advance, as she could see how much Mr. Wen valued the matter. It was best for the parties involved to clarify their identities. Upon returning home, Jiang Yu prepared some food for himself and then took out the marriage certificate given to him by Old Master Han for examination. The back of the certificate was engraved with a pattern resembling a mountain range, albeit incomplete. The map itself was hand-drawn and appeared rather simplistic. When Haning left, she took nothing with her, leaving a laptop on the coffee table in the living room. Jiang Yu opened the laptop and compared several maps. Just as Old Master Han had stated, he could find no matching or similar locations, leading Jiang Yu to question whether the old man had merely scribbled a random drawing to deceive him. The task of comparing maps is quite laborious, and before one knows it, night has fallen. Through the window, one can still observe the playground of Tianyan University, illuminated by the sodium vapor lamps, bustling with people, some strolling, others exercising, and some couples nestled together. Jiang Yu stood by the window, stretching lazily, pondering whether Han Ying might unexpectedly appear on the playground when, lo and behold, she did. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Han Ying, appearing dejected, walked into the living room, causing Jiang Yu to raise an eyebrow in surprise. Oh, what brings you here? Did you not vow never to return before our breakup? After all, they had just become engaged. What talk of breakups was this? At that moment, Han Qihuang entered from outside, casting a stern glance at Jiang Yu. The old man announced your engagement in front of so many people. You must not take it lightly. Sister Qihuang, what brings you here? Jiang Yu furrowed his brow. The simultaneous arrival of the aunt and niece surely boded ill. He had already been ensnared by these two on the old man's birthday. Call me aunt from now on, Han Qiong stated solemnly. You are both engaged now. You must address me as such, understood? Jiang Yu jested. Are you not afraid I might call you old? There must be some decorum, after all. This was Han Qiong's first visit to Han Ying's rented apartment, and after surveying the space, she pursed her lips. Is this where you reside, my dear niece? Is there a problem? Han Ying replied, her face drawn, ignoring Han Qiong, while Jiang Yu, curious, inquired further. Han Qiong remarked, how can anyone live in such a small space? Perhaps I should buy you a larger apartment nearby, as a gift for your engagement. Jiang Yu gasped, astonished. Truly, the words of the affluent were different. Although the housing prices in Tianjin City were not as high as in the provincial capital, they were still steep. 100 square meter unit in this neighborhood would likely cost around 1.5 million. Han Qiong spoke so casually, as if purchasing a home were akin to buying a toy for a child. I do not need that, aunt. Can you please allow me some solitude? Han Ying remained sullen, indifferent to the notion of such a gift. Jiang Yu's curiosity piqued. What is wrong with her? She looks as if she might burst into tears. Who has upset her? Han Qiong replied. Who else could it be but her father? Originally, Han Ying had intended to return home, but upon her arrival, Han Tianming incessantly criticized Jiang Yu, extolling the virtues of an alliance with the Zhao family instead. Unable to tolerate it any longer, Han Ying had retorted in frustration that if he mentioned Zhao Shua again, she would move in with Jiang Yu. Her father, unyielding, had countered, if you have the capability, then go ahead. I will not give you another penny. Let us see how long you can endure. Han Qiong, reveling in the unfolding drama, promptly dragged Han Ying out, declaring her support for Han Ying's decision and asserting that being engaged permitted them to live together, allowing them to develop their relationship further. She even added that should they find themselves short on funds, they could always turn to her. After all, she intended to oppose her elder brother. Han Ying had only spoken out of momentary defiance, never imagining that Han Qiong would take her words to heart. Moreover, her father severed her financial support, leaving her with no means to rent a new place, compelling her to return home. I've brought her back. She is currently sulking, so you, as her fiancé, ought to comfort her, Han Qiong advised. Jiang Yu, puzzled, asked, is it just about bringing her back? Han Qiong replied, it is also to familiarize her with her surroundings. For I still require your assistance in healing. Han Ying, unaware of Jiang Yu's medical expertise, expressed her astonishment. Aunt, you are seeking his help for treatment? Please don't be deceived by him. Han Qiong continued, there is something the family has not disclosed to you, since you two are already engaged. I believe it's necessary for you to be informed. What is it? In truth, you and Jiang Yu were betrothed over a decade ago. What? Han Ying was taken aback upon hearing this revelation, her eyes nearly bulging. Han Qiong explained, years ago, your grandfather fell gravely ill, and no hospital could save him. Fortunately, we encountered a miraculous physician who cured your grandfather's ailment, after which a marriage pact was established. Why has no one mentioned this to me before? What would be the point? The physician is elusive. We could only await his disciple to present the marriage agreement. That seems profoundly unfair, if he never appears. Must I wait a lifetime? Certainly not. The physician stipulated that if his disciple does not arrive before your 24th birthday, the engagement would be annulled. Is that so? Jiang Yu was equally astonished, as the old man had never revealed that the agreement could expire. However, upon reflection, he speculated that the old man might have deliberately concealed this information, fearing that Jiang Yu would delay fulfilling the pact upon learning of its potential nullification. Nevertheless, regardless of the engagement's validity, Jiang Yu dared not procrastinate. Each marriage contract held vital clues to his lineage. Han Ying regarded Jiang Yu with a sidelong glance. Are you truly the disciple of that miraculous physician? Absolutely. Is your medical skill truly that extraordinary? Why not allow me to examine your health, so you may experience it firsthand? Get lost. Chapter 78. The youth of society having publicly announced their engagement. Han Ying found the early marriage pact somewhat easier to accept. Yet, she felt a tinge of dissatisfaction, as the principal party had remained oblivious to the situation. After Han Qiong departed, Han Ying sat in solitude on the couch for a moment before suddenly rising and declaring, "Let us go. Accompany me for a drink." Feeling downcast, Jiang Yu readily agreed, hoping to drown her sorrows in merriment. Upon reaching the ground floor, Jiang Yu inquired, "Which bar shall we visit?" "I'll hail a cab." Han Ying sighed, "What bar? My father has cut me off. I can no longer afford the expenses." As she spoke, she headed toward a nearby barbecue stall close to the school. She was yet to find employment, lacking savings, and whenever she required funds, her father would readily transfer money. Thus, with Han Tianming abruptly terminating her financial support, she was left destitute, though thankfully, Han Qiong had provided her with 100,000 yuan. 100,000 is not a trivial sum. However, for Han Ying, it is sometimes merely the expenditure of a single day. Thus, she perceives it as an insignificant amount and feels compelled to be frugal. Near Tianjin University lies a bustling snack street, teeming with patrons each evening. By 9 o'clock, the barbecue stalls are already brimming with eager customers. She ordered an assortment of grilled delicacies and a case of beer, choosing not to toast with Jiang Yu, instead consuming it alone, quickly finishing a bottle. As the belle of Tianjin University, Han Ying's presence naturally attracted attention. Many male students had fantasized about being the one seated beside her, thus harboring envy and resentment towards Jiang Yu. Yet, they dared not provoke him, for he was a legendary figure at the school, famously known as 1 against 7. After finishing a bottle of beer without uttering a word, Han Ying's silence made Jiang Yu feel somewhat awkward, prompting him to initiate a conversation. By the way, why do I get the impression that your aunt has been consistently opposing your father? What could have caused such a rift between them? It is simply because my father is excessively authoritarian. A few years ago, when my aunt began seeing a man of no status or standing, my father intervened, shattering their romance. Since then, my aunt has held a grudge and has taken to opposing my father at every turn. If your father were to break us apart, would you end up like Han Qiong? He inquired playfully. Do not flatter yourself. Han Ying rolled her eyes, thinking, you are merely a tool for me. Meanwhile, Wei Yong, having caught wind of their gathering at the snack street, shamelessly arrived, eager to be the proverbial light bulb in their midst. Wang Ruoqi found Wei Yong to be quite off-putting, but Han Ying did not share her sentiments. In truth, Han Ying held no fondness for Wei Yong either. Considering him merely a transparent presence, his attendance made no difference, as she and Jiang Yu were not on a date. Wei Yong, however, wasted no time and ordered an abundance of meat skewers, chowing down while exclaiming, you two continue your conversation. Do not mind me. Yet, Han Ying winced at the thought of the expense, realizing that since he was not footing the bill, he felt free to indulge to his heart's content. How long has it been since you've had meat? Could you perhaps order something vegetarian? She chided. What? Wei Yong looked perplexed. It was well known in their class that Han Ying came from a wealthy family and was renowned for her generosity. Why then? Was she suddenly reluctant to share her grilled skewers? This was not typical behavior for her. In the past, she had not batted an eye at the expensive bottles of wine they had consumed at the bar. Wei Yong pondered this change, wondering if it was due to Wang Ruoqi's presence. With a mouthful of grilled meat, he found himself in quite the predicament, unable to swallow or spit it out. Feeling immensely awkward, Jiang Yu kindly interjected. Han Ying is not the same as she once was. She is no longer the lavish heiress she used to be. Has the Han family gone bankrupt? Wei Yong ventured. Han Ying shot him a glare. Your family is the one facing financial ruin. Can you not choose your words wisely? My apologies, sister-in-law. It is my fault for not articulating myself properly. Wei Yong hastily apologized, glancing at the plates of skewers before him, troubled and uncertain about what to do, as they could not be returned. Jiang Yu, with a calm demeanor, reassured him, do not worry, I will cover this meal. Though he may not possess the wealth of Han Ying, he can certainly afford a barbecue, and considering Wei Yong's unwavering dedication as an undercover operative, it is only fitting that he rewards him. His tactics have proven effective, as Wei Yong has been persistently shadowing Wang Ruoqi, making her reluctant to leave her dormitory, which has resulted in her causing little trouble in front of Han Ying during this period. Wei Yong's inclusion has sparked considerable envy among many. Sharing skewers with Han Ying is indeed a stroke of fortune, yet the reputation of Jiang Yu as a formidable opponent is not unfounded. Thus, few dare to approach casually. Nonetheless, exceptions exist. While students within the school fear the 1 against 7, outsiders remain unperturbed, largely oblivious to such renown. The vicinity of the school is frequented by numerous young men from the streets, who loiter around the snack street each evening, their intentions well known. Their targets are the attractive female students. Some merely seek to exchange WeChat contacts, while others, more brazen, fabricate excuses to take advantage. On this occasion, for such young men swaggered into the snack street, their eyes scanning for beautiful female students. Hey there, how about adding me on WeChat? Why not join me for a drink at a bar? Your hairstyle today is quite lovely. I'm a fan. They approached the attractive ones directly, often overstepping boundaries. Students were typically too intimidated to confront these young men, left with little choice but to endure or hastily retreat. Such is the norm, to harbor resentment yet remain silent. However, today, someone set a trap for these young men. A male student approached them, saying, "Brother gang, there's a stunning beauty over there. She's the campus flower." Intrigued, they inquired, "Does the campus flower frequent barbecue stalls?" "Where?" As they turned to look, upon catching sight of Han Ying, their eyes widened in astonishment. "Wow, she is truly beautiful. I must say, the campus flower of Tianyin University is indeed exceptional. Let us go, let us join her table." The four of them marched confidently towards Han Ying, their covetous gazes unmistakable. Nearby students stifled laughter and whispered amongst themselves. "Just look at their disgusting demeanor. Ever since they arrived, my appetite has vanished. Today, at long last, someone might put these tormentors in their place." The owner of the food stall gave a thumbs up to the student who had set the trap. "Well done." The appearance of these young men always brought headaches to the owners of the surrounding shops. The student murmured, "The one leading, Chao Gang, is excessively arrogant, relying on his years of martial arts training, truly believing no one can challenge them. Chao Gang's skills are indeed impressive. But can the classmate beside Haning hold their own? They must, for he is a legendary figure at our school, a 1 against 7. Chapter 79. A good fight. Jiang Yu may not be a student of Tianyin University, yet he is a legendary figure within its halls. Merely forcing young Master Zhao to kneel and apologize would surely circulate for at least a year or two. "My dear lady, would you mind if we shared a table?" Chao Gang inquired, disregarding whether Han Ying was agreeable or not, as he pulled over 4 chairs, unceremoniously pushing Wei Yong aside. Jiang Yu's expression darkened. He turned to Wei Yong and asked, "Are they your friends?" Wei Yong shook his head. "I do not know them." Jiang Yu then turned to Han Ying. "Are they your acquaintances?" Han Ying also shook her head. "I am unfamiliar with them." As the daughter of the Han family, she felt little trepidation towards these ruffians and calmly continued to enjoy her skewers. Even if those individuals were unaware of her status, she had Jiang Yu by her side. She harbored no worries. Jiang Yu, maintaining a stern demeanor, addressed the group, "Gentlemen, we do not have the custom of sharing tables. Kindly move elsewhere." His tone remained courteous. Yet Chao Gang and his companions were oblivious, their eyes fixated solely on Han Ying. "Miss, your hairstyle is quite lovely. Where did you have it done?" One of them remarked, reaching out to touch Han Ying's hair. Slap. Jiang Yu slammed his palm on the table, exclaiming, "Are you deaf?" Chao Gang, casually consuming a skewer, retorted, "If you wish to avoid a beating, it would be best to keep quiet." The individual who had attempted to touch Han Ying's hair persisted, and she did not flinch. Instead, she looked at Jiang Yu and calmly stated, "As my fiancé, is this how you intend to observe? Oh, young man, you are quite fortunate." Chao Gang continued to jest at Jiang Yu. "With such a beautiful lady, you must be quite lucky." "Lucky my foot." Before Jiang Yu could react, Wei Yong hurled a bottle at Chao Gang's head, erupting in a furious tirade. "How dare you be so disrespectful towards my sister-in-law? Who the hell do you think you are?" Wei Yong, typically a timid individual, a fact Jiang Yu was well aware of, was surprisingly brave in this moment to defend himself and his fiancée, which moved Jiang Yu greatly. Of course, Wei Yong's courage stemmed from his unwavering trust in Jiang Yu. He was confident that Jiang Yu would not abandon him in a real fight. Damn it! The 3 young men sprang to their feet, brandishing their chairs as weapons aimed at Wei Yong. "Do you have the audacity to strike our brother gang?" Just as they raised their makeshift weapons, a series of swift sounds pierced the air, and 3 chopsticks flew forth. "Ah!" The trio shrieked in unison, their chairs clattering to the ground as they trembled, wincing in pain. At that moment, Chao Gang let out a cold chuckle and leisurely rose to his feet. He touched his head. Wei Yong's bottle had not left a mark. With a gaze as venomous as a serpent, he fixed his eyes on Wei Yong. "Young man, do you understand the price you shall pay for this?" Chao Gang's glare was menacing, causing a jolt of fear to surge through Wei Yong. Yet upon glancing at Jiang Yu, he regained his confidence. "Do you think I fear you? Very well." As Chao Gang's voice faded, he took a large stride forward, employing a grappling technique to seize Wei Yong's shoulder. "Ah!" Wei Yong let out a piercing cry, feeling as though his bones were about to shatter. "Do you feel pain now?" Chao Gang coldly remarked, "It's good that you do, for I have just learned a technique called breaking tendons and dislocating bones, and you shall serve as my practice dummy." At the mere mention of this technique, Wei Yong's face turned ashen. Suddenly, a distinct sound of dislocated bones echoed, and cold sweat broke out on Chao Gang's forehead. He staggered back 2 steps, his left arm hanging limply. It had dislocated. "The breaking tendons and dislocating bones technique seems quite formidable. I would indeed like to experience it." Jiang Yu spoke with an air of ominous intent. In a flash, Wei Yong darted behind Jiang Yu for cover. Han Ying remained seated, calmly sipping her drink and skewering meat, nonchalantly stating, "Since Jiang Yu is treating, let us sit down, eat, and watch." With a single move, Jiang Yu had dislocated Qiao Gang's shoulder, which frightened the other three youths, causing them to cower behind Qiao Gang. Qiao Gang fixed his venomous gaze upon Jiang Yu, gritting his teeth. "So you are also a practitioner. No wonder you are so arrogant." He managed to gather himself, gripping his left arm and twisting fiercely to reposition the bone. After moving his arms and letting out a chilling laugh, he declared, "It's rare to encounter a worthy opponent. I hope you won't kneel and beg for mercy too soon." With that, Qiao Gang swung his palm towards Jiang Yu, generating a slight gust of wind. The other three youths shouted from behind, "Brother Gang, take him down." Everyone except Han Ying dispersed, fearing the potential collateral damage. The students gathered around, silently cheering for Jiang Yu, yet too timid to voice their support. Bang! Jiang Yu stood firm like a mountain, awaiting Qiao Gang's advance before casually unleashing a punch. However, Qiao Gang's palm struck as if against steel, stumbling back approximately 3 meters before regaining his footing. He adjusted his breath and launched another assault, this time with increased speed, his fists flying in a dazzling flurry. In the blink of an eye, Qiao Gang unleashed 36 punches, each infused with his utmost strength. Yet, Jiang Yu remained rooted, effortlessly blocking with one hand, neutralizing Qiao Gang's barrage with ease. Eventually, he spotted a flaw in Qiao Gang's defense, delivering a powerful blow to his chest. Humph! Qiao Gang emitted a muffled grunt, staggering backward. Had it not been for the support of the other three youths, he would have likely tumbled to the ground. Even with their assistance, Qiao Gang was pushed back 10 or more meters, struggling to catch his breath, his face flushed. Jiang Yu smirked disdainfully. Is that all? The surrounding students felt uplifted, secretly applauding and cheering. Enraged, Qiao Gang shouted furiously, "I'm about to get serious." He assumed a hoarse stance, taking a deep breath, channeling his energy deep within. In the next moment, Qiao Gang approached with a distinctive gait, continuously shifting his techniques, the sound of his garments rustling with each alteration. At your age to possess such skill is commendable, yet it is regrettable that it is not employed in a righteous manner, Jiang Yu remarked with an air of condescension, before launching himself forward like an arrow released from its bowstring. Jiang Yu's movements were so swift that they were almost imperceptible, leaving Qiao Gang in a state of bewilderment. In an instant, all the techniques he had learned seemed to elude him, and he found himself at a loss for defense. In the realm of martial arts, speed is the unbreakable force. Jiang Yu struck first, and with a resounding crack, Qiao Gang was sent sprawling like a rag doll, one of his arms grotesquely twisted, akin to a brittle branch breaking. Thud! He landed heavily on the ground, prompting the onlooking students to erupt in cheers of approval. Well done. Chapter 80. A grandiose display. The three young men from society were left dumbfounded. Having followed Qiao Gang for an indeterminate number of brawls, they had never witnessed him being bested in a one-on-one encounter, especially not in such a manner. With one arm broken by Jiang Yu, Qiao Gang, enduring excruciating pain, struggled to rise, gritting his teeth as he declared, "Today I concede. We are leaving." Yet Jiang Yu would not allow him to depart. "Did I permit you to leave? Young man, do not overreach." Qiao Gang turned back, his eyes blazing with fury. Jiang Yu replied nonchalantly, "Indeed, I intend to overreach. Breaking one of your arms does not suffice for my satisfaction." He advanced slowly, causing Qiao Gang's heart to race as he instinctively retreated. "If you dare lay a finger on me again, I assure you that you shall spend the rest of your days confined to a wheelchair." Qiao Gang continued to threaten, while his companions echoed his bravado. Brother Gang is the nephew of Qiao Bin, a master of martial arts in Tianan City. If you dare act recklessly, Master Qiao will not spare you. At this juncture, Wei Yong scoffed, as if anyone here is not a master. Listen well. Standing before you is a martial arts master acknowledged even by the esteemed Wei Guanzhu of the Tianxing Martial Arts Academy, Master Jiang Yu. A mere youth daring to impersonate a master, how laughable. Qiao Gang spat disdainfully before turning to flee. The onlookers let out a chorus of jeers as Jiang Yu picked up a chopstick from the table and with a flick of his wrist, hurled it forth. Whoosh! The chopstick flew like a bullet, and before Qiao Gang had taken more than a few steps, a scream escaped his lips as the chopstick pierced through his right palm, blood gushing forth. Daunted, Qiao Gang did not dare linger, fleeing desperately while hurling a curse over his shoulder. "Damn it, you better wait for me." Jiang Yu, unfazed, resumed his seat to continue enjoying the barbecue. The crowd that had previously dispersed returned to their seats, eagerly recounting the spectacle of Jiang Yu's decisive victory over Qihuang. At that moment, the kind-hearted barbecue vendor approached to advise, "Student, you should leave quickly. I shall not charge you for this meal." Jiang Yu replied with a smile. "Such a generous offer. However, my conscience will not allow me to dine without recompense." The proprietor remarked, "I do this for your own good. I have heard of the esteemed Qiao Bin, known as the greatest master of Tianyan City. Should he arrive, you would find it impossible to leave." The title of the greatest master? Wei Yong felt an immediate chill in his heart. While he had faith in Jiang Yu's abilities, he did not believe Jiang Yu could contend with the foremost master. Han Ying, after a prolonged silence, suddenly rose and wiped her mouth, declaring, "I am full. You settle the bill." With that, she departed. The boss handled the checkout while packaging the remaining items. Jiang Yu paid the bill, handed the packed items to Wei Yong, and then hurried after Han Ying. A warm current flowed through him. "Were you worried about me?" he asked with a grin. Han Ying retorted, "How can you be so self-absorbed? I was not worried about you at all." Yet, despite her words, she understood the truth. If it weren't for her concern about Jiang Yu facing retaliation from Master Qiao, she would not have abruptly left. "You know nothing. I simply had my fill and wished to return home for some rest. In truth, you need not worry. The greatest master of Tianyan City may not necessarily be my adversary." "Huh? Do you truly believe yourself invincible? Just because you bested Qihuang? You think you are above all? Do you assume the title of the greatest master in Tianyan City is merely a facade? I truly wonder where your confidence originates. If Qihuang truly sought vengeance, there would be no escaping it. Now you are afraid?" Han Ying shot him a sidelong glance. "Regardless, you are now the prospective son-in-law of the Han family. I shall speak with my father and find a way to help you reconcile." "Oh please. Your father holds me in such disdain, he would likely relish my demise. If I were to perish, he could justify marrying you off to Zhao Shua." Han Ying abruptly halted, turning to Jiang Yu with determination. "Rest assured, I shall do everything in my power to ensure you do not die." Jiang Yu chuckled. "See? I knew you were concerned about me. I can't be bothered to engage with you," she retorted, tossing her sleeve aside as she left. Upon returning home, her first act was to call Han Xiong for assistance. She was still upset with her father and would only seek his help as a last resort. She conversed with Han Xiong for about half an hour in her chamber. The following morning, Han Xiong knocked on the door bright and early. Jiang Yu and Han Ying were still bleary-eyed. Last night marked their first night under the same roof, and Han Ying had been quite anxious, fearing Jiang Yu's character until she finally succumbed to sleep in the early hours. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu had been researching online for a considerable time, resulting in a late bedtime. Upon hearing the doorbell, they both rose. Jiang Yu went to answer the door, while Han Ying, clad in her pajamas, sat on the sofa yawning. Upon seeing Han Xiong, Jiang Yu expressed his displeasure. "Sister Qiong, why disturb my dreams at such an early hour? You should refer to me as aunt." Han Xiong retorted fiercely. "Do you think I am keen to be here so early? I am here because of you." "Because of me?" Jiang Yu was perplexed, unaware of Han Ying's request for her aunt's assistance the previous night. Han Xiong then stated, "I heard you injured Qiao Bin's nephew yesterday. You are indeed quite capable, daring to provoke anyone. Did Han Ying tell you? Then you must understand why I struck him, right? If I were unaware, I would not have come to assist you. After all, this concerns my niece. We are justified in this matter and should find reconciliation easily. Go freshen up, and I will take you to buy some items and pay a visit to Master Qiao. I shall accompany you." Han Ying suddenly perked up, rushing into the washroom first, eager to witness the prowess of the foremost master in Tianyan City. Jiang Yu had initially no desire to go, but Han Xiong's incessant chatter was simply unbearable. He yielded to her wishes in hopes of gaining some peace. Han Xiong also demonstrated ample sincerity for reconciliation, spending over 100,000 on gifts for their visit. Master Qiao resided on Lutong Mountain, outside the city, having constructed a small courtyard at the mountain's base, a favored retreat for martial artists seeking tranquility. Han Xiong led Jiang Yu and Han Ying to the entrance, and after knocking, a young man answered the door. He was Master Qiao's disciple. "I'm sorry, but my master is not receiving guests today," he stated, turning them away without inquiring their identities. Han Xiong politely replied, "Please inform him that Han Xiong from the Han Group is here to visit." Upon hearing the name of the Han Group, the disciple promptly showed them respect and disappeared inside to relay the message. Shortly, he returned, shaking his head. "I'm sorry, my master says you must leave." Han Xiong smiled graciously. "Then please help me deliver these gifts to Master Qiao. We shall visit another day. The disciple took the items within, and Han muttered in dissatisfaction, "What an arrogant person." In the small courtyard's main room, Qihuang knelt respectfully before the altar, his left arm in a cast and his right hand wrapped in bandages. Before him stood an elder nearing 60, sporting a goatee, clad in a gray training outfit, with his hands clasped behind his back. "Always seeking trouble, have you finally realized there are greater forces beyond you? With your meager skills, you have brought shame upon yourself." This seemingly unremarkable elder was none other than Qiao Bin, the most skilled master in Tianyan City, and both uncle and mentor to Qihuang. Qihuang refused to admit his fault, insisting, "Uncle, I have been beaten to this state. You must avenge me." "Avenge you? Do you even have the audacity to mention revenge? Do you know who you provoked yesterday? Isn't it just a student from Tianyan University named Jiang Yu?" Qihuang muttered under his breath, his eyes igniting with fury at the mere mention of Jiang Yu. With a sharp motion, Qiao Bin pulled out his phone, revealing a photograph and tossing it in front of Qihuang, commanding, "Look for yourself." The image depicted Han. Qihuang, puzzled, asked, "Uncle, do you know that female student?" "Umph." Qiao Bin scoffed coldly. "Do you know who she is?" "She is the young lady of the Han group. And you had the audacity to flirt with her." Qihuang chuckled. "So she is the daughter of the Han group. No wonder she is so beautiful." Qiao Bin struck Qihuang across the face with a resounding slap, exclaiming, "What nonsensical thoughts occupy your mind? Just moments ago, others came seeking you." Unfazed, Qihuang retorted, "So what? Do you think they dare to lay a finger on you, uncle? They cannot harm me. But do you believe that brute force can resolve everything?" Qiao Bin replied, "At least it can address most issues." Qihuang murmured, "Uncle, even if she is the daughter of the Han family, wouldn't Han Tianming still show you some respect? I may not care about being beaten like this, but the real concern lies with your reputation." "You think I have a reputation left, given my reckless behavior?" Qiao Bin shot back. "So what should we do? Should we endure this humiliation and live like cowards?" Turning away, Qiao Bin clasped his hands behind his back, muttering, "Revenge is essential, but the time has yet to come." Eagerly, Qihuang leaned in and inquired, "Uncle, when will the time arrive?" With a darkened expression, Qiao Bin snapped, "Did I permit you to rise?" Qihuang obediently knelt once more. With narrowed eyes, Qiao Bin gazed at the distant mountains, his eyes gleaming with a frostiness. On the return journey, Han incessantly criticized Qiao Bin's arrogance, while Jiang Yu remained indifferent, resting in the back seat with his eyes closed. Han, visibly displeased, remarked, "We were turned away, and you still have the leisure to sleep?" Jiang Yu slightly opened his eyes and shrugged. "What else should I do? Should I kneel at the door begging for an audience? Have you watched too much television? What kind of attitude is that?" "We are assisting you," she exclaimed. "Did I request your help? I had already stated that Master Qiao may not even be my match. Why should we debase ourselves to seek reconciliation?" Han Qiong interjected, "In business, it is better to resolve conflicts than to create them. Having more friends is preferable to accumulating enemies. Moreover, Master Qiao holds considerable influence in Tianyan City. Yet Master Qiao clearly dismissed us, attempting to intimidate us," Jiang Yu countered. "No matter, I shall return tomorrow." Han Qiong seemed genuinely invested in the matter, as if she truly regarded him as a prospective member of the Han family. She drove Han back to school, simultaneously ushering Jiang Yu out of the car under the pretense of encouraging him to attend classes and broaden his knowledge, though her true intention was to foster a budding romance between him and Han. She even wielded the marriage contract as leverage, threatening Jiang Yu that if he did not comply with her wishes, he could forget about obtaining the Han family's marriage certificate. Unbeknownst to her, Jiang Yu had already secured the document. However, he dared not reveal this to her. Doing so would inevitably expose the patriarch's affairs. He had promised the elder to find an appropriate moment to present the letter to the Han family and was determined to honor that commitment. Accompanying Han to the teaching building, their presence drew considerable attention. Han, the campus belle of Tianyan University, was always a sight to behold. Jiang Yu, a legendary figure at the university, had further solidified his reputation after decisively dealing with Qihuang the previous night. As they arrived at the teaching building, they encountered Wang Ruoqi. Wang Ruoqi appeared remarkably haggard these past few days, lacking in vitality, yet upon catching sight of Jiang Yu, she suddenly transformed as if invigorated by an unseen force. She promptly approached and linked arms with Han, pulling her away from Jiang Yu. "You truly have no shame. You are merely a tool, and yet you persistently cling to my dear Han. Is it amusing to you?" "Indeed, it is quite entertaining. I suspect Wei Yong shares my sentiments." The mere mention of Wei Yong caused Wang Ruoqi to bristle like an agitated rooster, instantly becoming vigilant and scanning her surroundings. Hello, Ruoqi, good morning. Wei Yong emerged like a specter, extending his hand in greeting to Wang Ruoqi, his face alight with a grin. Overwhelmed, Wang Ruoqi released Han Ying and dashed into the academic building. Jiang Yu gave Wei Yong a thumbs up, exclaiming, as the old adage goes, every creature has its match. Han Ying, feeling exasperated, urged, Wei Yong, could you exercise some restraint? At this rate, I fear Ruoqi may truly lose her mind. Pursuing a girl is not done in such a manner. Shaking her head, she entered the building, while Jiang Yu patted Wei Yong on the shoulder, saying, pay no heed to her nonsense. Keep at it, and see, you've already made significant progress. Wang Ruoqi is no longer scolding you. Wei Yong chuckled, I shall certainly persevere. Jiang Yu accompanied Han Ying only to the entrance of the building, as he was preoccupied with other pressing matters. He had initially intended to visit Jian Company to meet Wen Qiyun, but received a call from Jin Hu, informing him that Wen Qihuang was on her way back and would likely arrive at the company around 11 o'clock. Thus, Jiang Yu proceeded directly to Yuyan Company to await her arrival, keeping his phone line open. Although the boss was absent, the employees continued their duties diligently. Having been busy promoting the new products of Mengdai Group since early morning, he made his way to Wen Qihuang's office and reclined on the sofa, while the head of the Human Resources Department kindly poured him a cup of tea. It was evident to the staff that Jiang Yu shared a close relationship with Wen Qihuang, as many sought to ingratiate themselves with him. You've arrived quite early, Jiang Yu. Please enjoy a cup of tea. President Wen is returning today, but she probably won't be here until noon. The HR head placed the tea on the coffee table. Continuing, our President Wen is truly remarkable. She outmaneuvered He Qingyuan to secure the contract with Mengdai Group. Our company is bound to soar, just like her name suggests. That connection seems rather forced, does it not? How does her name imply soaring? Are you not aware? Our President Wen's real name is not Wen Qihuang. It is Wen Fuyo, which means soaring high to 9,000 miles. Chapter 82. The plan. Jiang Yu was momentarily stunned for about 10 seconds. Wen Fuyo? Are you jesting? He could scarcely believe his ears. His reaction was so intense that it left the HR head feeling somewhat insecure. And no, it is indeed Wen Fuyo. It's written right here. He pointed to Wen Fuyo's desk, where the nameplate prominently declared, Chairman Wen Fuyo. Jiang Yu dashed forward, scrutinizing the nameplate for an extended period, incredulously exclaiming, could it be that the esteemed Wen is indeed Wen Fuyo? Astonishingly, the fiancée he had sought for so long was right beneath his nose, and they had cohabited under the same roof for such an extended duration. Why had she not disclosed this to him? Why the concealment? Recalling their initial encounter, Jiang Yu remembered that he had come to Tianyun City to negotiate the dissolution of the engagement with Han Ying and Wen Fuyo. Was she unaware of the situation? Or was it merely a case of sharing the same name? The name Wen Fuyo left Jiang Yu astounded. Yet he dared not confirm if this Wen Fuyo was indeed his betrothed. Everything would have to await her return for clarification. However, his heart was in turmoil. He had always regarded Wen Qihuang as a remarkable individual, gentle, kind-hearted, and understanding. Whoever won her heart would be truly fortunate. Yet, due to his numerous engagements, he hesitated to draw too close to her. The Wen Fuyo bound by a contract to her was a stranger to him, and he felt no pressure regarding the annulment. But now the situation had changed. Wen Qihuang was Wen Fuyo. The woman he admired and his fiancée were one and the same, leaving him conflicted. How should he approach her about whether to proceed with the annulment? During the hours of anxious waiting, Jiang Yu was engulfed in confusion. At 10:30, Jin Hu called to inform him that Wen Fuyo had safely arrived in Tianyun City, and suddenly, Jiang Yu felt a wave of trepidation, hesitant to confront her. He paced back and forth in his office, continually examining the nameplate. At 10:45, when Wen Fuyo arrived at the company and learned that Jiang Yu was in his office, she rushed over without concern for her appearance. Upon reaching the office door, she abruptly halted, their eyes locking in silence. Su Xian stood at the doorway, her gaze peculiar, harboring an indescribable feeling within. Wen Qihuang took a deep breath before slowly entering, softly inquiring, "You are aware of everything?" The moment she posed the question, Jiang Yu felt he had found his answer. Yes, this woman before him was indeed his fiancée, Wen Fuyo. Jiang Yu managed a wry smile, saying, with such a conspicuous nameplate here, it would be difficult not to know. Wen Fuyo. Oh, Wen Fuyo, you have concealed this from me with great difficulty. Wen Fuyo appeared genuinely remorseful. I apologize. I too had my reasons. When I first met you, I was unaware of your character, and thus, even with the engagement in place, I wish to observe you for a while longer. Jiang Yu responded, does your current approach signify that your observations have concluded? Indeed, she replied. You are someone worthy of lifelong commitment. However, I am aware of your engagement to Han Ying, yet I am also your fiancée. My father mentioned that both Han Ying and I stand at the same starting line. Regarding your father, Jiang Yu was uncertain how to broach the subject of their engagement with Wen Fuyao, so he opted to shift the conversation. He must have known my identity from the beginning, correct? He realized it the moment he first met you. Is he truly the owner of Ji & Company? Yes. You two are truly beyond words. Jiang Yu shook his head, expressing his frustration. I have visited Ji & Company several times, and during that time, I even had a few chance encounters with your father. This is the first time I, Jiang Yu, have been so thoroughly manipulated. Upon hearing this, Wen Fuyao's heart sank, and she hurriedly explained, do not blame my father. It was I who asked him to keep this from you. In truth, he found it quite burdensome, urging me multiple times to come clean with you. She moved closer to Jiang Yu, their distance less than a meter apart, gazing at him with deep affection. Now that you know who I am, what are your intentions regarding our engagement? Jiang Yu had initially intended to annul their engagement, yet at that moment, the words eluded him. That night, after moving out from Wen Fuyao's home, he had witnessed her sorrow and could not bear to inflict further pain upon her. Wen Fuyao anxiously awaited Jiang Yu's response, her heart racing like a startled deer. Let us discuss this later. I have an important matter to consult with you. Jiang Yu diverted the conversation once more. However, Wen Fuyao smiled brightly, exhaling in relief. As long as Jiang Yu did not mention the annulment, it indicated that there was still room for reconciliation. She eagerly sat down and inquired, what is it? It concerns Qihuang Yuan, Jiang Yu replied earnestly. Recently, I visited Lingzhou City to treat the vice president of Shangya Group, and she provided me with a strategy to deal with Qihuang Yuan. Shangya Group? Wen Fuyao was taken aback. Qihuang Yuan is the general agent for Shangya Group in Tianjin City. How could their vice president assist you in confronting him? She worried that Jiang Yu might be deceived. Do not worry, Lin Shi still requires my ongoing treatment. She would not mislead me. Please listen to my plan. Jiang Yu's strategy was to disguise himself as a wealthy businessman and spread the word that he intended to sign a 20 million deal with Yi & Company. Once Qihuang Yuan caught wind of this, his desire to undermine Yi & Company would compel him to intervene or even sabotage the deal. As soon as he attempted to meddle, the plan would have succeeded halfway. When Fuyao remarked, the plan seems feasible, but will Qihuang Yuan fall for it? Jiang Yu replied, first, Qihuang Yuan is extremely avaricious. A 20 million contract would yield him at least 2 to 3 million in profit. Second, he harbors a deep-seated hatred for you. He would undoubtedly obstruct any matter that benefits you. These two factors combined leave me confident that he will be deceived. Yet, Wen Fuyao remained skeptical. Even if he were deceived, when it comes to signing the contract, Qihuang Yuan would certainly demand a 20% deposit up front. We are currently focused on promoting Mengdai Group's products, and I do not possess such liquidity at the moment. This I had not considered. Jiang Yu frowned slightly. He was financially strapped and unable to provide such funds as bait. At that moment, Su Xian entered the room and casually remarked, aren't you the prospective son-in-law of the Han family? Borrowing 4 million shouldn't be difficult for you, right? Her tone was peculiar, leaving one uncertain if she was genuinely offering advice or teasing Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu responded, that is out of the question. Setting aside whether they would lend me the money, how would I explain the purpose of borrowing such a large sum? To assist another woman? This matter is evidently futile, especially considering that her prospective son-in-law is merely a tool. After pondering for a moment, Wen Fuyao suddenly inquired, Su Xian, how much does the Tianjin Chamber of Commerce still owe us? 3,200,000, came the reply. Chapter 83, Debt Collection. The Tianjin Chamber of Commerce was established by Du Lang, a figure of questionable repute known in the underworld as Brother Wolf. The early history of the chamber's rise mirrors that of the Black Tiger Hall, yet Du Lang possesses a sharper business acumen than Jin Hu, adept at risk avoidance. Years ago, he transformed the hall into a chamber, and many local business owners in Tianjin City are now members. Numerous individuals are affiliated with the chamber, and the cosmetics their wives or girlfriends use are often purchased from stores under the Yi & Company. However, they typically do not pay for these goods, instead accruing them on the chamber's tab. Over 2 or 3 years, this debt has swelled to over 3 million. When Fuyao had previously attempted to collect the debt from the chamber, but had been met with disappointment each time. Du Lang never outright refused payment. merely deferring it with empty promises. Yet, as the days turned into weeks, it became apparent to all that Du Lang intended to default. When Fuyao dared not offend the Black Tiger Hall nor the Tingyun Chamber of Commerce, given that her business had been thriving without any cash flow issues in recent years, she had refrained from pressing for the debt. Su Xian believed it would be challenging to retrieve the funds. 1. Perhaps we should consider alternative strategies. The Tingyun Chamber is not to be trifled with. Sighing, when Qihuang expressed her reluctance to engage with such individuals. Suddenly, Jiang Yu interjected. It is only right to repay debts. This matter is settled. We shall reclaim the money owed by the Tingyun Chamber, and the remaining 800,000 will be trivial. Su Xian scoffed. How do you propose to do that? Who will go? You? Jiang Yu confidently replied, Of course, I shall go. While I am collecting the debt, you must ensure that He Qingyuan hears about it. When Fuyao said, I know what to do, but are you truly ready to confront the Tingyun Chamber alone? Jiang Yu was capable, yet when Fuyao understood that 2 fists could hardly contend with 4 hands, Su Xian suggested, Why don't I accompany him? Jiang Yu retorted, What purpose would you serve? To be a cheerleader? Su Xian coldly replied, In case you are harmed, I can help summon an ambulance. Jiang Yu was taken aback by her sudden harshness. Had he offended her during their brief separation? Upon glancing at the nameplate, he experienced a moment of clarity. Could it be that she was aware of his engagement to Wen Fuyao and was incensed with jealousy? This woman, indeed, had an unusual disposition. Give me the ledger. I will handle it alone. You may wait here for my good news. Jiang Yu declared with unwavering confidence. If I cannot even collect a debt, then all my years of training would be in vain. When Fuyao then retrieved the ledger from her drawer, cautioning, Be careful. If you are unable to collect, we shall devise another plan. Your safety is paramount. The identity has been established, and when Fuyao's concern for Jiang Yu is now completely unmasked. I have matters to attend to. Su Xian huffed lightly, turning on her heel to leave. Jiang Yu, carrying the ledger, stepped outside, only to be met with Su Xian's hostile gaze, causing him to shudder. A jealous woman is truly formidable. After having lunch, Jiang Yu took a taxi to the end of Mingyang Street at 3 in the afternoon, where a 6-story building stood, a sign for the Tingyun Chamber of Commerce. With its black background and golden characters, adorned the front of the first floor, swirling like a dragon and phoenix. A few idle individuals were smoking and chatting at the entrance. As Jiang Yu approached, they quickly gathered around him, their expressions unfriendly. Who are you looking for? Jiang Yu replied politely. I am from the Yuyan Company. My name is Jiang Yu. Here to settle accounts with boss Du Jiang Yu? Here to collect a debt? The idle men burst into laughter. Do you know where this is? How dare you come here to collect? Are you tired of living? It is only natural to repay debts, Jiang Yu responded calmly. One of them said, Get lost. Our debt is to Wen Yihuan, the owner of Yuyan Company, not you. If you want payment, have her come personally. President Wen has entrusted this matter to me for full handling, Jiang Yu stated nonchalantly. Hey, you're being presumptuous. Brothers, teach him a lesson. One of them immediately raised his leg and kicked towards Jiang Yu's abdomen. Bang! Jiang Yu swiftly struck down with his palm, causing the man to land painfully on the ground, his face turning pale from the impact. You think you can act like a lord without paying your debts? Bring out your boss. What makes you think you can see our wolf brother? Who do you think you are? The others closed in, preparing to impart a profound lesson to Jiang Yu. Slap. Jiang Yu raised his hand and sent one man flying 2 or 3 meters away. Bang. Before the man could scream, Jiang Yu leaped into a sweeping kick, sending the remaining assailants crashing to the ground. Whoosh. He quickly advanced and darted into the Chamber of Commerce. Since they wouldn't bring out Du Lang, Jiang Yu would seek him out personally. Bursting inside, Jiang Yu shouted, Who is Du Lang? Come out. This roar was undoubtedly akin to poking a sleeping tiger. Upon hearing it, everyone in the chamber seized their weapons and rushed to the first floor. In less than 3 minutes, Jiang Yu found himself surrounded by over 40 individuals. They struck their weapons against the ground, creating a cacophony of noise, their eyes filled with disdain, as if looking at a fool. In these times, there are still those who dare to cause trouble here. You dare to come here and stir up trouble? Are you looking for death? Yet another fool who doesn't know his place. You think you can utter our wolf brother's name? Do you believe I won't tear your mouth apart? Faced with their threats, Jiang Yu exhibited no fear, standing firm as a mountain. As the rhythmic sound of footsteps echoed through the stairwell, a middle-aged man with a balding head descended from above. A prominent scar, 2 inches in length, adorned his face, lending him an intimidating presence. Wolf brother. A chorus of over 40 voices resounded, exuding a powerful aura. The balding man was Du Lang, the head of the Merchant Association. Upon reaching Jiang Yu, a chair was swiftly brought for him. He settled down, and another individual offered him a cigar, which he lit with care. Taking a deep drag, he leisurely exhaled a ring of smoke before speaking. I hear you've come to collect a debt from me? Jiang Yu produced the ledger given to him by Wen Fu Yao and remarked, this document details the debts owed by the Tengyun Merchant Association to the Yuyan Company. Shall I read them aloud for your convenience? You possess quite the audacity, young man. However, if you wish to reclaim your funds from me, you might first need to consult with my brothers regarding their approval. Are you attempting to leverage your numbers to evade your debts, Mr. Du? Jiang Yu replied with a cold smirk. Is the sheer number of your associates truly impressive? If fear of the crowd deterred him, he would not have come to demand repayment. Du Lang pointed a finger at Jiang Yu and admonished, youngster, your words ought to be weighed with consideration. I will graciously overlook your youthful ignorance here. But should you dare to proclaim that I am defaulting on my debts and tarnishing my reputation outside, I shall show no mercy. With that, he rose and turned, declaring, show him out. Chapter 84. I give you the chance to call for reinforcements, show me out? Jiang Yu's expression darkened. Mr. Du, your actions leave me with much to explain upon my return. A voice from the crowd taunted, kid, don't provoke the situation. If you don't leave now, you might find yourself being carried out later. Is Mr. Du threatening me? At this, Du Lang pivoted, a glint of menace flashing in his eyes. You have 10 seconds. He raised his hand and glanced at his watch, counting down, 10, 9, 8, 7. As Du Lang recited the numbers, an unusual silence enveloped the Merchant Association. Jiang Yu chose not to interrupt, patiently awaiting the end of his countdown. 3, 2, 1. Upon finishing, he uttered no further words, simply beckoning with a finger. Suddenly, two men brandishing baseball bats swung at Jiang Yu. He had already extended his opportunity. Jiang Yu, however, did not appreciate it. Realizing that Du Lang was not a man of reason, Jiang Yu refrained from further dialogue. With a surge of power, he dodged the baseball bats and retaliated with a powerful strike. Bang! The youth wielding the bat was sent flying, crashing into the crowd and knocking down several others, while he himself fell unconscious. Jiang Yu struck astonished Du Lang. Well-versed in experience and having encountered several martial arts masters in Tianyan City, Du Lang had practiced in his spare time. Instantly recognizing Jiang Yu as a trained fighter, he steadied himself and remarked, no wonder you exude such confidence. You've evidently trained in some martial arts. Young man, how many do you believe you can take on? I cannot say for certain how many I can defeat. But as for you rabble, I shall handle as many as you send my way. This proclamation ignited the ire of the crowd. Damn, I have never encountered someone so audacious. Gather around. Have you not yet awakened from your slumber? The words rang out harshly, igniting a simmering anger among the crowd. In an instant, a dozen individuals surrounded him. The space on the first floor was limited, and with over 40 people surging forward, the risk of injuring their own was palpable. These dozen were seasoned fighters, adept in the art of brawling despite lacking formal training. Their fury was palpable, intent on teaching Jiang Yu a severe lesson. However, Jiang Yu suddenly sprang into action, moving like a swift fish amidst the throng. His speed was remarkable, and his strikes even swifter. In mere moments, 5 opponents lay sprawled on the ground, clutching their stomachs and writhing in agony, beads of cold sweat forming on their foreheads. Many involuntarily swallowed hard, a sense of dread creeping in. I shall end you. One individual brandished an iron rod and charged towards Jiang Yu. Aiming a heavy blow to his head, Jiang Yu's anger flared. A direct assault to his head was an attempt on his life. He offered no courtesy, swiftly sidestepping and delivering a powerful strike, sending his assailant crashing to the ground. With a sudden stomp, a heart-wrenching scream echoed through the air, resounding relentlessly. The man with the iron rod had his right arm pinned beneath Jiang Yu's foot, visibly crushed, resulting in a catastrophic fracture. Those watching winced in sympathy at the sight. As Jiang Yu unleashed his fury, the remaining assailants grew even more fearful. Even Du Lang began to worry, retreating a step and commanding, all at once. The remaining 30 or so, in unison, let out a furious roar and surged forward. They formed a tightening circle, gradually closing in, ensuring that no matter how swift Jiang Yu was, he would eventually be overwhelmed. When Jiang Yu's space to maneuver shrank to less than a meter, he suddenly leaped into the air, executing several flips before landing beside Du Lang. The space around Du Lang was devoid of any allies, and upon landing, Jiang Yu delivered a resounding slap. Where's my money? He thundered, his voice booming like a bell. Du Lang's face instantly bore 5 vivid red marks, his mind reeling from the unexpected humiliation. To have been struck in such a manner was a profound disgrace. In his years of involvement in the underworld, he had sustained many injuries, but never had anyone dared to slap him. "How dare you strike our wolf brother?" The younger subordinates snapped back to reality, enraged, and turned to encircle Jiang Yu once more. At that moment, Jiang Yu seized a teacup and, with a resounding crash, smashed it over Du Lang's head. "If you wish to spare your leader from further injury, then," before he could finish, the younger subordinates closed in, wielding their clubs. Jiang Yu had intended to capture the leader first, yet it seemed these subordinates were not easily intimidated. With no other choice, he began to deal with the rabble. His fists and palms moved like the wind, each strike infused with a powerful energy, and with every move, another adversary fell. Amidst the chaos, Du Lang managed to escape. Swept away by the tumult, he snapped back to reality, swiftly retrieving a watermelon knife from beneath a table, and shouted furiously, "Kill him! Put an end to him! Each of you will be rewarded with 10,000 yuan." His commanding tone was merely a fade. The knife was primarily for self-defense, fearing that Jiang Yu might suddenly leap forward and slap him again. Du Lang's arrogance was palpable as he incessantly demanded Jiang Yu's life. However, the fury etched on his face gradually morphed into sheer terror. He watched helplessly as over 40 of his subordinates collapsed one by one, while Jiang Yu remained unscathed. Was he truly this formidable? Minutes later, a chaotic scene unfolded on the first floor of the Chamber of Commerce, with bodies strewn about and anguished cries echoing. Cold sweat trickled down Du Lang's back. Throughout the years, he had encountered many skilled fighters, but none possessed such extraordinary prowess. After incapacitating everyone, Jiang Yu methodically advanced towards Du Lang. Du Lang swallowed hard, his hands trembling. This was a primal fear, akin to a deathly specter from the underworld drawing near. With a roar, he attempted to muster his courage and swung his knife at Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu flicked his finger, producing a sharp clink. The once razor-sharp watermelon knife snapped in two, leaving Du Lang's legs weak beneath him. Was this man even human? Jiang Yu slowly raised his hand, and Du Lang quivered. Stammering, "What do you want?" Slap. As his words fell, Jiang Yu delivered another resounding slap, leaving the other side of Du Lang's face flushed crimson. Clutching his face, Du Lang mustered the courage to utter, "Kid, don't push your luck." "Am I pushing my luck?" Jiang Yu retorted, striking Du Lang once more, causing his face to swell. With a furious cry, Du Lang exclaimed, "You invade my Chamber of Commerce, repeatedly humiliate me. I, Du Lang, vow that the Tingyun Chamber of Commerce will not let this slide. Not let it slide." Slap. Jiang Yu interrupted with yet another slap. "You're relying on your numbers, aren't you? Come on, I'll give you a chance. Call for more people. I'm eager to see just how many from the Tingyun Chamber of Commerce can withstand me." Jiang Yu pulled a chair from where Du Lang had been seated and sat down, observing him calmly. Du Lang fished out his phone, but after a moment of contemplation, he was at a loss for whom to call. He indeed had several subordinates, yet they were no different from those lying on the ground. Summoning them would be futile. Just as he found himself in a dilemma, one person on the ground crawled up and whispered in his ear, "Wolf brother, call the Tianqing Martial Arts Academy. Don't you know they practice martial arts? Everyone at the academy is skilled. I refuse to believe they can't handle him." Chapter 85. A Cold Sweat of Fear. Yes, the Tianqing Martial Arts Academy. Du Lang felt as though he had found a lifeline and immediately dialed the number of the academy's head, Wei Xiao. On the other end, Wei Xiao jokingly remarked, "Oh, President Du, what a surprise to receive your call. Are you inviting me to dinner?" "Headway. My chamber is facing some troubles, and I hope you can come to our aid. It would be best if you could bring along some people. Rest assured, I will not let you assist for free. Hurry." After ending the call, Duran let out a sigh of relief. Reinforcements were on their way. The atmosphere in the Merchant Association grew notably quiet, as those who had stood previously now discreetly gathered behind Duran, none daring to exhibit the same audacity as before. Although members of the Tianqing Martial Arts School were hastening towards them, there was still no one capable of confronting Jiang Yu. Should anyone dare to issue threats at this moment, a beating would undoubtedly ensue. Silence was undoubtedly the wisest choice at this juncture. Jiang Yu stood alone, facing over 40 individuals, none of whom dared to meet his gaze. Even the slightest of his movements sent shivers down their spines. After enduring 15 tense minutes, a commotion erupted at the entrance as more than 20 members of the Tianqing Martial Arts School arrived. "President Du, what on earth has happened?" Wei Zhao's voice cut through the tension, and Duran finally spotted his savior, dashing towards the door, followed by his group of subordinates, their spirits lifted. Kid, you're done for. They began to regain their bravado. Now that the Tianqing martial arts school has arrived, let us see how long you can maintain that arrogance. You think you're tough? Why not take down the members of the Tianqing martial arts school too? Damn it, that punch earlier nearly cost me my life. Once the Tianqing martial arts school takes you down, I'll be sure to kick you a few more times. Duran explained the situation to Wei Xiao, who appeared utterly shocked. President Du, are you joking? Over 40 people can't defeat just one? Master Wei, that kid's skills are genuinely formidable. I truly have no other options. Otherwise, I wouldn't have called upon you. Where is he? Right there, sitting. Jiang Yu had his back to Wei Xiao, who felt an unsettling sense of familiarity upon observing him. At that moment, Duran whispered, Master Wei, do not hold back. If he dies, I'll take full responsibility. Wei Xiao did not respond, a foreboding feeling lingering in his heart. The disciples of the Tianqing martial arts school pounded their chests, assuring Duran, President Du, do not worry. With our 20-plus members, we will certainly help you reclaim your honor. Who does this wild brat think he is, coming to the Tingyun Merchant Association to stir trouble? President Du, just tell us how you want him to die. The disciples brimmed with confidence, as if they had already agreed to the task. Master Wei, it has been a long time. Jiang Yu's voice suddenly resonated, causing Wei Xiao to shudder. Why did that voice seem so familiar? He stood up and turned slowly. Wei Xiao's expression shifted drastically as he exclaimed, It's you. The disciples of the Tianqing martial arts school fell silent, their faces paling, resembling bitter gourds. Jiang Yu remarked calmly, So the reinforcements President Du summoned were you all. I wondered who it could be. What's this, Master Wei? Are you looking to spar with me once more? Wei Xiao forced a smile. Master Jiang, you jest. Our members merely pass through this area and have no intention of intervening in this matter. What? Duran nearly choked on his own blood. Merely passing through? For heaven's sake, can't you at least lie with some finesse? Master Wei, you cannot simply stand by and do nothing. Du Lang pleaded, clutching Wei Xiao's arm with a desperate expression. Wei Xiao shrugged him off coldly, replying, Du Lang, it is not that I am unwilling to assist you, but I truly cannot intervene in this matter. Of all the people you could have offended, why did you choose to provoke Master Jiang? Master Jiang? You know him. Master Wei? Wei Xiao leaned in and whispered, President Du, do not blame me for not warning you. His name is Jiang Yu, and he is a martial arts master whose prowess surpasses even mine. The realization that Jiang's strength eclipsed his own sent a chill down Du Lang's spine. With that, Wei Xiao turned away, waving dismissively, What are you all gathering here for? Shouldn't you be training? Continue your morning run. The members of Tianqing Martial Arts Academy dispersed like a receding tide, each one sprinting away faster than the last. Du Lang nearly cursed aloud. It was already afternoon. Yet they were still talking about a morning run. The members of the Chamber of Commerce, who moments ago had been brimming with pride, now looked as though they had swallowed a dead rat. Even the practitioners from Tianqing Martial Arts Academy hurriedly avoided him. Who exactly was this man? Du Lang forced a strained smile and weakly said, Master Jiang, please forgive my inability to recognize your greatness. Jiang Yu abruptly asked, What? Are you not going to continue calling for help? Du Lang felt on the verge of tears. If even the practitioners from Tianqing Martial Arts Academy were of no use, who else could he call upon? The strongest fighter in Tianjin City? He would need to be able to afford that as well. Master Jiang, please do not jest. Had I known you were a martial arts master, even 100 times the courage would not have led me to owe you money. Understand this clearly. You owe the account to Yi and Company, not to me personally. Yes, Master Jiang is correct. Please, follow me, and I will clear the outstanding balance immediately. Du Lang respectfully led Jiang Yu to the office upstairs, serving him the finest Longjing tea. His subordinates took 10 minutes to withdraw the money from the bank, filling a suitcase to the brim. Master Jiang, here is a total of 4 million. Please accept it. Jiang Yu handed him the ledger, stating, I am not a bandit. You shall repay exactly what you owe. The ledger indicates 320,000. Indeed, we owe 320,000, but it has been 2 years. Surely some interest should be accounted for. The additional 80,000 is my compensation to Yi and Company. Please do not refuse. The 4 million was precisely enough to cover the deposit Jiang Yu had planned, eliminating the need for Wen Fuyo to scrounge together funds. Jiang Yu did not decline further. President Du, as the leader of the Chamber of Commerce, I hope you convey my message to your members from this day forward. I do not wish for anyone in your chamber to incur debts with Yi and Company. With that, Jiang Yu departed, leaving Du Lang nodding and bowing. Rest assured, Master Jiang. I will convey your message and ensure that such occurrences do not happen again. Safe travels. Once Jiang Yu vanished from view, Du Lang collapsed onto the sofa, his back drenched in cold sweat. The wait for his subordinates to retrieve the money had felt like an eternity. Several young men cautiously entered, inquiring, "Wolf brother, is everything settled?" Du Lang inhaled deeply, sighing. When did Tianyuan City produce such a youthful hero, one who even Wei Xiao finds himself overshadowed by? Is he truly that formidable? Did you not just experience it firsthand? How does he compare to Master Chao, the foremost expert? How would I know? Perhaps you should invite Master Chao to meet him. I lack the influence for that. If you know, why ask? Immediately notify everyone that no one from the Chamber of Commerce is permitted to extend credit at Yuyan Company. Violators will face severe consequences. Chapter 86. The fish has taken the bait. Du Lang, a prominent figure in Tianyuan City, had established his reputation through sheer strength. In his eyes, a solid fist equated to authority. Today, however, he found himself bested by Jiang Yu. When Jiang Yu placed 4 million in cash upon Wen Fuyao's desk, both she and Su Xian were rendered speechless. The debts owed by Tingyun Chamber of Commerce had eluded them for 2 years, and as the amount grew, Wen Fuyao had nearly resigned herself to viewing it as a lost cause. She was acutely aware of the chamber's origins, and even legitimate legal action could be thwarted by Du Lang's myriad excuses. Her greatest fear remained that Du Lang would resort to underhanded tactics. As Jean, who had previously done, engaged in legitimate business, she dreaded entanglement with local ruffians. Thus, she adopted a strategy of patience, waiting for her company to flourish before confronting the Tingyun Chamber of Commerce head-on, a prospect that could take 5, 10 years, or even longer. Little did they anticipate that such a seemingly hopeless debt would be recovered by Jiang Yu in less than an afternoon, along with an astonishing interest of 800,000. Who was Du Lang, after all? He had always been the one to profit at others' expense. Who could ever extract money from him? If he repaid his debts, it would be cause for celebration, let alone the notion of receiving interest. For million? How did you persuade Du Lang? Su Xian's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the cash. It felt like a dream, yet the stack of money lay undeniably before her. Jiang Yu raised his fist, asserting, "With this, dealing with someone like Du Lang is futile through reason. As long as your strength surpasses his, that is the undeniable truth." Su Xian scoffed, "You can keep bragging. The Tingyun Chamber has more members than the Black Tiger Hall. Do you think you are Zhao Zilong, charging through enemy lines to claim heads? Allow me to clarify. While Zhao Zilong indeed charged through, it was Guan Yu who claimed the enemy's head amidst the throng. Let us not mix them up. Am I now engaged in a historical debate with you?" Su Xian rolled her eyes, thinking, "You, who never even attended university, dare to lecture me." When Fuyao never pursued the reasons behind matters, recovering the money was a positive outcome. With the funds now secured, they could proceed with the first step of their plan. Jiang Yu inquired, "Has the news been disseminated?" Su Xian retorted coldly, "Are you questioning my efficiency with such a query?" Jiang Yu's lips twitched in response, inwardly thinking that Su Xian's cognitive patterns would have made her a remarkable editor. He refrained from engaging in a verbal sparring match with Su Xian and continued, "Please send out another message, stating that I am residing at the Xinghe Hotel. I shall be heading there shortly, and for the next couple of days, let us refrain from meeting. Should anything arise, contact me by phone." Su Xian skeptically asked, "Do you genuinely believe He Qingyuan will accept your identity as a young entrepreneur?" Jiang Yu replied with confidence, "Wealth can dispel all doubts. Besides, I am currently the prospective son-in-law of the Han family. Surely, that stature is worthy of He Qingyuan's belief?" Bah, what a scoundrel! Su Xian's expression remained unyielding. When Fuyao's demeanor also appeared somewhat peculiar, Jiang Yu feared that the conversation might veer towards the engagement, prompting him to hasten to the Xinghe Hotel. He instructed the lobby manager to notify him via phone if anyone sought him. That night, in a villa at Guanhujing, He Qingyuan sat on the sofa, sipping from a glass of red wine, while a middle-aged man stood respectfully before him. "Mr. He, I have received word that Yuyan Company is on the verge of securing a major deal. Our sales figures have been declining daily over the past 2 months, and I worry that Yuyan Company may surpass us and become the leader in Tianyuan City." He scoffed. "A mere young girl thinks she can challenge me? I have heard the news. Hasn't that boss yet signed a contract with her?" "Indeed. It is said that the boss is staying at the Xinghe Hotel and intends to sign with Yuyan Company either tomorrow or the day after. Yuyan Company lacks the scale and strength we possess. If we act decisively, when Qihuang will be left watching helplessly. Oh, and by the way, I heard she has changed her name to Wen Fuyao, thinking a mere name change will enable her to compete with me? He took a sip of his wine, a disdainful smile gracing his features. What shall we do, Mr. He? Organize the company's documents. You will accompany me tomorrow to meet that boss. Understood. After the middle-aged man departed, Jiang Yu violently smashed his wine glass onto the floor, his face contorted with malice. Wen Fuyao, your survival last time was sheer luck. The following day, while Jiang Yu was still lost in slumber, the front desk called to inform him that a certain Mr. He wished to meet him. Recognizing it was Jiang Yu, he promptly rolled out of bed and instructed the front desk to relay to Jiang Yu that he was currently unavailable and to ask him to wait. He swiftly called Wen Fuyao. The bait is taken. Come quickly. Competition would surely prompt Jiang Yu to sign without much thought. After half an hour of waiting, Jiang Yu finally allowed Jiang Yu to ascend to his floor. He had even arranged for the lobby manager to provide him with a sharply tailored suit, enhancing his appearance. Upon opening the door, Jiang Yu feigned confusion, asking, "May I inquire who you are?" Jiang Yu plastered a smile on his face, bowing slightly. "Hello, I am Jiang Yu, the owner of Qihuang Company, and this is the head of our sales department. We have come to pay our respects to you, Mr. Jiang." Jiang Yu's gaze was unfamiliar, and Jiang Yu concluded that he did not recognize him. Although the media had extensively reported on his engagement to Han Ying, the excitement had only lasted a day or two. It was evident that not everyone in Tianjin City paid attention to the matter, and Jiang Yu was clearly indifferent. He had merely heard that the daughter of the Han family was engaged, but only knew that her fiancé was named Jiang Yu, having never seen a photograph of him. The information released by Su Xin did not reveal Jiang Yu's true name, merely referring to him as a wealthy businessman. "Please come in." Jiang Yu seated himself on the sofa and poured a cup of tea for Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu's sales manager stood rigidly behind him, holding a briefcase. After scanning the room, Jiang Yu inquired, "Is Mr. Jiang not here?" "I am he," Jiang Yu replied. Jiang Yu was taken aback, as Jiang Yu appeared quite youthful. However, having navigated the business world for many years, he understood that appearances could be deceiving. Perhaps Jiang Yu was indeed a privileged heir. He maintained a composed demeanor, saying, "Mr. Jiang, you are indeed young and accomplished." Jiang Yu, with a serious expression, replied coolly, "There is no need for flattery, Mr. He. If you have a matter to discuss, please be direct. I do not appreciate beating around the bush." Jiang Yu chuckled, "Mr. Jiang, you are refreshingly straightforward. I shall not dilly-dally then. I have heard that you intend to purchase a significant quantity of cosmetics. May I inquire as to the purpose of this acquisition? This is a matter concerning my company, and I believe it is unnecessary to disclose it to you," Jiang Yu stated. "Indeed, I spoke out of turn." Jiang Yu quickly apologized. "I have also heard that you plan to collaborate with Yi & Company." Jiang Yu did not directly propose a partnership with Jiang Yu, but opted for a gradual approach. As a matter of fact, President Wen mentioned that a detailed contract would be drafted, and, barring any unforeseen circumstances, it could be signed today. What Mr. Jiang may not realize is that in the cosmetics industry, Yi & Company is merely a rising star. Our Qihuang Company boasts far greater strength. Thus, I believe Mr. Jiang should approach the signing with caution. Caution? What do you mean, Mr. He? My point is that you might consider our company as well. Please do not be hasty in your rejection. Take a moment to review our company's materials first." Jiang Yu signaled to his sales manager, who promptly retrieved a document from the briefcase and presented it with both hands. Jiang Yu accepted the file and pretended to examine it, nodding occasionally. "Indeed, Mr. His company seems to possess more credentials than Yi & Company." Jiang Yu felt a surge of delight. "So, Mr. Jiang's implication is..." Jiang Yu closed the document and shook his head. "Mr. He, as a fellow businessman, you must value integrity. I have already engaged in discussions with President Wen, and your sudden approach puts me in a difficult position regarding my commitments there." He did not give a direct answer, instead setting a trap for Jiang Yu, for he suspected that Jiang Yu might hesitate to sign a breach of contract later on. Jiang Yu, a seasoned veteran, immediately remarked, "Mr. Jiang, your statement is misguided. Even the average citizen knows to compare prices before making a purchase. With your substantial enterprise, it is only prudent to evaluate options. Regardless of whether the deal materializes, our Qihuang Company can certainly provide a comparative analysis, ensuring you are not taken advantage of." Mr. He made a valid point. Jiang Yu raised his cup and said, "Mr. He, please enjoy some tea." He estimated that Wen Fuyao would soon arrive. After finishing his tea, the front desk called. indicating that Wen Fuyo was looking for him. After answering the call, Jiang Yu turned to Jiang Yu and said, "Just in time, Miss. Wen is here to finalize the contract. As an expert in the cosmetics industry, I would appreciate your insights." "I would be delighted to assist," Jiang Yu replied, though a smile masked his scheming thoughts about how to sabotage Wen Fuyo's plans. Wen Fuyo entered alongside Su Xin, the latter carrying a bulging briefcase filled with numerous items. Despite their rivalry, both Jiang Yu and Wen Fuyo greeted each other with smiles, resembling old acquaintances. Jiang Yu was the first to rise. "Ms. Wen, welcome. You've been quite impressive lately, recently securing the agency rights for the Dream Butterfly Group, and now poised to sign a significant contract." Wen Fuyo responded, "That pales in comparison to your achievements, Mr. He. Our companies still have a long way to go. However, I am here to discuss collaboration with Mr. Jiang." "What brings you here?" Jiang Yu replied, "I have long heard of your esteemed reputation, Mr. Jiang, a promising young talent destined for great success. I merely wish to familiarize myself. Please continue your discussion as if I am not present." Su Xin suppressed a laugh, thinking how oblivious he was to the trap he had fallen into. Once Wen Fuyo sat opposite Jiang Yu, Su Xin produced a thick stack of contracts from her briefcase. "Mr. Jiang, we worked overnight to draft the agreement. Please review it for any necessary amendments." Jiang Yu glanced through it and remarked, "Ms. Wen, the timeline seems a bit off. I am pressed for time. I can only allow you 3 days." Looking somewhat exasperated, Wen Fuyo replied, "Mr. Jiang, we truly do not have that many products in stock at the moment. Even if we arrange for a factory shipment, 3 days is simply insufficient. Could you extend the deadline a bit?" Jiang Yu frowned, revealing his discomfort. At this moment, Jiang Yu seized the opportunity to disrupt, stating, "If you lack the resources, do not attempt to undertake such ambitious ventures. If you cannot produce 100,000 sets, how can you run a company?" Wen Fuyo retorted angrily, "As if you possess such stock." Jiang Yu smugly replied, "While I do not have it, I assure you that with a single word from me, I could procure 100,000 sets from Linzhou by tomorrow. Do you believe that?" Wen Fuyo, infuriated, exclaimed, "Jiang Yu, is there no limit to your business tactics?" Jiang Yu confidently declared, "This deal is mine for the taking." Jiang Yu's eyes lit up. "Mr. He, do you truly have this capability?" Jiang Yu patted his chest and assured, "Mr. Jiang, if you entrust the order to me, I guarantee timely delivery, without a moment's delay." Wen Fuyo, feeling rushed, interjected, "Mr. Jiang, we were the ones negotiating this deal. How can you suddenly transfer it to someone else? Is it not a bit unreasonable to suggest that Boss Jiang is lacking in integrity?" Jiang Yu wore a smug expression, as if to say that Boss Jiang had provided an opportunity, and it was merely a reflection of one's own inadequacies if one failed to seize it. How could one blame Boss Jiang for being unsympathetic? Jiang Yu replied languidly, "Mr. Wen, it is not that I lack integrity, but my time is exceedingly constrained." Wen Fuyo cautioned, "Boss Jiang, you must deliberate carefully. Within 3 days, even Mr. He might not be able to deliver as promised, correct?" Jiang Yu retorted coldly, "We shall draft a breach of contract compensation agreement for Boss Jiang, so there is no need for Mr. Wen to concern himself." Wen Fuyo appeared helpless, rising to plead, "Boss Jiang, our company truly values this collaboration. Might you extend our timeline by a few days? Just 5 days. Would that be acceptable?" Jiang Yu shook his head, expressing his difficulty. "Mr. Wen, I am sincerely sorry, but to be frank, I am merely facilitating for others. Should you fail to deliver on time, my losses would be substantial. 3 days is truly the limit." Jiang Yu raised an eyebrow with satisfaction. "Mr. Wen, since you lack the ability, perhaps it is best for you to take your leave." In a fit of anger, Wen Fuyo exclaimed, "Without a signed contract, your victory is not guaranteed." Jiang Yu promptly instructed his sales manager, "Have the team expedite the drafting of a contract." The middle-aged man immediately made a call. They had a template ready, and it would be swiftly modified and delivered. Jiang Yu, filled with triumph, declared, "Since Mr. Wen refuses to give up, let him remain and witness me sign this contract." Wen Fuyo appeared as though he might vomit with rage, seizing the contract from the table and storming out. Jiang Yu intercepted Wen Fuyo, brimming with self-satisfaction, finally relieved, his face adorned with a smug smile. Bang! Wen Fuyo and Su Xin stormed out, and as soon as they entered the elevator, they burst into uncontrollable laughter. "Haha, Mr. Wen, did you see Jiang Yu's smug expression just now?" Su Xin laughed until she nearly doubled over. "I doubt I will ever forget it," Qihuang remarked. Jiang Yu resorted to despicable means, even hiring an assassin to deal with me. he deserves his current plight. Now, it all hinges on Jiang Yu. I am quite eager to see how this unfolds. Mr. Wen, what do you think the scene will be when Qihuang faces bankruptcy and finds himself destitute? We have merely taken the first step. The crucial part remains to see what happens with Shanya Group. Mr. Wen, do you think there will be any complications there? He proposed the plan, so he must be confident. Vice President Lin Shi of Shanya Group seems to have a good relationship with him. He still has ties with Lin Shi? Bah, what a cad. Chapter 88. A dual victory in his suite. Jiang Yu suddenly sneezed, wondering who might be speaking ill of him behind his back. Qihuang's efficiency was remarkable. By the time Jiang Yu finished breakfast, the contract was laid before him. Unable to comprehend the document, Jiang Yu asked Qihuang to leave, promising to review the contract before responding. Once Qihuang departed, Jiang Yu summoned Wen Fuyao and Su Xin to the suite, and the three spent the morning examining the contract. There were no issues with the document. Su Xin, upon reviewing the breach of contract compensation agreement, could not help but burst into laughter once more. A contract worth 20 million, and failure to deliver on time incurs a tenfold penalty. How audacious of Qihuang. A breach of contract fine amounting to 200 million. Given Qihuang's current wealth, such a sum could render him utterly bankrupt. Jiang Yu remarked, if the contract is in order, I will notify Qihuang to come and sign. You may head back for now. When Qihuang advised, you must keep an eye on Shanya Group. If Qihuang manages to deliver on time, you will find yourself in a predicament. I understand, Jiang Yu replied, knowing he could not produce the remaining 16 million. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Qihuang arrived at the hotel, beaming, and signed the contract with Jiang Yu. After paying him a 20% deposit, Qihuang immediately set off to procure goods from Shanya Group. Jiang Yu promptly contacted Lin Shi. The bait was set. However, he granted Qihuang 3 days, instructing Lin Shi to delay the delivery without outright refusal, lest Qihuang seek alternative sources. Upon reaching Shanya Group, Qihuang found manager Zhu, who assured him that the goods were indeed available, but the quantity he requested was excessive and required approval from General Manager Lin, thus he would need to wait. Unexpectedly, this wait extended to 2 days. The shipment from Lin City to Tianyuan City typically took no more than half a day. At first, Qihuang remained unfazed. But by noon on the 3rd day, restlessness consumed him. He returned to Shanya Group, seeking out Manager Zhu once more. Manager Zhu, what is the situation? It is already the 3rd day. Why is there still no shipment? Manager Zhu sighed in exasperation. Mr. He, I sincerely apologize. I consulted with General Manager Lin, and she indicated that this year they are considering changing agents in Tianyuan City and wish to suspend our cooperation. What do you mean by that? This revelation struck Qihuang like a bolt from the blue. A suspension of cooperation meant he could no longer procure goods from Shanya Group. Mr. He, please reconsider. Without General Manager Lin's approval, I truly cannot provide you with the goods. You may need to explore other options. Zhu, are you trying to ruin me? Qihuang erupted in fury, nearly overturning the table. Manager Zhu's expression darkened as he admonished, Qihuang, do not overstep. This is Shanya Group. Your outbursts are unwelcome. Damn it. You could have informed me about the suspension sooner instead of dragging it out until now. With only half a day left, where am I supposed to find 100,000 sets of goods? General Manager Lin has only just provided me with her response. General Manager Lin? I demand to see her. I need to know if this is a deliberate attempt to sabotage me. Qihuang, I advise against that course of action. Rather than seeking confrontation, it would be wiser to consider alternative solutions. Forget it. I must see General Manager Lin. Without the backing of Shanya Group, even a week would not suffice for him to gather 100,000 products. The output of each manufacturer is predetermined, and allocations to distributors are fixed. One cannot simply request as much as desired. Qihuang, what do you expect to achieve by meeting with President Lin? Are you not aware of the kickbacks you've received from our group over the years? President Lin has merely terminated the cooperation. She has already shown you considerable leniency. Leave. In a fit of impotent rage, Qihuang was ultimately expelled by the security of Shanya Group. He had no choice but to hastily return to Tianyuan City, seeking Jiang Yu's indulgence for a few extra days. During these days, Jiang Yu had been residing in a hotel, fully aware of Qihuang's predicament. Just moments ago, Lin Shi called him, instructing him to prepare for a celebration. Jiang Yu was immensely grateful to her. Without her assistance, he would never have been able to outmaneuver Qihuang. Naturally, he also reminded Lin Shi that with Qihuang out of the picture, it was time to seek another candidate. Once Qihuang fell, The most qualified choice in Tianjin City would undoubtedly be Yu Company. Jiang Yu's plan would serve a dual purpose. 3 hours later, Qihuang hurriedly knocked on Jiang Yu's door. "Mr. Jiang is here, please come in. How is the preparation of the goods progressing?" Jiang Yu feigned ignorance, inviting Qihuang inside. Qihuang appeared haggard, seemingly aged by several years, his eyes clouded. Upon entering the room, Qihuang suddenly knelt on the floor, bowing his head heavily. Jiang Yu, taken aback, exclaimed, "Mr. He, what are you doing?" Qihuang pleaded, "Boss Jiang, I've encountered some problems with my supply. I truly cannot deliver on time. I implore you to grant me a few more days." Jiang Yu's expression darkened. "Mr. He, when we signed the contract, you assured me with unwavering confidence. Now, after receiving my deposit, do you intend to breach the agreement?" "Boss Jiang, I am genuinely in trouble. I was deceived by someone from Shanya Group. I am indifferent to who deceived you, Mr. He. If you cannot deliver on time, we shall proceed according to the contract. Please, Boss Jiang, the breach of contract penalty is 200 million. I cannot afford such a loss. If you cannot bear it, do you think I can? I beg you. I am on my knees. Just 3 more days, please." "Impossible. If I were to grant you 3 more days, why did I not choose to collaborate with Wen Fuyao from the outset?" Qihuang was left speechless. His initial confidence stemmed from the powerful backing of Shanya Group. He had doubted Jiang Yu at times, yet once the contract was signed and the deposit secured, he assumed Jiang Yu would comply. Lest he forfeit 4 million for 100,000 goods. At most, he would retain some and return a portion. Yet, he never anticipated an internal crisis. "Mr. He, do not say another word. We shall adhere strictly to the contract. Tomorrow morning, I will arrive at your company punctually to collect the goods. Please leave." He issued a clear dismissal. This was, after all, a trap. He would not afford Qihuang the slightest chance. Reluctantly, Qihuang approached the door, but suddenly turned back. "Boss Jiang, grant me one more opportunity." Bang! Jiang Yu promptly shut the door. Outside, Qihuang's furious roar echoed. "You want me dead? This is a death sentence." Inside, Jiang Yu's expression darkened instantly as he muttered to himself, "Indeed, I desire your demise. I wish for you to suffer worse than death." Chapter 89. Those who commit injustice will perish. The second phase of the plan had been successfully executed. Henceforth, there were no significant obstacles remaining. He merely awaited the morrow to demand the breach of contract compensation. That very night, he unusually invited Han Xiong to dinner. In a hot pot restaurant, steam billowed from the bubbling broth as Jiang Yu and Han Xiong sat across from each other. "What prompted this sudden invitation? Haven't you always been reluctant to see me?" Han Xiong inquired, cooking a slice of tripe while eyeing Jiang Yu with curiosity. Pouring her a cup, Jiang Yu chuckled. "You are my aunt. Is it not normal for me to treat you to a meal? You have been fervently trying to matchmake me with Han Ying, and I have long sought an opportunity to express my gratitude. Enough with the flattery. Don't think I'm unaware of your and Han Ying's intentions. When I advised her to bring you onto the stage, I sensed your intent to eliminate me." Han Xiong retorted. "Aunt, how can you say such things? I am not one to forget my benefactors. All right, enough with the sweet talk. If you have something you need, just say it directly." Jiang Yu, appearing somewhat awkward, raised his thumb in commendation. "Truly, nothing escapes your discerning eye, aunt." Han Xiong furrowed her brow. "Whom have you offended now? I must tell you. I sought out Master Chow today, only to be turned away again. Can you not stir up trouble? If you're too idle, I can arrange a position for you within the group. I have not offended anyone. It is others who have wronged me," Jiang Yu explained. "I purchased some items and signed a contract, yet the other party cannot deliver on time. I intend to sue them." "Then sue them. Why seek me? The amount is considerable. I fear the process may be complex. I am uncertain how long it will take from filing to judgment. So I wanted to ask if you know anyone who could expedite my case." "How much are we talking about?" 20 million in contract value, with 200 million in penalties." 20 million? When did you amass such wealth?" "If memory serves me correctly, when you first arrived in Tianjin City, you were a pauper who could barely afford a meal. Please, share this lucrative avenue with me. I do not possess such riches. The contract is for 20 million. But I only paid 4 million as a deposit, and that was with someone else's money. Pulling a fast one, are we? Clever lad. That is not quite how it is. Regardless, aunt, I hope you can think of a solution. I fear prolonged delays may lead to complications." "Not a problem. I know a few people at the court who can expedite the hearing of your case." "Thank you, aunt. I shall file the lawsuit tomorrow. Please arrange it promptly." Han Xiong made a gesture in acknowledgement and continued cooking her hot pot. The following morning, at 9 o'clock, Jiang Yu arrived at Qihuang Company with the contract in hand. In the past, at Qihuang Company, by 9 in the morning, employees were already bustling with activity. However, today only a sparse few figures could be seen within the premises. Qihuang Yuan was unable to deliver the goods. His company was on the brink of collapse. Early in the morning, he had issued a notice informing employees that they need not come to work today. Dejected, Qihuang Yuan sat in his office, staring at the company's financial statements. Currently, there were still 20 million on the company's account, and Qihuang Yuan himself had 10 million in his personal bank account. Yet these sums were insufficient to cover the losses. 200 million. Where could he possibly gather such a sum? If Jiang Yu were to file a lawsuit, the contract was clear, and he would undoubtedly lose. Even if the court ruled that he could pay a lesser amount, he would still face ruin. Mr. He, where are my goods? Jiang Yu swaggered into the office and spotted the despondent Qihuang Yuan. Qihuang Yuan, in a state of shock, implored, Boss Jiang, could you possibly grant me a few more days? Jiang Yu replied, everything must proceed according to the contract. Qihuang Yuan pleaded, Boss Jiang, grant me a chance to survive. I will compensate you double the deposit. Jiang Yu responded, if I grant you a chance, who will grant me one? Do you have any idea how much I stand to lose if the goods are not delivered? Since you are unable to provide the goods, I regret to inform you. Mr. He, we will meet in court. Jiang Yu had come merely to fulfill a formality and promptly proceeded to file a lawsuit. Due to Han Xiong's involvement, the case was swiftly prepared, and the court staff informed him that the hearing would take place the following day. Such efficiency was unparalleled. That same day, Qihuang Yuan's assets were frozen. Upon returning to the hotel, Jiang Yu informed Wen Fuyao that a court hearing would occur the next day. At this juncture, Qihuang Yuan's defeat was all but assured, and he arranged to dine with Wen Fuyao that evening to celebrate in advance. Qihuang Yuan knew he could not withstand this ordeal. He had initially planned to swiftly transfer his assets in the coming days, but little did he expect Jiang Yu's connections to be so formidable, resulting in the immediate freezing of his funds. Undeterred, he incessantly called Jiang Yu, pleading for mercy. Jiang Yu, however, had taken to shutting off his phone. Grant you a chance to survive? Have you ever considered granting Wen Fuyao a chance? Without money, how could you continue to contend with Wen Fuyao? How could you afford to hire an assassin? After Jiang Yu's phone was switched off, Qihuang Yuan went directly to the Xinghe Hotel. But the security staff refused him entry, so he waited outside. At 7 in the evening, Jiang Yu set off to dine with Wen Fuyao. Just as he settled into the car, Qihuang Yuan followed closely behind in his own vehicle. At the corner, at the Western restaurant, Wen Fuyao and Su Xian had already arrived ahead of time. Both women wore expressions of victory, accompanied by a sense of relief, knowing they would no longer need to worry about Qihuang Yuan scheming against them from behind. Wen Fuyao uncorked a bottle of Lafite, and as the waiter poured the wine, Su Xian inquired, I am quite curious, how did you manage to persuade the vice president of Shangya Group? You don't know? How would I know? I thought Su Wan had informed you. Does this matter have anything to do with Su Wan? I was introduced by Su Wan to treat Lin Shi, and I did not request a consultation fee. Rather, I merely sought Lin Shi's assistance with a favor. When I mentioned this matter, Lin Shi was already contemplating how to eliminate Qihuang Yuan, the agent. Thus we were in perfect accord. Upon hearing this, Wen Fuyao languidly remarked, see, I told you Jiang Yu is not that kind of person. What are you all whispering about behind my back? Nothing at all. Let us raise a toast. Wen Fuyao stammered, deflecting the conversation. Previously, Su Xian had been disparaging Jiang Yu, branding him a scoundrel, and insinuating that he must have some illicit relationship with Lin Shi. After hearing Jiang Yu's explanation, Su Xian felt somewhat embarrassed and downed her drink in one go. Damn it, you all conspired against me. I will take you down. Qihuang Yuan, who had followed them to the restaurant, suddenly realized the trap. Rage surged within him, and he lost his composure, seizing a set of cutlery as he charged at Jiang Yu, causing a cacophony of screams throughout the establishment. Jiang Yu, swift as lightning, subdued Qihuang Yuan with a deft maneuver, pinning him to the ground. Qihuang Yuan struggled and bellowed, you bastards dare to scheme against me. I will not let this go. Those who engage in wrongful deeds will inevitably meet their demise. Mr. He, you know well how you treated Ms. Wan. As a businessman, you should be mindful of your conduct. Our grievances shall be resolved in court. Chapter 90. Even Jesus cannot intervene. Damn you. You colluded with this wretched woman to plot against me. Do not expect me to part with a single coin. Qihuang Yuan's face flushed crimson, while Jiang Yu loomed over him like an immovable mountain, rendering him unable to rise. You dare to insult others' mothers? Is this the caliber of a respectable businessman? If you claim we have conspired against you, feel free to present your evidence to the court. If not, prepare for bankruptcy. With Qihuang's interference, their meal was rendered inedible. He instructed Wen Fuyao and Su Xian to leave first before finally releasing Qihuang. With Qihuang restrained by security, Jiang Yu settled the bill and departed with a flourish. The following day in court, Qihuang appeared punctually. He had no choice. His assets were frozen, and failing to attend would forfeit any chance of defense. Despite having retained a lawyer, he could provide no advantageous evidence, remaining in a state of impotent fury. Claiming to be a victim of a plot devised by Jiang Yu and Wen Fuyao, almost inciting the judge to eject him. Once the hearing concluded, the court ruled in favor of Jiang Yu. Qihuang lacked sufficient assets for compensation and was declared bankrupt on the spot. Jiang Yu's compensation would not be immediately disbursed, as the court needed to liquidate Qihuang's assets, and bankruptcy settlements follow a hierarchy, first paying employee wages and compensations, then settling tax debts. And only after these were resolved would Jiang Yu receive his due. Nonetheless, Jiang Yu was indifferent. His sole aim was to topple Qihuang, and whether he received the money was of little consequence. Exiting the courthouse, Qihuang resembled a wilted eggplant, dejected and defeated. Years of effort had crumbled in an instant. As he passed by Jiang Yu, he gritted his teeth and said, "If you wish for my demise, know that I shall not allow you to escape unscathed. And that wretched Wen Fuyao, you all shall await your reckoning." Jiang Yu retorted with sarcasm, "Do you still have any money? Can you still afford an assassin? Let us wait and see." He paid no heed to Qihuang's threats. He was already destitute. What storm could he possibly stir? A person so despicable, with connections as fragile as a sand sculpture, would scatter with the slightest breeze. After the matter concluded, Jiang Yu did not return to the hotel. Instead, he proceeded to Han Ying's apartment. Along the way, he felt a nagging sensation that he had forgotten something, yet he could not recall what it was. In the living room, Han Ying was munching on potato chips while engrossed in her computer. Upon his entrance, she adopted a stern expression. "Where have you been gallivanting these past few days? Do not forget your current identity. If you dare to tarnish the reputation of the Han family, I will not let you off easily." "Gallivanting? Your boyfriend has accomplished something significant these days," Jiang Yu announced as he casually sat beside Han Ying, resting his hand on her shoulder while gazing at her screen. "What are you watching?" Han Ying shrugged him off, irately exclaiming, "Keep your distance." Jiang Yu countered, "There's no one else at home. Why the embarrassment?" A piercing glare from Han Ying sent chills down his spine, prompting him to create some space between them. He awkwardly remarked, "I was merely joking. Is it really necessary to be so serious? We are not at the stage of playful banter." "All right, I shall refrain from joking. May I borrow your computer?" Jiang Yu persisted, intent on comparing maps, hoping to discover similarities that would spare him the wait for all 9 marriage certificates. Han Ying decisively refused. "No, you may not. Is it really so petty? It's just a matter of borrowing your computer. I am not asking for a piece of your flesh. What's wrong with being stingy? If you wish to play, buy your own. By the way, how much did this computer cost?" "Not much, merely 17,000. "What? 17,000? Is that not considered expensive? I earned far less than that during my time as a bodyguard for Wen Fuyao." "Is this the tone of the affluent?" Jiang Yu feigned a broad smile, gradually inching closer to Han Ying. Suddenly, she turned her face away, a glint of menace in her eyes. "Stay away from me." Jiang Yu meekly said, "Well, I wanted to discuss something." "Speak plainly, but maintain your distance. I understand you regard me as a mere tool, yet this could be seen as commandeering my time. Is it unreasonable to consider myself half an employee? What precisely do you wish to convey?" "Being an employee means one ought to receive compensation. I do not require money. Could you instead purchase a computer like yours for me?" It was hard to fathom that just days ago, he had lavishly spent 4 million on designing for Qihuang, and now he found himself humbly pleading for a computer worth over 10,000. Jiang Yu thought the sleek laptop quite practical. It would accompany him on outings, allowing him to access the internet and compare maps from anywhere. However, it was indeed rather costly. Let him spend his own money to buy it. He is reluctant and cannot afford it. Han Ying coldly remarked, "We are merely engaged, and you are already contemplating living off me?" Jiang Yu felt speechless. "Am I living off you? Please clarify. I am merely demanding the compensation due to a tool at my disposal. Do you think I possess the leisure to indulge in this charade with you?" Han Ying glared at him unfavorably. "Are you attempting to threaten me with a breakup announcement again?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu suddenly smiled. "Ah, you have reminded me." Han Ying wished to slap herself. internally scolding her own loose tongue. She suddenly adopted a pitiful expression and spoke in a feeble tone. My father has severed my financial support. I am rather impoverished now. Please do not bully me, all right? As she spoke, she winked at Jiang Yu, nearly causing him to falter. Regaining his composure, Jiang Yu asserted firmly, do not present this act to me. I am determined to acquire that computer. I mean it. Not even Jesus could stop me. How can someone be so shameless? Speaking of shamelessness, I must recount the events of the old man's birthday banquet, where certain individuals, without my consent, dragged me onto the stage as a human shield and even forcefully kissed me. Who is truly more shameless here? Silence. Han exclaimed furiously. She had acted out of necessity at the time, and that kiss was a concession to him. Yet, he took advantage of it and even accused her of being shameless. Jiang Yu extended his hand. You can be silent, but pay me for the computer. Han was at her wit's end. What is your WeChat ID? I'll add you. Alipay works too. I do not have it. What? There are still people without WeChat or Alipay in this day and age. What use would I have for those? Jiang Yu and the old man either had no fixed residence or lived in Boqi Mountain, never indulging in online shopping, and he had nearly no friends. Thus, these applications were of no necessity. Without WeChat or Alipay, how can I pay you? I do not carry that much cash. In that case, Jiang Yu took out his phone. Help me register for WeChat and Alipay. I ought to adapt to a cashless lifestyle. Cash. Jiang Yu's voice suddenly rose, startling Han, who angrily retorted, what is wrong with you? I have matters to attend to. We will discuss the computer later. He finally recalled what he had overlooked, cash. Although Qihuang's assets were frozen, there was still 4 million in cash, which he had provided. 4 million, enough to buy a life. Chapter 91. Pure curiosity. Jiang Yu hurriedly rushed to Wen Fuyao's home, consumed by worry that he forgot to make a phone call. Upon seeing Wen Fuyao safe and sound at home, he let out a long breath. What has happened again? Noticing his anxious demeanor, Wen Fuyao's heart tightened in response. Jiang Yu shook his head. It's nothing. I was merely concerned about Qihuang seeking revenge on you. He gazed intently at Wen Fuyao's face, where a faint shadow of dark energy still lingered. The crisis has yet to be resolved, and he is convinced that Qihuang will seek revenge on Wen Fuyao. Having fallen to such depths, Qihuang is capable of anything. Wen Fuyao remarked, Qihuang is already bankrupt. He should lack the means to retaliate against me. Let us not forget that just a few days ago, we provided him with 4 million in cash, which the court cannot freeze. Do not worry. Were I in Qihuang's position, I would take that 4 million and flee to distant lands, devising a means to rise again. That sum is ample for launching a second venture. With a bit of maneuvering, he could easily circumvent the troubles arising from his bankruptcy. I hope he chooses to do so. In truth, Jiang Yu was certain that Qihuang would seek vengeance, as there had been a murderous glint in his eyes at the courthouse. However, he refrained from voicing his concerns to avoid causing Wen Fuyao undue anxiety. He advised her, it never hurts to be cautious. Please be mindful in the coming days. Understood. Wen Fuyao beamed brightly. You haven't eaten yet. Come in and share a meal with me. No, I have a few matters to attend to. Will you return tonight? Jiang Yu was puzzled, unsure of her meaning. Haven't I already moved out? Wen Fuyao spoke softly, come back. At the time she had urged Jiang Yu to leave, it had been a momentary impulse, and now she regretted it. Realizing she had relinquished the opportunity to be close to him, Jiang Yu was at a loss for how to respond to Wen Fuyao. He was torn between acceptance and refusal. He hesitated, unwilling to return. It's not very convenient right now. I am publicly recognized as the son-in-law of the Han family. If I were to move in with you, it would inevitably invite gossip, which would be detrimental to you and the Han family. Wen Fuyao nodded gently. I understand. Though she comprehended, a hint of disappointment lingered in her eyes. Jiang Yu then visited the Qihuang club once more, seeking out Jiang Hu poured him a cup of tea and remarked appreciatively, Brother, I heard about your ruckus at the Tianjin Chamber of Commerce. Quite impressive. Jiang Yu waved his hand dismissively. It is nothing worth mentioning. Defeating dozens of ordinary individuals is hardly a source of pride. Jiang Hu chuckled and inquired, what brings you here so late? Jiang Yu candidly stated, I would like to ask for your assistance. If you need help, just say so. No need for formalities. What is it? Your Black Tiger Hall has numerous members. I would appreciate it if you could keep an eye on someone for me. Who? Qihuang. Consider it a trifling matter. You can count on me. Thank you in advance. I shall treat you to a meal when time permits. Why wait for an auspicious day? Let us dine here at the club, Jiang Hu suggested with a mischievous grin. While my establishment may not rival those in Linzhou, it is well-equipped and guarantees you a delightful time. Oh, Jiang Yu's interest was piqued. The old man lived life on his own terms. He had previously taken Jiang Yu in and out of the club, though he was frugal, always leaving Jiang Yu in the lobby while he indulged himself. For quite some time, Jiang Yu harbored a desire to visit a club, eager to discover what captivated the old man so profoundly. Now, with Jiang Yu's suggestion, his interest was piqued. Having never experienced the club before, he thought it would be enlightening. After spending 2 hours drinking with Jiang Yu, who had become quite inebriated, Jiang Yu was relieved that he had made prior arrangements. The manager escorted him to a room filled with sensual allure. A circular waterbed rested against the wall. As Jiang Yu reclined upon it, he found it to be an unusual yet intriguing sensation. Moments later, a stunning woman clad in a qipao entered, her high slit revealing long, graceful legs. Appearing to be around 24 or 25, she possessed both beauty and an enviable figure. "Hello, I am the technician for room 8. At your service. What services do you offer?" Jiang Yu inquired out of sheer curiosity. The woman hesitated, wondering how someone could be so oblivious to the offerings of the establishment. Had it not been for Jiang Yu's direct instructions, she might have suspected Jiang Yu had ulterior motives. "Well, we provide massages and health treatments, among other things. Could you be more specific?" Leaning closer, the woman whispered a few enticing details into Jiang Yu's ear, and he suddenly understood why the old man found such enjoyment here. Was it possible that the old man had sent him down to the world to liberate himself? No wonder he had been elusive upon Jiang Yu's return. The woman, feeling slightly awkward, suggested, "Shall I prepare a bath for you?" Jiang Yu shook his head. "No need. Please leave." I'm rather tired and wish to rest." "Perhaps next time." Jiang Yu merely sought to experience the atmosphere and had no intention of engaging further. The woman's revelations had indeed unraveled a long-held curiosity within him. As the night deepened, he chose to stay at the club rather than return home. The next day, a bleary-eyed Jiang Yu knocked on Jiang Yu's door, immediately inquiring about his enjoyment the previous night. Jiang Yu casually replied that it was quite satisfactory, leading Jiang Yu to encourage him to visit more frequently. Jiang Yu mused to himself that with 9 fiancées, each more beautiful than the last, he hardly needed to frequent such places. While he dared not pursue Haning, when Fu Yao would be easily won over if he so desired. "By the way, there's something I need to discuss with you. My men have been unable to locate Qihuang Yuan." Jiang Yu shifted to a more serious topic. "What do you mean, unable to find him?" "My people have searched his company and villa, but Qihuang Yuan is nowhere to be found. I heard he went bankrupt. Could he have left Tianyan City?" Jiang Yu remained unaware that Qihuang Yuan's downfall was a consequence of Jiang Yu's actions. Frowning, Jiang Yu insisted, he must still be in Tianyan City. Continue searching for him. The more elusive Qihuang Yuan became, the more anxious Jiang Yu felt. After all, a visible threat is easily evaded, but a hidden one is far more perilous. Upon leaving the Qihuang Yuan club, he called Han Xiong, urging her to leverage her connections to locate Qihuang Yuan. On the phone, Han Xiong remarked, "Have some mercy. You've already driven him to bankruptcy, and yet you won't relent?" Jiang Yu expressed his concerns, stating that he was merely apprehensive about potential retaliation, harboring no other intentions. Han Xiong retorted, indicating that time was of the essence, as she was currently preoccupied with cleaning up the mess on Lutong Mountain. She had once again visited Chao Bin's residence today, only to be met with yet another door closed to her. Chao Bin had no intention of reconciling, consistently evading her presence. Even celestial beings possess a modicum of temper. After encountering repeated setbacks, Han Xiong was incensed. If he wished to avoid dialogue, then so be it. Master Chao would face the consequences, and the Han family would stand ready to confront him. With a dramatic flourish of her sleeve, she departed. Not long before Chao Gang arrived, calling out from a distance, "Uncle, is the time not yet ripe?" Chapter 92. A triad of invitations. Chao Gang felt a surge of frustration. He could not find solace in his activities these past few days, as the vendetta remained unavenged. Chao Bin emerged from the threshold, hands clasped behind his back as he gazed upon the verdant mountains. Opportunities do not present themselves readily. If it were merely a matter of dealing with Jiang Yu, it would be simple. However, with the Han family involved, Chao Bin dared not act impulsively. Chao Gang lamented, "Uncle, I have been unable to hold my head high among friends these past few days. What exactly are your reservations?" Chao Bin replied, "The Han family and the Han group are among the foremost enterprises in Tianyan City. The connections they possess are beyond your imagination. Do you believe that merely by virtue of my position as the president of the Martial Arts Association, I can challenge them?" Qiao Gang's expression grew increasingly grim. Then was my beating in vain? Uncle, though it was I who was struck, it was a provocation aimed at you. Qiao Bin shot him a disapproving glance. Do not attempt to provoke me. As the ancients have said, one must have a justified cause. If I were to act against a younger individual solely due to the disputes between your generation, what would my peers think of me? They would accuse me of bullying the weak, and that would be truly disgraceful. At Qiao Bin's level, reputation held paramount importance. Master, a voice called from the entrance. Belonging to Sun Yu, a disciple of the Tianqing martial arts school, who stood respectfully at the door. Despite the open threshold, he dared not step into the courtyard without the owner's consent. Although Qiao Bin recognized few disciples from the martial arts school, Sun Yu was one of them. However, the two brothers had never shared a rapport due to their differing temperaments. Qiao Gang peered outside, inquiring, Uncle, who is he? Qiao Bin, seated gracefully upon the wooden chair in the grand hall, replied softly, he is the disciple of your master's uncle. Let him enter. Qiao Gang then approached the entrance, beckoning Sun Yu to come inside. As they passed each other, Qiao Gang noticed Sun Yu's empty hands and could not help but scoff. Visiting relatives without bringing a gift? Sun Yu, slightly embarrassed, quickly explained, Senior brother, I came rather hastily. Qiao Gang retorted with a cold smile, spare me the pleasantries. What business do you have with my uncle? In the next moment, Sun Yu stepped into the hall, abruptly kneeling on the ground and exclaiming, Please, master, intercede on our behalf. Intercede on your behalf? Are you not aware of the discord between me and your master? I am aware, but master, I am truly at my wit's end. Initially, my master forbade my visit, yet that fellow has insulted my master's school and disregarded even you, master. I can no longer tolerate this. Qiao Bin rose, inquiring, what exactly has transpired? Curiosity piqued, Qiao Gang sauntered over leisurely. Sun Yu, filled with indignation, declared, not long ago, a man came to our martial arts school, boasting of his formidable prowess. He severely injured my master and insulted our sect. I informed him that Master Qiao, the foremost expert in Tianyuan City, is our esteemed elder and a member of Hongwu's sect. Yet, that brash youth dismissed my words, claiming that even if Master Qiao were present, he would not hesitate to strike him down. In an effort to incite Qiao Bin to avenge them, Sun Yu maliciously fabricated events that had never occurred. Upon hearing this, Qiao Gang erupted in fury, who possesses such audacity to insult my uncle? Qiao Bin's expression darkened as he inquired, what is his name? Jiang Yu. Qiao Bin and his nephew were momentarily taken aback. Immediately, Qiao Gang retrieved a photograph from his phone, asking, is this the Jiang Yu in question? Indeed, that is him. Sun Yu's eyes nearly blazed with fury upon seeing Jiang Yu's image. He has harmed my master and disrespected our sect. I would recognize him even in ashes. One must concede that Sun Yu's acting skills were impressive. Huh. Qiao Gang suddenly chuckled. Uncle, now we have just cause to retaliate. He was the one who insulted us first. Qiao Bin slammed his palm on the table, leaving an imprint on the wooden surface. Ignorant wretch. How dare he be so brazen? His profound martial prowess caused the very sleeves of his attire to tremble. Master Qiao. A voice echoed from the entrance. Qiao Gang approached the door and exclaimed, Uncle, General Zhao from Dingxing Group has arrived. Qiao Bin instantly composed himself, smoothing his garments before hastening to greet him. What a remarkable turn of events to have General Zhao visit today. Master Qiao, it is a pleasure to see you in good health. Zhao Zhizhong performed a respectful salute customary among martial artists, then gestured discreetly to his companion, Zhao Shua, who promptly presented a gift. This is my son, Zhao Shua. Zhao Zhizhong briefly introduced him, casting a stern glance at Zhao Shua. This is our city's foremost expert. Do not delay in greeting him. Zhao Shua quickly exclaimed, Master Qiao. Qiao Bin appraised Zhao Shua and complimented, your son clearly embodies the essence of a dragon among men. Master Qiao is too kind, Zhao Zhizhong replied. Please, come inside. Qiao Bin ushered the father and son into the room and instructed Qiao Gang to prepare tea. This is my nephew, Qiao Gang, and this is Sun Yu. My master Wei Zhao's disciple, Qiao Bin introduced. Zhao Zhizhong nodded gently. He was acquainted with Wei Xiao, but unfamiliar with Sun Yu. After savoring a sip of tea, Qiao Bin asked, General Zhao, you are typically quite occupied. What brings you here today? Zhao Zhizhong, straightforward, responded, I have come today with a request. Please, do speak. Qiao Bin encouraged. Master Qiao, I seek your assistance in dealing with a certain individual. Who? Jiang Yu. At this, both Qiao Bin and Qiao Gang were momentarily stunned. What was happening today that everyone sought him to confront Jiang Yu? Sun Yu, however, remained unperturbed, aware of the long-standing feud between Dingxing Group and Jiang Yu. Zhao Shua produced a photograph, gritting his teeth as he exclaimed, "Master Chao, this is the individual." The man depicted in the photograph was indeed the same as Chao Gang's adversary. Chao Gang was visibly agitated, with Zhao Zhizhong seeking his help once more. It was certain that his uncle would take action. However, Chao Bin, maintaining a composed demeanor, inquired, "Might I ask what grievance exists between Mr. Zhao and this individual?" Zhao Shua interjected, "He has insulted me first and then taken my fiancée. This enmity is irreconcilable." Chao Bin further questioned, "What would you have me do, Mr. Zhao?" Zhao Shua's eyes glinted with menace as he pronounced each word deliberately. "I want him dead." Chao Gang, equally fervent, immediately concurred, "Young Master Zhao, our thoughts align perfectly." Chao Gang, "Do you also share a grievance with him?" Chao Gang raised his hand, bandaged in plaster, and remarked, "This is a consequence of his actions." Chao Bin furrowed his brow, casting a sharp glance at Chao Gang, who promptly stood upright, silenced. He then spoke with a languid tone, "Mr. Zhao, I am obliged to assist you. Yet you must understand that this youth is the prospective son-in-law of the Han family, and I fear, Master Chao need not worry. I shall handle matters with the Han family myself. You may focus solely on dealing with Jiang Yu," Zhao Shua reassured. Chao Bin laughed heartily, rising to his feet. "With Mr. Zhao's assurance, I feel at ease. Chao Gang, uncle, please deliver a letter of challenge to that boy, in 1 week's time. We shall determine life and death at the summit of Lutong." Chapter 93. Money on the lips. With the formidable support of the Dingxing Group, Chao Bin felt no trepidation. While Jiang Yu tirelessly searched for He Qingyuan, he remained unaware that the challenge from the foremost master of Tianyan City had already reached the Han family. He Qingyuan seemed to have vanished entirely. After his court appearance, no one had seen him, and he appeared to have made no contact with anyone. This left Jiang Yu in a state of unease. For himself, he felt indifferent. He could withstand any of He Qingyuan's tactics, but when Fu Yao was another matter altogether. As a woman of delicate constitution, she was ill-equipped to confront the beasts lurking in the shadows. He first visited Guanheju, confirming that He Qingyuan's villa was indeed deserted. Through connections, he enlisted Wang Yu's assistance in retrieving the neighborhood's surveillance footage. The video revealed that He Qingyuan had returned once after losing the lawsuit, leaving the villa with a large suitcase. Jiang Yu recognized the suitcase as one given by Dulong, containing 4 million in cash. Although the city was under surveillance, Jiang Yu lacked the authority to access the footage. After a fruitless morning of searching in the vast metropolis, akin to seeking a needle in a haystack, he could only hope that Jean Hu would bring him good news. He instructed Jean Hu to discreetly assign several individuals to protect Wen Fuyao. As long as He Qingyuan did not hire professional assassins, they would be manageable. By noon, he returned home, his weary body protesting after dealing with the aftermath of He Qingyuan's actions. Sitting on the sofa, he rubbed his temples and suddenly noticed a brand new laptop on the coffee table. A warmth spread through him as he murmured, "Though I speak of refusal, my body is quite honest." It was evident that the laptop had been purchased for him by Han Ying. Although it may appear that Han Ying's notebook is not particularly expensive, it suffices for Jiang Yu, who merely requires it for research purposes. He promptly opened the computer and began to experiment with it. Rarely accustomed to using a computer, he found many functions unfamiliar, and his typing speed left much to be desired. It was precisely due to his exceedingly slow typing that his research progress was hindered. After class, Han Ying purchased a boxed meal near the school gate before heading home. She had another class in the afternoon and planned to rest for about an hour before returning to school. Upon entering the house, she observed Jiang Yu pecking at the keyboard one finger at a time, and she mockingly remarked, "With your typing speed, how can you expect me to buy you a computer? Haven't you learned Pinyin?" Jiang Yu had never attended school, and all his literacy was taught to him by an elderly man. "Shall I buy you a handwriting tablet instead? Since I've already splurged on a laptop worth several thousand, I might as well be generous." "No need." Jiang Yu's pride was piqued. "Give me a couple of days to grasp this Pinyin, and my typing speed will certainly surpass yours." "Huh, keep dreaming. Bluster as much as you like. It won't cost you anything. How about we make a wager? If my typing speed surpasses yours in 2 days, you owe me 10,000 yuan. Have you lost your mind? Always talking about money?" Han Ying scoffed before adding with a teasing smile, "But I accept your wager. Let us make it 20 days instead of 2. I've been using computers since I was 3. My typing speed is incredibly fast, and I doubt you can make any significant progress in just 2 days. If someone is going to give me money, I want T refuse. Fine, 20 days it is." And no backing out. Han Ning huffed lightly, placing her boxed meal on the table as she scrolled through her social media. Jiang Yu glanced up and muttered, "What about mine?" Han Ning had only bought one boxed meal. "There's none for you. If you want to eat, cook for yourself," she replied without looking up. Jiang Yu felt an overwhelming sense of exasperation. How can the daughter of the Han family be so stingy? Han Ning immediately raised her head, her eyes flashing with irritation. "First of all, I was unaware that you had returned home. Secondly, providing you with accommodation is already a considerable favor. Do you expect me to cover your meals as well? I am currently your assistant, working for you. Spare me the theatrics. I've already compensated you for your services." After hastily finishing her meal, Han Ning retreated to her room to rest, while Jiang Yu continued to tinker with the computer, already searching for videos to learn pinyin in hopes of winning that 10,000 yuan. At 2 in the afternoon, Han Ning awoke, still drowsy. "Do you have time this evening?" she inquired just before heading out. "What is up? Are you inviting me to dinner?" "My father is inviting you." "Huh." Jiang Yu suddenly looked up. "Your father? He has never been particularly fond of me. Is this some sort of trap?" Han Ning replied, "My father just called and said he wanted us to come home for a simple meal. He also wishes to discuss some matters with you." Jiang Yu murmured, "What is there to discuss with your father?" "I have no idea. I've informed you, so it's up to you whether you choose to go." All right, I understand. I'll attend your class. Just don't interrupt my studies in pinyin." Han Ning chuckled, her laughter vibrant. "I've never seen anyone almost 20 years old learning pinyin. Would you like me to teach you? Go away. Don't let the order of English letters disrupt my train of thought." With a hearty laugh, Han Ning stepped out. After an hour of pinyin practice, Qihuang called Jiang Yu, stating she was waiting for him at Yu Company. She mistakenly assumed he still worked there. Jiang Yu hurried to the building's entrance, where Qihuang awaited him, dressed in a checkered skirt that attracted countless glances. A beautiful woman is always the center of attention wherever she goes. Has payday arrived already? Jiang Yu pondered, believing Qihuang's visit was solely to repay her debt. With an awkward smile, Qihuang replied, "Payday is still a while off. Do you need money? If so, I can find a way to repay you part of it now." Jiang Yu waved his hand dismissively. "I'm not in need of money. What brings you here?" Qihuang explained, "My father's health has greatly improved. Initially, my mother wanted him to rest longer, but he insists on returning to work. I would like to ask you to examine him to ensure he can work like a normal person to prevent any quarrels between them." "A follow-up examination, is it?" "No problem." Jiang Yu thought it was no big deal. "You really don't need to come all the way here. Just give me a call, and I can go myself. I know the way. If all else fails, I can ask your cousin to accompany me." Qihuang added, "I mentioned it to my mother, but she insisted I return to personally invite you, claiming that it would be more courteous." Qihuang lowered her head slightly, her cheeks tinged with crimson. Deep down, she understood her mother's intentions. Her mother had taken a liking to Jiang Yu. Her return was primarily to create opportunities for her to interact with him. "Look at you, all flustered and red-faced. Let us not just stand here. Shall we go?" "Ah, yes. Qihuang hastily trotted to the street to hail a cab, her face almost matching the hue of her ears. Jiang Yu observed, feeling a sense of admiration for her shy demeanor, contrasting it with Su Xin's fierce personality. Are they truly family? Chapter 94. The grievances between men. Willow trees lined the streets, lush and green. Most of the fields in Inyu village had been leased out, leaving the elderly, the weak, and women at home while the majority of the village's youth worked elsewhere. The elderly sat in front of their homes, fanning themselves with bamboo fans. As Qihuang passed by, she politely greeted each one. "Qihuang, you're back? Is that your boyfriend?" "Qihuang, your boyfriend is quite handsome." "Qihuang, when are you getting married?" Whenever the village's youth returned, the elderly primarily discussed such matters. Qihuang repeatedly clarified that Jiang Yu was merely her friend. She did not mention that Jiang Yu was a doctor, for the villagers believed that Su Deliang had returned from the gates of the underworld, claiming he had encountered a living immortal. If Qihuang were to say that Jiang Yu was the doctor treating her father, he would surely be inundated with requests from the elders seeking his medical expertise. Finally arriving at her doorstep, Qihuang let out a sigh of relief. "Dad, Mom, Jiang Yu is here," she called out. Su Deliang and his wife hurriedly emerged to greet him, ushering him into the house where a lavish spread of food awaited, their hospitality boundless. Meanwhile, the village elders continued to gossip about Qihuang and her boyfriend, and the idle duo of Qian Lai and Zhu Chao, upon hearing the commotion, dashed towards the Su residence with frantic zeal. Jiang Yu meticulously examined Su Ditsai, who cautiously inquired, Dr. Jiang, how is my health? Am I all right? You're fine, Jiang Yu assured him. Can I get back to work? Su Dicai asked eagerly. Of course, but you must not discontinue your medication. Take 2 more doses to consolidate your recovery. Su Dicai was elated, exclaiming, Dr. Jiang, you truly are a miraculous healer. At that moment, Jiang Yu shot Su Dicai a knowing glance before pulling Qihuang into the courtyard. With a smile, she said, Dr. Jiang, I would like to have a word with my daughter. Once outside, Jiang Yu glanced towards the living room and asked, My dear, what are your thoughts? Qihuang blushed. What do you mean? I'm referring to you and Dr. Jiang. He is handsome and skilled. You would not be at a disadvantage in being with him. I think it's a good match. Mom, what are you saying? My cousin mentioned that Dr. Jiang has a fiancée. What of a fiancée? They are not yet married. Be proactive. You never know what might happen. You have a lovely figure and good looks. What do you lack? Back in the living room. After praising Jiang Yu's medical skills, Su Dicai asked, Dr. Jiang, what do you think of my daughter? Jiang Yu was taken aback. Uncle, what do you mean? Su Dicai continued, When you first came, my daughter expressed her willingness to dedicate herself to you. Although it was said in desperation, I believe you are a good man. And this could work. Dr. Jiang, although our family's circumstances are modest, my daughter is quite exceptional. Please consider it. Jiang Yu was at a loss for words, casting a glance outside to see Qihuang blushing. He thought to himself how this couple was perhaps each pursuing their own agenda. What was this situation? Was healing the sick to lead to finding a girlfriend? Perhaps he should let it be. Dealing with his 9 marriage proposals was already enough of a headache. Uncle, I actually have a fiancée. I just got engaged recently. Su Dicai's face fell, and he slowly pulled out a cigarette to light. The atmosphere in the living room grew somewhat awkward. Jiang Yu rose and said, Uncle, it seems there's nothing more to discuss. I should take my leave. As he stepped into the courtyard, Jiang Yu immediately approached him, inquiring, How did your conversation with your uncle go? She was also casting furtive glances at Su Dicai, seemingly seeking information. Su Dicai stood at the entrance of the living room, taking a puff of his cigarette, shaking his head in resignation. Jiang Yu cast a fierce glare at him, brimming with reproach. Qihuang, feeling somewhat awkward, quickly interjected, Dad, since you are feeling better, we should take our leave. There are still many matters to attend to at the company. Dear, remember what your mother said. Jiang Yu continued to advise Qihuang. Qihuang cast an apologetic glance at Jiang Yu, who seemed rather indifferent. As they approached the front door, they were met by Qianlai and Zhu Chao, who came rushing towards them like wild dogs. Upon spotting Jiang Yu, they abruptly halted, leaning against each other, panting heavily. Zhu Chao swallowed hard and remarked, Hey, it's him. This brat had the audacity to come back after we dealt with him. Qianlai's fury flared at the sight of Jiang Yu, his gaze venomous as if he were ready to devour him. He harbored a deep-seated hatred for Jiang Yu. Qianlai had long pursued Qihuang, yet she, with her lofty aspirations, looked down upon him. He understood well that given Qihuang's qualities, it would not be difficult for her to find a wealthier and more handsome suitor in the province. Su Dicai's illness had presented him with an opportunity, his only chance. Had Jiang Yu not appeared, Qihuang, in her filial piety, would undoubtedly have sacrificed her own happiness to care for her father. Qianlai was indifferent to whether Qihuang's affections lay with him. He only cared about her presence in his bed. However, Jiang Yu's timely arrival and the efficacy of traditional medicine had shattered Qianlai's illusions. For several days, Qianlai had dreamt of hunting Jiang Yu down, imagining countless ways to do him in. To his surprise, Jiang Yu, despite having endured their previous assault without retaliation in the dead of night, had the audacity to show up again. Qianlai looked around, failing to locate a weapon, and took a step back to pick up a half-brick from the roadside. Feeling a surge of confidence with the makeshift armament in hand, How dare you return to our Silver Willow village? Today, you shall not leave unscathed. Zhu Chao, where are you? Upon turning around, he noticed Zhu Chao had retreated even further. Both men understood that together, they were no match for Jiang Yu. Zhu Chao, disheartened, murmured, Qianlai, we are unarmed. We cannot confront him head-on. Qianlai took several steps back, gritting his teeth as he said, The hatred for a rival in love cannot be overlooked. We cannot let this go unpunished. Zhu Chao suggested, Hasn't Fengyang returned? He studied martial arts at a gym in the city for several years. He could surely handle this brat. Qianlai retorted, Wasn't he just hospitalized for a few days after sustaining an injury? Surely, it was someone stronger at the gym who did that. Fengyang should be able to deal with him, right? Observing their whispered conversation, Jiang Yu smirked mockingly. If you intend to fight, come forward. If you lack the courage, then step aside. Do you not know that a wise dog does not block the way? Qihuang, her face darkened with disdain, retorted, "Who is your girlfriend?" Qianlai, cease your nonsense. I have no connection with you. Qihuang's situation has nothing to do with you. It is a matter of honor among men. With that, he brandished his phone, declaring, "Kid, mark my words, you better be ready, as I shall summon my associates to deal with you." Chapter 95. We are many. What are you afraid of? A matter of honor among men? Jiang Yu found this individual rather intriguing and replied nonchalantly, "If I manage to subdue you this time, will you cease your pursuit of Qihuang? If I manage to subdue you, will you no longer contend with me?" Jiang Yu nearly chuckled aloud. "Which of your eyes saw me vying for your girlfriend?" He spoke sternly. "I am granting you this opportunity. Let us finish this amicably, and in the process, I shall help Qihuang rid herself of this pest." "Fine. Do you wish to engage in a one-on-one confrontation or a group brawl? Whichever you prefer." "All right. I shall grant you time to gather your allies for a group brawl." Jiang Yu maintained his composure. "To deal with you, I need not summon anyone." A spark of joy ignited in Qianlai's heart as he quickly asserted, "You said it yourself. Do not complain later if I bring more people to overwhelm you." Zhu Chao provocatively declared, "Kid, you are finished. My friends are trained fighters." Jiang Yu remained unfazed, thinking, can their numbers truly rival that of the Black Tiger Hall and the Tingyun Commerce Association? Can they fight better than the Tianxing Martial Arts School? Qianlai made a call. "Fengyang, come to Qihuang's house immediately." "Yes, right now. There's an ignorant fool trying to steal my woman. Assist me in teaching him a lesson." Upon ending the call, Qianlai stood tall, brimming with confidence. Jiang Yu found the name Fengyang somewhat familiar, yet could not place it. He could hardly remember every minor character he had bested. He stood at the entrance with calm assurance, while Qihuang grew anxious, grasping his arm and whispering, "Let us leave. If anything happens to you, I will be too embarrassed to face you again." Jiang Yu replied coolly, "Do not worry. I shall be fine." "But," she began, "do you not wish to shake off those two hefty fellows? I can assist you." Upon hearing the term hefty, Qianlai erupted in anger. "Kid, clean up your mouth. Where am I fat?" Compared to Zhu Chao, who weighed around 180 pounds, Qianlai was not overweight. But in comparison to Jiang Yu, he was indeed quite portly. Zhu Chao chimed in, "We possess standard physiques. Our bearing is majestic and our appearance striking. Can you compare?" Jiang Yu teased, "A standard physique at 180 pounds? Majestic and striking? There is a limit to narcissism. Did you not frighten yourself when you gazed into the mirror?" Zhu Chao cursed, "What do you know? Do you understand that beautiful exteriors are commonplace, but intriguing souls are rare?" Jiang Yu retorted, "Indeed, an intriguing soul at 180 pounds. Zhu Chao's face turned a shade of green. "Try making jokes about my weight again." Under the scorching sun, Fengyang arrived hastily on a bicycle, drenched in sweat. Upon his arrival, Qianlai and Zhu Chao beamed with satisfaction. "My friend is here. You are doomed." Qianlai tossed the half-brick in his hand, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Fengyang alighted from the vehicle at the corner, pushing his bicycle to the roadside, rolling up his sleeves and shouting, "Who dares to snatch my brother's girlfriend?" Qianlai waved him over. The culprit is right at Qihuang's doorstep. Once the trio united, Fengyang took his stance, with Qianlai and Zhu Chao flanking him on either side. Zhu Chao picked up another brick, tossing it as they marched boldly towards Qihuang's residence. During their wait, Qihuang brought a stool for Jiang Yu and cut up a watermelon. Qianlai was nearly fuming, exclaiming, "Here I am, nearly roasting under the sun, and you all are indulging in watermelon in the shade." The more he pondered, the more his anger intensified. He pointed at Jiang Yu, declaring, "Fengyang, that's the guy. He is so arrogant. Let us take him down together. Beat him up." Zhu Chao roared, and both charged forward. Yet, as they neared Jiang Yu, they suddenly slammed to a halt and hurriedly retreated. Fengyang had not moved an inch. "Fengyang, don't leave us hanging. We agreed to charge together." Qianlai scolded, then added, "Follow my lead. On the count of 3, we rush in. 1, 2, 3. They made a second attempt, only to dash back again after just a few steps. Fengyang remained stationary, gulping nervously. Zhu Chao, irritated, asked, "What is wrong with you, Fengyang? We didn't summon you to spectate." Qianlai inquired, "Is it the heat that has got you dizzy? Look at him. His lips are turning white." Indeed, Fengyang's lips had paled, but it was from fear. Jiang Yu might not recall him, yet he could never forget Jiang Yu. Once, Jiang Yu had stormed into the dojo, single-handedly conquering the entire place with unmatched vigor and an aura that left everyone awestruck. Moreover, Feng Yang bore the memory of how Jiang Yu had injured his back. Could he ever forget the instigator? Zhu Chao fanned Feng Yang with his hand, suggesting, "Why don't I go buy a watermelon too? It might help Feng Yang calm down." Qianlai concurred. Without Feng Yang, they would simply be punching bags for Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu took a bite of his watermelon and languidly remarked, "Are you still planning to fight? Do you think there aren't enough of you? If you need more time, I can give you some so you can gather more people." Qianlai retorted boldly, "Don't be too cocky. My brother is just too hot. Once he cools down, you'll see us make you pick up your teeth." Gulp. Feng Yang swallowed again, bewildered. These two fools still dared to shout bravely? "Listen to my advice. Don't provoke him," Feng Yang stammered, his voice trembling. Qianlai declared, "We have the numbers. What do we have to fear?" Feng Yang, clutching his back in anguish, lamented, "You might not be scared, but I am. I've only just spent a few days in the hospital. I don't want to go back." Zhu Chao added, "Feng Yang, are you lacking confidence? Didn't that guy just say we should call more people? If you're not sure, just summon a few of your senior brothers." "I don't believe we can't handle him," Qianlai exclaimed. "Do not worry about the money. As long as you help me vent this frustration, I shall reward each of your fellow disciples with 5,000 yuan. Feng Yang, with a troubled expression, replied, "Should I call my master as well?" Upon hearing this, Qianlai's spirits soared. If that is possible, it would indeed be splendid. "I have heard that your master is one of the top 10 experts in Tianyan City. Is that not so? The top 10 experts?" Zhu Chao exclaimed with excitement. "Feng Yang, why did you not mention this earlier?" Qianlai immediately raised an eyebrow at Jiang Yu, laughing heartily. "Huh? You are doomed, my friend. My buddy knows one of the top 10 experts in Tianyan City." Zhu Chao joined in the laughter. "Do you know who it is? The master of the Tianqing Martial Arts Hall, Wei Xiao, a renowned master of martial arts." Feng Yang was nearly in tears, shouting, "Stop laughing at once." Both Qianlai and Zhu Chao were taken aback, turning to him in confusion. "What is the matter with you?" Feng Yang questioned. "Do you have any idea who he is?" "Of course. Isn't he just some quack doctor?" "A quack doctor? Do you not understand? He is also a master of martial arts, and even my master is not his match. How dare you challenge him? You are trying to get me killed.